What the hell? What are these northern and southern hemispheres? No, where is my body? An Jing, lying on his back, just regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he saw a luxurious vintage chandelier adorned with crystal pendants. His sight fell upon a spacious milky white marble bathtub as large as a small swimming pool. A rich scent of roses and a special milky fragrance filled An Jing's nostrils. An Jing stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings for a moment, and when he withdrew his thoughts, he felt a heavy weight on his chest. It was as if something heavy was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. An Jing looked down and saw an unbelievable sight. It turned out there really was a heavy weight. After An Jing let out that exclamation, he suddenly realized something, and then quickly reached down into the bathtub. His heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed again, as two clear, cool, and pleasant female voices sounded. An Jing's eyes widened. His body and the voice that did not belong to him convinced An Jing that he had truly swapped bodies with someone. An Jing raised one hand in the warm water, and staring at the slender, fair arm, he swallowed hard. There were even a few rose petals on the arm. An Jing rubbed his temples, quickly calmed down, and then sank into memories. In a male dormitory room at Jiangjing University, An Jing was sitting at his desk eating instant noodles while scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly a video with the caption, "If you were given the chance to swap bodies with a girl you had physical contact with within the past 24 hours, would you wanna?" came into view. This Douyin post had over 10,000 comments. Out of a desire to see the funny comments, An Jing clicked on the comment section and began browsing. Some boys wanted to experience being a girl. Naturally, some girls also wanted to. Some even wanted to use this to fall in love. And some girls wanted to experience becoming their husband and being with themselves. All sorts of random thoughts. An Jing curled his lips in disdain and muttered, "Idiot, is the poster mentally ill? Posting such a stupid question." Besides, he hadn't had any physical contact with a girl in the past 24 hours. Then he simply put down his phone and picked up an iced black tea to drink. The moment the phone screen showed 9 o'clock, he suddenly felt a dizziness. The next moment his vision went black and he lost consciousness. An Jing sighed, then tried to stand up from the bathtub, but such a simple action was strangely difficult, as if he had not yet fully gotten used to this new body. When he finally propped himself up with his elbows and sat up in the tub, after a moment of adjustment, 2 large swells emerged from the water with some rose petals clinging to them. An Jing stared at the alluring sight, stunned, then a peculiar thought arose in his mind. He wanted to test just how substantial the assets were. Although the view mostly blocked his knees bent in the bathtub, practice is the only test of truth. He had to personally examine it. An Jing raised his hand, shook off the rose petals, and then directly cupped them. Holy shit, this is too. An Jing abruptly stood up in the bathtub, creating a loud splash. The expensive scented candles scattered around were instantly drenched and extinguished. An Jing stepped out of the tub and stood barefoot on the marble floor. Because the height and center of gravity of this body were completely different from what he was used to, he stumbled as he walked. An Jing grabbed the edge of the bathtub to adjust his balance, then walked to the sink. He looked at the beauty in the mirror and froze. The person in the mirror had a beautiful face, exuding the pure freshness of a female college student. Her peach blossom eyes were tender as water, but her face held a hint of aloofness that kept others at a distance. Her wet hair clung to her shoulders and back. Drops of water from her hair slowly fell onto her snow-white skin, forming a line of water that slid down her shoulder past her collarbone and continued downward, eventually disappearing. Her waist was slender but connected to a plump rear. Due to just having bathed, her straight, perfect legs shone with a jade-like luster. An Jing looked at the person in the mirror and swallowed. Her whole body exuded a purity mixed with allure. Staring at the slightly flushed face, An Jing suddenly remembered. This was exactly the pretty girl he had accidentally slapped that morning when he wasn't watching where he was walking and swung his hand carelessly. An Jing gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "Does that count as physical contact?" "Well, in a sense it probably did. Damn, that's too ridiculous. So this girl is currently using my body." An Jing shook his head, looking at his own pitifully charming reflection in the mirror. His mind stirred. Remembering the many outrageous comments under that video, An Jing felt a surge of curiosity. It seemed that girls had no cool down. An Jing cleared his throat. No, that would be too beastly. He shook off those thoughts. This girl was taking a bath. An Jing rubbed his chin, thinking. And the water is still hot, so she just started right. As everyone knows, girls take a long time to bathe. So, ahem, what's wrong with getting some benefits for my new body? Oh no. An Jing quickly corrected himself, just taking a nice bath. Not doing anything else. An Jing comforted himself, and then prepared to walk back to the bathtub. But just then a phone rang outside the bathroom. An Jing stopped in his tracks. He was about to leave the bathroom to answer it, but then realized it wasn't his phone. If he answered it rashly, he would be invading her privacy. It was better to focus on bathing. As soon as this thought came, another possibility flashed in An Jing's mind, and he quickly grabbed the bathrobe hanging nearby and put it on. He pushed open the bathroom door and hurried out, quickly walking to the bedside table and picking up the ringing phone. He saw that it was indeed his own phone number calling. As soon as An Jing answered, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hey, An Jing, right? Why did it take so long to answer?" An Jing felt a bit embarrassed, remembering that he had just been thinking about getting some benefits. My brain was a bit dazed, took a while to recover." Su Zhixi was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what she had been doing before she entered An Jing's body. No way. She had been taking a shower. Didn't that mean she had been seen naked? Her perfect body that she had preserved for 19 years. How could it be? Su Zhixi clenched her fist at the thought, her other hand holding the phone, also tightening, as if she wanted to crush it. She adjusted her emotions, remembering she had more important matters, and quickly said, "You now immediately come to school to pick me up. They'll be waiting for you at the school gate." An Jing frowned slightly, looking around the bedroom. His eyes widened. What came into view was a princess-style room decorated in light pink. It was at least 3 times as spacious as his own room. The room also had a pleasant fragrance. An Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, looking at the large princess bed, he compared it to his school dormitory bed and asked subconsciously, Are you staying at your home tonight?" Su Zhixi was stunned, then said incredulously, "An Jing Jr., that's my home. If I don't stay at my home, do you want me to stay in that stinky dormitory? Besides, there was a naked man in the dormitory. She was a girl." An Jing cleared his throat, remembering the smell of his dormitory and feeling a bit embarrassed. Although he was very clean, the dormitory wasn't just his alone. "Then wait a moment, I'll come pick you up." Su Zhixi looked back at the male dormitory building and pouted. "Hurry up." An Jing responded, and then Su Zhixi hung up directly. An Jing shrugged helplessly, then thought of something. He was now in this girl's body, so he definitely couldn't go back to the dormitory. So the question was, who would sleep in this bedroom? He was using the girl's body while the girl's soul was in his body. Should the girl use the body to sleep in this bedroom, or should the girl's soul in his body sleep? Or a man and a woman alone in the same room? Even if not, it was still a man and a woman under the same roof. Was this the start of cohabitation after just meeting? Although they didn't really know each other, since he didn't even know the girl's name. An Jing admitted his self-control was decent, but this girl was too outrageously beautiful. A hero has a hard time resisting a beauty, and he was no hero. His roommate always talked about Su Zhixi as his goddess, saying she was the prettiest girl had ever seen. An Jing scoffed, acting like he'd never seen a woman before. What goddess did he often see? This girl looked like a fairy. An Jing had seen many pretty girls and women, but this was the prettiest girl he had ever seen in his life. Pure yet alluring, with a shyness that other women lacked. Although he didn't know her, her outstanding appearance made his heart flutter. It was no exaggeration to say that the looks of this body he was in now could charm all 3 of his roommates into monkeys. Your beloved goddess would have to be replaced in a minute. Su Zhixi, soaking in the bathtub, felt the warm water soothing her. Soon drowsiness overcame her, and her eyelids grew heavy. She adjusted her position in the tub, closed her eyes, and intended to nap for a while. But when she woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Su Zhixi vaguely heard someone calling out a name, An Jing. Who was that? They kept saying something about iced tea spilled all over the floor. And the voice was male. How could there be a male voice in her home? Su Zhixi felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She was alone in her bedroom, or rather alone in the bathroom. So how could anyone be tapping her shoulder? The butler. Impossible. Her home was secure, let alone the bedroom. Without her permission, no one could ever step through her front door. Could it be a ghost? Su Zhixi jolted awake and stared at the table before her, stunned. On the table sat a cup of old tan sour-stepping beef noodles, emitting a nauseating smell. The books, phone, water cup, and other clutter on the table were all unfamiliar. More importantly, wasn't she taking a bath? Why was she sitting? Where was this? Su Zhixi caught a whiff of odor, even more repulsive than the beef noodles. And there was a smell of stinky socks. The 2 odors churned her stomach. She wanted to vomit, but couldn't. Seeing her awake, Wang Wei, who had tapped her shoulder, laughed heartily. Finally awake. You were so sleepy you dozed off while eating supper, haha. Eating a midnight snack put you to sleep, haha. Su Zhixi turned to look and was startled. A chubby boy in a short-sleeved shirt stood before her. The shirt seemed a bit too small, not even covering part of his belly. Su Zhixi stood up in shock. The dormitory bed was above the desk. Unexpectedly, as she stood, her head hit the bed frame above. She quickly crouched down, clutching her head. Ouch. It hurts so much. As soon as she spoke, she sensed something wrong. Whose voice was that? Why was it a male voice? It seemed to be coming from her. Su Zhixi, ignoring the pain, grew alarmed by the stranger she had just seen and the voice she now heard. She looked around, examining the surroundings. Apart from the unpleasant odor, the dormitory was fairly tidy. But a corner was piled with trash overflowing around the bin. From the bathroom came the sound of running water. Someone was showering. A row of shoes lined the back desk with pairs of black and yellowed socks placed on top. Without a doubt, the smell came from there, mixed with foot odor indescribable. Su Zhixi had never encountered such a mess. So filthy. How could anyone live in such a stinky place? Wang Wei was astonished to see her squatting on the ground holding her head. This wasn't the first time he had seen her hit the bed frame. Before she would just rub the spot. But this time she was clutching her head like a girl, and her eyes seemed about to shed tears. But now her looking around left and right made Wang Wei puzzled. Was she looking for something? Suddenly he remembered something and pointed at the floor. Zhixi, your iced tea is on the ground. Su Zhixi frowned, turned to look at him, and followed his finger. Beside where she had been sitting, a yellow liquid was spilled, and on the bottle she could faintly see the words, iced tea. Anyone would think someone had peed there. Su Zhixi didn't reply. She glanced at Wang Wei, then raised both hands and looked down at them. The hands were fair with distinct knuckles and long fingers. Su Zhixi immediately recognized them as a man's hands. Her own hands were not this big. She examined the hands carefully, a strange feeling rising in her heart. These hands were quite beautiful. Oh, she felt she liked them at first sight. Then she pinched her cheek, and the pain told her she wasn't dreaming. Had she turned into a man? Or had she swapped souls with someone? But this wasn't a novel. What was going on? Wang Wei scratched his head, thinking she was unusually cold today, not saying a word except for crying out in pain. Maybe she was still upset about seeing her crush run off with someone else. But wasn't she over it quickly during the day? Was she feeling emotional again at night? Wang Wei patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Zhixi, there are plenty of good girls out there. No need to worry about that one. Besides, you're so handsome, why would no girl like you? It's only been 2 months since freshman year started. There's still plenty of time. Su Zhixi was stunned, then a wave of foot odor close to her hit her nose, snapping her back to reality. The information from the fat boy made her certain that she had swapped souls with the Zhixi he was talking about. So it seemed that the An Jing being called was this Zhixi. Su Zhixi accepted quickly and replied, you're right. Wang Wei smiled broadly. Zhixi, tomorrow I'll introduce you to some girls so you can forget that stinky bitch quickly. As long as you change women fast, sadness can't catch up. Su Zhixi frowned slightly. Although he meant to help the owner of this body forget the girl who might be a bitch, his last sentence disgusted her. Su Zhixi waved her hand, remembering that the guy said this body was very handsome. She suddenly felt curious to see what it looked like. More than that, she wanted to get away from him. She headed straight for the sink where the foot odor disappeared. Standing before the mirror, she widened her eyes. The man in the mirror was extraordinary in appearance, tall and straight with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a well-defined and handsome face exuding an air of refinement. In short, he was a very handsome, scholarly-looking man. But this face, she could never forget it. It was the very face of the person who had slapped her this morning. No one had ever hit her before in her life. Yet today she was inexplicably slapped. Although it seemed accidental, it was still infuriating. However, he was handsome indeed. Unconsciously, the sound of water from the bathroom stopped. Su Zhixi was startled. Realizing this was a male dormitory, wouldn't a naked man likely come out after a shower? Thinking this, Su Zhixi quickly fled the sink. She saw Wang Wei cleaning up the yellow liquid that this body had spilled. Su Zhixi thought that the guy was actually quite kind. Wang Wei chatted with someone while cleaning. Curious, Su Zhixi looked up to see who Wang Wei was talking to. The sight made her blush and quickly look away. A naked man. Oh my god. Whoa, her eyes were dirty. A guy on the top bunk sat shirtless, chatting casually with Wang Wei. This was An Jing's second roommate, Li Lili. Li Lili saw Su Zhixi glance at him and quickly greeted her. Su Zhixi didn't look at him, but nodded, remembering the male dorm environment, and immediately looked at An Jing's phone on the desk. She grabbed the phone and ran out of the dormitory. Li Lili and Wang Wei exchanged glances, puzzled. Li Lili hesitated. Zhixi seems a bit off. Yeah, it's like he's a different person. Zhixi just glanced at me and then blushed. Li Lili was startled, feeling a chill in his back. Second brother, could Zhixi be gay? Wang Wei was taken aback, recalling Su Zhixi's odd behavior tonight. Good thing I'm not good looking. You'd better protect your butt. Bullshit. I'm going to apply for commuting tomorrow and move out. Commuting? A male voice came from the bathroom. Why are you commuting? Li Lili said fearfully. Brother Fang, Zhixi is not right. This guy was An Jing's third roommate, Fang Yu. Fortunately, Su Zhixi had left quickly. If she had stayed a moment longer, she would have seen Fang Yu in just his underwear. Fang Yu smiled. What's up? I suspect Zhixi is gay. Why did he blush when he looked at me? Li Lili paused, pulling the blanket up to cover his upper body. Zhixi wasn't like this before. Why is he today? Fang Yu. Outside the dormitory building, Su Zhixi unlocked An Jing's phone and immediately dialed a number. After finishing the call with An Jing, Su Zhixi hung up and headed toward the school gate. She had barely walked a few steps when her phone rang. It was a call from her own number. She had hung up with An Jing less than a minute ago. The school wasn't far from her home, but it was impossible for him to have arrived already. Su Zhixi answered, "What's wrong?" "Something happened." An Jing laughed, "It's nothing big, but where are your clothes? I can't go pick you up wearing just a bathrobe, right?" Su Zhixi frowned, thinking he was a bit silly. Where else would clothes be but in the closet? Why did he even ask? Looks like his face was traded for intelligence. But then she realized her bedroom had a hidden-in-soot bathroom and dressing room, both seamlessly blending into the walls. The wall opposite the bathroom. Push it open and it's the dressing room. An Jing looked around, seeing identical walls, and twitched his mouth. Maybe he couldn't even find the bathroom anymore. They all looked the same. Soon he realized she had a hidden dressing room and bathroom. So all he had to do was push every wall. Just as he was about to respond, he heard his own male voice. "At the wall with the bathroom is 1 meter to the left of the bed." An Jing smiled slightly. "Okay, senior." Soon An Jing found the wall, pushed it open, and walked in. As the door opened, he saw a room much larger than the bedroom, bright and luxurious, exuding an air of wealth. Numerous glass display cases held various brand-name bags. An Jing looked at the lavish dressing room and blurted out, "Holy shit." Su Zhixi smiled, knowing he had entered her dressing room, and asked knowingly, "You're there, right?" "Yeah, I'm here. Senior, this is..." Su Zhixi heard his tone and couldn't help but smile. "What about me?" "Nothing, it's just pretty awesome." Su Zhixi twitched her mouth. "What is the vocabulary of new Jiangda students so limited now?" "Senior, you don't understand. The word awesome is more powerful than any other adjective." Su Zhixi hummed lightly. "Keep walking forward." "Yes. See that door? Go in, and that's the room with the clothes." An Jing walked in and was stunned again. The room contained all kinds of designer dresses, furs, coats, and other clothing. The most numerous were dresses. He could tell that this senior really liked dresses. He also noticed several independent glass display cases in the room. Each case held a mannequin wearing an elegant, expensive dress. The room also stored many hats. Although he had already guessed she was a rich woman after seeing the bathroom and bedroom, this dressing room was practically a shopping mall. But this dressing room was really not a shopping mall. Was this what a rich woman's wardrobe looked like? His own wardrobe had only a few dozen clothes. Su Zhixi, hearing his silence, knew he was shocked again and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Oomph. He dared to slap me this morning." "You're pretty brave, huh?" Su Zhixi squinted, walking toward the school gate, and said casually, "Women's clothes and pants aren't that different from men's. Just pick any clothes and pants and come pick me up." And Jing agreed. Some of the clothes here were indeed not something a guy would know how to wear. "You got it." He looked around. Although November in Jiangjing City wasn't too cold, he thought that as a guy he could just wear a t-shirt in this weather. But now his body was that of a girl, and catching a cold would be a hassle. So An Jing picked a black camisole, a camel coat, and beige pants. After picking the clothes, he looked down at himself. His bathrobe exposed his chest, and he wasn't wearing anything underneath. He searched around, but couldn't find any underwear. He remembered there was another room in the dressing room, so he left this room and entered another storage room. Unfortunately, this room was full of all kinds of shoes. An Jing cleared his throat awkwardly. Senior, do I need to wear underwear?" Su Zhixi was stunned and rolled her eyes. "Is that something a human would ask?" "I mean, I didn't see where you keep your underwear." "It's in the clothes storage room. See those 2 marble oval tables?" "Yeah, I see them." An Jing walked to one of the tables, crouched down, and looked at the layers of drawers. "Oh, it's in these drawers, right?" "I'm right." Su Zhixi suddenly realized something. Her face flushed, and she quickly spoke. "Take the one on the inner table, not the outer one." An Jing looked at the already opened drawer, his mouth twitching. The various styles of underwear inside made him uncomfortable. Now he knew why the senior didn't want him to take from the outer table. Some of the styles were too revealing. Not normal. Sensing the shyness in Su Zhixi's voice, he adjusted his expression and said calmly, pretending not to have seen anything, "Yeah, I'm taking from the inner one." To prevent Su Zhixi from thinking he had seen the outer drawer, he smiled and said, "Senior, does that mean the outer table's drawer has something wrong?" Su Zhixi's face flushed bright red, and she was speechless. His first sentence made her suspect he had seen it, but his second sentence mostly dispelled that suspicion. She was momentarily flustered, since only her best friend had ever seen what was in there. Su Zhixi took a deep breath and smiled. "Nothing wrong, it's just that the stuff in that drawer isn't mine. It's my best friend's. It wouldn't be good for you to see it." And Jing snorted, completely unconvinced. Who would believe that? Why would a best friend leave her little clothes at someone else's place? A rich woman's best friend was probably also rich, as she definitely had her own house. This excuse was really lame. It would have been more reasonable to say it was empty. And Jing frowned. That seemed even more unreasonable. The other storage rooms were basically full. He shook his head, then walked to the inner table, crouched down, opened the drawer, and his face reddened again. Although the ones here were much more conservative, an 18-year-old young man had never seen such things. They were still dazzling. There were many colors, not to mention styles. An Jing took out a normal white set and started to feel the fabric. His eyes lit up. The texture. But it was still not like the real thing. It was just clothing. Soon he frowned. How do you wear this? Su Zhixi was silent for a while, remembering her own awkward first time wearing a bra. Soon a bold idea came to her. She wanted to see the scene of An Jing wearing clothes in her body from another person's perspective. The feeling was strange, but also somehow intriguing. Su Zhixi adjusted her emotions and said calmly, "Let's add each other on WeChat. He'll video call you and teach you how to wear it." An Jing's mouth twitched. "Senior, a video call? Just for the bra? You could also explain it verbally. Wouldn't it be weird for you to watch yourself change? Actually, from your perspective, it's someone else's body." Su Zhixi hummed, grabbing her clothes. "You said it's me watching myself. I'm not embarrassed, so why are you?" "A senior, am embarrassed." An Jing held his forehead. "Even though it's not my body, the thought of a member of the opposite sex watching me change is weird." "You're so fussy," all hesitant. Acting like a sissy. As soon as the words were spoken, An Jing couldn't stand it. Hesitant. Sissy. Describing him. Unbearable. Fine. Call me now. He quickly searched for his own WeChat on Su Zixi's phone and sent a friend request. "I'll add you. Use my phone to accept." Su Zhixi looked at the friend request notification on her own phone and smiled. She had never applied to add someone as a friend before, it was always others applying to her. But seeing this scene now felt different. Although she hadn't personally clicked the apply button, it was still her WeChat account. She took a screenshot of the interface. Su Zhixi took An Jing's phone, accepted her own WeChat friend request, then quickly dashed to a secluded corner while swiftly ending the call. Without giving An Jing a moment to react, she directly initiated a video call. An Jing stared at the pop-up notification, the corner of his mouth twitching. Not even a moment to prepare. An Jing shook his head and decisively answered the video. As the call connected, he saw his own familiar face. However, his counterpart seemed to be in a hidden corner of a building. An Jing thought little of it. After all, he was about to video chat with the senior, and ultimately, it was still her own body. It wouldn't be good if others saw. Honestly, video chatting with one's own body felt quite strange. Whether it was because he had become a girl, or simply due to narcissism, he found his own body in the video rather handsome and refined. Su Zhixi, seeing her own body wrapped in a bathrobe, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Take off the robe, and it'll teach you how to dress." An Jing gulped at the predatory gaze of his own body on the screen. He suddenly felt that the senior using his body was looking at him like a big bad wolf eyeing a little lamb. "Are you kidding me? Senior, aren't you looking at your own body? That look is way too strange." After An Jing shed the bathrobe, he noticed that the senior's gaze toward him had taken on an indescribable shift. As it turned out, An Jing's instincts were correct. Su Zhixi did sense a peculiar change in this male body. She immediately grew uneasy. His vitality was far too intense. An Jing cleared his throat. "Senior, don't look at me like that. Even I can't pull off that lecherous expression." Su Zhixi, unfazed, admired her own peerless beauty and curvaceous figure from another's perspective. Growing increasingly pleased, she finally understood why those boys liked her so much. Without boasting, she could say her face and figure were a perfect work of art. In the legend of Nuwa creating humanity, others might have been casually sprinkled from willow branches, but she was a beauty meticulously crafted by the goddess herself. Su Zhixi nodded calmly. "Junior An Jing, isn't it possible that you yourself are quite lecherous?" "Do you think I fit the term lecherous?" An Jing was stunned for a moment, then recalled the scene when he first met the senior this morning. When that accidental slap landed, An Jing noticed her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. If he hadn't been looking where he was going, and just waved his hand carelessly, he wouldn't have believed his palm could strike a stunning girl's face. What was that if not domestic violence? Well, let's just call it that. When the senior came to her senses, An Jing saw her eyes brimming with grievance. She looked so pitiful that he was at a complete loss. It was clear she had never been hit before, having been pampered since childhood. An Jing snapped back from his thoughts, returning to the senior's words. He pinched his chin and shook his head. "Probably not." "Probably." An Jing affirmed. "Yeah, probably." He had great confidence in his character. Though he wasn't oblivious to pretty girls, he would never wear that predatory look like the senior, as if eyeing her prey. Su Zhixi curled her lip, dropping the topic, and said calmly, "Don't be too shy. Based on the novels and anime, we probably won't swap back anytime soon." The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. Her composure was too excessive. Such an absurd event had happened to them, yet she remained so unflappable. An Jing nodded in acknowledgement. He wanted to tell her that there were cases where the swap was permanent. He couldn't even imagine that scenario. Living 18 years as a boy then spending a lifetime in a girl's body was simply unthinkable. Su Zhixi said, "Come on, I'll teach you how to dress now. First lean your body forward 45 degrees. Yes, stop right at that angle. Put the bra on. Good, yes, like that. Then with both hands pinch the bottom of the bra. Right, smart. Then press it against your ribs and push upward from the bottom until you can't push anymore." An Jing followed her instructions. When he couldn't push the cups up any further, he asked, "Senior, what next?" "No, this strap keeps slipping off." Su Zhixi held her forehead. Once the straps weren't slipping as easily, she spoke again. "Remember, this spot is the base of the breast. Once you've positioned it, just fasten the hooks in the back." "Huh. Senior, the hooks are tiny, they're hard to fasten." After struggling mightily, An Jing finally fastened them. Su Zhixi nodded in satisfaction, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was taking liberties with her body, as if that exquisite form had nothing to do with her. Su Zhixi said flatly, "Next, use one hand to hold the side of the underwire, yes, like that. Then with your palm from your back to your armpit, scoop the breast into the cup. Good. You've done one side, you do the same for the other. Smart. Finally, test the shoulder strap with one finger, slide it back and forth easily. Yes, any discomfort?" And Jing shook his head. "No, but my waist is a bit tired." Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, taking it as a compliment to her assets, then said calmly, "All right, you can handle the underwear, right?" After putting it on, An Jing felt it was a bit tight, and wearing the bra was less comfortable than going without. An Jing was still missing the feel of boxers. If it were his own body in briefs, the tightness would be unimaginable. Su Zhixi watched An Jing dress her body in underwear. She had already sensed some changes in this body, and now they reached their peak. Su Zhixi took deep breaths to regulate her emotions. When she saw An Jing pick out a coat and pants, a strange look crossed her eyes. She remembered his roommate mentioning a green tea girl. Did this junior like that type? No, did green tea types dress so maturely? For some reason, Su Zhixi couldn't help asking, "Junior An Jing, do you like this style?" An Jing paused mid-motion as he pulled up his pants. "Is it wrong?" "No, I mean, do you like this style of dressing?" "I think it's fine, mainly for warmth since this isn't my body." An Jing looked at the man in the video and continued, "Look, my body is still in a t-shirt. Don't you feel cold?" At An Jing's words, Su Zhixi immediately checked her own clothes. It was indeed just a t-shirt and shorts, yet she felt no chill from this body. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Seems like you have a good constitution." An Jing puffed out his chin proudly. "Of course. What could be better than a girl complimenting his physique? If there was, it would probably be in bed." Su Zhixi added, "I didn't expect you to be so considerate. I thought you'd pick a JK uniform or a miniskirt." The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. He would have liked to, but look at the weather. It might not be cold for his body, but it would be for hers. After dressing, he adjusted his outfit in the mirrors around the dressing room. Satisfied, he headed to the shoe room. Su Zhixi was surprised by his fastidiousness. If she hadn't seen his dorm room, she might have believed he had OCD. If he did, he would have cleaned up and taken out the trash long ago. An Jing was dazzled by the mini shoes. Heels were definitely out of the question. He passed over numerous leather shoes and picked a pair of white sneakers, then said with a light laugh, "Senior, he'll come find you now." Su Zhixi was taken aback by the sweet smile on her own face in the video, then nodded and hung up. She looked down at the anomaly in An Jing's body with a strange expression. She found it increasingly odd and eventually even uncomfortable. Su Zhixi suddenly recalled what her best friend Xiao Xiao had said. When a guy is uncomfortable, he has to be a pilot. She had asked what pilot meant until the two words slipped out. Su Zhixi coughed awkwardly. She wasn't the owner of this body. Besides, they were still outside. Su Zhixi shook her head and left the corner of the building, slowly walking toward the school gate. As she walked, she noticed that the change seemed to gradually fade away. After stepping out of the senior's room, An Jing gazed at the sprawling second floor and paused. It seemed one of the other rooms on this floor was destined for either of them. Yet An Jing still leaned toward the senior, allowing her own body to sleep in her bedroom. Wasn't this a boon for him? The fragrance of the bedroom still lingered in An Jing's memory, leaving him reluctant to leave. He wished he could stay forever in that princess chamber. Resting his hand on the stair railing, he traced the winding staircase down to the living room on the first floor. The layout was unmistakably French. The striking French-style dome and crystal chandelier exuded an irresistible opulence. As he descended, a woman in professional attire approached. "Miss, are you heading out?" An Jing glanced at her, surmising she might be the senior's housekeeper, and nodded. "Yes, I'm going to school." Though puzzled, the housekeeper respectfully stepped aside and headed toward the driver's lounge. Soon a mature man emerged. With a warm, familiar smile, he addressed An Jing. "Miss, heading to school so late?" An Jing looked at the man, hesitating. Unlike the woman, his tone was gentle, brimming with affection. He sighed inwardly. He didn't even know the man's surname. An Jing could only murmur an acknowledgement. The man paused, sensing a newfound coldness in the miss. Meanwhile, a servant had already opened the double-leaf armored door. Together the man and An Jing stepped out of the French-style castle. The man drove a Bentley toward Jiangjing University. At the gate of Jiangjing University, as An Jing alighted, he spotted Su Zhixi emerging from the guardhouse. She looked at her own tall, trenchcoat-clad figure with smug satisfaction. She really was stunning. Su Zhixi hurried over. Finally here. Time to go home. An Jing looked up at his own physique with a complex expression. So this was what it felt like to be short, looking up at the tall. He never imagined he'd one day view his own height from a woman's perspective. Su Zhixi caught the look in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. You're pretty tall. As the words left her mouth, An Jing felt an odd awkwardness. No, senior, you're the tall one. Su Zhixi examined her own body, half a head shorter than her current form. What? You're around 1.8 meters and you still think that's short? Not exactly, but taller is always better. Su Zhixi pursed her lips, surveying her slender frame. I'm different. I wish I were shorter. An Jing paused, estimating the senior's body height to be under 1.73 meters. Strange. Short girls wanted to be taller, tall girls wanted to be shorter. Through the window, the driver rubbed his eyes as he watched the two chatting amiably. Confirming that his miss was indeed bantering with a boy, an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. He had watched the miss grow up. After all these years, she finally had a boy she was willing to engage with. An Jing and Su Zhixi entered the car and sat together in the back. The driver, glimpsing them in the rearview mirror, broke into a knowing grin. His gaze lingered mostly on Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi, inhabiting An Jing's body, felt uneasy under the driver's scrutiny. She sensed in his look an elder's appraisal of a younger person. As the driver started the car, he chatted, Miss, is this young friend your boyfriend? Both An Jing and Su Zhixi twitched at the corner of their mouths. An Jing chuckled, not a boyfriend, just a classmate. Su Zhixi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for some reason. Classmate was fine, but why add just a classmate? After what you've done to her body, you call that just? An Jing sensed the person beside him growing displeased. He was baffled. What had he said wrong? An Jing whispered, Senior, what's wrong? Though faint, the driver caught the words. His mind reeled as he glanced between An Jing and Su Zhixi in the mirror. Had he misheard? Did the miss just call this youth senior? Was this handsome boy a girl? A cross-dresser? The driver was startled. He knew most of his miss female friends, and none of them disguised themselves as men. After scanning Su Zhixi again, confirming this wasn't any girl he knew in disguise, he felt he had stumbled upon a huge secret. The miss was a lesbian. And she had specifically brought home a cross-dressing girl. Sensing the driver's unease, Su Zhixi realized how shocking her earlier slip must have been. After all, she was using this junior's body, yet he and her body had called her senior. It was one thing to say it privately, but how could he blurt it out in front of others? Didn't he know their bodies had swapped? Realizing his mistake, An Jing quickly typed to Su Zhixi, sorry, forgot. Su Zhixi typed back with amusement, the driver's surname is Li, I call him Uncle Li. The housekeeper's surname is Wang. An Jing nodded in understanding. Soon Uncle Li parked the car outside a manor gate, waiting for it to open before driving in. 2 rows of bodyguards lined the path, their eyes fixed on the car. Uncle Li dropped An Jing and Su Zhixi in front of a French-style castle-like building. After they alighted, he drove toward the garage. An Jing took in Su Zhixi's home. A pristine small lake lay near the house. In every direction, scattered buildings dotted the landscape, the land stretching beyond sight. As An Jing and Su Zhixi climbed the steps to the front door, the double-leaf armored door swung open, pushed by maids standing on either side. The maids' gazes fell on Su Zhixi, scrutinizing this unfamiliar male their miss had brought home. Su Zhixi sighed in resignation. What was so strange about bringing a boy home? Entering the house, Su Zhixi in male form deftly found the shoe cabinet and slipped into slippers. With no men's slippers at home, she naturally wore her own from the cabinet. Noticing An Jing's curious look, she whispered, Don't worry, these are brand new. An Jing paused, unbothered. Having seen the senior's bedroom and bath products, he knew there was no trace of odor, only a faint natural fragrance. An Jing in female form smiled sweetly. I didn't mean that. It's just that your servant's stares are a bit odd. Su Zhixi in male form was momentarily stunned by the sweet smile on her own face, then quickly averted her gaze. Indeed, some maids cleaning nearby were eyeing her strangely. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. She was in An Jing's body, yet she had so casually found and worn slippers. To the maids, it looked like a man without the miss permission had taken her slippers and put them on. Su Zhixi soon noticed the maids whispering among themselves. Too far to hear, but their expressions mostly showed surprise, soon replaced by pure curiosity. One maid murmured to another, That boy is so close to the miss. He didn't say a word and just put on her slippers. Must be the miss boyfriend. After all, he's the first man she's brought home. Looks like they're very familiar. Right, I think so too. Did you notice? The Miss Boyfriend is really handsome. I wonder which young master he is. Probably not a young master. What young master would show up in shorts and a t-shirt? Soon housekeeper Wang emerged from the kitchen spotting An Jing and Su Zhixi walking side by side toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Noticing the maids chattering, she frowned and approached. Unaware of her presence, the maids continued their gossip. After listening for a moment, housekeeper Wang cleared her throat. Less talk, more work. The maids jumped in fright. Housekeeper Wang shook her head, glancing at their spotless work. All right, it's late. Rest now. The maids nodded, quickly gathering their things and heading to the staff quarters. Meanwhile, An Jing and Su Zhixi arrived at a guest room. An Jing paused. Though not as lavish as the senior's princess room, it still reeked of wealth. Su Zhixi in male form said flatly, "You'll sleep here tonight. Theoretically, our body swap should be temporary. So until we switch back, you can sleep here." An Jing in female form blinked, then pointed at herself in disbelief. "Senior, you mean me?" Su Zhixi nodded. "Or did you want to sleep in my bedroom?" An Jing countered, "Senior, so you'll sleep next door?" "Obviously. That's my bedroom. If I don't sleep there, should I give it to you?" "Senior, but you're using my body to sleep in your bedroom. Isn't that a bit?" Su Zhixi crossed her arms and lifted her chin. "Why do you care so much? Even though I'm using your body, my mind and feelings are still mine. In particular about my bed, I'm used to it." An Jing in female form twitched his mouth, but agreed. It was still better than the dormitory. That place was a nightmare. Frequent power outages, constant blackouts. Heaven knows how many times the electricity had gone out in just 2 months. Every time he was gaming, the blackout would lag terribly. Not to mention their dorm was a biohazard zone. Though trash was piled in one spot, the amount generated overnight was staggering. Worst of all, the room reeked of sweaty socks, and his 3 roommates were notorious for breaking wind. It only made a bad situation worse. "Sorry, my 3 dear roommates. It's not that I can't resist the allure of a mansion. It's not that I don't miss the stench of socks and farts. But now that I'm in a girl's body, I really can't help it." So he was taking his leave. Su Zhixi in male form saw An Jing's agreement and said coolly, "Oh, by the way, I'm in your body now, but I should still enjoy the same privileges as before. I'm still the master of this house." An Jing in female form understood. "Okay, he'll go inform the housekeeper now." Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, stopping An Jing as he was about to leave. "An Jing, do you know how our bodies swapped?" An Jing honestly recounted the Douyin video incident. Su Zhixi frowned. "You're not lying to me, are you? Are you sure you don't know any magic?" "Oh, and I've read novels about systems too." An Jing's mouth twitched. The senior had wide-ranging interests. "I really don't know any magic, and I don't have a system." An Jing extended his hand. "Give me my phone. It'll show you the browsing history." Su Zhixi handed over An Jing's phone and took hers in return. Watching An Jing tap on the screen, Su Zhixi moved closer to stand beside him. As she drew near, Su Zhixi in male form caught a scent of rose from her own body mingled with an indescribable fragrance. She paused. Before the swap, she had been bathing, sprinkling rose petals in the tub. That was her daily ritual, but what was that other scent? It definitely wasn't any of her home shower gels. A fragrance she had never noticed before. Soon Su Zhixi understood. It must be her natural body scent. One can't smell their own scent. Now in An Jing's body, it was natural to detect it. She smelled wonderful. Su Zhixi unconsciously flared her nostrils, savoring the scent. Before she knew it, she had leaned against An Jing in female form. An Jing flinched, turning to see Su Zhixi with her nose buried in his shoulder. From this angle, it looked like he himself was acting perversely toward his own body. An Jing froze momentarily at a loss. Soon he felt Su Zhixi's hand on his waist. An Jing's body went weak, his legs unsteady. Strangely, a heat surged through him, and his face felt flushed. His legs grew so weak that he instinctively grabbed Su Zhixi's arm with one hand while the other clenched into a fist against his chest as he panted, "Senior, you." Before he could finish, a bowl shattered on the floor. Startled, An Jing followed the sound. Su Zhixi in male form also snapped out of her daze and looked over. At the door stood housekeeper Wang and a maid in uniform. The maid quickly knelt to pick up the broken pieces. "I'm sorry, miss, I didn't see anything." "No, I didn't mean to break the bowl." Housekeeper Wang smiled, awkwardly bowing slightly. "Miss'll have another bowl brought up shortly. Sorry for the interruption. Please continue." With that, she closed the door. She shook her head at the flustered maid cleaning up. They had come to deliver the Miss Beauty's soup, only to find the door of the room next to her bedroom open. Assuming the miss was arranging the boys' lodging, she had led the maid over with the soup. But upon arriving, they witnessed an intimate scene between the miss and the boy. Housekeeper Wang remained composed. She had seen such things before. But the young maid, startled, loosened her grip on the tray, covering her mouth. The tray tipped, and the bowl and spoon clattered to the floor. Housekeeper Wang sighed. "You're making a fuss over nothing." The maid cleaned up, silently flustered. She had never seen such a sight. especially since one of the parties was their aloof, boyiverse miss. Inside the room, Su Zhixi in male form stared blankly at the closed door, the maid's words echoing in her ears. An Jing, noticing Su Zixi's hand still on his waist, whispered, "Senior, could you move your hand?" Su Zhixi turned to see a blush spreading across the face that was once hers, and the shy tone in his voice was one she had never heard from her own lips. Realizing what she had just done to her former body, Su Zhixi quickly, without changing her expression, released An Jing and stepped back. An Jing's legs were already weak, and the hand gripping Su Zixi's arm couldn't muster enough strength. With her support gone, he collapsed to the floor. His bottom throbbed, and his legs refused to cooperate, so he just sat there rubbing it. Su Zhixi in male form watched An Jing's pained, silent expression and paused. After a moment, she quickly stepped forward to help him up, guiding him to sit on the bed. An Jing recalled the mesmerized look the senior had worn while using his body and teased, "Senior, were you just captivated by your own body?" Su Zhixi coughed. "Yeah, a little. First time smelling myself so fragrant. I'd never noticed before." An Jing's mouth twitched. Truthfully, when Su Zhixi in male form had leaned close, he had also caught a faint scent on himself that he had never smelled before. He shook his head. "Senior, please don't use my body to do things I wouldn't even do myself." Su Zhixi lifted her chin. "An Jing, you make yourself sound like such a gentleman. I am one. At least I wouldn't wrap my arm around a strange girl's waist, or lean in like a creep to take a deep breath." Su Zixi's lips curled slightly. Though unspoken, she inexplicably believed him. She looked down at herself with a mischievous grin. "Then what about now? This is your body. I have no weird intentions." An Jing followed her gaze and froze. Damn, seeing his own former self from another's perspective. It was really. An Jing felt as though he had only known his senior for a short, while yet their interactions were far too familiar. After all, they were of opposite genders now. A lone man and woman confined to the same room. Something might happen. No, wait. He was currently using his senior's body. Whatever happened, he would be the one to experience it. Earlier, when his senior had simply wrapped her arm around his waist, his legs had gone weak. Let alone anything else. At the very least, they would have to wait until they swapped back. How could he be the one on the bottom? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. But not while using a girl's body. How could he endure his own body? An Jing in female form averted his gaze, no longer looking at his original Bodis Barrett from another's perspective. He pulled out his phone and continued scrolling, searching through the watch history on Douyin. Soon his brow furrowed. Su Zhixi in male form sat beside him, naturally catching sight of An Jing's phone screen. The other was merely swiping back and forth through the history without pause. Su Zhixi was in no rush. According to An Jing, that video should have been among the last few he had watched. Su Zhixi sat quietly beside An Jing, watching his phone screen. After a while, she noticed the screen flipping back and forth repeatedly, yet the other still hadn't found the video. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, studying An Jing's eyes intently. From his gaze, she could tell he seemed to be saying strange. It was clearly around here. How could it not be found? Su Zhixi shook her head, and then spoke up. "Junior, can't find it." An Jing felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He had just claimed that a video was the reason they had swapped bodies. Yet now he couldn't find that video anywhere in Douyin's watch history. An Jing grew embarrassed. Wouldn't the other think he was lying? But without evidence, he had no way to prove his innocence. Su Zhixi saw An Jing's troubled expression and found it amusing. She had never shown a distressed look over anything before, but today she was witnessing her own Bodis distress through another's eyes. This struck Su Zhixi as quite novel. Besides this, there was also the smile. After taking over her body, whether on video calls or in face-to-face conversations, a faint smile always lingered on the other's face. Yet she, using her junior's body, could sense that she herself had not smiled once. Su Zhixi in male form crossed her arms and asked, "Junior, after all this time, still nothing found? Honestly, is there even a video?" An Jing rubbed his forehead. "Senior, there really is. I just saw the video was a bit stupid, so I muttered stupid under my breath. I didn't even type anything. Not long after I cursed, I felt dizzy, and when I woke up, I was in your bedroom's bathroom." Mentioning this made Su Zhixi feel a bit embarrassed. In a sense, he had seen her body completely. Whether it was her using her junior's eyes to guide him while changing clothes, or him seeing it through her body. In any case, she had been seen completely by a guy she had just met. And worst of all, this guy was the one who had slapped her that morning. The slap. Su Zhixi had let it go at the time because he had apologized sincerely and was decent looking. But now, having inexplicably swapped bodies with him, she felt even more irritated. Su Zhixi gritted her teeth. "Junior, let's drop that for now. He'll believe you for the moment." An Jing breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant she half believed he wasn't deceiving her. Su Zhixi paused, and then continued. But Junior, we still haven't settled the matter of you slapping me this morning. You're the first person to slap me, Junior. You've got some nerve. An Jing coughed lightly, and the hand farthest from Su Zhixi slipped into his coat pocket. He tugged at the fabric inside. Senior, this morning was truly an accident. Su Zhixi in male form leaned closer to An Jing, then gently placed a hand on his face. Don't be nervous. A verbal apology is too easy for you. Let me slap you back, and we'll call it even. Su Zhixi lightly patted An Jing's in female form cheek. Don't worry, I won't use much force. It won't hurt. An Jing was taken aback. Was this for real? He was currently using her skin. Wouldn't it be strange for her to slap her own face? If she were to slap the body he was now controlling, the pain would be hers to feel. Roughly speaking, that would be hitting herself. Hitting oneself could generally be classified as a tendency toward self-harm. So was the senior a masochist? Or perhaps an enthusiast of submission? Su Zhixi, seeing An Jing still hesitating, narrowed her eyes slightly, while looking at him, gently patting his face as she spoke calmly. Although the slap you gave this morning wasn't hard, I can guarantee that it'll use even less force than you did. It's not that I won't accept your request. An Jing tapped the side of his face that Su Zhixi hadn't gently patted, then grabbed her hand that was still on his cheek with his other hand. Senior, are you sure you want to use this hand to slap your own face? How is that any different from me slapping you again? Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned by his words, realizing he had a point. Wouldn't that just be her hitting her own body? Seeing her hesitation, An Jing's lips curled up slightly. Senior, if you're willing to lay a hand on your own delicate skin. He then pressed his face against her palm. Then go ahead now. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched as she quickly withdrew her hand, pointing at her own cheek. Of course I'm slapping your face. So Senior, are you going to slap yourself, or should I slap you? Su Zhixi frowned, understanding the implication of his words. No matter what she did, it felt unreasonable. Seeing her lost in thought, as if searching for a perfect solution, An Jing smirked mischievously. No way. There was no perfect solution to this. Either she slaps him, but he's currently in her body. Or he slaps her, but while the appearance is hers, the soul inside is his. As for her controlling his body to slap her own face, it wouldn't really be her slapping him. He wouldn't even feel it. In essence, neither option would satisfy the request. If they hadn't swapped bodies, it would be so simple. An Jing in female form laughed. Senior, how about we make up for it after we switch back? Su Zhixi furrowed her brows slightly. It seemed that was the only option. But who knew when they would switch back? She shook her head, letting the matter drop for now. They'd deal with it when they swapped back. If they never did, then the two of them would probably have to spend their lives together. After all, she definitely didn't want An Jing to use her identity to date other men. She assumed he wouldn't want that either. Doing so would essentially be no different from a gay or lesbian relationship. If they really ended up together and never swapped back, then she might as well use this male body to lightly slap her original face. Just a gentle slap, and then she'd ask him what it felt like. Su Zhixi snapped back to reality, soon feeling a pang of hunger in this body. She suddenly remembered that when she first switched into An Jing's body, there was a bowl of instant noodles on his desk. Thinking about this, Su Zhixi inexplicably felt a bit sorry for An Jing. Hungry, but only able to eat instant noodles. It seemed he had very little pocket money. She never touched such junk food. The pungent smell was something she never wanted to experience again. Su Zhixi in male form hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Junior, do you usually eat instant noodles when you're hungry? An Jing was reminded of his late-night snack before the body swap. Damn, he had barely eaten a few bites of that bowl of noodles. It was even loaded with sausages. What a waste. An Jing sighed, inwardly already imagining his roommates dividing up his noodles and iced tea. He nodded. Yeah, I've been having instant noodles for late-night snacks lately. It's convenient and saves time. Su Zhixi felt he was just trying to save face. Who uses instant noodles as a late-night snack for convenience? The way he said it made it sound like he'd been eating them for a while. He probably ate similar convenience foods for all 3 meals. Those things have no nutrition. And there was a good chance he was working part-time just to get by. Maybe he even paid his tuition with his own earnings. Soon Su Zhixi's mind painted a picture of An Jing as an inspiring youth striving to escape the mountains. Su Zhixi patted An Jing's shoulder. It's okay, I'll take care. I understand you. Don't eat this stuff anymore. From now on, eat whatever I eat. She almost blurted out that she'd support him. Saying that seemed inappropriate. It might hurt a guy's pride. She was glad she caught herself in time. An Jing frowned slightly. What exactly did she understand about him? Did the heiress also eat instant noodles? Was she really that down-to-earth? Not that it mattered. Whatever she ate was definitely better than the school cafeteria food. Su Zhixi soon led An Jing to get a late-night snack, though it was more like she was leading him. In reality, the body controlled by Su Zhixi was hungry, and she wanted to fill her stomach. Outside the room, the bowl and spoon that the maid had broken earlier, along with the soup spilled all over the floor, had now been polished to a shine. The two descended the stairs. In the living room, Butler Wang looked at them with some surprise. She had originally thought that the young lady and her boyfriend had been so passionate earlier that something unsuitable for minors would inevitably happen. Although the second floor was unoccupied and the rooms were well soundproofed, she had also sent the extra servants back to the workers' quarters on the first floor. At that moment, besides herself, only one servant remained in the kitchen, still watching over the soup. She had been in the living room estimating the duration of their passion planning to have someone bring the nourishing soup to Su Zhixi when the time was right. She had been pondering how to deliver the soup to Su Zhixi after their intimate moment. First, because this soup was something Su Zhixi had to drink every night without fail. Second, Su Zhixi might be too tired afterward to drink it. But now less than 3 minutes had passed since Butler Wang left the second floor. Yet she saw the two of them coming downstairs, and her young lady seemed far from exhausted, let alone unable to walk. Her young lady appeared as if nothing had happened. Butler Wang sighed inwardly. How could the young lady have found a quick finisher? She quickly withdrew her thoughts and walked toward An Jing and Su Zhixi. Seeing that the two were about to leave again, she asked no questions. Since the servants had been sent to rest, she had to open the door herself. The two left the house, and Su Zhixi in a male body led An Jing toward a high-end restaurant within the estate. After a minute's walk, they arrived at the restaurant's entrance. An Jing in a female body kept a calm exterior, but marveled inwardly that money truly meant freedom, building a high-end restaurant within the estate. Along the way, he also noticed some adjacent structures nearby: a swimming pool, a golf course, a horse ranch, a plantation base. These were just what he could see. There were countless other buildings in the estate that remained hidden from his view. Entering the restaurant, An Jing swept his gaze around. The decor was understated yet exuded luxury, with soft shades of pink and light blue inside. It matched the style of Su Zhixi's bedroom. There were few people in the restaurant, only a handful, all of them chefs specially assigned to prepare meals for Su Zhixi. Each chef had their own specialties. Sometimes when Su Zhixi wanted a late-night snack, these chefs would have to work much later than others. But their salaries were in a league of their own. The two walked side by side to their seats. The chefs who had followed stopped at a distance. One of them, a plump middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader, addressed them respectfully. "Miss, what would Mr. like to eat?" They had heard not long ago that the young lady had suddenly gone out late at night and brought back a boy. Heaven knows how shocked they were when they learned this news. Usually the young lady showed no interest in boys, but tonight she had unexpectedly brought one home to spend the night. The young lady didn't bring him during the day, but specifically went out at night to fetch him. Now that they saw him, all the chefs were pleasantly surprised. This kid was truly handsome and refined with delicate features. He seemed even more handsome than celebrities. They knew that celebrities almost always wore makeup, but this person was clearly barefaced. No wonder he had captivated the young lady, leading her to make such an astonishing move. However, this boy seemed to have a bit of a poker face, almost identical to the young lad's expression. It could only be said that birds of a feather flocked together. Their expressions were so alike. As for why he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt in Jiangjing City in November, they were utterly puzzled. Although it wasn't freezing cold, dressing like that seemed somewhat disrespectful to November. In the end, they could only sigh. Youth is truly wonderful, full of vitality. Not afraid of the cold. If An Jing knew what they were thinking, he would surely complain. What else could he wear in the dorm? If it weren't for suddenly swapping bodies with Su Zhixi, and Su Zhixi not wanting to change clothes, would he have had to come out looking like this? An Jing in a female body felt at a loss when the chef asked what he wanted to eat. Although he had eaten many expensive dishes, he couldn't remember most of their names. The main issue was that this was his senior's body, and she had likely stuck to a set menu over the years. How was he supposed to know what she liked? If he ordered some dishes he barely remembered, and she didn't eat them or ate very little, wouldn't that be? So An Jing had a brainwave and smiling sweetly said to Su Zhixi in a male body, "What do you want to eat? Just order." Su Zhixi's mouth twitched, and then he rattled off with ease: 2 portions of thick-cut Japanese A5 Wagyu Bocuse seafood tower with foie gras and truffle sauce, French-style escargot niçoise salad, Nordic seafood chowder, galwa chicken with blue lobster, bluefin tuna. After Su Zhixi listed a long string of dishes, the chefs were thrilled. It was a chef's genuine excitement. Soon the chefs marveled inwardly that the young lad's boyfriend was truly not holding back. Come to think of it, didn't his way of ordering look just like the young lad's? The young lady and Mr. and were indeed a couple. They even ordered food like a perfect match. Soon the leading plump middle-aged chef along with the other cooks excitedly left their spots and began preparing the dishes. An Jing in female form had yet to snap out of her daze after Su Zhixi. She recited so many dish names. Some of them she recognized and had even eaten before. The A5 Wagyu from Sakura country is hailed as the Rolls-Royce of beef. This single dish would cost an ordinary person nearly 3 months' salary. The blue lobster from Gallic Rooster and the bluefin tuna. None of these were cheap. They were all pure wealth. These were just the dishes she knew of. Su Zhixi, she had listed what seemed like over 20 dishes. Most of them she had no memory of. For instance, when she mentioned something like Bocuse foie gras, An Jing was utterly baffled. The name was ridiculously long. How did senior sister manage to remember it? He might have eaten them perhaps not just once or twice. But he couldn't recall such lengthy dish names at all. If there were fewer it might be fine, but there were many with such convoluted names. An Jing in female form considered herself a decent student, at least in high school. By classmate standards, she was a top student. Yet she truly couldn't remember these names. Su Zhixi in male form watched the dazed An Jing and smiled knowingly. This smile, whether in her own body or his, was the first time she had ever smiled at another boy aside from her father. Su Zhixi didn't understand why she suddenly smiled. Seeing An Jing seemingly astonished by these luxurious dish names, that dazed expression was simply irresistible, even though it was her own face showing that look. An Jing noticed Su Zhixi's eyes smile and found it odd. Soon he understood. Senior sister, please don't smile so. Well, seductively okay. It's really strange for a guy to smile like that. Su Zhixi's eyes smile froze at his words, then quickly reverted to her usual stoic face. But I'm not actually a guy, though it's just that I'm in your body. Well, if you don't like me smiling, I won't. An Jing was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. Senior sister, that's not what I meant. It's not that I don't like you smiling. Actually, this is the first time I've seen you smile today, even if it's with my body. But it's still very beautiful. I could never learn to smile as charmingly as you. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, tapping her 5 fingers rhythmically on the table before abruptly stopping. It would be strange if you could learn. Oh, if you did, you might as well become a bottom. An Jing. Su Zhixi cleared her throat and continued, that plump leading chef used to be a state banquet chef. He's cooked Chinese food for a long time, so just make do with Western cuisine. An Jing's mouth twitched. Make do. Was that the right word to use here? Why did it sound like he was disdainful? An Jing had no idea that Su Zhixi thought he had never eaten Western food and was afraid he wouldn't be used to it. When she felt the growing hunger in An Jing's body, she subprojected that hunger onto him, thinking he was starving. So she wanted him to eat something to fill his stomach. Now she realized she had unknowingly forgotten that they had swapped bodies. It turned out all these sensations were her own. Thinking this way, she could have ordered Chinese food instead. After all, An Jing was using her body, and it wasn't long since she had finished dinner. Her body wasn't hungry. An Jing in female form didn't understand the girl's thoughts and laughed. Senior sister, these dishes are anything but making do. They're very extravagant. Su Zhixi frowned slightly. Was this considered extravagant? She thought it was just average. So his family wasn't well off after all. Su Zhixi shook her head. It's not extravagant. In terms of Chinese cuisine, it's just home cooking. An Jing. Sis, are you kidding me? He wasn't some naive fool. Home cooking. Forget the quantity, just look at the prices of these dishes. How is that related to home cooking? Su Zhixi paused, then asked Junior, do you often go hungry? Why does it feel like your stomach hasn't eaten in ages? An Jing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, he hadn't eaten today, it seemed. Last night was Saturday, and he pulled an all-nighter. After getting sleepy, he slept until 6 in the evening. Their dorm building was far from the cafeteria. His roommate went to the campus convenience store, and since he didn't want to move, he asked him to bring back some snacks. Now that he thought about it, he had only eaten 1 bread roll around 9 o'clock, when he made instant noodles. The problem was that he barely had a few bites of those noodles before he ended up in his senior sister's body. So An Jing nodded. I don't go hungry often, but I haven't eaten all day today. I only had a couple of bites of instant noodles before swapping with you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi, she seemed to feel a pang of deep feminine sorrow. Her heart ached. So pitiful. How could someone in the 21st century still not have enough to eat? But the image of An Jing determined to leave the mountains and improve his family's life gradually became vivid in her mind. Su Zhixi, she said solemnly, Junior, eat. Well, while you're with me, I won't let you go hungry anymore. An Jing looked oddly at Su Zhixi in male form, seeing a hint of pity on his own familiar face. Why does this feel so strange? He only pulled an all-nighter once a week on Saturdays. Had his senior sister misunderstood something? If he did this every day, his body couldn't handle it. He'd end up as skinny as a pole. An Jing snapped back to reality and replied with a smile, Senior sister, this is your body, so of course, I'll eat well. Oh, right, you now, I should eat well on your behalf. Su Zhixi, she shook her head. No, even if we swap back later, and it's not your body, you should still eat well. An Jing's mouth twitched. Why did this sound so familiar? It felt just like his mother urging him to eat and telling him to eat more. So as the dishes were gradually brought to the table, An Jing in female form, because this body wasn't very hungry, could only finish a third of the A5 wagyu before feeling full. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi, she was devouring her meal in big mouthfuls, truly proving with actions that she was helping An Jing eat well. An Jing watched Su Zhixi's eyes eating manner with a strange look. How to put it? There was a hint of a lattice graceful and slow elegance in her eating style. But only a hint. The rest was just big bites and big swallows stuffing food into her mouth. An Jing in female form tried hard to maintain a feminine ladle-like eating manner during the meal. Senior's sister, even though he was a guy, there was no need for her to go this far. He didn't even eat like that. People would think he hadn't eaten in ages. As Su Zhixi ate, she thought now that she was a guy she could finally experience that wolfing down feeling of a man eating. The few chefs sitting in the distance watching Su Zhixi in male form eat were all startled. Don't you think, mister? And seems like he hasn't eaten in a long time. Not really. I eat even more crazily than mister. Why care so much? Don't you think, mister? An's manner has a certain untamed charm. I think mister. An's eating style contrasts sharply with the young lattice. Couples this counts as complimenting each other. After the meal, Su Zhixi took An Jing for a walk around the estate to help him familiarize himself with the surroundings. Gazing at the sprawling, seemingly endless estate, An Jing smiled and asked, Senior, how many acres is your family's estate? Su Zhixi tapped her chin, pondering the size of the estate, then shook her head. I don't know either. Hearing this, An Jing's mouth twitched in disbelief. Who wouldn't know the size of their own home? Su Zhixi led An Jing along a well-maintained path in the estate, at the end of which lay several small alleys. Soon they entered an area surrounded by a profusion of flowers and plants. Junior, this is my family's garden. I usually enjoy coming here, Su Zhixi said. An Jing frowned slightly as he surveyed the garden she referred to. His only impression was its sheer vastness. It was less a garden and more a large-scale botanical cultivation base. Who had a garden of such magnitude? The variety of species was, needless to say, exceptionally comprehensive. The air in the garden was much fresher than elsewhere in the estate, permeated with the fragrance of flowers and plants. An Jing smiled and nodded, but soon realized he still didn't know her name. She probably knew his name from his roommates calling him, but he knew absolutely nothing about this senior. Well, that wasn't entirely true. After all, he was the second person to have understood her body. An Jing gave an awkward chuckle. Senior, what's your name? I still don't know it. Su Zhixi was taken aback, realizing she had indeed never told him her name. They hadn't even introduced themselves, as she had learned his name from his roommates. Su Zhixi in her male form clasped her hands behind her back as she walked slowly, speaking calmly. My name is Su Zhixi. I'm a sophomore majoring in economics and management. An Jing's mouth twitched as he watched Su Zhixi make a girlish gesture with his own body. The moment he heard her name, he was stunned. Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi. Wasn't this the so-called goddess his roommates always talked about? He had never paid much attention to it before. Even when his roommates found her photos on the campus forum and discussed them, An Jing was busy playing games. In his view, all the circulated photos had been heavily edited. He had seen plenty of beautiful girls from various age groups. Moreover, he had a crush on another girl at the time. It wasn't until today, when he saw her walking hand in hand intimately with a guy on campus, that he finally gave up. And though the guy's words seemed friendly, they were laced with sarcasm. Damn it, so what if he's rich? Just because his father has some dirty money. If my dad really wanted to make money, your old man wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe your father is secretly trying to curry favor with mine, without you even knowing. An Jing's father was the top official in Jiangjing City. What was money compared to power? With power, everything followed. It's just that his father was an upright man. An Jing subconsciously wanted to look at Su Zhixi's face, but all he saw was his own once familiar reflection. He recalled the stunning beauty he had seen in the bathroom mirror. An Jing couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was. What a mess. His roommate's goddess had swapped bodies with him. Still, she was undeniably beautiful, worthy of the title campus belle they bestowed upon her. But their first encounter was too awkward. He had run into his goddess with a guy, watched them walk away, and then cursed under his breath as he walked across campus. Recalling the guy's cutting words, he didn't even look where he was going, just kept swinging his hand through the air. He had imagined slapping that guy, but instead, he actually slapped someone. Only it was Su Zhixi. Noticing An Jing's prolonged silence, Su Zhixi turned to look at him, only to find him staring blankly at her. Su Zhixi pursed her lips. Why are you staring blankly at your own former face? What a narcissist. Soon she thought about her campus fame. Not everyone had seen her, as evidenced by An Jing, who had never seen her before. But her name was often mentioned. So was he stunned after learning her name. Tisk, what a peculiar reaction. No expression at all, just a blank stare. Su Zhixi waved her hand in front of An Jing's eyes and teased, what are you mesmerized by your own reflection? An Jing cleared his throat. Senior Su, I've heard so much about you. An Jing. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Your roommates called you by name. But it seems you've heard of me. An Jing laughed heartily. Senior Su, you have no idea how popular you are on campus. Oh. Su Zhixi suddenly became interested. How popular? Tell me. Well, let me think. An Jing pinched his chin, feigning thought. They say you're beautiful, academically excellent, a wealthy heiress, and very aloof like an iceberg. An Jing condensed his roommate's exaggerated praise of Su Zhixi. He couldn't vouch for her academic excellence, but being a wealthy heiress and beautiful were true. As for aloof, well, she did seem cold at first glance. Even now she spoke without any expression, like a stone-faced person. But at least she seemed easy to get along with. Hearing him summarize others' descriptions of her, Su Zhixi frowned slightly. She wanted to hear his personal opinion. Otherwise, why would she be interested in such familiar praise? Su Zhixi realized that guys were often straightforward and might not catch her hint. So she asked directly, "And what do you think, Junior? I want to hear your impression of me from this morning and your impression now." An Jing was taken aback, puzzled by her curiosity about his opinion. But he spoke objectively. "Senior Su, my impression of you this morning was that you were cold, but you're actually easy to get along with. After all, you've clearly grown up pampered and probably never been hit. You let me off so easily." Su Zhixi pursed her lips. It was only because he seemed sincere and it was an accident and he was somewhat handsome. Otherwise she wouldn't have let it go so easily. In an instant she recalled his comment about her growing up pampered. Did that mean he might not be well liked by his own family? One had to admire a girl's empathy and imagination. With just a few words from An Jing, she painted a picture of him as someone unloved by his family, perhaps even frequently beaten or scolded. Yet he still studied hard to give his family a good life in return for their upbringing. Regardless of whether his parents had raised him, at least they had given him life. In an instant Su Zhixi connected all her guesses about An Jing. This junior was clearly from a poor family that didn't like him, forced to work part-time to pay tuition, leaving him barely enough to stave off hunger. An Jing was about to continue sharing his subsequent impressions. He thought that since she was so curious about his opinion, he couldn't brush it off. But why was she looking at him with such pity? An Jing asked, puzzled. "Senior, are you okay? You're acting weird." Su Zhixi immediately dismissed her wild thoughts, understanding that people like him had strong self-esteem. She had seen older children supported by her family whose pride led them to say and do things she found distasteful. Though some were polite, An Jing wasn't young anymore. She didn't know if he was the type with strong self-esteem. Su Zhixi quickly shook her head. "Nothing. What about your current impression?" An Jing sighed inwardly. Why were girls always like this? They never revealed their worries. That look definitely meant something. But he was sure he hadn't said anything wrong because she showed no displeasure, though perhaps she was skilled at hiding her emotions. An Jing nodded and continued. "Now, Senior Su, I feel you're not really that aloof. You're easy to get along with. Even though I'm using your body now, I can sense you're kind to me." Very polite words. Honestly, An Jing felt nothing more than that she was beautiful. It was just that look she gave him, like he was an orphan, that bothered him. What the hell? He had parents. Su Zhixi nodded lightly. "Actually, I wasn't aloof before. I was quite warm-hearted." An Jing was momentarily stunned. Her words suggested she had experienced something in the past that made her seem so cold. He tactfully refrained from asking further, not wanting to touch on unpleasant memories. Looking up, he smiled warmly. "Senior, there are so many stars here." Su Zhixi was puzzled that he didn't ask why she had changed, but instead changed the subject. She looked up with him and frowned. "Junior, where are the stars?" An Jing. The moment Su Zhixi spoke, An Jing froze in place. Damn, he just blurted that out without thinking. Unbelievable. If only he had chosen a better excuse to change the subject. Like, that tree is so thick, or those flowers are so pretty. At least those actually existed in the garden. After a few seconds of silence, An Jing coughed. "I misread it. It wasn't in the sky. I just saw stars from exhaustion. I'm really tired now." Saying this, he sat down on a nearby marble bench, resting his elbow on the stone table and covering his forehead as he lowered his head. Su Zhixi was taken aback, watching him gasp for air. She sat beside An Jing and gently patted his back. "Your body isn't in great shape. You got dizzy just from walking this short distance." The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. To be honest, this body did feel tired. At least his feet were sore. But this wasn't his body. He retorted, "Senior, this is your body. It's clearly you who isn't fit. Why are you so worked up?" An Jing pouted. When a girl says a guy is unfit, who wouldn't react defensively? Not to mention you just said he was in good shape earlier. "Senior, it seems you're quite accustomed to my body. I'm not bad. I don't feel tired. So, Senior, you should exercise more. We've only been walking for half an hour, and you're already out of breath." Su Zhixi looked at him in confusion. Had half an hour really passed? But walking for half an hour only used to make her slightly tired, not gasping like this. So he was faking it. Su Zhixi didn't call him out, merely nodding calmly. "I haven't been exercising much lately. You can work out on my behalf. Don't worry, it'll help keep your figure in shape too." And Jing nodded. Even if she hadn't said it, he probably would have done it anyway. After all, a little pre-workout had become his habit. He could feel that if he walked much longer, he'd really be panting. After all, those 2 lumps were genuinely heavy. It was something he had never experienced before. And Jing smiled. Senior, what time do you usually sleep? Staying up this late now, won't it disrupt your routine? Su Zhixi pulled out her phone to check the time. I usually sleep before 10, though I do stay up sometimes. It's only a few minutes past now, so it's fine. And Jing admired her habit of early sleep. He could never manage to sleep that early. No wonder her skin was so good, beauty sleep really worked. If he went to bed earlier, would his skin be even better? And Jing asked Su Zhixi how late she stayed up on those occasions since it was his soul now. He couldn't help getting excited over games. Su Zhixi said calmly the latest is around 11:30. The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. That counted as staying up late. And Jing sighed. It seemed he couldn't play too late from now on. Ruining her body would be troublesome. Su Zhixi asked what's wrong. Why the sigh? Do you usually sleep very late? I play games in the evening. Su Zhixi nodded in understanding, recalling the open computer on his desk when they first swapped bodies. The screen had displayed a game interface. Even with hard study, one needed entertainment to relieve stress. She couldn't imagine the pressure Jing had grown up with in such an environment. There's a gaming room at home. You can play a bit, but you still need to sleep before 11:30. No staying up too late. And Jing's eyes lit up at the mention of a rich girl's gaming room. Su Zhixi tapped her chin and asked, by the way, Junior, what's your major? I'm studying computer science. Oh, I see. Then for any computer classes you miss, I can teach you again later. As soon as she said that, An Jing imagined finishing her classes only to come back and hear her recap his own courses, and his face fell. An Jing lifted his chin confidently. No need. My computer skills are pretty solid. I know what the university teaches. And I also know what it doesn't. Su Zhixi nodded, acknowledging that what he said was indeed true. University textbooks were still outdated. Times moved fast, but the materials remained unchanged. However, Su Zhixi was intrigued by his confidence. It was as if he had him a top student written on his forehead. Su Zhixi smiled. From what you're saying, Junior, you seem like a top student. Can you tell me your college entrance exam score? And Jing waved a hand. Why couldn't he? 697. Su Zhixi covered her gaping mouth with her palm. He was 10 points higher than her. Soon confusion set in. Although Jiangjing University's computer science program was quite good nationally, with that score, he could have gone to a much better school. Why did he choose Jiangda? She had stayed in Jiangjing City to study only because it was the city where her mother once lived. Which university she attended didn't matter, as her father had raised her as his heir since childhood. His management experience was far more authoritative than any schools. Su Zhixi voiced her confusion. And Jing replied indifferently, well, computer science is my hobby. They'll probably follow in my father's footsteps in the future, planting trees for later generations to enjoy. Su Zhixi's expression turned odd. His family background was poor, meaning his father had no notable achievements. How could he think of inheriting his father's career or being supported by him? Could it be that his father had something going on and his family wasn't as impoverished as she thought? Su Zhixi asked softly, Then what does your father do? And Jing thought about what his father did. The year before last, he was dealing with lake environmental issues in another city. He blurted out, Lake Taiguang in Jiangzhou City. My father handled its environmental cleanup the year before last. Then he remembered his father was recently working on developing a new commercial district to boost Jiangjing City's GDP, sending people to demolish old houses. He added, oh, and lately he's been tearing down houses. Su Zhixi nodded and muttered, sanitation worker and demolition worker. The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. No, he hadn't explicitly said what his father did. After all, telling her directly that his dad was the municipal party secretary would be too absurd. And her family was in business. Him being in contact with her daughter was sensitive. But couldn't she think of him as the head of those workers? Still, An Jing didn't plan to explain. Few people knew about this. Only a few top officials at Jiangdao were aware. At that moment, An Jing felt a bit at a loss. After all, if they didn't swap back for a long time, their growing closeness would inevitably be noticed. And Jing wondered what would happen if word got to his father. Honestly, he didn't want to go down that path right now. He was more interested in computer science. And Jing shook his head. Deal with it later. Take it one step at a time. Overthinking only brought worry. Su Zhixi, who had been watching him, was startled. His expressions shifted too obviously, from troubled to panicked, then to relief. Su Zhixi thought he believed she looked down on his family for being migrant workers, and quickly explained, Junior, I didn't mean it that way. And Jing looked up at her in confusion. What? It's just... Su Zhixi was at a loss for words. Never mind. If you don't think so, it's fine. And Jing. Her cryptic words left him baffled. Had he implied anything? Impossible, not at all. Su Zhixi asked again, and your mother? And Jing thought about it. The year before last, she had opened a flower shop in Jiangzhou City for leisure. When she followed his father to Jiangjing, the shop naturally closed. My mom used to run a flower shop, but it's closed now. My dad supports her. Su Zhixi frowned slightly. Her mother's entrepreneurial attempt had failed. Unconsciously, the image of An Jing striving to escape the mountains was firmly established. Not enough food part-time jobs disliked by family parents. One a failed entrepreneur, the other a common laborer. There might be even more bitterness, she didn't know. Su Zhixi felt it was inappropriate for someone as outstanding as An Jing to become a migrant worker after graduation like his father. Though the current job market was tough, with many graduates delivering food or working on construction sites and many highly educated people applying to her family's company, few succeeded. Thinking this, Su Zhixi suggested An Jing Jr., "Don't take your father's job after graduation. Come work at my company directly. I believe in your abilities." An Jing felt a surge of excitement. Ahem, that wasn't a bad idea. After all, computer science was his hobby. Turning a hobby into a job was quite appealing. Upon returning home, Su Zhixi led An Jing into the dedicated gaming room within the house. Inside, 8 computers were arranged in 2 neat rows of 4. Needless to say, the configurations were top tier in every aspect. All of them were housed in white panoramic cases, yet An Jing's attention was immediately drawn to the custom pink gaming chairs in front of each computer. The chairs and desks were integrated to form gaming pods. Su Zhixi and An Jing chose adjacent chairs, pulled back the armrests, and sat down. The chairs had specialized buttons to adjust the angle of the footrest and the reclining angle of the pod. Out of the corner of his eye, An Jing noticed that Su Zhixi seemed somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed the chair wasn't suited to her height. As Su Zhixi was about to get up to adjust the lumbar support and headrest height, An Jing swiftly left his seat and pressed her down. Su Zhixi looked at him in confusion, then watched as he skillfully adjusted the chair settings for her. Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. This was her gaming room, and all the chairs had been adjusted according to her original body. Now that she was in An Jing's male body, it was naturally uncomfortable. But how did An Jing know how to adjust them? Had he used such chairs before? An Jing asked, "Senior Su, are you comfortable now?" Su Zhixi snapped back to reality and nodded. Thank you." An Jing waved his hand and returned directly to his seat. It was just adjusting a chair after all. He felt it was only right to do so for her. The gaming pod could recline, so An Jing tilted his pod back to a 45-degree angle. Lying down like this while gaming was quite comfortable, and it wouldn't cause fatigue even after long hours. This kind of gaming chair was a must-have for lazy people. An Jing had a lower-end version at home, but the price of Su Zhixi's chair alone could easily buy several of his. As he lay back, An Jing's gaze fell upon the computer peripherals. This keyboard was the kind that even Yaoyang couldn't afford to smash. That guy probably broke who knows how many keyboards in a month. Yet this single keyboard cost tens of thousands. The gaming room had a display cabinet dedicated to various keyboards. With just one glance, he could tell that the keyboards inside were even more expensive than the one currently in use. From the computer's configuration to the peripherals, everything was top tier. This fully satisfied the needs of An Jing, an internet-addicted youth. He had loved gaming since childhood, and as he grew older gradually developed the desire to create games. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing beside her. "What games do you play?" An Jing smiled. "I play quite a lot. I've tried many PC and mobile games." Su Zhixi nodded upon hearing this. She hadn't expected him to be such a game enthusiast. She wasn't particularly fond of gaming herself. As for PC games, she only knew a little about League of Legends. An Jing continued, "What do you play, senior? Want to play together? I'm a bit bad at it." "That's fine. Games are about having fun, oh it doesn't matter." Seeing his repeated invitation, Su Zhixi gladly agreed. "Do you play League of Legends?" "Yes." The two then logged into their respective game accounts and added each other as friends. Su Zhixi was taken aback when she saw his account. They were both on the Ionia server, but their ranks were worlds apart. She was Iron while An Jing was Challenger. A hint of admiration appeared in Su Zhixi's eyes as she looked at him. Did she truly dislike gaming? The main reason was her own lack of skill. Su Zhixi felt she was usually quite smart except when it came to games. She wasn't very good at the popular mobile games in the country either. "You're amazing." Hearing these words tinged with admiration, An Jing's lips curled slightly, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon they started a match. Su Zhixi played as Yumi, while An Jing played as Twitch. During the game, An Jing finally understood what she meant by being a bit bad. This wasn't just a little. Her champion proficiency was quite mediocre. Fortunately, their opponent's bot lane duo wasn't very strong. An Jing gained an advantage through his solid skills. Every time he scored a kill, Su Zhixi would become his little fangirl and praise him. She provided ample emotional value. An Jing felt a bit elated. Then before they even reached level 6 to unlock their ultimate abilities, all 5 opponents came to dive them under the tower. Both died under the turret, and An Jing's lips twitched. Seriously, is this even playable? With so many people ill, just die for you. After the game ended, Su Zhixi felt the urge to use the restroom. She looked at An Jing, hesitated, and spoke awkwardly. Junior. Seeing her stammering, An Jing thought she was worried he might think she played poorly. Although they had won, the process had been somewhat difficult. As everyone knew, in a duo lane the support's role was greater than the ADC's. A top-tier support paired with a decent ADC could play very comfortably. But a top-tier ADC with a support who couldn't play was pure torture. However, the person he was playing with was the beautiful Senior Su. Not to mention the emotional value she provided. An Jing smiled. What's wrong, Senior? You played pretty well. Su Zhixi was taken aback. She knew her own abilities well. Su Zhixi shook her head. No, I just need to use the restroom. As soon as she said it, An Jing put a hand to his forehead. Seriously, Senior, if you need to go, just go. Did she have to stammer for so long just to say that? An Jing glanced at the bathroom inside the gaming room and gave Su Zhixi a slight smile. I need to go too. You go first. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Zhixi's male body face flushed bright red. She discreetly gripped the cushion beneath her, averted her gaze, and turned her head away. Well, how does a boy go to the bathroom? An Jing immediately understood. He cleared his throat and briefly explained. He watched with interest as Su Zhixi listened intently, her face full of shyness. Senior was so easily embarrassed. After understanding, Su Zhixi quickly got up and scurried away. An Jing watched her flustered, retreating figure and smirked. He didn't mind at all. After all, he had just recently switched bodies and had already gained some benefits. Inside the bathroom, Su Zhixi, her face still red, hesitated for a moment longer. Unable to hold it in any longer, she took a deep breath and finally used the restroom. It was worth noting that Su Zhixi still retained her habits from when she was a girl. An Jing sat on the chair, puzzled as to why Su Zhixi had not emerged from the bathroom for so long. Could the senior sister still be struggling with shyness? He shrugged. The urge to urinate in this body was not urgent. Waiting a while was fine, so he idly played with his phone. In the dormitory group chat, scrolling through the historical messages from his roommates, An Jing gained a rough understanding of what had transpired after the body swap. Things like Wang Wei cleaning up the spilled iced tea he had knocked over, finishing the leftover instant noodles, and the roommates covering for him during a dormitory inspection. The last message in the chat was a roommate asking why An Jing hadn't returned to the dorm. An Jing promptly typed a reply telling them he would apply for off-campus residency tomorrow and wouldn't be living at school for the time being. The roommates then began pressing him for the reason. An Jing shook his head, looking at his own body. How could he tell them? He'd probably scare them to death. As a pampered heiress, Su Zhixi would never stay in his shabby dormitory, let alone a male one. Even the mere thought of her using the bathroom made her unbearably shy. This was simply unimaginable. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling stirred within An Jing. If he remembered correctly, Fang Yu had been in the shower at the time. After showering, they would usually come out wearing only boxers, putting on the rest of their clothes afterward. Even if he hadn't seen it, Lily usually went straight to bed naked after showering. During casual chats, he would be bare-chested. An Jing continued chatting in the dormitory group until Su Zhixi finally came out of the bathroom. An Jing left the chair and headed toward the bathroom. Su Zhixi blocked his way, biting her lip as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. An Jing asked softly, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Su Zhixi avoided his gaze. "Nothing, it's just. Do you know how girls use the toilet?" "You never asked me." An Jing raised an eyebrow. What was there not to know? Boys stand, girls squat. But at that moment he wanted to hear what she would say. So he feigned a sudden realization and asked with mock confusion, "Oh, look at my memory. Go on, senior sister, tell me." Su Zhixi studied her former body. The fitted camisole top accentuated her generous assets, just covering her abdomen, leaving her long legs fully exposed beneath. The overcoat gave her a mature, alluring look. This wasn't an unfamiliar style for Su Zhixi. She had worn such outfits countless times. In summer she mostly wore dresses, and in autumn and winter coats. Using this male body, Su Zhixi spoke in a tiny voice. "Girls do it differently than you said. No need to hold it." And Jing felt a strange sensation, hearing his own former body speak, without any masculine boldness, its voice instead filled with shyness. "Well, senior sister wasn't a guy. That made sense." Su Zhixi paused, then added, "You also need to shake it off after." "Oh, shake it while holding it." As he said this, the blush that had been fading from Su Zhixi's face became visibly red again. No need to hold. Just squat." And Jing nodded, deciding not to tease her further. "Got it. He'll go now. Su Zhixi watched his retreating figure heading to the bathroom and let out a heavy sigh. He had been showering when they swapped bodies, so Su Zhixi knew he must have seen and touched her body. After all, one needs to dry off after a shower. Despite this, Su Zhixi couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. Not to mention the fact that she would need to wipe with paper after using the toilet. That was essentially contact, wasn't it? Inside the bathroom, after finishing, An Jing thought about just standing up and pulling up his pants. Suddenly, he remembered how back in school, he would always see female classmates bringing toilet paper when they went to the restroom between classes. He recalled a girl asking why guys didn't bring paper for a quick pee, saying that they always used it whether it was number 1 or number 2. And Jing and the other guys were stumped. Why? There was no why, they just never brought any. Thinking of this, and Jing looked at the toilet paper roll in the bathroom. He wondered why Su Zhixi hadn't reminded him about this. Instead, she had only mentioned things he obviously knew. Little did he know Su Zhixi thought this was common knowledge. Who goes to the bathroom without bringing paper? And Jing walked out of the bathroom and headed straight for his seat. After sitting down, Su Zhixi looked at him and said softly, "Junior, you play. I'm going to bed first." And Jing checked the time. At most, he had time for one more game before Su Zhixi's designated bedtime. He shook his head, exited the game, stood up, and stretched. Not playing. He'll do some exercise and then hit the sack. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Zhixi's mouth. It seemed he had really taken her words to heart. And Jing raised an eyebrow at her smile. This was only the second time had seen her smile today. Not bad. So much for the Ice Queen campus belle. She was still human, and humans have emotions and desires. Not to mention the compliments she had showered him with while gaming. The only downside was that it wasn't her own voice saying them. That would have been even better. Su Zhixi acknowledged him, and they walked side by side. Su Zhixi suddenly remembered something, and said calmly, "Junior, I haven't had my beauty soup today. You drink it for me." And Jing's interest was piqued at the prospect of tasting the soup, and he readily agreed. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Seeing his agreement, Su Zhixi led him to the kitchen. Spotting a maid still in the kitchen, Su Zhixi said, "You can leave. We'll handle it ourselves." The maid glanced at them, nodded respectfully, and departed. Su Zhixi took out a bowl, went to a small pot, ladled some soup, and handed it to An Jing. It was a stew of peach gum, snow lotus seeds, and white fungus. An Jing looked at the slightly yellow soup. He could recognize the ingredients. It shouldn't taste bad, so he scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. Sweet, but not cloying, it was quite good. Su Zhixi then filled another bowl for herself and began to drink. "Is it good? Not bad. Do you drink this every day?" "Of course not. It's different every day. This one is for beauty and fading spots. There's also one for whitening and anti-aging, enriching blood, brightening skin, nourishing hair. There are quite a few. Drinking just this one would get boring." Fancy. Little did An Jing know Su Zhixi would later use the excuse of beauty to make him drink all sorts of things. They left the kitchen and walked up the stairs together to the second-floor lounge. An Jing escorted Su Zhixi to her bedroom door and said with a casual smile, "Senior sister, I haven't showered yet." The faint smile on Su Zhixi's face vanished instantly. After a moment of stunned silence, she asked incredulously, "What? You haven't showered? You? Are you telling me I need to take a shower?" Well, did you shower yesterday?" An Jing nodded with a smile. "I did. Missing one day is fine." Su Zhixi bit her lip, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. What did he mean by fine? Either he should have just not told her. Let her believe he had already showered. But now that had mentioned it, how could she pretend otherwise? Who goes to bed without showering? And now she was using a male body, sleeping in her own bedroom. After a moment of inner conflict, Su Zhixi blushed and whispered, It's fine. I'm changing the sheets tomorrow anyway. You can shower tomorrow." And Jing agreed without changing his expression. "Whatever you say. After all, you're using my body now. Whatever you do, I won't know unless you tell me." At his words, Su Zhixi's face turned even redder. And Jing looked at his former face and smirked. Damn it. If only they hadn't swapped bodies, then it would be Senior Sister's face blushing right now. He bet Senior Sister's cold face, tinged with red, would look adorable. How infuriating. Su Zhixi quickly shook her head and waved both hands. "Don't talk nonsense. I won't do anything inappropriate. As for you, I still don't know what you've done to my body." And Jing shrugged and spread his hands. "Senior Sister, don't you have to dry off after a shower?" Su Zhixi. What the heck? She knew that already. Why did he have to spell it out? A thought struck Su Zhixi and she asked softly. "I remember I had only been in the bath for a few minutes, just soaking." "You? Were you not answering the phone for a while, because you were washing my body?" And Jing replied with a straight face, mixing truth with lies. "I was still in shock at the time. I didn't answer the phone for about a minute. You were drying off and putting on the bathrobe, right? And then we video called and you taught me how to get dressed. So, when would I have had time to wash your body?" Su Zhixi frowned, slightly pondering. That was true. You're right. And Jing didn't mention the little perks he had given himself, then smiled lightly. "Senior Sister, you shower every day, right?" Every day. You said you only soaked for a few minutes and I didn't wash you. So should I help you wash up now?" Su Zhixi. And Jing and Su Zhixi stood face to face in front of the bedroom door. The moment An Jing spoke, the atmosphere became subtly tense. An Jing's face remained calm, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he gazed steadily at Su Zhixi. To be honest, An Jing felt an odd sensation seeing his former body blushing. In 18 years the number of times he had blushed could be counted on one hand. Yet today this very body had flushed countless times. Time ticked by. Seeing Su Zhixi merely biting her lip, her face red and silent, a conflicted expression flickering across her features, An Jing raised an eyebrow. Senior, we don't know when we'll switch back. We can't just avoid bathing forever, can we? Before he could finish, Su Zhixi quickly interjected. No, we can't skip bathing. She couldn't bear the thought of her body going unwashed for days. And it might not be just a few days. If they never switch back then. An Jing chuckled lightly. Senior, during our video call earlier you seemed to adapt quite quickly. What's wrong now? Su Zhixi pursed her lips. Though he deliberately left the sentence unfinished, she understood his implication. How could that be the same? Back then she hadn't imagined she would come into intimate contact with a male body. As for him touching hers, why should she be embarrassed if he didn't mention it? Ignorance was bliss. Su Zhixi took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Forget today. They'll help you bathe tomorrow. As for you, didn't you say you wanted to exercise? Do as you see fit. With that she dashed into the bedroom before An Jing could react. An Jing raised an eyebrow. Her words clearly indicated she had no objection to him bathing. Moreover, he had mentioned helping her train this body. Exercise inevitably leads to sweat. An Jing went to the room Su Zhixi had arranged for him and began working out. However, he exercised using a male's regimen and tired quickly, a faint sheen of fragrant sweat appearing on his skin. An Jing stopped and sat cross-legged on the yoga mat. Looking at the thin layer of sweat on his slender arms, he raised an arm and sniffed. There was no unpleasant odor, only a stronger hint of fragrance. He then lowered his head. The fitted camisole didn't cover the skin around his collarbone, where slightly larger beads of sweat slowly trickled down. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the bedroom door. An Jing immediately rose from the mat and walked barefoot to open it. There stood Su Zhixi holding a pile of toiletries. She was startled to see An Jing's flushed complexion and light sweat, evidence of his recent workout. He was only wearing a fitted camisole and underwear. The sight of her own firm chest and slender legs left Su Zhixi dazed and mesmerized. She had never thought much of her own body before, but seeing it from another's perspective stirred an inexplicable flutter in her heart. As expected of her, she was truly beautiful. After a moment, Su Zhixi averted her gaze, looking down at the items in her arms. Besides her own toiletries, she noticed a pair of fair, delicate feet standing on the floor. Su Zhixi stared at her former feet, transfixed. So beautiful. Noticing her gaze, An Jing looked down and instinctively curled his toes. Su Zhix's eyes lit up. No wonder in dramas and novels seeing beautiful feet could make one's heart race. She had never experienced it before, but now the scene was right before her eyes. She was captivated by her own feet. Thinking this, she recalled how she had been mesmerized by her own body not long ago. Well, it wasn't so strange after all. If she were a man, she would definitely want to marry a beauty like herself. But now at least physically he was a man. So, did she want to marry herself? That wasn't impossible. Better herself than someone else, right? An Jing's mouth twitched. Seeing Su Zhixi still staring, he coughed and extended his hand. Senior, give me the things. Su Zhixi snapped out of her daze and clumsily shoved everything into his arms. An Jing took them without thinking, but he couldn't hold so many items at once. Several bottles of toiletries fell to the floor. Fortunately, An Jing reacted quickly and dodged. Otherwise, one bottle would have hit his foot. Even in his former body, such a blow would have hurt. Now with a girl's delicate body and tender feet, it would be even worse. The clatter of the bottles fully brought Su Zhixi back to reality. Su Zhixi felt a wave of embarrassment. Damn, I was too busy ogling. She quickly crouched down to pick up the fallen items. After gathering them, she followed An Jing into the bathroom to arrange everything. She asked, don't rush to bathe yet. He'll have the butler send over some rose petals. With that, Su Zhixi pulled out her phone and tapped away. An Jing raised an eyebrow. Fancy. After finishing on her phone, she left the room. When An Jing opened the door again, Su Zhixi entered with an apricot-colored nightgown and a set of changed clothes. Changing underwear was understandable, but the outer clothes hadn't been worn for long. Just as this thought crossed his mind, An Jing remembered Su Zhix's wardrobe, which rivaled a department store. Well, no problem. It would be a waste not to wear all those clothes. She could change several outfits a day without repeating. The outerwear Su Zhixi brought was still a coat, a top, and pants, just in different colors. An Jing blurted out, Senior, don't you wear skirts? Su Zhixi paused, looked him up and down, and a slight smile curled her lips. You want to wear one? An Jing remained expressionless. Not really, just curious, purely curious. Yeah, right. With so many clothes and women's wear offering far more styles than men's, how could he not want to try them all? He had once played a martial arts game. He quickly grew bored with the PV and PvP modes. But the game had nice outfits. And he happened to play a female character. Naturally, he couldn't control his wallet. He turned the martial arts game into a dress-up game. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Curiosity means you want to wear it. Anyway, you're using my body now. If you don't wear it, no one will. I can't exactly go out in women's clothes with this body, can I? An Jing sniffed. Not necessarily. Coats, for instance, looked fine on women. They had more styles and colors than men's wear, which was mostly black, white, or gray. But she was talking about skirts. An Jing waved his hand. No way. If I wear a skirt out, it'll become a cross-dresser. An Jing suddenly remembered it was October. Almost forgot the season. It's too cold for skirts now. My hands and legs would be freezing all day. Su Zhixi rubbed her forehead. You don't have to wear just a skirt. You can pair it with a jacket on top and wear fleece-lined tights on your legs. You won't be cold. An Jing realized his oversight. She had a point. He had forgotten about that, only thinking of how girls wore skirts in summer. Fleece-lined tights. They were supposedly quite warm. Trying them wouldn't hurt. So I'm going to wear a skirt. Soon Su Zhixi directly took An Jing to the walk-in closet in her bedroom to pick out clothes. In the end, An Jing chose a white knitted long dress and a white coat. After selecting the clothes, Su Zhixi immediately led An Jing to the shoe storage room. When Su Zhixi took out a pair of white mid-calf boots, a troubled expression appeared on An Jing's face. For one simple reason, the boots had heels. How could he, a boy who had never worn high heels, adapt to such footwear? Even though the heel was only slightly higher than ordinary shoes. An Jing gave an awkward smile. Senior, forget the shoes. The white sneakers I wore before were pretty good. Su Zhixi looked at him as if he were some strange creature. Do you think the clothes you chose match those shoes? An Jing was speechless. Indeed, it seemed a bit mismatched. But was it really that bad? Su Zhixi directly took the boots and pulled An Jing by the arm toward the door. Don't worry, they're no different from regular shoes. An Jing bit his lip and nodded with an mm. Then suddenly remembered that she hadn't picked up nude leg warmers yet. An Jing reminded her, and Su Zhixi led him back into the clothing storage room. They arrived at the two marble tables. Under one table, a drawer held underwear, while the drawer on the opposite side contained socks, and the like. Su Zhixi was about to squat down to open the drawer when she realized An Jing was still standing beside her, and immediately straightened up. This outfit is warm enough. There's no need for nude leg warmers yet. I don't usually wear them on days like this, and I don't feel cold. An Jing immediately caught the fleeting embarrassment that flashed across Su Zixi's face. He suddenly thought of the various special styles of underwear in the drawer under the other table. Connecting the dots, An Jing had a sudden epiphany. Could it be that drawer contained some special socks? No, how special could they be? Aside from nude leg warmer, socks were just various styles of stockings. That was perfectly normal. It couldn't be open crotch stockings or something like that, could it? Hiss. Was it that exciting? Thinking this, An Jing became more convinced. After all, only that kind of thing would be too shameful to show right. An Jing felt a thrill at discovering Su Zixi's little secret. Special underwear, special stockings. Senior, you wouldn't want. An Jing quickly snapped himself out of his wild thoughts and let out an mm. The slightly perverse expression that had unconsciously crept onto his face was fully caught by Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi was somewhat puzzled. There was nothing in those drawers besides nude leg warmers, cotton socks, and stockings. Her embarrassment was merely about the stockings themselves. All the styles were perfectly normal and wearable in public. But Su Zhixi had only collected them, never worn them. She could choose not to wear them, but that didn't mean she couldn't own them. After all, An Jing was still a boy. Being seen by a boy naturally made her a bit shy. Su Zhixi walked over to the other marble table. The drawer on the other side was perfectly normal. It contained just some scarves and silk neckerchiefs. One side of both marble table drawers held things she was embarrassed about. Su Zhixi squatted down and took out a white scarf. Looking at this all-white outfit, An Jing seemed to remember something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. An Jing had seen the photos of Su Zhixi circulating on the school forum today. In them, Su Zhixi always wore light-colored clothes. Not only the clothes were light-colored, but even her was white. An Jing and Su Zhixi each took some clothes and left the walk-in closet. Meanwhile, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. An Jing opened the door to see a maid carrying a basket of rose petals. The maid said respectfully, "Miss, I've brought the fresh rose petals you requested." As she finished speaking, the maid noticed Su Zhixi in male form, standing behind An Jing. The maid was startled. The young lady actually let him into her room. Their relationship must be extraordinary. Only the maids for cleaning and her close female friends could enter the young lattice room. For a boy to enter, how intimate was that? After all, a woman's private chamber was not accessible to just anyone. Soon the maid noticed the women's clothes in Su Zixi's hands. A room, clothes, and a bath. Could it be that he was going to help the young lady bathe and change? The young lady and Mr. and were already so open with each other. The maid smiled knowingly and promptly handed the basket of flowers to Su Zhixi. Mr. and please go ahead. Su Zhixi took the basket, and the maid slowly walked away. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi confused. What did she mean? Go ahead with what? Su Zhixi lowered his head to look at the rose petals in the basket. You scatter the petals after getting into the bath. So, wait, no. An Jing pieced together the maid's and Su Zhixi's words and understood. Senior, you mean you used to have someone specially scatter petals for you after you got into the bathtub? Su Zhixi nodded with an mm. An Jing raised an eyebrow and chuckled. So senior, are you going to do it? Su Zhixi bit her lip. This is my body. Even if I look while scattering petals, it's fine. That's true, but when you take a bath. Before An Jing could finish, Su Zhixi immediately understood and quickly interjected. You can't watch. You're using my body to watch a bath. That's not allowed. Then why can you use my body to look at your own body, eh? There's no why, it's just not allowed. An Jing twitched the corner of his mouth and shrugged helplessly. He didn't really mind either way. If he looked, he looked. It wasn't his body anyway. Besides, she would be using his male body to scatter petals. He couldn't very well close his eyes while bathing, could he? So she would use his body to scatter petals and look, and he would watch while bathing. Either way, body or soul, he wasn't losing out. Then Su Zhixi and An Jing left the bedroom. As they walked toward An Jing's room, they were noticed by a maid walking on the first floor. In the bathroom, An Jing lay completely naked in the bathtub, his slender arms resting casually on the edges on either side. Su Zhixi stood nearby holding a flower basket, unable to tear her gaze away from the body that was once her own. Although Su Zhixi had occasionally admired her own graceful figure while bathing before, now, as an outsider viewing it from this angle, it held a unique charm. Gradually she found herself spellbound, wondering if this could be considered narcissism. Well, with such assets, a little self-admiration was forgivable. Soon Su Zhixi sensed something stirring within this body. She marveled again at its youthful vitality, recalling how her former self would never have reacted this way. An Jing, soaking in the tub, was completely oblivious to Su Zhixi's peculiar gaze, adopting an air of expecting to be attended to. He sighed at the perks of being a wealthy young lady. Imagine having someone specially to bathe you. He wondered if the senior student had servants to scrub her down like the ancient noble ladies in TV dramas. The thought barely arose before An Jing dismissed it, remembering that when he and Su Zhixi swapped bodies, there was no one else in the bathroom. An Jing pushed aside such concerns. Bathing was always the most comforting part of the day, washing away fatigue. Though this body felt no weariness, the warm water was soothing and cozy. Lying in it, a pleasant warmth enveloped him, stirring drowsiness. He closed his eyes, a look of contentment spreading across his face. What comforted him most was the absence of undergarments, especially the bra, which made his breathing feel much smoother. As his body warmed, An Jing submerged his cool arms into the water. With eyes shut, he soon noticed that Su Zhixi hadn't added rose petals. He had been soaking for minutes, but caught no faint scent of roses nearby. Opening his eyes, An Jing turned to look at Su Zhixi and froze. Her face was tinged with a faint blush, and her breathing was slightly rapid. Quickly, he noticed the style of his former self. A sense of foreboding rose within him. If he were still in control of his own body, setting aside whether the senior student would let him scatter petals for a glimpse of the view, even if she gave the chance, his reaction would likely be no different from hers now. But he could restrain himself. He had no idea if Su Zhixi could. After all, she was a first-time male, and with the precedent of her taking advantage of his former body in the room, An Jing felt a certain chill in a certain place. Wait, he was a girl now. So it wasn't just that one spot. An Jing couldn't imagine being female, and after 18 years as a male, the thought was unbearable. His face flushed, whether from the hot water or embarrassment, a vivid red. He couldn't help but cross his arms over his chest like a girl, sinking as low as possible into the water to hide. But the tub, no matter how large, was no match for Su Zhixi's height. How could it fully conceal him? To Su Zhixi, An Jing's pose was uniquely alluring. That delicate, tempting look, half hidden, yet most captivating. Sensing Su Zhixi's gaze growing more intense, An Jing, who had inexplicably been unable to speak, now shouted, "Senior, can you stop being lovesick over yourself?" This sharp yet still pleasant voice snapped Su Zhixi back to reality. She coughed in embarrassment. How mortifying. Caught again by her junior acting infatuated with herself. Moreover, she had just felt she actually wanted to him right there in the bathroom. Herself. Su Zhixi stood beside An Jing, slowly scattering a layer of rose petals over the water. A rich floral scent filled An Jing's nostrils as she finished. An Jing muttered dismissively, "That's enough, senior, you can go now. Get some sleep." Su Zhixi shook her head. "It's your first time bathing like this. You're probably not used to it. I hear guys shower fast and carelessly. I'm afraid you won't get clean. Let me guide you. An Jing's lips twitched at her earnest demeanor. Not sis, he really felt chilly. With you here there's zero sense of safety. An Jing bit his lip lightly. Senior, don't worry, I won't. Junior, what can you do even if I stay? Su Zhixi set the empty basket on the floor, crossing her arms. What's wrong with supervising my own body getting clean and fragrant? Hearing this, An Jing's face darkened, and his arms instinctively gripped the skin near his ribs. He was truly out of options. If a guy said that, you'd call the cops on the spot, right? But though she was in his body, her soul was female. If they were in their original bodies in this scenario, jail would be inevitable. Yet reality was Su Zhixi using his body blatantly and sanctimoniously taking advantage. He couldn't report Su Zhixi and send her to jail, could he? But that was his body. How could he send himself to jail? Ridiculous. She was using his own body to brazenly do this. No solution, absolutely none. If it were just looking fine. But recalling Su Zhixi's earlier gaze, An Jing felt a cold sweat down his back. The idea that one couldn't fall in love with oneself was nonsense. Here was a living example right before him. He felt helpless for the first time. Damn, he never thought as a man had ever feared the possibility of being. He initially thought he was winning whether in body or soul. But now he was the girl. And she had just. Even if he and Su Zhixi started dating if she wanted to. An Jing would rather his body endure. Even if issues arose, it didn't matter. Compared to being a girl and getting head, rather if they ever swapped back, find a Chinese medicine practitioner for herbal remedies. Little did An Jing know how reluctant he was now and how obedient had become later under Su Zhixi's endless coaxing. A trace of fear crept into An Jing's voice as he confessed honestly, to be frank, senior sister, I'm scared right now. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, puzzled. Scared? What's there to be scared of? Oh, don't tell me you're also afraid of ghosts. Junior, let me tell you, I dozed off in the bathtub for just a little while today. Then I felt someone tap my shoulder, but no one could possibly enter my bedroom. I immediately thought it might be a ghost, and woke up with a start only to open my eyes in this unfamiliar place. And on top of that, it smells so bad. So it seems there are no ghosts in the world after all. Don't be scared. Besides, I'm here with you now. And Jing was dumbfounded. Not sis, what did her fear of ghosts have to do with him? Who asked you? Who cares if you're scared or not? And him being afraid of ghosts. Even if ghosts were real, he'd rather face a deadly ghost than suffer a sore rear end. And Jing pursed his lips and glanced toward the bathroom door. Senior sister, don't say that. Just go out now. I'm scared of you, truly scared of what you might do to your own body. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Zhixi immediately understood what he meant. She frowned and said coldly, Junior, how can you still be daydreaming with your eyes wide open? Do you think I'd let you off easy? Don't be ridiculous. After all, you're using my body right now. How could I possibly tarnish my own virtue? Do you take me for Xiao Huijun? Besides, it's your own body that's reacting. What does that have to do with me? And Jing was speechless. He felt that senior sister was talking too much. He preferred her aloof and taciturn self. The more she spoke now, the more uneasy he became. And how was it none of her business? It wasn't him who was the guy now. He admitted that if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to resist like Su Zhixi. But still, his first instinct would be to turn away in embarrassment. Even if he were to scatter petals, he could close his eyes. Not like you staring straight without even blinking. If your gaze were just a bit more normal, he might believe you. But your eyes practically want to latch onto him. Those two eyes seem to be screaming, I want you just like Deng Chao. And Jing thought this to himself, but quickly nodded and said, right, senior sister is absolutely right. Su Zhixi sensed something off in his tone. Her heart wavered. She admitted that she was a bit drawn to her former body. What could she do? She was born so beautiful with skin so supple. Even she couldn't resist. Not to mention the influence of her best friend Xiao. That girl had gotten a boyfriend, fine. But she never stopped showing off. That would be tolerable. After getting engaged early and tying the knot, she kept sharing stories about her fiancé. What was that about? Described so vividly, it's a shame she didn't write erotica. However, since they were close friends, they had to have at least one thing in common. What that was, the answer was obvious. But Su Zhixi wasn't as bold as Xiao. And Xiao loved her friend's half-innocent, half-experienced demeanor. The things she said Su Zhixi could understand. And when she explained what Su Zhixi didn't get, her friend's shy reaction was a great source of amusement for Xiao. After a few seconds of silence, Su Zhixi finally spoke calmly, her face serious as she frowned and questioned, And Jing Jr., you don't believe what I'm saying? And Jing rubbed his arm as he replied, I believe, of course I do. Senior sister, in the eyes of your little fans, you're incredibly pure. Cold, aloof, outstanding from a distinguished family. An unattainable, lofty flower. Su Zhixi didn't know why, but his words made her feel oddly uneasy. Indescribable, inexplicable beyond words. She had heard all this before. She couldn't care less about what others thought of her. In her eyes, those people were just common NPCs. Oh, I see. Su Zhixi tapped her chin with a finger and nodded, feigning ignorance. And what do you think, Junior? An Jing's mouth twitched and his hand rubbing the other arm froze. Senior sister, you've asked me that before. I told you you're not quite like the rumors. Aside from your family background and academics, which are beyond doubt, you're definitely not that cold. Cold? An iceberg? What kind of eyes do you people have? Are they stuck on in the dog, or are you blind? Su Zhixi nodded in agreement. She wasn't cold at all. Being aloof with others just depended on the person. Who wouldn't be distant with strangers? If it were a cute little kid, fine, but they weren't kids. Why be so warm to strangers? Got nothing better to do. Thinking this, Su Zhixi looked at An Jing. He was different. Some people confessed their love the moment they met, saying they liked her. She wanted to crack open their heads and see what was inside. Was it just mush? Seriously, she didn't even know them. Even if she did, why reveal your needs so quickly? Others, though less forward. Their eyes practically wrote out their thoughts. An Jing was different. He slapped her. Unforgettable. And his words and gaze never made her uncomfortable. Today's interaction felt pretty good. Even if he might be hiding it, well, as long as he didn't show it early on, it was fine. But now she couldn't see how he as a man would interact with her. After he took over her body, whether she stared straight at him or couldn't help touching. An Jing always acted shy. She knew her waist was. If it were her, she'd also go weak in the knees like An Jing. The fact that he asked her to leave the bathroom showed they were similar. Tisk An Jing adapted quickly. So fast to protect his privacy. But he was still too soft, wasn't he? If it were her, she wouldn't let him off so easily. Sending him to jail would be the least. Realizing this, Su Zhixi immediately understood something. She glanced at An Jing again, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. So it was about jail? Right, it was his own body after all. How could he send himself in? Still, Junior was too weak. If you were firmer and insisted a bit more, wouldn't she leave? Well, maybe perhaps she might. Su Zhixi sighed, regretting not teasing him longer. Hearing the sigh, An Jing looked at her puzzled. Senior sister, what's wrong? Something on your mind? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi's lips curved slightly. No, I was sighing because you don't know how to wash. She briefly explained the key points to him. This won't be shown here. Just after speaking, she narrowed her eyes. Junior, you're being a bit dishonest. You're taking advantage for yourself, aren't you? Tisk, that act of yours just now wasn't honest. And Jing's heart skipped a beat. Yes, he admitted it. Damn. Slip-up had been found out. He shouldn't have aimed for this, he should have aimed for. That way she wouldn't see what he was doing. And Jing remained expressionless, not blushing or racing heart. Oh, good thing you're here, senior sister. As a guy, I really didn't know about this. What you saw was me washing carefully. I'm different from most guys. I wash very thoroughly. Su Zhixi pursed her lips, not believing a word. But she couldn't be bothered to call him out. She'd just get her own perks, like feeling his abs. Su Zhixi hummed in acknowledgement, quietly watching An Jing. Under her intense gaze, he dared not make any sneaky moves. He could only follow her instructions. Soon he began scrubbing his back legs and so on. He marveled at the smoothness of her skin. When Su Zhixi saw that he was almost done and about to move lower, she quickly spoke up. Junior, wait. Don't soak in the tub. Stand up and use the shower. An Jing quickly heard her explanation and nodded grateful. She called out in time. Then An Jing stood up and walked toward the shower area. Su Zhixi hurried over. Let me adjust the temperature. Warm water will do. Okay. Su Zhixi tested the water temperature, then held the shower head and bent her knees slightly. Come on, like this. Su Zhixi then explained the reason to help An Jing be independent in the future. An Jing glanced at her and nodded. Truly beautiful. Ahem. He just watched quietly, doing nothing until she spoke, waiting for her next instruction. Su Zhixi was about to tell him the method when she stopped herself. She wanted to tease him now. Who told him to take advantage so openly? Her favors weren't so easily earned. Normally nothing would happen. But Su Zhixi didn't want it to be just normal. Seeing that she hadn't started the next step, An Jing looked at her. Meeting his gaze, Su Zhixi immediately said, I'll do it myself next. An Jing was incredulous. What? I'll do it. Just talking won't make you learn. Without waiting for An Jing's response, Su Zhixi held the watering can vertically upward. Junior, you see, the watering can shouldn't be held like this, or it's easy to. It should be like this. Then Su Zhixi pointed the watering can at An Jing. The water pressure is just like this. Don't turn it up too high, and then. The entire process must be from front to back. If from the back, it's easy to. An Jing nodded in understanding, but soon found Su Zhixi starting to act. An Jing suddenly felt an electric current surge through his body. For no other reason, he felt that Su Zhixi didn't seem normal. It felt a bit like she was adding her own agenda. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's face gradually redden, her heart growing more triumphant. Detailed teaching omitted, An Jing's face grew even redder. Understanding her words, he hummed in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned, then a faint curve lifted the corner of her mouth unseen by An Jing. Let him take advantage in front of her. Now let him experience something different. Before long, An Jing's legs began to weaken, and his voice trembled. Son. Senior, is it done yet? Su Zhixi glanced at him, and seeing that An Jing was indeed about to collapse, stopped, and handed him the watering can. All right, now you do it yourself. Su Zhixi panted slightly, and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, and left first. On the bed, she picked up the apricot-colored nightgown and new bra for An Jing, then walked back in. Standing at a distance, she watched An Jing closely as he dried himself off. Then Su Zhixi handed the clothes to An Jing, who put them on directly. An Jing sighed, inwardly thinking she didn't need. Unlike before when he had to use a hairdryer. Now there was absolutely no need. An Jing savored the feeling. Very clean, nothing like him. Not that there was none at all, but it was negligible. Leaving the bathroom, An Jing lay directly on the bed, recalling the events of not long ago. At this moment, he vaguely sensed something off about her. It seemed she was thinking of taking advantage. An Jing then found it impossible. How could someone take advantage of themselves? No. If it were him, he probably would too. He had a good figure. When looking in the mirror, he would sometimes touch his own muscles. An Jing shook his head. He could accept touching his own body. After all, it was his. But anything else was unacceptable. Su Zhixi, arms crossed, watched An Jing lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Then her gaze naturally began to wander. Because his posture was no different from any normal guy's. His arms were spread out, but his legs weren't on the bed. An Jing was only lying on the edge of the bed, his legs hanging down naturally. Most importantly, An Jing's legs were spread apart, like a guy's, not close together. But in the nightgown he was wearing, it was undoubtedly a revealing sight. At that moment he showed no guard against a man, like an innocent little girl who knew nothing. Su Zhixi's mind churned. She actually thought about undressing him. Su Zhixi was baffled by her own thoughts. She didn't understand why she had these notions. The previous An Jing in her mind had been nothing but pitiful. But now he was in her own body, so how could she? An Jing stared blankly at the French crystal chandelier on the ceiling. By now he had calmed down considerably and stopped overthinking. The strange electric numbness had caused a subtle shift in his state of mind. An Jing sighed, inwardly remembering that Su Zhixi was still in the room. He turned his head to look at her. To his surprise, she was staring intently at him. But where was her gaze landing? Although Su Zhixi quickly looked at her phone, when she noticed An Jing's gaze, she couldn't fool his eyes. An Jing quickly sat up on the edge of the bed, neatly closed his legs, swallowed, and gave an awkward smile. Senior, you are a bit strange. Su Zhixi looked up, without changing her expression. What's wrong? An Jing opened his mouth, hesitated, then bit his lip, and spoke decisively. Senior, do you have thoughts about yourself? The moment he spoke, Su Zhixi's expression remained unchanged to the naked eye, but her fingers holding the phone trembled slightly. An Jing's sharp eyes caught her subtle movement, and he was startled, his eyes widening. He quickly kicked off his slippers, got into bed, and wrapped the blanket tightly around himself. Damn, not cool, sis. Are you some kind of pervert? If it were him, even if he had such thoughts, he wouldn't show them on the surface. That would be so creepy. But you're not even trying to hide it. And you're using his identity to have thoughts about yourself? At that moment, An Jing felt a surge of fear towards Su Zhixi. He had never felt so powerless in his life. The absurdity was that he felt powerless against his own former face. Although it wasn't him, it was a girl. But An Jing understood that even if she forced him, how could this frail body resist successfully? And he couldn't just call the police like a normal girl, could he? Sending himself to the station. What kind of mess would that be? An Jing's voice trembled slightly, but he raised it a notch. Senior, I'm sleepy, please leave. Su Zhixi looked at him, seemingly afraid of her, and raised an eyebrow. You seem afraid of me. An Jing. What a stupid question. With you looking like a hungry wolf, how could I not be afraid? An Jing gave an awkward smile, and tried to reason with her. Senior, put yourself in my shoes. If we hadn't swapped, and I was standing in your room alone with you, if you're not as strong as me, wouldn't you be scared? Su Zhixi found his reasoning quite sound, and nodded. An Jing sighed with relief, a hint of a relaxed smile appearing. Right. So senior, you should still restrain yourself when outside. After all, you're me, now don't act like such a hungry wolf. Su Zhixi frowned. What did you say? You mean I would do bad things? An Jing's mouth twitched. Well, the words are a bit harsh, but that's the logic. Put yourself in my shoes. If I were using your identity now. An Jing knew she would understand, so he stopped, paused, and continued. You see what I mean? Su Zhixi crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and smirked at An Jing. I understand what you're saying. Don't worry, I won't fool around. Oh, and if we hadn't swapped, you would never have gotten into my house. So the scenario you mentioned about being alone with me won't happen. An Jing was taken aback. Was that what he meant? Never mind whether he could get in or not. What he was saying now was that he felt his innocence was at risk, and he had absolutely no effective way to deal with it. Su Zhixi found An Jing amusing. Truly interesting. But he did have good safety awareness. At least she didn't have to worry about him doing anything inappropriate outside. However, he was using her identity after all, and what harm was there in her doing things to herself? If An Jing knew what Su Zhixi was thinking at that moment, he would definitely just type a 6. She really had him pinned down, knowing he wouldn't dare send his own body to the police station. He didn't want to suffer because of himself. An Jing swallowed hard, his teeth chattering, and suddenly thought of something, as he said sternly, "Senior, if you don't get out now, I'll call someone to throw you out." Su Zhixi was taken aback, narrowing her eyes in surprise at An Jing. Fine, so soon she was already trying to take over. It had only been such a short time, but she had to admit this tactic was surprisingly effective. Her current identity was An Jing, and the other party had nothing but a decent face and good grades. If he really did that, there wasn't much she could do about it. After all, everything An Jing now possessed came from the convenience of her original identity. Su Zhixi clenched her fist behind her back, then released it, speaking softly. "Junior, you don't actually think I'd do anything to you, do you? You are me and I am you. What good would it do me to harm you? However, I suggest you drop any thoughts of replacing me. This is just my home. You know nothing else. Without me, if you arouse suspicion and people realize you've forgotten many things, that wouldn't be good for you." An Jing was momentarily stunned, finding it somewhat amusing. He didn't need to worry about what she said at all. Even if her family had enemies who might try to harm him, he wasn't stupid. He would notice something was off. Even if he knew nothing, it didn't matter. He simply didn't want such things to happen. He had no intention of stealing someone else's identity. What if they switched back later? Wouldn't he just have made more enemies? Even though he wasn't afraid of her, it was still better to have a friend than an enemy. And Jing smiled faintly. "Senior, don't overthink this. I don't mean what you think. I just want you to leave. I'm half of you now, so protecting myself is protecting you, isn't it? Besides, you're a guy now, and I can't protect my privacy with you around. Does that mean I can't protect myself outside either? What if we switch back later, and you don't want to end up with an unexpected pregnancy, do you? Even if that happens, you wouldn't want the father to be some random punk or someone like me, would you?" Su Zhixi frowned at his words, threatening her. She pursed her lips. In all her life, he was the first to dare threaten her so blatantly. Still, she understood what he meant, but wasn't he being a bit too defensive? She had only been thinking about it, as she wouldn't act so quickly. At the very least, it would have to wait until their relationship reached that point. After all, it was still her own body. But she was puzzled by An Jing's last remark. He seemed to think too little of himself. In terms of looks alone, he was exceptionally gifted. And given his situation, his lack of money was actually an advantage. Su Zhixi nodded and chuckled lightly. "That's for the best, but you don't need to be so guarded against me." An Jing. Damn, what nonsense was she talking? How could he not be guarded? Now he fully understood a girl's caution. After all, he was experiencing it firsthand. Su Zhixi paused and continued. "You don't have to put yourself down like that. With your looks, you probably have plenty of girls chasing you. Even if we switch back soon, my offer for you to work at my family's company still stands. Good night, Junior." With that, Su Zhixi left the room. As the door clicked shut, An Jing stared blankly at the bedroom door, still processing her words. So was she saying he was handsome? A faint smile tugged at An Jing's lips. He felt a secret thrill. Though he had heard countless compliments about his looks since childhood, this was different coming from Su Zhixi. She was not only the school beauty, but also a wealthy heiress. She had seen as many boys as he had seen girls, probably more. An Jing raised an eyebrow and murmured, "'Tis truly beautiful and kind. Even after we switch back, her offer for a job still stands. I wonder what the old man would think if he knew I'd become a wage earner." An Jing shook his head. Take it one step at a time. Who could say what the future held? Besides, he didn't have much interest in politics. His father wasn't even corrupt, so his salary was just average. He'd think about politics later. Senior was actually pretty nice. He had gotten to know her thoroughly. Well, so far only her body. Kind-hearted, beautiful, with a great figure. She would be a top-tier girlfriend. And Jing cut off his strange thoughts. Who knew if she even liked him? The physical impulse she showed today was probably just her first time as a boy, unable to control herself, or she was too infatuated with her own body. And Jing shrugged off his thoughts, checked the time, and loosened the blanket wrapped around him. Then he began to take off his nightgown and bra. The constriction of the bra vanished instantly, and An Jing felt much more comfortable. Although he still wasn't used to wearing panties, he didn't have the habit of sleeping without them. After putting the nightgown back on, and placing the bra near the headboard, he got up to turn off the light. Lying in bed, An Jing felt the softness of the mattress. It was much softer than the dormitory bed. When he habitually pillowed his arm, his elbow touched something soft. An Jing lifted the blanket, slightly admired the bareness in the moonlight, then lay flat and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi was in bed hugging a large plush toy, chatting with someone on her phone. Su Zhixi, shall forget that for now, let me ask you something. Su Zhixi, if you turn into a guy, what would you do? Xiao 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 turn into a guy? ID dump my fiancé first. Su Zhixi a Xiao Xiao you're so heartless. Xiao 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 Cici, if you're a guy now why keep the fiancé? Xiao 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 unless you're into guys. Even if you were he might not be. Su Zhixi tapped her chin. That made sense. Her fiancé was straight not gay. Su Zhixi anything else? Xiao 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 of course. Sis you're still single right? Xiao 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 ID definitely hook you up first. Wry smile Su Zhixi's face heated up as she typed get lost who needs you to hook me up. She still had a dick now? She'd do it herself if anyone was going to. Xiao 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 hee hee, if I turned into a guy the first thing I'd do is become a pilot and experience it. Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi was stunned for a moment, then lifted the covers to glance at something her body had never possessed before. Though the room was lit only by faint moonlight, she could still make out some details. As she gazed, she found it surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Earlier when she had gone to the bathroom, she had felt deeply embarrassed. Now, however, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. An Jing had come over tonight on short notice and had no clothes of his own. She had asked someone to bring men's attire in the morning. But for now, Su Zhixi was wearing her old nightgown. Though it felt a bit tight on An Jing's body, it was still tolerable. As for underwear, even though she hadn't bathed, she believed such items should be changed daily. She had tried on her own old underwear and unsurprisingly it was uncomfortable, a tight constricting sensation that made her decide to forego wearing it altogether. If An Jing were here to see Su Zhixi using his body in a nightgown without underwear, he would surely think he was still dreaming. Su Zhixi pulled the covers back on and began replying to Xiao Xiao Xiao. Su Zhixi being a guy is just like that. Can't you be more serious? Xiao 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 what's the big deal? All guys do it. Besides having something new that wasn't there before, how could you not want to explore it? Xiao 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 if it were you, I bet you'd do the same. Who wouldn't be curious? Su Zhixi bit her lip, the other was right. Having been a girl for 19 years, suddenly gaining that particular attribute naturally sparked intense curiosity. The same must have been true for An Jing who had always been male, and she had even caught him taking advantage of her body under the guise of showering. Xiao 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 Cici why aren't we video calling or voice calling? Why are we typing? Su Zhixi's mouth twitched at the remark. If not typing would she still do video or voice calls like before? She was a guy now. How could she let you find out? Her best friend Xiao 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 used to visit often whether or not she had a boyfriend to keep her company, almost living there. But since getting engaged Xiao 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 had come less and less frequently, now she might not even show up once a week. Su Zhixi understood. After all she had a fiancé, now her future husband, and the two were living together, which was perfectly normal. Xiao 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 had always been intensely curious about such matters and both of them were straight. When they shared a roof nothing could happen between them. Ever since Xiao 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 had tasted the sweetness of her fiancé, it was as if she had opened the door to a whole new world. But she had told Su Zhixi that she always presented herself as innocent in front of her fiancé. She loved the way he saw her as a little white rabbit, especially the joy on his face when he thought he was gradually teaching her things. It gave her a unique thrill. Her fiancé could never imagine the audacity of the conversations his betrothed had with her best friend. She even shared experiences with Su Zhixi describing their intimate moments so vividly that Su Zhixi gradually began to wish for a boyfriend of her own. But it turned out she could never find the right person. Though Xiao 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 was always glued to her fiancé, she still found time during the day to invite Su Zhixi out shopping. However, after two such outings Su Zhixi didn't want to go anymore, because the other had started bringing her fiancé along. At first Su Zhixi didn't mind, but watching them openly flirt and cuddle right in front of her made her teeth itch with irritation. Now aside from seeing each other at school, Xiao 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 and Su Zhixi mostly communicated via video calls in the evening. If the other was busy they'd at least voice call. Su Zhixi could guess with her eyes closed what her friend was doing when she couldn't video call. It was always when her fiancé was nearby, and then Xiao Zhixiao's tone would become more restrained. They'd just catch up briefly, maintaining their sisterly bond with not a single word about anything risque. Eventually, during one voice call, Su Zhixi heard Xiao 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 speaking unnaturally with occasional heavy breaths. She instantly understood and hung up. From that moment on, if it was a voice call, Su Zhixi never answered, only video calls. But now here they were typing to each other through a screen. How could that not raise Xiao Zhixiao's suspicions? Su Zhixi shook her head. She would wait until she and An Jing reached a point where they could swap phones. She just hoped he wouldn't be too shocked when chatting with Xiao Xiao Xiao. Su Zhixi video and voice calls are too long. Typing is a nice change of pace. Meanwhile, in a villa in Jianjing City, Xiao Xiao Xiao, clad in a sexy black lace nightgown, sat with her back against one arm of the sofa, her fair legs stretched out and resting on a man's lap. The man gently stroked Xiao Zhixiao's legs, a look of infatuation in his eyes. He noticed that she now exuded a mature allure, her former innocence faded, and a slight smile curled his lips. He knew who his fiancée was chatting with. After all, she often video called Su Zhixi. If she was on a voice call with Su Zhixi, it was either because she didn't want him on camera, or because they were being intimate. But now it was neither video nor voice. The man's heart raced with unease. As far as he knew, a woman's chat history with her best friend was off limits. He understood that Xiao, though innocent, wasn't naive. It was normal for her to discuss special topics with her best friend. But that was just the usual stuff. There was also the gossip about others. If a girl argued with her boyfriend, her best friend would definitely badmouth him. Between two girls, it was all about emotional support. The man thought that Xiao and Su Zhixi typing today must mean something was up, talking about explicit things in front of him. He quickly dismissed that. Complaining about him to Su Zhixi right in front of him was more likely. By now Xiao and Su Zhixi had been chatting for a few minutes, and the man's anxiety had only grown. But when he thought about it, he hadn't done anything wrong to Xiao. After a few minutes of deliberation, he recalled something he had done recently that Xiao hadn't liked. Could they be talking about that? But wasn't it still normal between couples? The man now feared that Su Zhixi would paint him as someone selfish, caring only about himself, and not Xiao. The thoughtful frown on Su Zhixi's face only confirmed his fears. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to apologize first. Better safe than sorry. After all, she was complaining about him right in front of him, not behind his back, which gave him a chance to make amends. He gently lifted Su Zhixi's legs off his lap, placed them on the sofa, and stood up to pour himself a glass of water from the coffee table. Xiao looked at him in confusion. The coffee table and the small kettle were within easy reach. Why did he need to move her legs just to pour water? He had never done that before. Had the love faded? No, that couldn't be. Just 2 nights ago they were so affectionate. Men. Xiao decided to give him a proper interrogation after she finished catching up with Su Zhixi. Cici, you're acting off today. Something's fishy. Xiao, I get it. You must have a guy hidden at home, that's why you don't want a video call. Xiao, tisk, has the iron tree finally bloomed? When did this happen? Xiao, is that guy right next to you now? Hurry up, video call me, so I can check him out for you. Su Zhixi was taken aback by these messages. Wait, how did she know there really was a man in her house? But that man was now herself. Just as she was about to finish typing and hit send, Xiao sent a video call request. Su Zhixi accidentally answered it. Su Zhixi quickly ended the call, her heart pounding. She stared at the screen, realizing the gravity of the situation. She had just shown her face, which was now An Jing's, to her best friend. Fortunately, Su Zhixi reacted quickly. The moment the video call connected, she swiftly flipped her phone face down and pressed it against the surface. Then she carefully tilted the phone up just a bit with one hand, while fumbling for the hang-up button with the other. As the call ended, Su Zhixi let out a sigh of relief. As expected of her best friend, she could think of that. However, Su Zhixi also understood that Xiao was merely drawing from her own past experiences. Su Zhixi shook her head. Sai, why not let An Jing video chat with her best friend tomorrow night? No, if they video chatted, it would mean her fiancé wasn't around, and she would definitely start saying something strange again. Hopefully her fiancé would be nearby tomorrow when they had a voice call, so she would at least restrain herself. If she heard the sound of her flirting with her fiancé, she could just hang up immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao stared blankly at the chat log, showing a call lasting only a few seconds. After receiving Su Zhixi's reply of no, the suspicion that the other woman was hiding a man at home grew slightly more plausible in Su Zhixi's mind. Why would she refuse a video call for no reason? After all, it was usually Xiao who was the one unable to take video calls and had to resort to voice calls. If there was no one else at home, there was no reason for it to be inconvenient. Even today, when she agreed to a voice call instead of video, the other party still refused. She just kept typing. Xiao pinched her chin, growing more suspicious as she stared at Su Zhixi's reply. She must be hiding a man. But they were best friends. Why would you need to keep a relationship so secret? Could this man be someone who couldn't be seen? Just then a sincere male voice said, "Honey, I was wrong." Xiao looked up and saw her fiancé handing her a glass of water, his face showing a repentant expression. Xiao was confused. What was going on? She still took the glass and asked, "What did you do wrong?" The man swallowed hard. "Everything." Xiao. She stared at him suspiciously, took a sip of water, and mused, Did you break my lipstick? Or did you smash my skincare products, or did you ruin my bag? Xiao was baffled. She had so many things. If he had only damaged a few and secretly disposed of them, she would never have noticed. But if it was her favorite limited edition? Thinking this, Xiao showed a benevolent smile and said softly, "Honey, tell me first, which one is it? I won't be angry." The man, seeing the dangerous smile and hearing her tone, coughed and said, "No, none of that. I didn't break anything. Oh. Xiao frowned slightly. Then what did you do wrong? Honey, whatever you're angry about, that's what I did wrong. If you didn't ruin anything I love, then I'm not angry. Xiao recalled his earlier behavior. Did you think I was angry just now, and that's why you came? Shh. The man nodded. Xiao handed the glass back to him, then shifted over on the sofa and patted the spot beside her. The man understood. He put the glass away and sat down next to Xiao. Xiao smiled radiantly and pulled his head into her arms. Come on, tell mommy, why did you think mommy was angry just now? The man's mouth twitched at her form of address. What did she mean by calling herself his mother? Had she forgotten the times she called him daddy? The man grumbled inwardly, but smelling the fragrance of facial cleanser, decided not to say anything more. Just now when you were chatting with Su Zhixi, were you talking about the day before yesterday? When I didn't consider your feelings. Was Su Zhixi standing up for you? Xiao blushed. I didn't tell her. How could I discuss our private matters with Cici? Aren't you embarrassed? I am. Xiao Zhixiao's eyes darted away. She was lying. She had told her, but she hadn't complained about him. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it wasn't that. She wasn't angry. Then why were you and Su Zhixi typing tonight, instead of video or voice? I thought you were complaining about me to her. I thought I hadn't done anything to make you angry except for the night before last when I did something you didn't want, and you seemed a bit huffy and resentful. Xiao gave him a playful, reproachful look. They had been engaged for over a year and had experienced everything together. What he mentioned wasn't the first time. It was just that initially she had always been unwilling. After all, it was somewhat. She gradually accepted it, but she still wanted him to be a bit more dominant. After all, in the past, he had always taken the lead in everything. But he had only been gentle and coaxing the first few times. Back then she couldn't accept it. By the time she was ready, he no longer made such demands. She could take the initiative herself, but she still wished he would be more assertive. She really liked that dominant feeling. Until the day before yesterday, her fiancé finally made her feel that way again. Xiao was quite happy inside. After so many times, she had gradually gotten used to it. But she still put on a pitiful, reluctant expression. Then she acted a bit disgusted, like she used to, got a little angry, and said a few words to pretend. She never expected him to take it so seriously today. Xiao Zhixiao's face flushed with shame as she wondered if she had overdone the act. But in his eyes, she had always been relatively shy and reserved. He always respected her opinions. Whenever she said no, he would actually listen. Even when he was being dominant, honestly, Xiao felt it was just about right. The tone he used the day before yesterday was the most dominant she had ever heard from him in all the time she had known him. Xiao loved it, but today's incident made her feel that if she didn't say something, he might never be that dominant again. How could that be? Xiao Zhixiao's eyes darted away, looking elsewhere, thinking it might be better to admit it slightly. Xiao said shyly, well. Fangji, you still don't understand girls. Gu Fangji was stunned and a bit at a loss. Xiao pouted at his wooden expression. When I say no, I don't really mean it. I just say it. I like you being honest, but with a bit of firmness. Didn't you know that back in school? Well, you really didn't know, and you still don't. Gu Fangji was taken aback and thought about the past. It seemed so. He always respected her wishes. For instance, when she had her period and was in pain, but still wanted to eat ice cream, he would be very firm and not allow it. The result was that she would get a little angry. There were many such instances. Whenever he thought about them, Gu Fangji would wonder why she had ever wanted to be with him in the first place. Gu Fangji nodded. I know a bit. If you really hated me, you wouldn't be with me. Xiao pouted. Don't get too cocky. Fangji, you can be more dominant like the day before yesterday, but only in that. If you dare to be dominant in other areas, you're dead. Gu Fangji coughed. Since she said that, the rest must be a bluff. After all, even before they were together, he had been quite firm about some things. Gu Fangji smiled, leaned close to Xiao Zhixiao's ear, and lightly bit her earlobe. So if I do that, will you be angry if it's like the day before yesterday from now on? Annoy. An Jing. Xiao blushed deeply. You know, so why ask? If you don't tell me, how would I know? Just like today. Xiao was speechless. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I won't be angry, but you can't hit me. Otherwise I'll report you for domestic violence. Gu Fangji thought about it. If she really didn't allow it, she would have dealt with him long ago. So it was okay. But Gu Fangji pretended not to understand and nodded. Don't worry, I'll never hit you again. Xiao was stunned. You, you're not being honest. You just want to trick me into saying it. Gu Fangji looked innocent. No, honey is the boss. I respect her wishes. Xiao pursed her lips. Shameless. Fine, you can. Honey, of course I can. So my wife likes me like this. So it's admiration. Who made my wife this way? Xiao rolled her eyes at him. She liked him being firm, but it started with everyday life. As for, it was you who was the first to be dominant, wasn't it? You know who it is. Gu Fangzi's lips curled slightly as he recalled their beginning. So it was me. Get lost. With that, Gu Fangzi immediately scooped Xiao 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 up in a bridal carry. Startled by the sudden lift, Xiao 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 let out a small gasp and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you trying to kill me? At least give me a warning before you pick me up. Gu Fangzi said nothing, just lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He'll do that next time. With that, he carried her straight to the bedroom. He gently placed her head on the pillow, his Adam's apple bobbing as he looked at her in the sexy black nightgown. Xiao 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 immediately realized what was coming, blushed, and closed her eyes. Gu Fangzi immediately leaned down and kissed her. Forehead, nose, lips moving steadily downward. After a while, Xiao 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 panted slightly. Wait, hold on, I need to send Cece a message. Gu Fangzi understood and released her hands. Honey, are you just now remembering to say goodnight to your bestie? Xiao 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 gave a coquettish huff as she tapped on her phone. You know the reason yourself. Pervert. He didn't say anything and just carried her over, and then he blamed her for leaving Cece hanging. Xiao Xiao Xiao, Cece, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Now she put the phone on the nightstand after sending it. Oh, all done. Honey, you're so beautiful. Xiao 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 bit her lip and said nothing, knowing what he was doing. Su Zhixi stared at Xiao Zhixi message, frowning slightly. The queen of staying up late was going to sleep at this hour. You must be joking. She had expected another round of questioning after her reply of no. Instead, she dropped the subject entirely. Not asking a question to the very end was not Xiao Zhixi style, especially with her suspicion about hiding a man. Su Zhixi suddenly thought of something. Could Xiao Xiao be? Right now? Su Zhixi quickly shook the wild thoughts from her head. Just then there was a knock on the bedroom door. Su Zhixi got up and opened it. An Jing, standing outside the door, stared wide-eyed at his own body wearing a nightgown. Sis, how could you wear a nightgown? An Jing's mouth twitched. He thought that since Su Zixi's bedroom only had her, no one else would see it. He breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed she wasn't wearing. The nightgown, designed for a woman's body, was naturally smaller on a man's frame and had a slit. The slit started from the chest, which meant. An Jing quickly walked in and closed the door. No, senior, why aren't you wearing anything? I wanted to, but there are no men's ones and women's are uncomfortable, so I didn't. An Jing's mouth twitched. That made sense. But when he came, there was one. He quickly spotted his original pair on the chair. An Jing hurried over, picked them up, and handed them to Su Zhixi. Here, there is one. Su Zhixi shook her head. No, I've worn them all day. Don't you think they're dirty? An Jing was taken aback. That was true. He had worn them all day and hadn't showered, so they hadn't been changed. Still, it's better than being naked under the covers, right? Su Zhixi crossed her arms. I change the bedding every day. I just put fresh sheets on today and only lay down for a bit. An Jing's mouth twitched again. Impressive. Did senior have a cleanliness obsession? That made sense. No wonder she and the whole room smelled fragrant. Seeing An Jing speechless, Su Zhixi added, oh, and this nightgown is also clean. She then adjusted the slit of the skirt. See, it covers everything. An Jing shook his head. Whatever, do as you please. It wasn't a problem, as long as she wasn't out on the street. An Jing extended his hand. Come on, let's video chat with your bestie. No need, she just went to sleep. An Jing held his forehead, feeling like he had been tricked. Su Zhixi had asked him to come to her room to video chat with her best friend to dispel her suspicions, and now that he was here, she said she was asleep. Su Zhixi looked apologetic. Sorry, she only just said that. Su Zhixi was helpless. Who would have thought Xiao 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 would end the conversation so abruptly? Thinking it was inevitable anyway, she had decided to have him meet Xiao 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 today. After all, they would definitely see each other at school tomorrow. It would be awkward if she didn't recognize him. An Jing waved his hand. All right, since she's asleep, I'll go back. Good night, senior. Su Zhixi smiled and said good night. As she watched his retreating figure heading for the door, she frowned slightly. Su Zhixi, acting on impulse, trotted after him and grabbed his arm. Maybe you shouldn't go back. An Jing turned around, staring at Su Zhixi in disbelief. Senior, what did you say? Su Zhixi looked seriously into his eyes. I said you can sleep here tonight. An Jing's eyes lit up. Senior was letting him sleep in her bedroom, and she would go to the guest room. Well, how could he be so rude? An Jing nodded. All right, I'll accept, but it's a shame you have to sleep in the guest room, senior. Su Zhixi looked confused. When did I say I was sleeping in the guest room? Huh. Then where will you sleep? An Jing swallowed, pulled his arm free from Su Zixi's grasp, crossed his arms, and looked at her warily. Senior, you're not going to sleep here too, are you? Su Zhixi said seriously. Yes, I'm sleeping here too. Well, sleep together. Huh. No, I'd better go to the guest room. Are you worried I'll do something to you? An Jing was about to nod, but quickly shook his head. Of course not. I'm worried about your reputation. It's not good to share a room with a guy. Su Zhixi pursed her lips. I don't care, and no one dares to say anything about me. An Jing. 666. You don't care. But he did. Su Zhixi quickly added before An Jing could respond. The guest room doesn't smell nice. You should sleep here. All my old things are here. It's fine for you to sleep here. Although I'm using your body in particular about my bed. It's fine for me to sleep here too. So we'll be together. An Jing. An Jing was stunned. Senior, I suspect you have ulterior motives. What ulterior motives could I have toward myself? Su Zhixi patted her chest in assurance. Don't worry, it's just normal sleeping. An Jing frowned and thought. Honestly, if there really was nothing to it, he wouldn't be worried. After all, the two of them were currently the closest people to each other aside from their parents. An Jing hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? Trust me. Will it always be like this? Su Zhixi shook her head and said seriously, it depends. This is a trust test between us. I want to see if when we sleep together you truly regard my body as your own. If you do, then you won't make any moves on me. At the same time, if you don't, then it's a win-win. I won't be affected, and it will also convince you that I won't do anything to you. An Jing thought it over and found her reasoning somewhat sound. He certainly wouldn't do anything after all. The body was his, and he would feel everything. He didn't want any complications. As for her, if she really wouldn't do anything, then he wouldn't have to be on guard against his own former face like he was guarding against a wolf. Guarding against himself was utterly ridiculous. An Jing nodded. All right, let's do it together. Su Zhixi smiled and got straight into bed. You turn off the light. An Jing said okay and turned off the light. As he lay down, he was still a bit worried. But as time passed, An Jing noticed that Su Zhixi, who was sharing the same blanket, indeed made no move, and he finally relaxed. Su Zhixi clearly sensed the change in An Jing. Earlier he had been trembling slightly from worry, but now she could no longer feel it. Clearly he was at least not as worried anymore. Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. Nothing would happen now, but the fish had already taken the bait. The net was not far from being cast. The next morning, as soon as An Jing's consciousness cleared, he felt a sense of restraint. He paused and opened his eyes abruptly, only to find Su Zhixi holding him tightly, one leg draped over him. A jolt of surprise ran through him as he felt something staring at his smooth leg. He followed the sensation, and sure enough, there it was. In the past it wouldn't have mattered, but now he was a girl. No wonder people used to tell him that his girlfriend seemed wary of him. He had once told them that she simply didn't take him seriously. But now, An Jing wished he could slap his past self. What utter nonsense had he spoken? Wasn't a little bit of caution perfectly normal? Only through experiencing it himself could he truly understand. At that moment he desperately wanted to kick Su Zhixi, who was clinging to him, right off. He decided to do it, but when he acted it was useless. Su Zhixi stuck to him like glue, like a stubborn plaster. Half asleep, Su Zhixi felt the movement, but didn't want to get up. Languidly she said, "Stop it, let's sleep a bit more." And Jing was taken aback. "Sis, did you swallow a slipper? How are you making that sound with his voice?" And Jing's mouth twitched. Struggling, he reached out to shake Su Zhixi's head. Wake up, wake up." Su Zhixi was forcibly roused and seemed a bit displeased. "What? Not sleeping. Meditating." And Jing's face darkened. "Senior, do you want to take a look at yourself?" Su Zhixi, only then realizing, let go of An Jing and began searching for the plush toy she had tossed aside somewhere. Su Zhixi hugged a brown bear plush and gave an awkward laugh. "Sorry, I always sleep holding a bear. How did I end up?" Before she could finish, she noticed that one strap of An Jing's nightgown had slipped off his shoulder, revealing a snowy white shoulder. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. It was just like her. Su Zhixi glanced and quickly looked away. An Jing didn't notice anything amiss with his clothes. How could he have imagined that his strap would slip when he woke up? If not for Su Zhixi holding him, the nightgown would have ridden up halfway, maybe even turned into a scarf. An Jing was entirely focused on Su Zhixi holding him, and her words made his mouth twitch. He couldn't help but marvel at the sleep quality of Su Zhixi's body. It was far too good, as she had clearly been holding him for a while. Yet he had only woken up in the morning. In the past, if someone had clung to him like that in the middle of the night, he would have been awake long ago. He now seriously suspected she was doing it on purpose. Knowing she was a restless sleeper, she had still let him sleep here, clearly trying to take advantage. An Jing bit his cherry lips softly, then sighed inwardly. Forget it, since he had agreed to stay together, he should have expected this. A man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. No. Why was he thinking of her as a man? Male body, female soul, she should be a woman. Well, no big deal, it's all the same. And Jing hummed in acknowledgement and didn't bother arguing with Su Zhixi. But then Su Zhixi exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Why is it morning?" And Jing's mouth twitched. Su Zhixi was wearing a long nightgown that slit from the chest down. So the hem was simply. And Jing didn't know why, but he felt his face heat up. Still, he wasn't too surprised. After all, it was his own body, nothing to be amazed at. Especially when seen from his current female perspective. He could only marvel and praise himself for being amazing. He was truly gifted, a culinary genius. But now, He felt a sense of shyness. And Jing didn't know why, but he recalled Su Zhixi's lesson from yesterday. Even after she had left for a while he had. And Jing felt a pang of fear now. Would it be fatal? No, what was he thinking? He quickly averted his gaze. Normal, it's normal, no need to make a fuss. Su Zhixi nodded, accepting it quickly. Xiao had mentioned it to her before. Then Su Zhixi suddenly remembered that Xiao had also said her fiancé would do this in the morning with his partner. Su Zhixi asked instinctively, have you ever had a girlfriend? And Jing felt as if a sore spot had been poked. He felt like crying. Not only had he never had one, but now. It was all tears. If he had known he was just a fish, why would he have been so close to her? He blamed his own lack of skill. Despite sensing from her many actions that she wasn't interested in him, but didn't want a relationship, every time he started to pull away she would give him a little sweetness. It gave him the illusion that there was a chance with her. Thinking back now, damn, it seemed she hadn't been so blatant before because she hadn't found the right one. And Jing shook his head. No, why are you asking? Su Zhixi's eyes lit up. He hadn't had one either. She was happy for a moment, but then remembered his roommate had mentioned he liked a certain green tea girl. And Jing frowned at Su Zhixi's ever-changing expression. Why was she happy one moment and unhappy the next? On her period. Emotional instability. No, Senior was a guy now. How could he have a period? Thinking this, and Jing swallowed. Would Senior feel pain during her period? He had seen some girls who didn't suffer, but they were rare. Su Zhixi's question interrupted his thoughts. So do you always? In the morning. And Jing was incredulous. How did the topic jump here? First she asked if he had ever been in love, and now she was asking. Senior, it's normal, no need. Su Zhixi was puzzled. Wouldn't it cause problems over time? And Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. That was true, but this wasn't the place to say it. No, it's normal, perfectly normal. And Jing patted his forehead. Only if you can't control yourself when you see a pretty girl like you did several times yesterday. Su Zhixi hesitated and nodded. Then would you? And Jing was curious how she knew the term, but quickly dismissed it as trivial. They were old enough, of course they knew these things. Pretty much. You can handle it yourself, I don't mind. Then fearing Su Zhixi might overindulge as a first-time guy he added, but Senior, you should still show some restraint. Su Zhixi asked, oh, why should I do it, and not you? Huh, no. And Jing thought he had misheard. Senior, what did you say? Say it again. Su Zhixi repeated it verbatim. And Jing held his forehead. He had heard it clearly now. His mouth twitched. Now you're me, so of course it's up to you. He couldn't understand how Su Zhixi's mind worked. A flash of insight hit him. He remembered Su Zhixi would even feel shy about using the bathroom. Was she still that shy now? So in her mind this was something he should do. But she had forgotten she was now using his identity. Thinking this, and Jing couldn't resist teasing her. Senior, am you now? Are you willing to let me do it? That's not impossible. Think carefully, this isn't something normal between a man and a woman. Su Zhixi nodded, tapping her chin. Tisk, you still think we're in a normal relationship, eh? And Jing was speechless, remembering something. He admitted that from the moment they swapped, their relationship was no longer normal. Su Zhixi continued calmly. So why should I do it, and not you? Besides, this is your body, you should take responsibility. And Jing's mouth twitched. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Moreover, he wasn't repulsed. After all, it was still himself. Who would dislike themselves? He hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? You are the one who'll lose out. Su Zhixi was puzzled. Lose out? Hadn't she already lost out? Since he had seen everything he should, couldn't she collect some interest now? Besides, Xiao had said she was always the passive one. But Su Zhixi was different. Though curious about Xiao Zhixiao's descriptions, she couldn't accept always being the passive one like Xiao. Especially now that she was a guy she wanted even less to be. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. It's fine, I don't mind. Just don't fool around outside. And Jing was confused. What? Are you afraid he'll go after guys? Are you kidding? Don't worry, I'm not gay. That's absolutely impossible. Su Zhixi opened her mouth as if to speak, then stopped. Was he really that dumb, or was he pretending not to understand? Su Zhixi chuckled lightly. Right, you're absolutely correct. So how about you do it from now on? And Jing didn't dislike himself. As long as it wasn't someone else, he didn't care. No problem, I won't dislike myself. And Jing checked the time. Alright, Senior, time to wash up. We have an 8 a.m. class today. Su Zhixi frowned slightly, feeling a certain way. She grabbed Jing's arm as he was about to get out of bed. And Jing looked back at his arm, then up. What's up? Su Zhixi gestured downward. What do you think? Didn't you agree? And Jing was stunned for a few seconds, then gave an awkward laugh. A senior, isn't it getting late? Don't girls need to do skincare and stuff after washing up? If you teach me later, it'll take more time. Su Zhixi said seriously, skincare isn't hard, just a few minutes. I feel. You've been a guy longer, you understand better. And Jing bit his lip, recalling 20-something days ago. He had been gaming hard, and even when not gaming he would take on cybersecurity jobs to pass the time. He was almost always dealing with computers. Aside from classes, and spending time with the person he used to like, his life revolved around taking jobs, gaming, eating, and sleeping. When did he ever have time to relax? Little An Jing. Without stimulation for so long it was fine. But last night Su Zhixi had been quite stimulated. Seeing An Jing hesitating, without refusing, Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. She then used a delaying tactic. It's okay, I feel it's not as bad as yesterday. You're right, we have class. But I can feel if you seduce me again. I'll know if it happens again it won't be good. How about next time? An Jing's mouth twitched. Had he just heard Senior say seduce? Did she mean he was seducing her using her identity? An Jing pointed at himself, then at Su Zhixi, and asked hesitantly, Senior, did you just say I was seducing you? Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi secretly clutched the bedsheet. Why did she have to blurt that out? Wouldn't it be easy for him to figure out she had feelings for him? Then he'd be on guard against her in the future. Su Zhixi gave an awkward laugh. No, it's just that this body of yours seems a bit high-spirited. Just as she finished, Su Zhixi looked at An Jing's shoulder and said, and fix your clothes. An Jing followed her gaze and realized his right strap had slipped off. He stared at his own fair, jade-like shoulder for a moment, then quickly pulled the strap back up. This nightgown. No wonder she talked about seduction. Senior was clearly a narcissist, as seen from how she kept getting captivated by herself yesterday. If it were him seeing this, he probably wouldn't have done much better. An Jing coughed. I'm not wearing this anymore. Give me one that doesn't slip off easily. Su Zhixi smiled. Where would she find that? They were all like this. In the past, her nightgown would turn into a scarf by morning, practically like wearing nothing. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Had understand after experiencing it once. She nodded. Fine. An Jing hummed in response, then remembered Su Zhixi's earlier words. Since it had to happen eventually, today was as good as any. Though he wasn't repulsed, he was a bit shy. An Jing took a deep breath. How about we don't wait? Su Zhixi's eyes lit up, excitement barely concealed, but she quickly regained her composure. Aren't you worried about being late for class? You said your skincare takes just a few minutes. I calculated the time. Well, get to school around 8, still half an hour left. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. It wasn't even 7 yet, so there was plenty of time. Her Adam's apple bobbed. How should I cooperate? An Jing's face flushed, but he said lightly, up to you. You're. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. Why was he giving her the choice? Su Zhixi tapped her chin, recalling that Xiao 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 was the passive one. She definitely had to choose something different, as she didn't like being like Xiao Xiao Xiao. She stated her choice. An Jing bit his lip upon hearing it, then nodded in agreement. He looked at Su Zhixi before him, slowly lowering his knees onto the bed. Senior, why didn't you tell me in advance that you? Oh, I clearly told you beforehand. Why didn't you remind me? An Jing's face flushed crimson as he glared at Su Zhixi, his voice filled with accusation and grievance. Su Zhixi was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there not knowing what to do. The other was absolutely right. It was her first time facing such a situation in this identity. An Jing had specifically reminded her, but her mind had gone blank for a few seconds, completely forgetting his. Su Zhixi lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry. I really wasn't sure. An Jing bit her lower lip, lightly staring straight at Su Zhixi, her eyes turning red. The other said nothing at all. An Jing didn't utter another word, ignoring Su Zhixi's explanation, and strode straight toward the bathroom. Su Zhixi stood there in silence for a moment, hesitated, then ultimately followed. At the sink, water gushed noisily. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing and sincerely apologized again. Junior, I've remembered this time. It won't happen again. An Jing turned off the faucet, looked up, and gazed at Su Zhixi standing behind him through the mirror. You want there to be a next time? As soon as the words left his mouth, An Jing himself was startled. Wasn't this the kind of thing girls usually said to blame boys who had made mistakes? But he quickly stopped dwelling on it. At least now from the outside, he did look like a girl. So saying that seemed, but the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. He had been a boy for 18 years, never. Yet Su Zhixi had only just become a boy. Su Zhixi quickly waved her hands and shook her head, her voice flustered. No. Really, there won't be a next time. An Jing bit her lip, lightly took a deep breath, and tried to calm her voice. I accidentally slapped you yesterday, and you. Let's just call it even. Su Zhixi's eyes immediately lit up at the words, a trace of relief replacing the guilt on her face. She felt she had come out ahead either way. After all, yesterday's slap was an accident, and she had long stopped caring about it. Since An Jing was willing to let it go, how could she refuse? She nodded repeatedly, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. An Jing turned her head to look at the neatly arranged row of bottles and jars on the sink. The flush on her face hadn't completely faded, but she still asked casually, which one? Su Zhixi tapped her chin, thinking seriously. They were all pretty much the same. But it seemed like the junior was somewhat disdainful of her. Su Zhixi quickly turned her thoughts to herself. If she hadn't swapped bodies with An Jing, and what just happened had happened to her instead, she would have definitely wanted to chop An Jing into pieces. Thinking this, Su Zhixi realized something was off. If they hadn't swapped by the time she agreed to help An Jing, their relationship would have been far from ordinary. Chopping him into pieces would certainly be out of the question. But she would undoubtedly be even angrier than An Jing, especially if she had warned him and he didn't listen. Su Zhixi empathized for a moment and sighed in admiration at An Jing's magnanimity. Seeing Su Zhixi lost in thought with furrowed brows, An Jing asked, "Senior, which facial cleanser cleans better and removes odors more effectively?" Su Zhixi snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Even plain water would wash it clean, wouldn't it? She remembered that Xiao had encountered a similar situation and had just used water. So Su Zhixi handed An Jing the facial cleanser she usually used. Then holding a headband, she said, "Let me put the headband on you. See, your hair got a bit wet earlier because you weren't wearing it." An Jing's mouth twitched, but she obediently stood still as Su Zhixi put the headband on her, though she couldn't help muttering, "Why weren't you worried about my hair earlier?" Su Zhixi fell silent. She then took a good look at An Jing. Her hair was perfectly fine with only a few strands dampened from washing her face. She could understand after all her hair was long, and not wearing a headband would indeed cause this. Su Zhixi gave an awkward smile. "I never had one when I was a girl, let alone now as a guy. Anyway, I'll remember from now on. I'll do it myself from now on." An Jing nodded in response. "Could you know better?" "Wait, the senior just said she never had one as a girl." An Jing sighed inwardly. He had been thinking that if her body felt uncomfortable he could. He wasn't like her, he still knew how to handle a woman's body. He just wondered if the sensation was the same as a man's. He had heard there was no cool down. But since she said she had never experienced it, he supposed he'd let it go. Anyway, he hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. Except for yesterday, when Su Zhixi was teaching him. That was indeed. After washing their faces, An Jing and Su Zhixi began their skincare routine. Su Zhixi held up toner, essence, eye cream, and moisturizer, in turn showing them to An Jing. An Jing followed her steps for skincare. When it came to applying sunscreen at the end, An Jing asked doubtfully, "A senior, do we really need to apply sunscreen now? There's no sun out." Su Zhixi sighed and smiled wryly. "No sun doesn't mean no UV rays. Sunscreen is applied all year round." An Jing let out an "oh." "So meticulous. Girls really are refined." An Jing smiled. "Senior, do you think my skin is good?" Su Zhixi paused while applying sunscreen, studied her reflection in the mirror, and said, It's good. And very handsome." An Jing immediately grew smug. "I've never taken care of my skin, never even used facial cleanser. Isn't this natural beauty?" Su Zhixi opened her mouth, hesitated, and after finishing the sunscreen looked at An Jing. "I feel like you're provoking me." "Ahem, no senior, your skin is also excellent. So smooth and delicate." Su Zhixi pouted. "Skincare slows down aging, especially sunscreen. If you protect against UV rays, well, you'll look very young, even when you're older. Since you didn't care for your skin before, it'll help you do it properly now. You'll look young when you're older and attract young ladies." An Jing was taken aback. "You want to use my body to flirt with girls?" Su Zhixi frowned, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "You don't think we want swap back, do you? I'm obviously talking about you." An Jing felt a bit down. What was this? Just moments ago she was helping him. And now she was thinking of ditching him. Even though he was using her body, it was still him experiencing everything. And after all they'd been through, what hadn't he seen? She could really let go, not feeling like she was at a loss. Seeing An Jing's displeasure, Su Zhixi instinctively asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Or are you still upset about what happened earlier?" An Jing averted his gaze and shook his head. "No." As soon as he said it, he froze. Why was he acting so strange now? Like a sissy. He used to say almost everything directly. Su Zhixi frowned, her intuition telling her something was bothering An Jing. Seeing An Jing leave, she followed him out, replaying her own words in her mind. Suddenly a flash of insight hit her. He thought she didn't care about him. How could that be? Whether they swapped back or not, those things had already happened. You can't run even if you want to. Su Zhixi smiled. "Junior, are you worried we want swap back? Or is it?" Seeing her trailing off, An Jing asked, "Or what?" Su Zhixi teased, "Nothing. First tell me if you're worried about not swapping back." An Jing hesitated for a moment, secretly clutching the hem of her nightgown. "If we really can't swap back, what do we do?" Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and said casually, "What to do? If we can't swap back, we'll get married. I don't want you using my body to mess around with just anyone." An Jing stopped in his tracks, suddenly at a loss. Su Zhixi continued, "Even if we swap back, we'll still get married. Well, you've seen my body, and just now you used my body to. You're still thinking of finding someone else." An Jing stared at Su Zhixi, stunned. Something felt off. Forget everything else, wasn't she the one who first thought of letting him? Never mind, that wasn't important. He had thought she was so heartless. But now she was talking about marriage. So direct. Seeing An Jing lost in thought, Su Zhixi pressed on, "What am I not good enough for you?" "No, you're good enough, more than good enough. So marry or not." One word. An Jing was thrown off by her straightforwardness. Biting her lip, she nodded. "Yes." Su Zhixi looked at An Jing and smiled, saying, "Go to the next room and get me a set of men's clothes to wear." An Jing was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the shorts and t-shirt on the chair. "The next room is where you told me to stay, and you came home in this outfit. There are no clothes for you in the next room. There are some in the dormitory, so make do with the shorts and t-shirt for now." Su Zhixi pressed her forehead, thinking, he must be foolish. Didn't he realize she could have someone buy and deliver clothes for her? She had already arranged for clothes to be bought last night, and they were delivered this morning, likely being put into the wardrobe now. Su Zhixi wasn't in a hurry to explain. She pointed at the trash can and asked instead, "What about the underwear? I threw it in the trash yesterday. Are you going to go without?" An Jing quickly shook his head. "No, I don't understand why you threw it away." He then looked at the trash can. His face began to flush slightly. It was unwearable now. Yesterday the trash can was empty, so he could have picked it up and worn it. But now there was some trash in it. It definitely couldn't be worn. An Jing nodded helplessly. There seems to be no other choice. He'll just go without. Or I could go back to the dormitory and change. Su Zhixi curled her lips, thinking he really didn't consider that she might have bought clothes for him. Su Zhixi smiled. "Just get the clothes from the wardrobe in the next room." An Jing responded with an "oh" and prepared to change. Just as he was about to take off his nightgown, he stopped and looked at Su Zhixi. "Why are you still watching me? I need to change." Su Zhixi crossed her arms. Why are you shy?" An Jing was at a loss for words. Honestly, he didn't know why he was shy. He used to change clothes like this in the dormitory all the time. But now? No, even before, wouldn't it be awkward to change clothes with a girl standing there? Now, regardless of whether they had swapped or not, they were ultimately of opposite sexes. It was perfectly normal to be shy. An Jing pointed between himself and Su Zhixi. "We're of opposite sexes whether we've swapped or not. And now I'm a girl. No guy watches a girl change clothes. I seriously suspect you'll casually flirt with girls at school and act like a pervert." Su Zhixi shrugged, reached out, and gently poked An Jing's forehead. "Did you forget what we just talked about?" "Huh?" An Jing was flustered by Su Zixi's ambiguous gesture and instinctively asked, "What did we talk about? You didn't say you wanted to watch me change, and I didn't say I'd let you watch." Su Zhixi leaned close to An Jing, her lips brushing against his ear as she breathed softly. "Didn't we just talk about marriage? You agreed. So why would you think I'd flirt with others? Rest assured I won't." An Jing felt a warm breath caressing his ear, causing it to inexplicably and rapidly grow hot. Yet he couldn't muster any resistance, simply letting Su Zhixi whisper in his ear. After she finished speaking, a hint of joy surged in An Jing's heart. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it. He just felt that since they were now of opposite sexes, if she had no sense of boundaries with him, wouldn't that mean she had none with others either? Honestly, when he thought about her possibly flirting with other girls, his heart felt a bit sour. An Jing knew this was jealousy, but he didn't understand why he would feel jealous about this. He was a man, and logically he should only feel jealous if she flirted with other men. But when Su Zhixi spoke to him ambiguously just now, that feeling vanished. It was replaced by an inexplicable joy. An Jing instinctively moved away from Su Zhixi, his face flushed as he looked aside. I understand." Su Zixi's eyes lit up as she looked at the shy An Jing. How had she never realized she was so alluring? Su Zhixi swallowed hard as she gazed at the radiant An Jing, especially noticing the apricot-colored nightgown. That was from earlier. Unconsciously, Su Zhixi thought of An Jing. And little Su Zhixi unconsciously. An Jing felt a gaze fixed on him, and without a doubt, it was Su Zhixi. But he still instinctively turned to look at Su Zhixi. Following her gaze, he looked down at his nightgown. Then he looked back at Su Zhixi, only to see. No. What suspicion? There were only the two of them here, it was clearly. With that thought, An Jing bit his lip and turned around. "Senior, this dress should be thrown away, right? They'll get rid of it for you later." Su Zhixi cleared her throat, her face calm. "No need. This dress is quite expensive, Bill, just wash it." "Expensive? Not really." If she remembered correctly, this nightgown was only a few thousand yuan. Su Zhixi was just using that as an excuse to keep it. An Jing was taken aback. He had felt something different about this nightgown when he first put it on. Although he also had silk pajamas, this nightgown felt more comfortable and smoother. But he had heard before that women's pajamas and nightgowns were generally more comfortable than men's. Now it seemed to be true. An Jing quickly realized that Su Zhixi was a wealthy heiress. Her clothes were likely custom-made using genuine materials. And since she said it was expensive, it must be truly pricey. Just not in the way ordinary people understood. Ordinary people might think a few hundred yuan for a piece of clothing was expensive, but Su Zhixi probably considered a few thousand or tens of thousands as expensive. If just this one nightgown cost that much, then her wardrobe, which looked like a shopping mall, must be worth a fortune. His own most expensive pajamas were under 1,000 yuan. And Jing wasn't wasteful, so he nodded. Okay. I thought you might dislike this dress. After all, you threw away the underwear I only wore for a day. I thought you were the type to wear something once and toss it out of convenience. Su Zixi's mouth twitched. The reason she threw it away was that the fabric was a bit poor, and she had never thrown away underwear after just one wear. She was wealthy, but not that wasteful. Besides, there were servants at home, she didn't have to do the laundry herself. Moreover, she had many pairs, and by the time this one was washed, it might be a long while before she wore the same pair again. As for disliking this nightgown that she had soiled herself, how could she dislike it? After all, it was. And the other person was once her own identity. It even held some sentimental value. Su Zhixi chuckled. Junior, I'm rich, but I'm not stupid. I don't have to do it myself, there are servants at home. And Jing's mouth twitched, and he glanced at his own fair jade-like hands. One look told him they had never known hard work. Though he hadn't known Su Zhixi long, he understood. She had others sprinkle rose petals for her bath, ate at the estate's private restaurant, had a mall-like wardrobe of vanity with dazzling skincare products, and a dressing table with cosmetics. Cosmetics. Thinking of this, Jing looked around the room. Where was the dressing table? Where were the cosmetics? Didn't the senior use makeup? And Jing pinched his chin, thinking of Su Zixi's face. Well, she really didn't need makeup. If she wore makeup, what would that be like? But even without makeup, didn't women have the mentality of needing to have things even if they didn't use them? Su Zhixi looked at An Jing curiously. What are you looking for? Oh, nothing. An Jing quickly turned his back to Su Zhixi again. Having learned from before, he really didn't want to see little Su. I was just wondering where your dressing table is. Su Zhixi smiled. It's in the walk-in closet. Well, to be precise, it's in the storage room for clothes and hats. There's a very obvious door, didn't you see it? That's it. I usually go straight to the walk-in closet to do my makeup and change after washing up. And Jing thought for a moment. There did seem to be an arched door similar to the other storage rooms. He nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. Then he began to change into the prepared clothes. Su Zhixi swallowed hard as she watched An Jing's beautiful back revealed after he took off the nightgown. From behind, An Jing was now only wearing a pair of shorts. The nightgown had built-in padding, so there was no need for a bra. Su Zhixi marveled at An Jing's cleverness. She remembered not having reminded him about that. It seemed he wasn't foolish enough to wear a bra under a nightgown. Little did Su Zhixi know An Jing simply didn't want to wear one. As An Jing gradually finished changing into clean clothes, Su Zhixi, noticing he was about to turn around, quickly turned her back to him. When An Jing turned and saw Su Zhixi with her back to him, he was slightly surprised, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The senior did have a sense of boundaries. Even when he changed with his back to her, she turned away. An Jing said softly, Senior, I'm done. You can turn around now. Su Zhixi turned and was slightly startled by An Jing. An Jing was wearing a white knitted long dress, a white coat, over it white mid-calf boots, one hand in his pocket, and a faint smile on his face. Su Zhixi couldn't take her eyes off the mature, elegant An Jing for a long time. Even though she often dressed like this and thought her outfits were good, she was always admiring herself in the mirror. She had often thought before how wonderful it would be to see herself from someone else's perspective. And now it had come true. Su Zhixi greatly appreciated her own beautiful appearance. She loved looking at beautiful women, but now that she was seeing herself through another's eyes, she found it even more enjoyable. An Jing's face was flushed, and he avoided eye contact. They were quite far apart. He could clearly see how little Su Zhixi was, and Su Zhixi was wearing a long nightgown with a front slit. Normally, both sides of the gown would converge in the middle, hiding everything. But now, honestly, even he found it a bit hard to look at. He could never do such a thing in front of others. And Jing understood, as there were no men's clothes available. And not long ago he himself had. Thinking about it made An Jing a bit shy. An Jing stood before the house that Su Zhixi had arranged for him, momentarily stunned. Had he forgotten to close the door when he left last night? He shook his head and stepped inside, only to be taken aback. To his surprise, there were several women in his room, young maids dressed in maid uniforms. The maids stood before the cream-white custom wardrobe, packing clothes into it. And Jing recognized at a glance that they were men's garments. He finally understood why Su Zhixi had told him to come here for clothes. It had all been prepared in advance. And Jing shook his head, feeling foolish. He should have realized this sooner. When the maid saw him enter, one reported, Mr. And wasn't here early this morning. Mr. And might have. Another maid elbowed the speaker, signaling her to stop. And Jing's mouth twitched. Of course he wasn't there. His body was still lying in the Miss bedroom. If it weren't for the fact that he had slept with Su Zhixi last night, the maids would now see their Miss sleeping in the guest room. And Jing nodded. Yes, I understand. He then stood before the wardrobe, examining the men's clothes that filled it. The styles were undoubtedly to Su Zhixi's liking. He casually grabbed a set and a pair of underwear before leaving the room. After An Jing left, the maid who had been interrupted turned to the one who elbowed her. What was that for? Why did you hit me? Are you an idiot? Can't you see how well the miss treats Mr. Annoy? I know that, everyone knows. Mr. And wasn't in his room early this morning, which means he slipped away in the middle of the night, the maid mused, thinking logically. The miss treats him so well, yet he ran off in the night. Clearly he doesn't like her. What? How is that possible? The miss brought him home. Doesn't that mean their relationship is different now? She's never brought a guy home before. I told you you're an idiot. Maybe he doesn't like her, but she likes him. He ran off, and you brought it up again. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Another maid nearby couldn't hold back. All right, stop analyzing. What nonsense are you saying? Didn't you see the miss leave with men's clothes? She was clearly bringing them to Mr. And her face was flushed just now. It's possible Mr. And is in her room. Really? They just got back, and they're already staying together. I think it's very likely. I bet the miss slept with Mr. And last night. He'll bet on that too. Her face was red just now. Maybe she saw something. Guys in the morning have to. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi had already changed into the clothes An Jing had brought back. She wasn't surprised by whatever he chose, since she had only sent over items she liked herself. Even if An Jing had terrible taste in fashion, it didn't matter. She hadn't bought him any shorts or t-shirts. With a face as handsome as anything would look good. Su Zhixi finished dressing, lifted her chin, and then jumped up to mimic a shooting motion. Handsome. An Jing's mouth twitched. Handsome, but why are you doing that? What's wrong? Don't guys always do this? An Jing frowned, thinking about it. That seemed true enough. In high school, he often saw his classmates making shooting gestures, whether tossing trash or just walking normally. They'd do it every now and then. Su Zhixi looked An Jing up and down, surprised. Junior, don't tell me you think this move is weird now too. Is it because you've become a girl? Tisk tisk tisk, how quickly you change. An Jing shook his head. No, maybe it's because I'm socially awkward. Even though I play basketball, I don't usually do that. Su Zhixi put her hands in her pockets. I see. I used to think it was pretty cringy anyway. The reason? Those guys always seemed to think they looked so cool, but really they were just average, or below average. An Jing's mouth twitched. You're surprisingly nice. First you bluntly call them greasy, then you euphemistically call them ugly. Su Zhixi smiled and continued. Now I think it's not so bad. I wonder if it's because your face is so handsome. An Jing raised an eyebrow. He'll take that as a compliment on my good looks. Su Zhixi pouted and walked over to a full-length mirror by the bed. It's not a compliment. It's just the truth. I bet quite a few girls have chased after you. An Jing's mouth twitched again, unsure how to respond. There had been some who pursued him, but not many. The reason was that he was quite close to the girl he liked, and he had turned down quite a few others. When Su Zhixi saw An Jing fall silent, she looked at him. Seeing him lost in thought, she immediately felt a bit displeased. Even though she had many suitors herself, it still bothered her. But she quickly shrugged it off. She had heard from An Jing's roommate that he liked the green tea girl. Given how An Jing was acting now, he had probably rejected many others for her sake. And more likely than not, he had never been in a relationship because he was being strung along. Thinking this, Su Zhixi's mood lifted a little. But then she realized she would miss out on asking him about what he and his ex-girlfriend had done. That would be a bit dull. Su Zhixi teased with a smile, what's wrong? Thinking about some girl. An Jing snapped out of his thoughts and said calmly, no, I'm not. Oh, by the way, I'm a bit hungry. Wanna eat? Su Zhixi pouted at his attempt to change the subject. Fine. Pull off the bedsheet and throw it in the washer. We'll wash the nightgown ourselves tonight. Su Zhixi paused, then looked at the small underwear hanging on the chair. She picked it up. Oh, and this too. Wash it ourselves. An Jing instinctively retorted, didn't you say the servants do all your laundry? If it were normal, I'd give it to them. But this isn't normal. Junior, you've worn these. And you'd leave them for the servants? An Jing's face flushed as he argued. That's your body. How can you say it's mine? True, Su Zhixi said nonchalantly. Otherwise you wouldn't have come yourself, since they're yours. An Jing was momentarily stunned. Even though she agreed with his point, something felt off. He could do it himself, sure, but who on earth would act out their own life like this? Does anyone treat their life as just a vessel? An Jing bit his lip lightly, turned around, and hummed in acknowledgement. He didn't want to look at those women's underwear he had worn. Su Zhixi held the bedsheet in her hands as An Jing carried the trash, just stepping out of the room and about to head downstairs. At that moment, the maids who had finished placing clothes in the adjacent room stepped out, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the two. One cast a smug glance at the maid beside her. See, didn't I tell you? She knew all along that Mr. and stayed with the young miss last night. Several maids hurried over. Young miss, Mr. And please let us take the trash and bedsheet. Su Zhixi and An Jing turned to look at the speaking maid. An Jing shook his head, then glanced toward the master bedroom. No need. We didn't bring the duvet cover. Go strip that and replace it. Understood, young miss. As the words faded, An Jing and Su Zhixi headed downstairs to a communal bathroom. Su Zhixi tossed the bedsheet into the washing machine and Jing poured in the detergent and started the machine. Su Zhixi eyed the trash bag on the floor. We'll take the garbage out later. Let's go eat. Su Zhixi then handed her phone to An Jing. Give me yours. We'll swap phones for the day so people won't see us with our own. An Jing shook his head in refusal. Swapping phones shouldn't be a big deal. It's the same either way. If an acquaintance notices, we can just say we got new ones. It's not like your friends would specifically come to check your phone, right? Su Zhixi furrowed her brows in thought, then nodded in agreement. A thought struck her, and the corner of her lips lifted. Junior, you wouldn't happen to have something unsavory on your phone, would you? An Jing, who had been crouching to pick up the trash, froze mid-motion. Su Zhixi decisively grabbed the trash bag herself. Let me handle this. You haven't answered my question yet, she said calmly. So is there really something? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling her lips. Could it be? You know what I mean. An Jing's mouth twitched. He averted his gaze and walked beside her out of the bathroom. No, don't overthink it. Oh, Su Zhixi carried the trash in one hand and slid the other into her pocket. I get it. Boys will be boys, perfectly normal. An Jing felt his ears grow warm. And what about you, senior? No secrets on your phone. Su Zhixi's expression was calm, her tone certain. None. Want to take a look? An Jing frowned at her swift agreement. Something felt off. Didn't girls have secrets between best friends? Your chats with your best friend. You want to see that? Su Zhixi opened her chat with Xiao. It's fine for you to look. An Jing glanced briefly and looked away. The contact name was just a single character, Xiao, and their chat history consisted almost entirely of video and voice calls. Text messages were scarce. At a glance, there was hardly a single word. The only things visible were closing remarks like good night. Though An Jing had specifically mentioned chats with her best friend, he couldn't rule out the possibility that this contact was indeed that friend. An Jing estimated that the person Su Zhixi called was at least 90% likely to be her best friend. Moreover, he noticed that their WeChat profile pictures were a matching couple set. That pushed the probability of it being her best friend to at least 95%. The remaining 5% could be Su Zhixi's boyfriend. Judging by the avatars, Su Zhixi used the female version, while the other person used the male one. Although it was unlikely to be her boyfriend, rumor at school had it she'd never been in a relationship. Su Zhixi herself had never confirmed that. The school described her as aloof and hard to approach, but he didn't find it that exaggerated. An Jing preferred to believe she had no boyfriend. If she did, then what would their interactions mean? Intuition told him Su Zhixi wasn't that kind of person. But human hearts were hard to fathom, and he couldn't be sure if her talk of marriage was genuine. The mere possibility made his chest feel tight. He didn't know why he was overthinking so much. It felt inexplicable. Had becoming a woman already made him as sensitive as one? The hint of melancholy in An Jing's expression didn't escape Su Zhixi's notice, leaving her puzzled. What was with that look? It was just a glance at her chat with Xiao. Su Zhixi looked at her phone again. The profile picture and chat history, 90% voice and video calls. Piecing it together, she instantly understood the reason for An Jing's change in demeanor. So the junior thought this was her boyfriend. But hadn't he specifically asked to see her chats with her best friend? How did he jump to boyfriend? Why was he as suspicious as a girl? Well, now he actually was a girl. Su Zhixi found it amusing. It felt like coaxing a little girl. And that little girl used to inhabit her own body. Not long ago, he had also been overthinking things. So, had the junior gotten jealous twice in one morning? How adorable. Su Zhixi chuckled, about to explain, when An Jing glanced at her with a relaxed tone and smile. Is this your best friend, senior? Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. His voice and expression were perfectly normal now. If she hadn't noticed his earlier unease, she'd never have guessed had been jealous. She nodded. Yes. Weren't you just asking to see my chats with my best friend? What else could it be? An Jing confirmed it wasn't a boyfriend, and a flicker of joy stirred within him. Nothing, just curious, since you two use matching couple profile pictures. So, Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly as she quickened her pace to stop in front of him. You thought it was my boyfriend? An Jing's gaze darted away as he nodded with a soft mum. Su Zhixi smiled, turned, and headed toward the dining table in the living room, and Jing following behind. Su Zhixi said calmly, I've never been in a relationship, so where would a boyfriend come from? And for the record, my best friend is female. I don't have any close male friends. Besides, didn't I just say I'd marry you? What did you think I was joking? And Jing felt a wave of embarrassment. His fingers fidgeted, rubbing both sides of the phone in his pocket. Honestly, he had thought she was joking. There was a flash of joy at the time, but upon reflection it felt off. From her perspective, he was just a poor kid, not even on the same level as her family. Who talks about marriage right after meeting? What was she after? He let out a soft mum before speaking after a few seconds. A little maybe. We just met and I don't know what you see in me. When I think about it, there's not much to gain. Su Zhixi turned back, casting him a surprised glance, then walked to the dining table and sat down. An exquisite breakfast was already laid out. An Jing marveled inwardly. Had breakfasts like this before, similar to what you get at a nice park cafe with good ambience. But he could only afford it once or twice a month. Anymore, and had be eating dirt by month's end. Such breakfasts were pretty, but meager. One meal cost him 300 or 400. As Su Zhixi saw An Jing about to sit across from her, she pulled the chair next to her clothes, patted the cushion, and said, "Sit here." An Jing stared at the chair pressed tightly against her, stunned. The chair wasn't far to begin with. Why pull it even closer? Soon as An Jing sat down beside her, Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. "It's true we just met. But there are some things we've already come to understand, haven't we?" An Jing instantly knew what she meant. His ears reddened as he feigned composure, ladling himself some soup to drink. Su Zhixi continued, "Strictly speaking, our actual relationship is ahead of our intimacy level. There's plenty of time ahead to get to know each other better. Either way, don't think about running away. Like I said, you've seen my body. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? You can't have all the good things." An Jing had just scooped a spoonful of porridge, about to take a sip, when his hand froze at her words. "Got it. I'm not trying to avoid responsibility." With that, An Jing downed the spoonful of porridge. Su Zixi's face lit up with joy, and she began devouring her breakfast with gusto. Normally, she could barely finish 5 dishes, even in small portions. But now, with her increased appetite, she had ordered extra and didn't care about maintaining her image. Being a guy was great. Watching Su Zhixi eat for the second time, An Jing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Did you always eat like this?" Su Zixi's mouth was stuffed full, as she could only shake her head. After swallowing, she said, "Of course not. I used to eat even more delicately than you do now." An Jing opened his mouth, then closed it. He hadn't eaten like a starving ghost, even in his past life. Now that he was in her body, had made a point of eating more slowly and gracefully. But she, "Don't worry about me. He'll make sure your stomach never goes hungry." An Jing. "All right, you asked what I see in you." An Jing nodded. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it obvious? Him after your good looks, got a problem with that." An Jing felt a secret thrill. "No problem at all. What, you don't think I'm good looking?" "Of course you are, senior." "Then there you go. No running away, okay, sweetie?" An Jing nodded. At the drop-off point of Jiangjing University, Su Zhixi and An Jing disembarked and headed toward their respective teaching buildings. The two buildings were not far apart and lay along the same route. As they walked side by side, they attracted the gazes of numerous male and female students on campus. An Jing felt somewhat uneasy as he walked. Though he knew he had been somewhat handsome in his past life and had often drawn the attention of girls who would approach him, now it was men who stared at him. Under the scrutiny of male gazes, he felt a pang of embarrassment. He could sense the admiration in their eyes, as well as some jealousy and curiosity. The jealousy and curiosity were naturally directed at Su Zhixi, for she was now him. And Jing sighed inwardly at how popular Su Zhixi was. Why couldn't he be just as well liked? Reflecting on it, he realized he had hardly socialized in the past 2 months of university. He barely even recognized a few classmates. Most days he either stayed in his dorm, minding his own business, or occasionally spent time with the person he once liked. He rarely showed himself, but whenever he did, some outgoing girls would immediately approach him. Feeling uneasy, An Jing quickened his pace and hurried toward the teaching building. In contrast, Su Zhixi remained completely unfazed, indifferent to whatever meaning lay in the gazes of those boys. As for the girls, though in the past girls had also looked at her, but now, Su Zhixi thought about how those girls used to gaze at An Jing, and a sour feeling stirred in her heart. Seeing An Jing pick up his pace, she too quickened her steps. She had deliberately slowed down to wait for him, as she still remembered the rhythm of her original Buddhist walk. Even though An Jing had sped up, Su Zhixi effortlessly kept up. Long legs certainly had their advantages, she mused, glancing down at her own. But soon a girl appeared on Su Zixi's other side. Su Zhixi looked down at the girl, who stood about 160 centimeters tall. With a sweet face, a warm smile, and a faint blush, she was the type that could instantly stir a boy's protective instincts. Even Su Zhixi herself felt a twinge of. She didn't recognize her, but immediately recalled An Jing's roommate's words. Could this be the girl her junior had once liked? The thought made her displeased. Su Zhixi first glanced at An Jing, and seeing his curious expression, she confirmed he didn't know her either. Relieved, she realized there was only one possibility. She looked at the girl and said calmly, "Excuse me, can I help you?" The girl's ears visibly reddened at the sight of Su Zixi's handsome face. She had prepared herself, but standing beside Su Zhixi, she found herself momentarily speechless. She held up her phone and said, "An Jing, can I add you on WeChat?" The moment the girl spoke, both An Jing and Su Zhixi were stunned. Su Zhixi cast a puzzled glance at the bewildered An Jing, then quickly looked away. Did this girl know her junior? But he seemed completely clueless. Su Zhixi shook her head. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." The girl was taken aback. When did he get a girlfriend? Hadn't he been entangled with by she from the neighboring class just yesterday? She already knew that An Jing had discovered Bai Zai's involvement with another guy. She had always known about Bai Zai's ambiguous relationship with that boy and had wanted to tell An Jing, but didn't know how. She was in the same class as An Jing, though neither of them were class officers, and since An Jing always left quickly after class, they rarely interacted. Yet now An Jing claimed to have a girlfriend. How could he have gotten one by the next morning? He had been close to Bai Shi without any commitment, merely strung along. And now he said this. The girl glanced at An Jing beside Su Zhixi. Could it be? That was impossible. This senior was notoriously hard to win over. There was no way she had become his girlfriend so quickly. That was why she had initially assumed they were just walking together by coincidence. The girl realized it was clearly an excuse, but she smiled and nodded. Is it Senior Su? An Jing, still dazed from hearing Su Zhixi claim to have a girlfriend, was even more confused when the girl said this. Had he become his own shield? Su Zhixi linked her arm with An Jing's and said, "Yes, Senior Su is my girlfriend." An Jing cast a surprised glance at Su Zhixi, who had linked her arm through his. Although he had often used the excuse of having a girlfriend to reject others in the past, now Su Zhixi was using his body to say this while holding onto his arm, which now belonged to a female form. Previously it had always been a lie, but this time it was actually true. An Jing then gave a slight smile and nodded at the bewildered girl. Seeing that An Jing was merely smiling without speaking, Su Zhixi looked at him and asked with a light laugh, "Senior, aren't we?" An Jing was taken aback. In all his life, he had never encountered someone who would drag another person into being a shield without prior discussion. Yet now he was witnessing it. Not only that, but the other party was unabashedly saying things to make him acknowledge their relationship. An Jing gave a charming smile and said, "Of course I am your girlfriend." Su Zhixi smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the girl who had come to ask for his contact information wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. She had been fully prepared. Just yesterday, she had witnessed her crush in an intimate relationship with someone else. She had sent An Jing a message on QQ yesterday to comfort him. But as it turned out, he never replied. She thought he had fallen asleep. Yet the result. The next day, he suddenly had a girlfriend. Moreover, his girlfriend was the school's Ice Queen beauty. So had he been pursuing Senior Su all along yesterday? The Ice Queen part, she didn't know. At least he had won her over in less than a day, which suggested the girl wasn't that icy. As for the school beauty, she admitted that Su Zhixi was incredibly beautiful, much prettier than herself. She was superior in figure and height as well. That was just the exterior, there was no need to mention the rest. If it were her, she would also choose Su Zhixi. The girl awkwardly put her phone away into her pocket. What had she just done? She had asked for someone's WeChat right in front of their girlfriend. One act of initiative had led to a lifetime of introversion. The girl looked at An Jing with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, Senior Su, I didn't know An Jing was your boyfriend." An Jing was certain that this girl had previously thought they weren't a couple. If it were him, he wouldn't have thought they were a couple either. After all, they had only just met not even 20 hours ago. Who would have thought that the next day he would suddenly have a girlfriend? And that it would be Su Zhixi, who was well known at school. Even though the person now inhabiting his own body was shamelessly making his former self admit to being her girlfriend. She seemed eager to make it public, as if she wanted to wear the words, "She is my girlfriend," on her face. Moreover, the girl had called out the name An Jing, clearly indicating she knew him. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't recall who she was. He had never seen her before. So, it seemed his original face still held its charm. An Jing indulged in a moment of self-admiration, then let out a light laugh, and said, "It's fine amused to girls asking him for his contact information." The girl was left speechless. The other party was so magnanimous. Her boyfriend was being asked for his contact information right in front of her, yet she remained calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. The girl glanced at An Jing's face. Well, she could afford to be that confident. The girl looked around, noticing the curious onlookers staring at them. More precisely, they were staring at Su Zhixi and An Jing. Unable to bear the gazes coming from all directions, she spoke up. "I have a class to attend." With that, the girl quickly ran off. No sooner had she left than Su Zhixi remarked, "Tisk, so you're used to girls asking for your contact information. What do you get, dozens every day?" An Jing's mouth twitched involuntarily. He sensed a hint of jealousy in her words. "Not that many," An Jing replied, glancing at his arm, which Su Zhixi held close. "What about you, Senior? I doubt no one asks for your contact information. I'd wager it's more than mine." Su Zhixi was at a loss for words. Honestly, she didn't know if she received more than him, but she thought it was quite a lot. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you jealous?" An Jing. He admitted that he had felt a twinge of jealousy for some reason, but it wasn't that bad. After a moment of silence, An Jing glanced around and subtly moved the arm she was holding. "Loosen up a bit, there are so many people watching." Su Zhixi looked at him strangely. She wasn't applying any force, he could easily pull his arm away. But what was that slight movement about? So, did he actually not want her to let go? Having gleaned this answer, Su Zhixi looked at the surrounding onlookers and said indifferently, "I don't mind anyway. Are you so concerned about what others think?" And Jing shook his head. "No. Alright, if you say no, I'll let go when you reach the teaching building." And Jing nodded. Okay. And so all the way Su Zhixi held in Jing's arm as they walked straight to the teaching building. Her original classroom building was near his, but hers was still a bit farther away. Along the way, some onlookers took photos of the intimate scene between Su Zhixi and An Jing and posted them on the confession wall. The girls were shipping them, while most of the boys were jealous. Who was this guy? How dare he hold the goddess' arm? What right did he have? Wasn't he just a little bit handsome? They weren't that bad either. In front of a side entrance of a teaching building, Su Zhixi released An Jing's arm. "I'm off to class then. Don't miss me too much," An Jing and the surrounding students. An Jing thought that he was now the senior, and she only had a morning class today. But he had classes all day except for evening self-study. Damn, how unfair. Soon An Jing realized that Su Zhixi was attending classes for him, and his heart immediately leaped with joy. Sweet. An Jing smiled warmly. Alright, I'll come find you after class. The surrounding students. A moment ago they were sneering at Su Zhixi's narcissistic remark. Who did he think he was? Not only did he dare to hold the goddess arm, but he also said, "Don't miss me," how arrogant. But the next second they were dumbfounded by An Jing's words. What? Huh? What was going on? Not only did Senior Su not refute him, but she even smiled so tenderly and said she would wait for him. The sky was falling. Was this still the Ice Queen beauty? Bro, I think I'm dying a little inside. A beautiful romance seems to have ended before it even began. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow as she watched An Jing's graceful figure heading toward another teaching building. Without heeding the envious gazes of the surrounding boys, she made her way to the classroom. After ascending to the floor where the classroom was located, she walked straight down the corridor when hurried footsteps sounded from behind. 3 figures dashed past Su Zhixi in a flash. One of them caught a glimpse of her in his peripheral vision, halted abruptly, and turned back. Su Zhixi frowned at the fair-skinned boy wearing round-rimmed glasses standing before her. She had never seen this young man before. But judging by his demeanor, it seemed he knew An Jing. Su Zhixi remained silent, waiting for him to speak first. The 2 boys who had run 2 meters ahead noticed someone was missing and looked back. One of them asked, "What's up, Brother Fong?" As he finished speaking, he spotted Su Zhixi. "Oh," he exclaimed in surprise, then walked over with the other boy. Su Zhixi recognized the skinny and chubby boys approaching her direction. They were An Jing's roommates. Su Zhixi recalled that someone had been showering in the bathroom yesterday, and she had left out of fear of seeing something inappropriate if they came out naked. So this must be another of An Jing's roommates. Fong Yu smiled and walked alongside Su Zhixi, asking, "Really not living on campus?" Su Zhixi nodded calmly. Something came up. It's inconvenient to stay in the dorm." Fong Yu frowned in confusion, but didn't press further. He had noticed she said nothing in the dorm group chat last night, so there must indeed be some inconvenience. Wang Wei and Li Lily now joined them. Soon the 4 entered the classroom together. As soon as Su Zhixi stepped inside, she spotted the girl who had asked for her contact information sitting in the middle of the first row. That girl was also looking at her, but when Su Zhixi met her gaze, she averted her eyes after just half a second. So she really was a classmate. What a terrible memory this junior has. Can't even remember his own classmates. Su Zhixi muttered inwardly, then realized she herself as a sophomore barely knew any of her classmates, and stopped complaining. Instead, she began teasing An Jing's luck with romance, concluding that this girl must have liked An Jing for quite some time. Although An Jing was still a freshman and had only been there for a little over 2 months, it was possible she had fallen for him at first sight. Perhaps she had liked him for over 2 months. That was indeed a long time. Su Zhixi thought of An Jing's appearance and found it reasonable. Honestly, when she first saw An Jing yesterday, even she couldn't help but admire his handsomeness. Coupled with his sincere apology, she didn't hold a grudge over the slap. Su Zhixi habitually sat in the first row, but the middle section of the first row was occupied by that girl. So she stopped at the first seat on the right side of the classroom. Fong Yu, sitting beside Su Zhixi, easily noticed the exchange of glances between her and that girl who shyly looked away. Now she intended to sit in the first row. The sun couldn't possibly rise from the west. So it must be. Su Zhixi looked at Fong Yu's questioning gaze in confusion, unsure why he was staring at her with such a gossipy expression. The classroom aisle was narrow, and Li Lily and Wang Wei walking ahead didn't notice the two behind them had stopped. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the middle of the first row. Fourth not sitting there. Su Zhixi followed his gaze to the long row where that girl was seated. The corner of her mouth twitched as she realized An Jing usually sat with his roommates. She then continued walking forward. Fang Yu shrugged and followed. The group settled in the last row by the door. Wang Wei suddenly remembered something, leaned back, and looked at Su Zhixi on the far end. Little fourth, do you want a girlfriend? The other three stared at him in confusion. Fang Yu, sitting between Wang Wei and An Jing, said, "What with his looks you're afraid he can't find a girlfriend?" "I just saw a pretty good-looking girl from our class," shyly looking at fourth. "Huh." Wang Wei glanced at An Jing's face, recalling how a girl had come looking for him yesterday to ask about An Jing. He knew she had some interest in An Jing. After all, she had come to comfort him while he was still upset. But he was curious why she didn't approach An Jing directly. What did she mean by asking him to offer comfort? With that thought, Wang Wei looked toward the middle of the first row and muttered, "Who is it?" "Li Li." The three roommates chorused, "Who's Li Li?" Wang Wei was speechless. No wonder they were roommates. They all knew almost no one in the class alike. He shook his head, thinking that if he weren't the class monitor, he'd probably be just like them. Meanwhile, An Jing was sitting in the back row looking at the pretty girl beside him. From Su Zhixi's instructions, he easily recognized her as her best friend Xiao Xiao Xiao. Xiao 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 grinned mischievously and whispered, "Come on, Cece, is there a man hidden in your house?" "Did you too?" "Last night." Seeming to think whispering wasn't safe enough, Xiao 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 looked around, then leaned close to An Jing's ear. "Did you know he?" An Jing was utterly bewildered. Xiao Zhixiao's somewhat lecherous tone echoed in An Jing's ears. An Jing immediately recalled the morning's events, and the mere thought made his cheeks involuntarily flush. Seeing An Jing's reddened face, Xiao Zhixiao's eyes lit up. So she really was hiding a man. Could it be that something truly indecent had occurred? At this thought, Xiao 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 grew even more excited. She scanned the surroundings once more, then whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Cece, you really are a dark horse. Come on, tell me how it felt. Duration, length, technique, soft, or..." Before she could finish, An Jing quickly covered Xiao Zhixiao's unrestrained mouth. "Shut up, what are you saying?" Xiao 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 struggled for a moment, finally freeing her lips, and spoke with a hint of grievance. "Cece, you're being mean to me. You're actually being mean to me. Now that you have a man, you've forgotten your best friend. Cece, you're so fickle." An Jing's mouth twitched as he helplessly looked at Xiao 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 and shook his head. "Stop imagining things. There's no he, you need to clear out all that dirty stuff in your head." An Jing felt like crying, but had no tears. He couldn't understand how she could say such things in a public place like a classroom. Even though her voice was only audible to the two of them, what if? Given how excited she was, what if she accidentally spoke too loud and someone heard? He didn't care about the senior's private image, but at least on the surface she maintained an aloof and elegant persona. If she exposed that, her persona would collapse. He could already imagine the looks from the gossip mongers if anyone overheard. He could tolerate the girls, but he absolutely couldn't stand the boys' gazes. Upon hearing this, Xiao 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 immediately latched onto the key point and murmured softly, "Cece, you didn't deny hiding a man at home, which means you really are hiding one, right?" An Jing was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. The truth was that a man had indeed moved into Su Zhixi's home. That man was himself. They had even absurdly swapped bodies. But wasn't that phrasing wrong? How was it hiding? It sounded like she was keeping him. An Jing thought about how his interactions with Su Zhixi would only increase, and Xiao 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 was Su Zhixi's best friend. She would probably come to Su Zhixi's home often, so this secret couldn't be kept forever. Not to mention that just recently Su Zhixi had openly wrapped her arm around his. It was almost as if she was flaunting their relationship. Thinking this, An Jing decided not to deny it and nodded openly. "Yeah, there's a male classmate at home." Xiao 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 frowned in confusion. "A male classmate? A sophomore? I don't remember you being close to any guy our age." "No, it's a guy. You don't have any guys around you. It's so lonely." "An Jing." "It doesn't matter. Is he an acquaintance?" "Do I know him?" An Jing shook his head. "No, he's not an acquaintance, and you don't know him either." "Oh, I see. What year is he? What's his name?" An Jing was a bit exasperated by Xiao Zhixiao's interrogation-like chat, but considering she was Su Zhixi's best friend and might run into his original body later, he confessed everything. "He's a freshman named An Jing." "You don't know him?" Xiao 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 nodded at the unfamiliar name. "Yeah, I really don't know him." "CC, is he handsome? Do you have a photo? Quick, let me see if a good cabbage has been ruined by a pig." An Jing's mouth twitched, wanting to retort. Why was he the pig? He was in a girl's body now. Who was ruining whom was still uncertain. No. Even if the senior was the pig ruining his cabbage, it was still his body all along. Wasn't that still calling him a pig? Calling himself a pig, An Jing pulled out his phone to show her a selfie he had saved. But as soon as the screen lit up, he realized something was wrong. He was using his own phone, but his body was the senior's. It would be fine if she just looked at the album, but what if a familiar person called, or a message popped up on WeChat or something? Thinking this, An Jing decisively turned off the screen and put the phone back in his pocket. Xiao, who had been watching him, was puzzled. Cece, what's wrong? No photo. Yeah, none. Xiao frowned, then quickly thought of An Jing's phone. No, Cece, did you get a new phone? What about the old one? As soon as she said it, she felt she sounded like an ad and changed the subject. Cece, why did you switch to such a cheap phone? You're not short on money. A backup phone. That doesn't fit either. And your lock screen wallpaper looks like something a guy would use. And Jing shrugged, indifferent to her comment about his wallpaper, but wanted to argue that his phone wasn't cheap. Before he could speak, he thought of Su Zhixi's phone and glanced at the phone on Su Zhixi's desk. The latest model of an Apple phone. And Jing fell silent. Compared to that, his was indeed cheap. He said calmly, it doesn't matter. He's very handsome anyway. Very handsome. Xiao perked up. Is he more handsome than my fiancé? And Jing's mouth twitched. Su Zhixi had mentioned Su Zhixi's fiancé, but he had never seen a photo. How was he supposed to know if he was more handsome than your fiancé? And Jing didn't hesitate to praise himself narcissistically, saying, of course he's more handsome than your fiancé. If he weren't, I wouldn't even be interested. Xiao looked skeptical and immediately thought of the confession wall. If he was really that handsome, she could find him there. So Xiao started browsing the confession wall on her phone. Soon a post titled Shock. Unknown man dares to do this to the campus belle senior in broad daylight. Caught her eye with a few pictures attached. Xiao glanced at An Jing, then eagerly zoomed in on the photos. When she saw the content, she was utterly speechless. The pictures showed Su Zhixi male body with his arm around An Jing female body as they walked across campus. It wasn't nearly as exaggerated as the title suggested. What a clickbait. The comments below were full of complaints about the poster's sensational headline. But even more were jealous remarks about the unknown man's public intimacy with their goddess. Xiao looked closely at the man, and then held the phone up to An Jing. Cece, this guy. An Jing glanced at it, and frowned. It was him indeed. But the comments below were ridiculous. Wasn't it just an arm around the shoulder? Why were they talking about defilement? And who someone was close to was their own business. Didn't they see that Senior Su didn't show any resistance? Realizing this, An Jing froze. He was now Senior Su, so of course there was no resistance. And Jing snapped out of it. Let them think what they wanted. It wasn't their business anyway. He nodded calmly. Yeah, it's him. So, handsome, right? Yeah, he really is more handsome than my fiancé. And Jing felt a thrill. She was already engaged halfway to marriage. Roughly speaking, she was almost a married woman. Hearing a woman with a husband say he was more handsome than her husband, and Jing found the feeling addictive. Xiao continued. I've seen this guy many times and I can't help but stare every time. And Jing frowned and hesitated. Xiao, if your fiancé finds out, aren't you worried he'll be upset? Xiao crossed her arms. So what if he finds out? Him just looking. In fact, I hope he does. Huh. And Jing was confused. Why? You check out guys so openly. Because then he'll get jealous, and when he's jealous he'll discipline me. What? Discipline? Su Zhixi's cheeks flushed slightly. Cece, you know what I mean. Oh, I never knew you liked younger guys. And Jing frowned, pondering her words. What did he know? What was he supposed to know? Suddenly a flash of insight hit him, and he looked at Xiao in surprise. Damn, was she into that kind of thing? Noticing his strange gaze, Xiao asked, Cece, what's with that look? Don't you like him? You just want to play with him without taking responsibility, right? Tisk Cece, you've got potential. Before you wouldn't go to male models, but now. And Jing's mouth twitched. Was his senior's best friend's mind really this active? If they were such close friends, was the senior also? Ahem, probably not. You're overthinking it. Don't you know me? Xiao nodded. True, I have to say, Cece, you've got good taste. Handsome and young. And most importantly, younger guys have stamina. And Jing. Wait, was she talking about stamina in the way he thought? Xiao continued. As they say, a younger guy might not spend money on you, but he'll definitely put his stamina into you. Yeah, but you're not short of money, and he's in his prime now. I've heard that after 25, a man's like 60. You'd better make the most of these few years while he's still got stamina. And Jing. Now he was sure she meant exactly what he thought. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for Su Zhixi to use his body to mess with him. No, why was he even thinking about it? What kind of thing was that? Himself with himself. And Jing's face flushed. The teacher was lecturing at the front, and what were they chatting about here? And with the senior's best friend. She was way too dirty. How could every few sentences be tainted? At this point, An Jing was sure Su Zhixi wasn't that innocent. With a best friend like that, even if she was pure, she couldn't stay that way. Especially in public. If they were in private. Unimaginable. No wonder the senior mostly called or video chatted with her best friend. If it were in text, could it even be broadcast? And Jing cleared his throat. Stop it, Xiao Xiao. You're too filthy. Xiao tilted her head and looked at Su Zhixi in confusion. Cece, you're acting so strange today. You seem innocent again. And Jing's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but stopping. Case solved. The senior was probably a salted duck egg on the outside. Him innocent. He just felt weird talking about this with a girl. Xiao leaned close and whispered in his ear, Cece, don't let me have kids who can run errands while you're still a little virgin. And Jing, what was wrong with being a little virgin? Did it bother her? And in his current situation, it wasn't appropriate anyway. If they swapped back and the senior was willing, he could actually help her solve that problem. But for now, he didn't want to get into trouble. After class, Xiao dragged An Jing to the restroom. Though An Jing felt no urge to go at that moment, and initially wanted to refuse, he recalled how female classmates often went in groups. Close friends would accompany each other even if one didn't truly need to go. It was like walking down the street as a guy and stumbling upon a restroom. Even without the need, the principle of since we're here prevailed, and in they went. After finishing, An Jing instinctively rose to leave, but then remembered something, calling out to the adjacent stall, Xiao, do you have tissue? Xiao paused, puzzled. Why wasn't she carrying tissue today as usual? Yet she didn't probe further, and replied calmly, I have some. Hold on. An Jing frowned. Hold on. For what? He glanced at the gap beneath the stall door and twitched his lips. Well, that gap was practically non-existent. Soon An Jing heard the flush from the next stall. Xiao knocked on his door. Open up, open up. An Jing's lips twitched again as he looked at the gap under the door, extending 2 fingers. Just pass it to me through here. Xiao was taken aback. Cece, what if it touches? Don't you find it dirty? An Jing froze. Dirty? He hadn't considered that. But the gap was so wide it would hardly touch. Then he remembered Su Zhixi's apparent obsession with cleanliness, so he cracked the door open slightly. An Jing took the tissue from Xiao through the gap and immediately locked the door again. Just as he was about to open it, something struck him. He pulled out his phone, opened the chat with Su Zhixi, and typed, Senior, I'm coming to find you. As An Jing and Xiao exited the teaching building, Xiao noticed him heading toward another building and asked, Cece, we have no more classes today. Why are you going there? An Jing replied calmly, to find someone. Xiao gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Cece, are you going to see your little boyfriend? Oh my god, did you make the first move? An Jing frowned at the term boyfriend. Being referred to as one's own boyfriend was quite a peculiar feeling. He's not my boyfriend. Huh, not your boyfriend. Xiao placed a hand on An Jing's forehead. Strange you don't have a fever. An Jing moved her hand away. You're the one with a fever. Cece, I meant the sick kind of fever, not that kind. An Jing's lips twitched. Why was she even explaining? He hadn't meant that kind either. Xiao pressed on. Cece, if he's not your boyfriend, why are you living together? An Jing. And if he's not your boyfriend, why did you let him hold your arm? An Jing was at a loss for words. But they truly weren't a couple. Then something came to him, and he said flatly, he's my fiancé. What? Fiancé? What did I miss? I see you today, and suddenly you have a fiancé. An Jing was exasperated by his overly inquisitive best friend. It was arranged not long ago. It's normal you didn't know. Me? Xiao pointed at herself incredulously. It's abnormal that I didn't know. Yesterday, I was worried you'd end up alone forever, and today you suddenly have a fiancé. Cece, you're moving too fast. Are you going to get steamy tonight? An Jing flicked Xiao Xiao's forehead. Xiao, your mouth is always full of filth. Xiao rubbed the spot. Cece, you're so proper now I can't get used to it. An Jing. 666. He was genuinely curious about the chat history between the senior and this so-called best friend. But they never typed, they only called. He couldn't see anything. An Jing suddenly recalled the time displayed when he saw Su Zhixi's chat with Xiao this morning. They were almost always video or voice calls at night. And they called every single day. Thinking of this, An Jing asked, video or voice call tonight? Xiao was confused. How would I know? It depends on the situation at the time. An Jing frowned. He didn't understand what she meant by the situation. But it was clear that Senior Su knew. He didn't feel comfortable asking. In any case, confirming that they called every day was good enough. An Jing began to look forward to the evening. Just then a male voice came from behind. Junior Su, Junior Xiao, what a coincidence. An Jing turned around in surprise to see a young man walking slowly toward them. An Jing immediately recognized him. He was the one who ended up with the person An Jing used to like. An Jing sighed. The world was so small, they'd even run into each other here. And it seemed he knew Senior Su and Senior Xiao. An Jing glanced at Xiao. Seeing her furrowed brows, he had a rough idea. Before the young man could reach them, Xiao grabbed An Jing's hand and hurried away. Her expression showed she despised that guy. But he also knew Su Zhixi didn't interact with boys. So even if he didn't remember the guy, it didn't matter. An Jing pretended not to know and asked who is he. Xiao was puzzled. Cece, you don't remember him. An Jing nodded. Should I? Huh. Xiao was briefly confused, but then found it reasonable. Cece, that's so like you. That guy chased after you many times. To put it nicely, he was pursuing you. To put it bluntly, he was pestering you. Tisk, only you could forget someone like that. But lately he's backed off. Seems he's with another girl now. An Jing let out a cold, bitter laugh. So he couldn't win Senior Su, and came to steal his person instead. Still he had to thank the guy. Without him, An Jing might still be clinging to false hope for Bai Shi. The young man quickly caught up, looking at the building An Jing and Xiao were heading toward. Junior Su, Junior Xiao, are you going to this building too? See, what a coincidence. I happen to have business here too. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting toward An Jing. An Jing felt a wave of disgust. What kind of person was this? You just got together with someone, and now you're hitting on others. An Jing remained silent, staring coldly ahead. Xiao was blunt. Wang Jin, stay away from our Cece. And you already have a girlfriend now. Wang Jin raised an eyebrow. Junior Xiao, I haven't done anything excessive. There's no need to be so hostile toward me. Sorry, Cece and I are judged by looks. Go find somewhere else to be. Wang Jin looked stung, but with An Jing in female form present, he could only swallow his pride. An Jing then played the good cop. Xiao, that's not right. You can't resort to personal attacks. Xiao caught on. I'm not. I'm stating facts. That guy isn't as handsome as your boyfriend, and he keeps bothering you. Wang Jin. Xiao, don't compare him to others. Yes, your boyfriend is the most handsome. This toad isn't even worth a single finger of his. Wang Jin. Wang Jin's face darkened, but he forced a strained smile. Junior Su, you have a boyfriend. Xiao snapped, what's it to you? Does our Cece have to stay single forever? Wang Jin clenched his fist secretly. Who got Su Zhixi? Had chased her for so long, without success. She was single until now. When did this pop up? Wang Jin forced a laugh. Juniors, I have things to do. They'll be going now. An Jing raised an eyebrow. Sure, take care. Xiao said disdainfully, scram. You're an eyesore. Wang Jin. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi was on her way to the computer lab with her 3 roommates. A girl was chattering incessantly beside Su Zhixi. From the girl's words, Su Zhixi realized this was the green tea that An Jing's roommate had mentioned. Naturally, Su Zhixi wouldn't give her a pleasant face. She strode coldly toward their destination. Fang Yu tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, Bai Shi, we still have class. Bai Shi said in a syrupy voice, but there are still dozens of minutes of break time. Then she turned to Su Zhixi. Brother, and are you still mad at Sierra? Su Zhixi frowned slightly. The girl's voice had grated on her ears from the start. Did you have a slipper stuck in your throat? She truly didn't understand what the junior saw in this person. She wasn't as tall, didn't have as good a figure, wasn't as pretty, and certainly couldn't match her family background. Su Zhixi mentally compared herself to Bai Shi in every possible way. The conclusion was that she only lost in the ability to put on a fake, cutesy act. But honestly, that forced nasal voice wasn't pleasant at all. Bai Shi continued babbling. Brother, and didn't you promise to only be Sierra's brother? Please don't be angry just because I'm dating someone else. Su Zhixi. Junior, have you lost your mind? You actually agreed to be her brother. Su Zixi's face hardened. Since you're dating, keep your distance from me. Brother, are you still angry? Then I won't date him anymore, okay? Please don't be mad. Su Zhixi let out a helpless, sarcastic laugh. Just then a gloomy male voice rang out. Xiaobai, what did you just say? Bai Shi trembled and turned around to see Wang Jin staring at her with a dark face. Bai Shi immediately left Su Zixi's side and rushed to Wang Jin. His expression softened slightly as he pointed at Su Zhixi. Xiaobai, were you just saying you'd break up with me for this guy? Bai Zai's face paled as she shook her head frantically. No, An Jing is just a bit upset. Brother Wang, you know we have a good relationship. Brother Wang, I didn't mean to break up. I just wanted to calm An Jing down. Having just been humiliated by Xiao, Wang Jin was already fuming. Now he saw his own girl being all chummy with someone else in private. Wang Jin curled his lip, cursing Bai Shi inwardly. Keep up the act, why don't you? If I couldn't get Su Zhixi, do you think I'd settle for you? And you're still sneaking around behind my back. Despite his thoughts, he caressed Bai Zai's cheek affectionately. Bai Shi nuzzled her face into Wang Jin's large hand. Wang Jin raised an eyebrow at Su Zhixi. Junior and Xiaobai and I have mutual feelings. There's no need for you to make a fuss over this, is there? Su Zhixi rolled her eyes. What a small world. Wasn't this the idiot who kept pestering her? And now he was the boyfriend of the girl the junior used to like. You two deserve each other. Wang Jin saw Su Zhixi roll her eyes and grew furious. Junior and Cat got your tongue. Who are you making eyes at? If you ask me, you can't blame Xiaobai. You failed to win her over. Whose fault is that? I can give her a better life, so you can't resent her for choosing me, understand? Wang Wei couldn't hold back. Wang Jin, are you out of your damn mind? You can't even control your own girlfriend, and now you're coming after An Jing. And you're acting all high and mighty. Don't say I didn't warn you when you end up wearing a green hat. Li Lily and Feng Yu burst out laughing. Wang Jin's face cycled through shades of green and white. Damn, did I need you to tell me if this bitch would cheat? She's just a plaything he'll toss when I'm done with her. Wang Jin thought this, but he couldn't say it out loud since he hadn't fully gotten by she yet. Su Zhixi on the other hand looked calm, but had already sentenced Wang Jin to death in her heart. No one had ever dared speak to her like that since she was a child. Though she knew the insults weren't directed at her, she was the one experiencing them now. More importantly, this man was her marriage partner. Wang Jin, are you a rabid dog? Isn't it enough that you pester our Cece? Now you're biting at Cece's boyfriend. The sharp, fiery voice made everyone freeze. When they came to their senses, two graceful figures were walking toward them. An Jing in female form and Xiao Xiao Xiao. Wang Jin's face darkened at the sight of Xiao Xiao Xiao. There was no doubt who had spoken. Did she just say Su Zhixi's boyfriend? That meant Su Zhixi's boyfriend was here. Wang Jin looked incredulously at Su Zhixi in male form. Could it be? No way. That loser couldn't even get someone like Bai Shi. How could he be Su Zhixi's boyfriend? The three roommates were also stunned. They knew Su Zhixi, but when did she get a boyfriend? And she said Wang Jin was biting Su Zhixi's boyfriend. That would mean. The three roommates looked at Su Zhixi in male form in disbelief. Xiao 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 led An Jing over to Su Zhixi. Junior, don't be afraid of this pig head. Just go all out against him. Su Zhixi and An Jing. Wang Jin glanced at Su Zhixi in male form, then forced a smile at Xiao Xiao Xiao. Junior Xiao, are you saying this loser is Junior Su's boyfriend? An Jing in female form grew agitated. What the hell? Who are you calling a loser? Su Zhixi in male form, however, remained completely calm, as if the insult wasn't directed at her. Xiao 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 rolled her eyes. A pig head like you dares to call someone else a loser. Wang Jin. Wanting to defend his own body, An Jing reached out and gently smoothed Su Zhixi's hair, speaking softly, don't be afraid. I'm here. As An Jing made this intimate gesture of comfort, everyone around except Xiao 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 froze in place. Xiao Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as a smile tugged at her lips while she watched An Jing. The iron tree had truly bloomed. Cece was so cool and her boyfriend was so obedient and handsome. So adorable. At that moment, the three roommates confirmed the relationship between Su Zhixi and An Jing. Who was Senior Su? How could their relationship be ordinary if they could make such an intimate move? Good lad, yesterday he was heartbroken, and today he's confirmed his relationship with Senior Su. Truly, as long as you change partners quickly, there's no sadness, only love. Damn, why didn't you say you were in love earlier? No, why didn't you share your wooing skills with them? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow slightly as she watched An Jing brush aside the stray hair on her forehead, saying calmly, I never considered him a threat. What's there to fear? The three roommates. Impressive, eating soft rice with such arrogance. Wang Jin's already dark face grew even darker upon hearing Su Zhixi's words, his features twisting together as if he were the product of some inbred union. Damn it, I can't afford to offend Su Zhixi, so I'll take the loss. But what the hell are you? Not even considering him a threat. An Jing turned to look at Wang Jin and frowned at his expression. Seeing An Jing staring at him, Wang Jin quickly restrained his expression and forced an ugly smile. An Jing couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Wang Jin's reaction. Then, recalling how arrogantly Xiao 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 had spoken to Wang Jin, he deduced that her family was likely stronger than Wang Jin's. But he couldn't rule out that she was simply hot-tempered. Now, however, he only had a partial understanding of Su Zhixi. At least if it were her, she'd probably teach this Wang Jin a lesson. He hadn't paid much attention to business topics before. But yesterday he secretly looked into Su Zhixi's family background. The results were a mix of everything. After carefully sifting through the information, he summarized it briefly. The Su family was the leading conglomerate in the capital. It was absolutely not something Wang Jin's small family could contend with. And Jing had just seen that when Wang Jin spoke about Su Zhixi, she appeared calm and composed as if she hadn't heard a thing. But in reality, he had caught a piercing chill in Su Zhixi's eyes. It was as if she were looking at a dead man. And Jing could understand, after all, she was the little princess doted on by her family since childhood. Even if she knew Wang Jin wasn't talking about her, it was still unacceptable. In a different body, it was no different from pointing a finger at her directly. She was also another version of An Jing. And Jing felt relieved when he learned that Su Zhixi's family was in business in the capital. He was glad her family wasn't based in Jianjing City. Otherwise it would have been troublesome later. And Jing glared coldly at Wang Jin. You dare to insult my boyfriend? Wang Jin swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. His old man had told him how much Su Zhixi's father doted on her. Although he didn't believe her father would stand up for An Jing. After all, if his own daughter was taken by some punk, his blood pressure would probably explode. How could he possibly defend An Jing? But Wang Jin was terrified that Su Zhixi would embellish the story when telling her father. If she said he was bullying Su Zhixi, had be finished. Thinking this, Wang Jin's back was drenched in cold sweat. No, I was just catching up with Junior. And Jing was speechless. He had heard everything from afar. You call that catching up? Bullshit. I only saw you for the first time yesterday, right? What the hell are you catching up about? And Jing wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Su Zhixi and asked softly, really? Was he really just catching up? Su Zixi's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Come on, didn't he basically take your person? Don't you know if it was catching up or not? Why do you have to ask me? If it were her, she would have dealt with him herself. And she'd have her old man deal with his old man too. Just then Su Zhixi noticed Wang Jin secretly signaling her. But his eyes carried a hint of threat, as if saying, keep your mouth shut, or I'll make you pay. Su Zixi's face darkened, daring to threaten her. Su Zhixi slipped one hand into her pocket, gripping her phone tightly. At that moment she wished she could call her old man immediately. But she realized she couldn't call him right now. A WeChat message might not be seen right away. And besides, the phone was in her hand, not in Jing's. In the end, Su Zhixi decided to let him strut around a little longer. She could call anytime. Pretending not to see, Su Zhixi shook her head. He wasn't catching up. He was cursing you just now. Wang Jin. Xiao frowned at Su Zixi's words. Wang Jin had arrived before them, and they had only been there a short while. Maybe there was a lot they hadn't heard. Xiao immediately believed Su Zhixi. Wang Jin panicked. No, why are you slandering me? When did I? Seeing Wang Jin deny it, Xiao quickly chimed in. Who gave you the courage, Liang Jingru? You dare curse Cici? Your dad better watch out, your good days are over. And Jing coughed lightly, then glanced at Su Zhixi. Given Wang Jin's behavior, he really couldn't believe the guy had cursed Su Zhixi. But he understood what Su Zhixi was thinking. After all, his own body had been insulted by Wang Jin. Wasn't that the same as cursing her? And Jing was getting annoyed now. He had put up with the mockery yesterday. And now today he was being provoked again. Unable to take it anymore, and wanting to tell his dad to care about Wang Jin's company, he chuckled. You two leave. Don't bother In Jing anymore. Wang Jin's eyes lit up when he heard In Jing wasn't blaming him. So he hadn't believed the accusation that he cursed him. Wang Jin quickly left with the still dazed by she. As he left, Wang Jin shot a smug look at Su Zhixi. Tisk, doesn't seem like he cares much about you. Just a kept boy after all. Even as Wang Jin dragged her away by, she couldn't help glancing back at Su Zhixi. How did he find a girlfriend so fast? And why was it Senior Su? She had originally planned to keep Wang Jin steady while dating him. After all, he was genuinely good to her. Xiao was puzzled as she watched Wang Jin leave. She looked at In Jing. Cici, you're just letting him go. Your boyfriend said he cursed you just now. Since when are you so magnanimous? In Jing's mouth twitched. There were too many people here. He needed a private place to suggest his dad care more about Wang Jin's family. And Jing said calmly, I have my own pace. Xiao. Su Zhixi was already eager to tattle. So she didn't follow the three roommates to the training room's computer lab. Instead, Su Zhixi and Jing and Xiao headed toward the nearby parking area. Xiao glanced at her phone midway. My fiancé is picking me up. You two enjoy your date. With that, Xiao walked off in the opposite direction. Su Zhixi and In Jing exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at this, then pinched In Jing's ear. What? Embarrassed. As her ear was pinched, In Jing's body trembled, as if electrocuted. Her earlobes slowly turned red. And Jing whispered, no. Then. Don't want a date. And Jing bit her lip. This isn't really a date. Oh, Su Zixi's lips curled up, then she reached out and pulled In Jing's arm to link with hers. You're right. Let's find a proper time for a real date. And Jing frowned, hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, that sounds a bit weird. A date is a date, but date sounds like something else. Su Zhixi finally caught on. My bad. Even if it were that, our relationship now couldn't be called a date. That's just a given. And Jing's pretty face flushed crimson. No way. You already did that this morning, and now you're thinking about this. I can't accept that. Su Zhixi watched the blushing In Jing and raised an eyebrow. Junior, you're a natural. You've learned to be reserved as soon as you became a girl. And Jing was stunned. What did she mean, he learned to be reserved? Rather, how could you say such things with his body? Su Zhixi paused, then continued. But can't accept means it's still acceptable, right? And Jing, that's not what he meant. Senior, you're not really craving your own body, are you? Su Zhixi immediately changed the subject, pointing at the car in the parking lot ahead. We're here. Get in. And Jing was stunned. He wanted a secluded place to send a message, but getting in the car was something else. Surely Senior wasn't thinking. Did she want to do it in the car? Are you kidding? You still have class later. And he didn't want to be caught. But In Jing still nervously followed Su Zhixi into the back seat. Uncle Lee, the driver who had been dozing off, woke up at the sound of the car door closing. Mister. And are you done with class? Su Zhixi shook her head. No. Uncle Lee, who was about to start the car, stopped. Su Zhixi smiled. Uncle Lee, I need to have a private word with Senior. And Jing had been relieved to see Uncle Lee in the car, but now his heart skipped a beat at Su Zhixi's words. His mind immediately conjured up all sorts of explicit scenes had seen before. And Jing's hands trembled as he frantically tapped on his phone screen. Seeing that the young lady didn't refuse, Uncle Lee smiled and got out of the car, closing the door behind him. As the car door clicked shut, and Jing had already composed and sent a message in his chat with his father. Dad, have someone look into the Wang family of Jianjing. After Uncle Lee got out of the car, and Jing immediately shut down her phone after sending a message to her father. The thought of what might happen between a man and a woman alone in the car made her tightly cross her legs, her nerves on edge. The hand closest to Su Zhixi was tucked into her pocket, clutching the inner lining, while the other hand near the door gripped the seatbelt with desperate force. When Su Zhixi remained silent and Jing became convinced that the other person truly intended to harm her, she felt she must be insane. Now, whenever she thought of what happened that morning, she couldn't help but worry about the safety of being alone with him. After a short time, and learning from Xiao, her so-called best friend, and Jing concluded that Su Zhixi was definitely not a proper person. While not entirely indecent, he was at least utterly disconnected from the concept of propriety. At this moment, she somewhat missed the feeling of being a boy. Although being a girl had its perks, and she had reaped some benefits, at least she wouldn't have to live in constant fear. This unsettling sensation of a chill running down her spine was truly unbearable. Now she fully understood why girls are so guarded around boys. A creature that surpasses you in both physique and strength naturally instills a deep-seated fear in people. Even though this creature was Su Zhixi, he was still male, and she was now female. In his presence, she felt as vulnerable as a lamb. Even if he forced himself on her, she could only silently endure. After all, she couldn't exactly turn her own body over to the authorities, could she? Su Zhixi frowned at An Jing's increasing unease. Uncle Lee had only been gone for a few seconds. Why was the junior so nervous? Little did he know those few seconds felt like an eternity to An Jing. This sense of insecurity kept her nerves taut, as if a single move from Su Zhixi could startle her. And indeed, when Su Zhixi reached out to touch her flushed face, An Jing flinched and pressed herself against the car door. An Jing timidly asked, "You, what are you doing?" Su Zhixi was taken aback by the soft, yet fearful voice. He asked, perplexed, "I saw your face so red and wanted to feel if you had a fever." An Jing crossed her arms, defensively staring at Su Zhixi, as if warding off a predator. "Shouldn't you feel my forehead instead? It's all the same, all the same." An Jing bit her lip, quietly placing one hand on the door handle. If he truly intended to make a move, she would fling open the door and run. From now on, in any situation alone with Su Zhixi, she would have to be extra cautious. Even though this body wasn't hers, and she didn't need to consider Su Zhixi's feelings, she still had to look out for herself. It wasn't as if she hadn't carefully. And with this morning, she had felt her former self with her bare hands. It was completely out of proportion. In the past, she would have felt proud. But now, all she could do now was quietly wait for the day they could switch back. When that day came, she would definitely teach this unprincipled senior a lesson. But if they couldn't switch back? She understood that if he really forced the issue, she would be a lamb for Su Zhixi to slaughter. Then all she could do was prolong the inevitable as much as possible, at least until she could accept it. At that thought, An Jing suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was she thinking about when she could accept it? Instead of completely rejecting the idea. An Jing was bewildered, but before she could ponder further, Su Zhixi's words pulled her back to reality. "Junior, you seem a bit afraid of me." An Jing. Not just a bit. Any girl would feel the same. Seeing An Jing's silence, Su Zhixi frowned and continued, "What's wrong? We're both alternate controllers of each other's bodies now. If something's on your mind, just say it." An Jing swallowed hard, calming her tense nerves. "Nothing, I just think we need to keep some distance. After all, a man and a woman alone. It's unsafe." Hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately understood her fear. He sighed helplessly. Was he some kind of villain? Did he really need to be guarded against day and night? So Su Zhixi shifted toward the other door, maintaining a safe distance from An Jing. "Junior, are you still worried that I might?" Seeing Su Zhixi move away, An Jing's nerves relaxed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "You put yourself in my shoes. If this hadn't happened. You're not as strong as me, not as built as me. Wouldn't you be scared being alone together?" "Scared? Why would I be scared? Wah? What?" An Jing's mind struggled to keep up. She thought she hadn't been clear enough. "I mean, if I did things to you, you couldn't fight back. Wouldn't you be scared?" Su Zhixi shook his head. "Why be scared? You're so handsome, I wouldn't exactly be losing out. Just lying back. Isn't that good?" An Jing. An Jing's mind went completely blank. She looked at Su Zhixi's calm and indifferent demeanor and instinctively bit her lip. It was as if the words just spoken hadn't come from him at all. "Seriously, Was she being too conservative, or was he just too perverted? Even if she had been incredibly handsome in the past, there was no need to just give up and not resist after knowing each other for such a short time. Now it looked like she was the one being overly sensitive after becoming a girl. Little did An Jing know Su Zhixi had said that on purpose. If they hadn't swapped bodies and he really tried to force himself on her, Su Zhixi would have definitely refused. Sending him to jail would have been generous. An Jing gave an awkward smile. Senior, you're really taking this in stride. Su Zhixi spread his hands, looking indifferent. It's only natural. Since Junior is so handsome, it's better for me to have the benefit than someone else. An Jing was speechless. Somehow she instinctively pressed herself further against the car door until her back was flush against it, unable to move an inch. Her gaze darted away and she rolled down the window. Even though there was no one around at the parking spot, she still felt a bit safer. Seeing this, Su Zhixi frowned. Roll the window up. At his light and airy command, An Jing's heart skipped a beat again. She crossed her arms over her chest. Why? The fresh air is nice with the window open. Seeing An Jing's defensive posture, Su Zhixi immediately understood she was overthinking things again. He couldn't understand why she was so guarded against him. He hadn't done anything wrong. Was it because of what happened this morning? But that was an accident, and she had agreed to it, otherwise there wouldn't have been a chance for the accident to happen. Su Zhixi shrugged helplessly. Don't be so jumpy, you're making me seem like some starving wolf. An Jing bit her lip and shook her head. That's not what I meant, don't overthink it. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's shy demeanor, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. He then pulled out his phone and handed it to her. Alright, stop that. Anyone would think I've done something to you. Here, take it, and call my dad. An Jing stared at the phone he handed her, stunned. So he just wanted to make a simple phone call. Had she really been overthinking it? An Jing took the phone. The screen already showed the number Su Zhixi had pulled up. Her finger hovered a few centimeters above the keypad. What should I say? Just say Wang Jin pissed me off and tell him to handle it. That's it. Just one sentence. Yeah, just one sentence. An Jing frowned. She understood that this was clearly a way to get her father to put pressure on Wang Jin's family. But she had already sent a message to her own dad. Even though she only asked him to look into Wang Jin's family, her dad would definitely follow legal procedures. If he investigated, he might even uncover some of the Wang family's shady dealings. But now that Su Zhixi wanted to get involved, it didn't make sense. Su Zixi's family were merchants while her own family was in politics. Ganging up on Wang Jin together would be, considering her current relationship with Su Zhixi. If Wang Jin's family started a rumor about collusion between officials and businessmen, it wouldn't look good. Thinking of this, An Jing immediately pulled out her own phone and opened the chat with her father. She quickly recalled the message she had sent. An Jing let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, less than 2 minutes had passed. She was confident her dad hadn't seen the message. She knew how quickly her father checked his messages. Su Zhixi looked curiously at An Jing, who was sitting a bit far from him. He couldn't see exactly what she was doing on her phone, but he did see her open a chat window. Su Zhixi said flatly, "What's sending a message to care for one of your little sisters or older sisters?" An Jing was taken aback. Did she detect a hint of jealousy in his tone? No. An Jing shook her head and put her phone back in her pocket. I don't have any of those. Hearing this, Su Zixi's heart leaped with joy, though his face remained impassive. Oh, isn't she the one you've always treated like a little sister? An Jing wished she could crawl into a hole. She must have been out of her mind back then. How could she have agreed to that? Wasn't that just refusing to define the relationship, but wanting to keep enjoying his kindness? And she had gone along with it. Thinking back, she wanted to slap herself twice. An Jing was speechless. She then directly dialed Su Zixi's father's number. Technically, she was now Su Zhixi, but her soul was her own. Calling her father like this. Was this a different kind of meeting the parents? Thinking about it, An Jing immediately imagined the scene of meeting Su Zhixi's father in the near future. She would have to call him dad. Although Su Zhixi had said they would get married, calling him dad was inevitable. But the first time they met, they wouldn't be married yet. An Jing quickly composed herself. After all, when Su Zhixi first met her father, he would also have to call him dad. Their thoughts were probably similar. The parents they had grown up with would become auntie and uncle, while complete strangers would have to be called mom and dad. The call connected quickly. Just a few seconds after An Jing dialed, a middle-aged man's voice brimming with joy came through. My dear daughter, are you missing Daddy? Daddy will come find you as soon as he's done with work. An Jing was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything else. She directly repeated Su Zhixi's words. Wang Jin pissed me off. Handle it yourself. Wang Jin. Who's that? A company. There seemed to be quite a few people named Wang in Jiangjing. Su Zhixi's father muttered to himself for a moment, then a sound of slapping the table was heard. Whoever it is, if they dare to make my dear daughter unhappy, you'll deal with them. An Jing was speechless. She looked at Su Zhixi with a strange expression. What was his family, the mafia? No, logically, even if they were in the past, the ones who remained would have gone legit by now. And they had such a huge business. Was it just the way he talked? Su Zhixi couldn't help but avert his gaze from An Jing's stare. How embarrassing. Couldn't that old bastard just talk normally? An Jing cleared her throat. I might have class soon. That's it. Sticking to the principle of talking less to avoid being caught, An Jing hung up the phone directly. As soon as she hung up, An Jing looked at Su Zhixi hesitantly for a moment. He had only told her one sentence to say to his father, and based on the attitude of that sentence, she had briefly analyzed and said the above. An Jing figured it should be fine, but she wasn't sure if hanging up directly was the right move. Soon An Jing stopped dwelling on it. After all, she hadn't had much communication with Su Zixi's father, so she probably wouldn't be found out. At the very least, there was no way he could guess that she had swapped bodies with his daughter, right? Even she found the body swap hard to believe when she thought about it. An Jing took Su Zixi's phone and gently tapped his shoulder. Here, take it. Su Zhixi took the phone and put it in his pocket. He inexplicably explained, my dad talks like that. He didn't get much education. An Jing was speechless. If she remembered correctly, the public information about Su Zixi's father said he had a master's degree. Back then, a master's degree was considered not much education. She was more inclined to believe that Su Zhixi's father just had a very straightforward personality. An Jing crossed her arms and pursed her lips in a certain direction. Senior class is about to start. Hurry up and go attend class for me. As soon as she said that, Su Zhixi's face fell. If he remembered correctly, he himself had an early morning class today. Now he had to attend classes for her all day. He had quite a few classes during his freshman year. Starting from sophomore year, his classes were fewer. But now, he had seen An Jing's class schedule. It wasn't extremely heavy, but it was definitely more than his own sophomore schedule. And her schedule was absurdly arranged. 4 out of 5 days had early morning classes, and there were also 3 evening classes. Afternoons were mostly free. Su Zhixi was starting to miss his freshman year schedule. It was much more reasonable than hers, even though he had a lot of classes. At least there were almost no early morning classes. Su Zhixi opened the car door and got out. Before closing the door, he leaned in and asked, how are you going to compensate me? Huh? And Jing pointed at herself. I compensate you. Who else? You have so many classes. You're not going to compensate me. And Jing's mouth twitched. She was also helpless. She didn't understand how this schedule was arranged. Senior, that's not fair. I'm letting you experience my major courses for free, expanding your knowledge. You're the one winning here. I don't need that. It's not like I can't do it, and besides, I don't need to do the work of a technical employee. And Jing's mouth twitched again. Well, he had a point. He was going to be the one managing employees in the future. But what if they didn't swap back? Wouldn't he still have to be a wage earner? It couldn't be that he would just live off her, could it? Thinking about it, An Jing felt it wasn't impossible. After all, he was the one who said he could just lie back and enjoy life. She was now Su Zhixi. If he wanted to live off her, he could easily find an excuse like this was all mine to begin with. And Jing tapped her chin and asked, oh, then what compensation do you want? You're the young lady now. Anything I could give you, you probably don't lack. Su Zhixi curled his lip. Who wants your money? So vulgar. And Jing suddenly realized something and crossed her arms. Let's get one thing straight. No selling myself. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. This isn't your body, so why are you protecting it so much? Nonsense. I'm you now, so of course I have to keep myself pure and protect your body. Su Zhixi didn't believe her at all. Relax, I told you I won't do anything to you. Hearing this, An Jing relaxed a little. But she still didn't fully trust his words. Su Zhixi paused and continued, I haven't thought of what compensation I want yet. We'll talk about it later. An Jing frowned upon hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and hummed in agreement. Su Zixi's face lit up with joy upon hearing An Jing's agreement. He glanced at An Jing, who was still pressed against the other car door, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Aren't you bored all by yourself? An Jing shot back, what are you thinking of skipping class to keep me company? No can do. The teacher for this class starts taking attendance, and they do it again in the last few minutes. Su Zhixi rubbed his forehead. I wasn't thinking of ditching class. I meant, do you want me to play games with you? An Jing's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She had originally planned to pass the time by gaming while he was in class. She had already mentioned that she knew all the professional course material and didn't need him to relay the lectures. Besides, the current teaching content was quite basic. Even though he wasn't in that major, Su Zhixi found it very simple. So his time in class would be pure boredom. Since both of them were bored, An Jing readily agreed. No problem. Su Zhixi nodded and headed towards the training building. Soon after finding the computer lab classroom, he made his way straight to the very back. The desks were arranged in pairs, but each was a separate space. Su Zhixi turned on the computer and immediately pulled out his phone to send An Jing a message, log on. An Jing, I've been waiting. And so the two happily started playing Honor of Kings. An Jing noticed that Su Zhixi wasn't very good at the game, but he certainly hadn't skimped on in-app purchases. Fang Yu sitting nearby easily spotted Su Zhixi playing the game through the almost non-existent partition. He glanced at Su Zixi's phone. "Where did you strike it rich?" Su Zhixi looked at Fang Yu with confusion. "What? Your phone? Did you get a new one?" Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. Apart from taking it out in the car, and now he had kept his phone in his pocket all day. He thought of An Jing's phone and immediately understood why the other was making such a fuss. After all, there was a considerable price difference between their two phones. So Su Zhixi considered giving An Jing the same model. Li Lily, sitting at another double desk, immediately noticed the character name on Su Zixi's screen was wrong. Li Lily asked doubtfully, "Huh? Isn't that your account?" Wang Wei leaned back in his chair and cast a glance at Su Zhixi, shaking his head. Just by looking at that cute phone case, it was obviously not something a guy would use. He knew An Jing. Even if he changed his phone, he would never put a case on it, let alone such a feminine phone case. So it was highly probable that the phone wasn't An Jing's. Having just learned about his relationship with Senior Su today, the answer to whose phone it was went without saying. Whose phone it was naturally meant whose account it was. Wang Wei hesitated for a moment. "Xiaoxi, are you and Senior Su already close enough that she'd give you her phone?" As soon as he said this, Fang Yu and Li Lily suddenly understood, and their previous question was resolved. Su Zhixi chuckled. "Yeah, we're really close. So close that they could share a bed and a blanket. And this morning." Thinking of this, Su Zhixi felt that the time until he could sleep in the same bed with An Jing wasn't far off. Fang Yu slapped his thigh. "For so are you going to end up living with Senior Su?" Li Lily felt completely relieved upon hearing this. Last night he had been worried that the other might be gay. Today not only had he seen his relationship with Senior Su, but he now learned that he was probably living with her. Li Lily smirked. "You've really hit the jackpot. Senior Su, huh? I bet a lot of guys are going to be heartbroken." Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi felt a twinge of displeasure, but he understood that this might be a normal way for guys to talk. Su Zhixi said calmly, "It's not like Senior Su has ever dated anyone, so where would heartbreak come from?" Fang Yu laughed out loud. "True, but tell me, how far have you two gotten? I bet you didn't go back to the dorm last night and stayed with Senior Su." "Damn, you just saw by she run off with someone, and that very night you're staying with Senior Su. If you say you two didn't know each other before, I won't believe it, for you've been hiding it deep." Su Zhixi was at a loss for words. There was no knowing each other for a long time. They had only just met yesterday. If it weren't for the body swap. Su Zhixi played the game while pondering. "How far have we gotten? Let me think. I guess we're at the point where we can't do without each other's bodies." As soon as he said this, his three roommates' minds began to run wild. Did they do it? And they couldn't be apart. "What exactly did you do to Senior Su last night to make her so dependent on you? But you look perfectly fine today. Holy crap. That intense. You managed to satisfy Senior Su completely, and today you're acting like nothing happened. Damn, are your kidneys made of iron?" Su Zhixi noticed the increasingly strange looks from his three roommates, and frowned, asking, "What is that look for?" Hearing this, the others quickly averted their gazes. Fang Yu scratched the back of his head. "It's an admiring look, we're just admiring you." Su Zhixi cast a suspicious glance at Fang Yu, then looked at Li Lily and Wang Wei, who were both nodding frantically. After learning about the relationship between An Jing and Su Zhixi, the three roommates had become much more restrained. After all, in this computer lab, every two students shared a desk with aisles between them barely wide enough for one person to pass. Each row had several desks. If one wasn't careful with their words, and someone overheard, others might not matter, but discussing topics related to Senior Su was still too awkward. Soon Wang Wei seized the opportunity to ask, "Xiaoxi, do you have some secret? Come on, spill it." Upon hearing this, Li Lily and Fang Yu immediately caught on and began nodding vigorously in agreement. Su Zhixi was a bit confused. "Secret? What secret?" Wang Wei coughed awkwardly. "What else could it be? Of course it's the secret to conquering Senior Su." Wang Wei glanced around, then leaned his head towards Su Zhixi. His seat was separated from Su Zhixi by Li Lily and an aisle. Even leaning forward didn't bridge much distance. Wang Wei then left his seat and crouched in the aisle. "Like, do you secretly take care of your health, eat some supplements or something? We know you work out, but we don't know what you eat. Because combining diet and exercise is more effective, right? Xiaoxi, tell us your secret." "It feels like things like oysters and goji berries aren't very effective." Su Zhixi frowned in confusion and thought for a moment. Soon he shook his head. "I don't know. How would he know whether An Jing privately took care of his health or what he ate? And why are you suddenly so concerned about this? What are you all that weak?" He felt that Junior An Jing's body was still younger and more vigorous. As soon as Su Zhixi finished speaking, the three roommates' eyes widened slightly. "Don't know. Could it mean he doesn't really take care of his health privately?" That seems plausible. They had spent most of the past 2 months in the dorm. They had never seen him actually do any health regimens. So, This guy relies purely on raw talent. Impressive. Fong Yu gave Su Zhixi a thumbs up. Xiaoxi, impressive. Just one night. But isn't it a bit too fast between you and Senior Su? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi wondered if he meant the relationship between him and An Jing was moving too fast. Thinking about it, it was a bit fast. But what could he do? Their current relationship made them the second master of each other's bodies. Being intimate was only natural. Su Zhixi said calmly, "It's okay, not too fast." As soon as he finished, the three roommates fell into thought. Not fast. You were just heartbroken over by she yesterday. Then last night you disappeared, went to find Senior Su, and stayed with her all night. Not only did you stay, but you also did it, making her unable to leave you. My God. If this isn't fast, what is? The three roommates were speechless, just staring blankly. Su Zhixi looked at his suddenly dazed roommates, puzzled. Fong Yes' mind quickly began to race. Could these two be using each other? Senior Su wants An Jing's good physique. An Jing wants Senior Su's money. But from how they interacted just now, it didn't seem that simple. So, has An Jing become Senior Su's kept man? Fong Yu glanced at Su Zhixi's fair and handsome face. He certainly has the looks. An ordinary person wouldn't catch Senior Su's eye. Fong Yu cleared his throat. Xiaoxi, are you being kept by Senior Su? Fong Yu looked around, did a quick reconnaissance, then leaned his head close to Su Zhixi's computer desk. Li Lili and Wang Wei also moved closer. Then Fong Yu whispered just loud enough for them to hear. Are you being kept by Senior Su? Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. Thinking about it, their relationship could indeed be described that way. He ate his food, used his things, wore his clothes, and lived in his place. But mere keeping wouldn't involve deeper development. The difference between him and An Jing was that the other had agreed to marriage. Essentially, it could be considered living off a woman. Thinking of this, Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. The other's appearance was already to his taste. Not to mention the other was quite good at computer science, so even working for him wouldn't be bad. But with those meager earnings, there was no need for him to work. It was better for him to keep him company and relieve his boredom. Living off a woman wasn't unacceptable, it wasn't like he lacked the ability. And now he was An Jing. In the past the other might not have agreed, but now he was willing. After all, to outsiders it might look like he was living off a woman, but in reality, wasn't he just enjoying what should have been his? Thinking this, Su Zhixi smiled calmly. Senior Su isn't keeping me, and our relationship isn't like that. But in your eyes it might seem like I'm living off her. As soon as he said this, Fong Yes' eyes reddened. Xiaoxi, you're making a mistake. A man can't sell himself even if he's broke. And you're not that short on money. Rich people often play around. Don't look at how Senior Su acts aloof at school. You know yourself, you just failed your crush, and last night she agreed so quickly. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong? Su Zhixi was unmoved by Fong Yes' slander, but seeing his reddened eyes, his mouth twitched. This wasn't sadness, was it? Was this the classic fearing a brother's hardship, yet fearing a brother drives a luxury car? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, looking indifferent. I believe she's different. Senior Su isn't the type to abandon someone. The three roommates. What kind of explosive simp talk was this? Wait, when did a simp ever get to eat? Wang Wei coughed, then whispered, Xiaoxi, I'd advise you to be careful. Su Zhixi waved his hand. No need. I know her better than anyone except her father. I'm very confident about what kind of person she is. Are you kidding? He knew himself well enough. Especially now that An Jing was using his body. Wang Wei held his forehead and smiled bitterly. I think even Senior Su's father doesn't know her as well as you. You've already gotten to know her deeply, so of course you know her best. He then warned, that's not what I mean. I mean you need to be careful if Senior Su has a fiancé or something. After all, things move too fast between you. You were just heartbroken over by she, and that same night you know. I'm not saying anything about Senior Su, but you were too hasty. What if Senior Su has a fiancé? If he finds out you messed with his fiancé, he'd kill you. Senior Su's background isn't small. Her fiancé can't be some nobody. You see, that would be a disaster. Li Lili chimed in, he's not wrong. You should still be careful. Su Zhixi frowned in confusion. Fiancé? When did he have a fiancé? He himself didn't know? Now he did have one. But that fiancé was An Jing. No. Now it was a fiancé. Su Zhixi quickly caught the flaw in Wang Wei's words. Wait, aren't you overthinking this? Senior Su doesn't have a fiancé. Don't worry about that. And when did I say I did anything with Senior Su? Even if I wanted to, she's not ready yet. Tisk, they hadn't done it. But there were other ways in the morning. An Jing was him now, and he really wasn't ready. He himself didn't feel much about it. Logically, shouldn't the other be even less concerned? After all, he was always worried about sending his former body to prison. By the same logic, shouldn't he be even more indifferent about this? Shouldn't he think it's not my body anyway, so what's the harm? Could it be that he didn't want to be looked down upon by his former self? Thinking of this, Su Zhixi pouted. Junior was being too fussy. Unlike him, if it were him, he wouldn't think it was a big deal. But even if the other didn't want to take responsibility and tried to run, he couldn't escape. He felt he needed to give Junior more mental guidance. Now that he was a man, he had the chance to be on top. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he wasn't going to miss it. Feng Yu patted Su Zhixi on the shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. What's up? What were you thinking about just now? You couldn't hear me talking to you. Su Zhixi. Nothing. What were you saying? Nothing much. Just you said you and Senior Su didn't do anything. Of course. You guys are overthinking. No, it's not that we're overthinking. You're the one being ambiguous. You said you and Senior Su can't leave each other's bodies, and that Senior Su isn't the type to abandon someone. Doesn't that imply something already happened? Su Zhixi was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. What he said wasn't wrong. They really couldn't leave each other. And the abandoned and not the type to abandon could to some extent refer to what happened in the morning, right? Regardless of the swap. In the end, it had already happened. He wasn't about to let Junior, who had taken advantage of him, off the hook. Su Zhixi waved his hand, too lazy to explain. In the end, it was still fearing a brother's hardship, yet fearing a brother drives a luxury car. Su Zhixi tapped his chin. A luxury car. Forget it, head, give Junior something better. No, head, let her pick whatever she liked from the garage. Class is starting. I can't be bothered with you guys. Your thinking needs improvement. Soon Su Zhixi's phone rang. He looked and saw it was An Jing calling. As soon as he answered, he heard the other ask, Senior, were you asleep just now? No, why do you ask? Then you just AFK'd the whole game until it ended, eh? Su Zhixi glanced around, unwilling to admit he had been chatting with his roommates moments ago. A mischievous grin spread across his face as an idea struck him, but the current setting made it inconvenient to discuss over the phone. The restroom. That wouldn't work either. He dreaded the risk of accidentally revealing something mid-conversation. Thus Su Zhixi ended the call abruptly. An Jing twitched at the sudden disconnection. What now? She wasn't upset about being hung up on her. In fact, the AI takeover afterward made things easier. Before she could dwell on it, her phone buzzed with a message from Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi, your roommates are so crude talking about that stuff with me. An Jing's mind went blank upon reading this. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, so you actually played around discussing that with them? Su Zhixi frowned instantly. Something was off. 9 out of 10 it was wrong. Was her junior brother upset that she had discussed such topics with his roommates? Though he inhabited An Jing's body, his soul remained hers. In his eyes, did this equate to his girlfriend chatting with other men? At this thought, Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Su Zhixi. Yeah, they insisted on talking about it. An Jing's brows knitted tightly, her displeasure palpable to anyone looking. Senior sister, remember, you're still a girl. Only outwardly a guy. If they insisted, you just went along. You could have refused. Now you're chatting with other men. What did that make her? An Jing felt bewildered. Lately she found herself feeling strangely possessive whether the other person was male or female. If it were a man, An Jing would think from the perspective of the senior sister's true gender. If it were a woman, she'd consider the junior brother's outward appearance. But the next moment, Su Zhixi's message dispelled her irritation. Su Zhixi, junior brother, do you often talk about this with your roommates? An Jing, no, they were just off today. An Jing, we usually chat about games, life, history, politics, anything but that. Su Zhixi stifled a laugh. As if she'd believe that. He'd believe it happened rarely, but never. Impossible. An Jing massaged her forehead. What's wrong with those idiots today? Su Zhixi, really? Not even about girls. Like who's pretty or something. An Jing, sometimes, but we drop it quickly and move on to politics or history. Su Zhixi. Oh, is that so? Have you ever talked about me? What did you say? An Jing. Yeah, they said you're pretty. I didn't join in, or I hadn't even seen you then. An Jing, I hadn't even seen a photo. Rolling her eyes, Su Zhixi thought, you're obsessed with Bai Shi, aren't you? Unbelievable. Su Zhixi, junior brother is so devoted to Bai Shi. Su Zhixi, tisk, guess what Bai Shi said to me when I left the classroom? Su Zhixi, she said, brother, and why didn't you bring me breakfast today? Su Zhixi, you must have brought her breakfast every day before, so thoughtful. An Jing bit her lip, her toes curling tightly inside her mid-calf boots, wishing she could dig a hole through them. An Jing, senior sister, it wasn't free. She paid me. Su Zhixi, really? Not free. An Jing, of course, who would be that stupid? An Jing felt embarrassed after sending that. Bai Shi did pay, but not always. She had refused An Jing's money before, saying it was just a meal. Yet Bai Shi sometimes insisted on paying, and for other expenses too. Though An Jing usually accepted, there were times Bai Shi paid. It made An Jing's head spin. Of course, she felt fine telling a little lie to Su Zhixi. She didn't want to be seen as a fool. Su Zhixi grew more puzzled. He figured An Jing had little pocket money, and the extra expense of buying breakfast for Bai Shi daily left her barely able to afford meals. Now it seemed she truly had very little money. Su Zhixi knew from 2 shared meals that An Jing had a big appetite. He couldn't imagine how she survived on so little. Su Zhixi. Even so, you must have spent a lot chasing her. Su Zhixi, adorably foolish chasing someone for so long without success, and still persisting. An Jing twitched. Was it that bad? It was only a little over half a year. Su Zhixi. You should see results within 3 months. Now that I'm you won't get to be a simp. An Jing. An Jing, let me reiterate, I'm not a simp. Su Zhixi pouted. Simps never think they're simps. Su Zhixi. Got it, hee. I don't need you to chase me. Su Zhixi. Isn't it strange? Does this count as me chasing myself? An Jing, probably not. If you chase me it would feel too weird from my perspective. An Jing, so no need to chase. Su Zhixi. True, since we've already gotten to know each other deeply. An Jing's mind flooded with images of her, and Su Zhixi, her cheeks flushing crimson. Did she have to phrase it so ambiguously? They hadn't done that yet. What deep understanding was there? Damn, Sir, you're something else. Su Zhixi, who was chatting with An Jing, immediately looked over upon hearing this. Fang Yu was staring at his phone, fiddling with it. Li and Wang Wei also turned their gazes toward Fang Yu. Fang Yu held up his phone, showing the screen to the 3 of them. You were this blatant first thing in the morning. Su Zhixi glanced at the photo on the phone, the one of her pulling An Jing's arm in the morning, and then shrugged helplessly. College students, always so idle. The post seemed to have been published even before she had escorted An Jing to his teaching building. Wang Wei's pupils dilated. Are you serious? You openly pulled Senior Su's arm, and she even looked shy. Isn't that basically telling everyone you two are together? Li and Fang Yu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They had been reluctant to believe it earlier. After all, Senior Su's aloofness toward others was well known, let alone engaging in any intimate actions with a male student. Not long ago, a freshman had boldly approached Senior Su to hit on her, only to slink away in defeat. She simply wouldn't entertain anyone's advances. Su Zhixi caught the hint of admiration in the eyes of the 4, even though she knew their target was actually An Jing. Still, a trace of pride swelled within her. Su Zhixi said calmly, so what if we're together? There's nothing to hide. And this was Senior's idea. As soon as the words left her mouth, the 3 roommates gave her a thumbs up. Senior Su's idea? They felt she sounded a bit jealous. They all knew An Jing had always been lucky in love. Even though there were only a few girls in the class and they couldn't identify them all, they could tell many harbored feelings for An Jing. Good looks really paid off. Li teased. You've finally found a girlfriend, and it's Senior Su. Now we might have a chance at love too. Su Zhixi frowned at this, wondering if An Jing's charm was really that great. The thought had barely crossed her mind when the scene of a girl asking for An Jing's contact info that morning replayed in her head. According to Wang Wei, the girl's name was Li. An Jing didn't even know her, but Wang Wei felt Li had liked An Jing for quite some time. Wasn't it obvious she was after An Jing's looks? Fang Yu winked at Su Zhixi. Sir, don't you think Senior Su deliberately made your relationship public because she knew about your romantic luck? So is Senior Su jealous? Tisk, that's something. Making Senior Su compete for affection. Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. Honestly, after seeing the looks those girls gave her this morning, and Li directly asking for contact info, she did feel a pang of jealousy. Even though she was now in An Jing's body, she knew his charm was no less than her own. She had been approached many times before, so An Jing must have been no different. She didn't know if he had thought about it, but she was displeased with his romantic fortune. That was why she had taken the initiative to hold his arm. She had always been confident in her former appearance. Seeing her and An Jing seemingly together would surely reduce some unnecessary troublesome admirers. Yes, troublesome ones. Except for herself, all others were just trouble. Of course, not everyone would see the post about them. But word would spread, and even if some remained unaware, only a small fraction would be left. From that small fraction, the number who would dare to approach would be negligible. And now she was An Jing. She wouldn't let him have any romantic prospects. Su Zhixi nodded, admitting with a calm expression, yes, Senior Su is jealous. She was An Jing now. To outsiders it would look like An Jing was jealous, even though the target was her former body. But it didn't matter. The 3 roommates exclaimed, awesome. Ending the chat with her roommates, Su Zhixi refocused on her phone. But the screen still showed the message she had sent minutes ago. An Jing hadn't replied. Su Zhixi stared at her last sent message, pondering. She wasn't wrong. They had indeed gotten to know each other deeply. Last night, while teaching him how to, she had taken the chance to tease him. His voice and blushing face were utterly tempting. And this morning, she had accidentally seen all of An Jing's embarrassment. There was even a moment of smacking lips followed by spitting. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at her last message, knowing he must have seen it. So was he reading without replying? Thinking this, Su Zhixi immediately typed, Junior, what do you mean by reading and not replying? Meanwhile, An Jing was lying sideways on the back seat of the car, legs curled up. The white knit dress had shifted slightly due to the position, revealing a pair of white-pink socks with cat patterns, her feet pressed against the backrest. Between the socks and the slightly hiked dress, a pale section of her calf was exposed. An Jing stared blankly at her phone, a blush spreading across her pretty face like a love-struck girl. When Su Zhixi's message came in, she snapped out of her reverie. An Jing immediately sat up straight, put on her white mid-calf boots, and sat with her legs together. Her small fair hands held the phone on her lap, resting on the white knit dress as she typed. An Jing, no, I just dozed off for a moment. Su Zhixi, really? Didn't you sleep early last night? An Jing bit her lip lightly. Did it really matter if it was true or not? Could she tell you what she had been thinking? She didn't know why those words had led her astray. Thinking was one thing, but practice was another. At least she still couldn't take that step. An Jing paused for a few seconds before typing back, I just suddenly felt sleepy. There's no reason for me to lie to you. Su Zhixi, that's true. It's still over an hour until noon, oh, and I usually don't nap. Su Zhixi, do you usually nap? Su Zhixi, that's not right either. You're me now. Saying you suddenly feel sleepy means the body is tired, not your mind. An Jing's mouth twitched. Seriously, did Senior have to be so picky? It was only a few minutes without a reply. It wasn't like she had gone off with someone else. Su Zhixi, I get it, Junior. Did you overwork yourself this morning? Su Zhixi, are your hands still sore? I'll massage your hands after class to ease the pain. An Jing was stunned. Sore hands. This morning. Instantly, a vivid image flashed through her mind, and her face quickly flushed crimson. Senior, are you kidding me? If it were just simple words, she might have been proud of her past self. But wasn't there an accident? Did you have to keep bringing it up? Even as a guy, you still hold grudges. The problem was this grudge was too embarrassing. An Jing fell silent for a moment, then promptly changed the subject. An Jing, Senior, don't bring that up. Ooh, I was just tired. An Jing, by the way, Senior, how did those 3 scoundrels manage to talk to you about such things? An Jing, Senior, stay away from those 3 in the future. They might corrupt your pure thoughts. As soon as An Jing sent the message, she started cursing inwardly. Pure my foot. She's almost as bad as your bestie Xiao Xiao Xiao. No, actually. This was just the level of conversation she had with him during the day. Heaven knows what nonsense she and her bestie talked about on video or voice calls before. Unlike them, they dived straight into politics and history after a few exchanges. Su Zhixi tapped her chin as she read An Jing's message. The junior still seems to think that way. It looks like Xiao Xiao didn't talk much with him in class. Has Xiao Xiao changed her ways? Or maybe someone else was sitting next to her limiting her antics. Still, she must have mentioned whether she was hiding a man. Judging by Xiaoxiao's recent behavior, it seems the junior admitted it. Su Zhixi shrugged nonchalantly. It was bound to come out sooner or later. Besides, she had openly linked arms with the junior this morning. With Xiaoxiao's gossip-loving nature, she must have seen the confession wall. She hoped the junior would keep thinking that way about her for a while. It was quite amusing. No, it probably wouldn't last. Even if Xiao Xiao behaved during the day, her nightly chats would be a different story. Su Zhixi, don't worry. Oh, I'm still a girl at heart, so I'll definitely steer clear of your roommates. Su Zhixi, what did your roommates say? Let me think. Something about whether they'd gotten you yet. An Jing was taken aback. Gotten her? That meant. Oh, for heaven's sake, that was exactly the kind of thing those 3 scoundrels would say. On second thought, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, in their eyes, she had suddenly grown close to Senior Su, and staying out all night surely led them to assume they'd shared a room. An Jing, Senior, you didn't say anything out of line, did you? Su Zhixi, out of line. Do you think I'm the type to speak out of turn? An Jing, right. Su Zhixi, I just spoke the truth. You were gotten, weren't you? An Jing. Su Zhixi, what's with the question mark? An Jing, Senior, I don't think you understand what they meant. By gotten, they weren't talking about whether we became boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Zhixi curled her lips slightly and continued typing. Oh, what did they mean then? An Jing, geez, they meant whether we did it. Su Zhixi, what's it? Can't you just say it directly? An Jing's eyes widened. Senior, stop pretending. You know exactly what I mean. How could you not know? Su Zhixi, Junior, did you doze off again? An Jing, no, it is. Well, they asked if we had sex. Su Zhixi lazily propped her head on one hand and typed, that answer was right, wasn't it? Doesn't this morning count? An Jing's mouth twitched. Of course not. That doesn't count for squat. An Jing, definitely not. At most, it was just moving beyond self-sufficiency. Su Zhixi, self-sufficiency. So you do it often, Junior. An Jing, no, rarely. Am not as lacking in self-control as those 3 scoundrels. Su Zhixi, I see. But they were wondering why your face looks fairer and smoother. An Jing frowned and opened her camera to look at her own face. But she couldn't see any difference. Honestly, the more An Jing looked at her current face, the more she liked it. I'm so beautiful. The more she understood this body, the more she felt a narcissistic sense of wonder about who would end up with it. Turns out it's the senior. Well, no, the senior is now her. So it could be said she's ended up with herself. An Jing, oh you mean the effect of drinking those beauty-enhancing sweet drinks, right? Su Zhixi, of course not. Junior, think back to this morning, guess what I said? An Jing was stunned and instinctively touched her own fair, delicate face. Then her fingers quickly felt a scorching heat. No way, senior. Is that something you can just tell others? Even if you're not in your own body, now there's no need to be like this. Just because you've swapped bodies, you're holding nothing back, are you? What the hell? An Jing, senior. Is there no one at this school you care about that you'd say such things? Su Zhixi suppressed a laugh. He found teasing An Jing quite amusing. More fun than games. Su Zhixi, what are you thinking? Of course I didn't say anything, I was just reminding you. An Jing, senior, that's really unnecessary. Su Zhixi, junior, do you think it really has beauty benefits? Su Zhixi, when you came to find me after the first class, I did notice your face looked fairer and smoother. An Jing, huh? No way. That stuff doesn't seem to have that effect. Su Zhixi, it does. I saw it was fairer than before. Maybe you haven't seen my face much, so you didn't notice. An Jing frowned in confusion. That might be true. She had only just met the senior. How could she know her own face better than the senior herself? Wait, does it really have beauty benefits? An Jing, really? But the material is just. An Jing, and even skincare products need to be applied or used as a mask. An Jing, there's no way it could improve beauty. Su Zhixi, then how about? An Jing's face flushed bright red. She was just talking normally, and the senior had to bring up. Just that brief moment this morning made her want to throw up. And using it as a mask. Are you kidding me? It's so. An Jing, no. Why don't you do it yourself? Su Zhixi, I could, but I'm in your body now. Wouldn't that feel strange to you? An Jing, a good point. Senior, don't do anything foolish secretly. That won't do. An Jing, if you really want a senior. It's not impossible after we switch back. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Switch back. Let's deal with the future later. For now he could still experience things through the junior. Once they switched back, given the junior's personality, if he didn't want it, there'd be no way around it. But before that he could use other excuses to coax her. With that thought, Su Zhixi promptly replied sure. An Jing was dumbfounded by the message. The senior just said that so casually. Senior, are you some kind of pervert? Is that something an ice-cold campus belle would say? If you said she was a succubus, she'd believe it. Honestly, if they hadn't swapped identities, it might not have been a bad idea. But now, let's forget about the earlier accident. What you're saying now is just nonsense, isn't it? Ask any guy if you would. Su Zhixi Jr., I've also heard that. How about we find an opportunity? An Jing. 666. The senior is using her former body. Damn, even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cub. Though An Jing thought this, her face involuntarily flushed at the thought. A strange palpitation stirred within her heart. She felt she must be insane for harboring such notions. It would have been different if she hadn't swapped identities before. Most men to some extent would wish for their girlfriend. An Jing was naturally no exception. At least judging from the movies she had watched, it did seem quite appealing. So, this was something she had contemplated even when she was still a man. Would she still have the same thoughts now that she had become a woman? It was just that these thoughts now turned inward. Senior sister was using her former identity. It wasn't someone else after all. So did that count as herself? With herself? Thinking of this, An Jing felt she wasn't normal. Yet she hadn't had such thoughts before. Logically she should wish for someone else to. Now that she was a woman, then for others it would be. She was well versed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. An Jing lightly bit her thin lip, her face so red it seemed about to drip blood, her toes curling tightly inside her mid-calf boots. The palpitation from last night's lesson by Su Zhixi resurfaced. She had felt Su Zhixi acting strangely back then. Although not particularly obvious, that subtle, almost imperceptible something had indeed left her mind a blank at the time. If senior sister later really had such a bizarre request for her, then she would demand the same from her. An Jing felt her body heating up, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. She hurriedly opened the white handbag placed on the back seat. Inside the bag was only a water bottle, nothing else. An Jing sighed and rubbed her forehead. She supposed no other girl carried so few items in her bag. She unscrewed the water bottle and took a quick sip, immediately furrowing her brows. Seriously, it was hot. This mouthful of warm water made her feel even hotter. An Jing shook her head, tapping and typing on her phone, though her fingers were trembling slightly. An Jing, no, senior sister, don't even think about it, impossible. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow as she looked at An Jing's finally delivered message. Why did she always take so long to reply? And such a blunt refusal shouldn't have taken this long. He really wanted to video call her right now to see what she was up to. Su Zhixi glanced at the teacher standing about 2 meters ahead, explaining something to a student at another computer, then shook her head. Never mind. Playing on the phone during class was one thing. Making a video call was going too far. The instructor was still teaching earnestly. It would be improper for him to be cooing over a video call. Su Zhixi, is Uncle Lee chatting with you? and Jing was momentarily stunned. She looked at the empty driver's seat, then peered out the window. There was Uncle Li leaning against a black car, not far away smoking. And Jing, no, he's not in the car. Su Zhixi, oh, so, is there someone else in the car? Someone pressing on your hand. And Jing, how is that possible? Senior sister, what are you thinking? There's only me in the car who could be pressing on my hand. Su Zhixi, well, your response time is truly touching. And Jing's face grew even hotter. Exactly. It was just one sentence from senior sister. Why was she overthinking so much? And Jing naturally couldn't tell Su Zhixi about her wild thoughts. And Jing, I'm just really sleepy, senior sister. If there's nothing important, can you entertain yourself for a bit? And Jing will take a nap. If you don't want to listen to the afternoon, class will play some games with you later. Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly at the corner. Junior said she would accompany him. Su Zhixi, isn't it you who's bored, and in the one playing games with you? And Jing, oh, that's not the point. Su Zhixi, sleep now. He'll come find you after class. And Jing breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a sticker saying Mom. As soon as she sent it, she took off her mid-calf boots again, and wearing only white-pink cap-patterned socks, she stepped onto the back seat. She drew her legs up, hugged them with her arms, rested her cheek on her knees, and scrolled through short videos with one hand holding her phone. Not long after scrolling, and Jing genuinely felt drowsy. She yawned lazily, and then saw her father had replied with a question mark. Her mind not fully alert, she clicked in, and without thinking replied, "What's up?" Then she wondered what the old man meant by sending a question mark. Looking at the system notification that she had recalled a message, she remembered what had happened earlier. She glanced at the time and was a bit speechless. Seriously, old man, it's been over half an hour, and you're just seeing this now. At the same time, and Jing was relieved that the old man's slow reply meant he hadn't seen the message. She was just about to fabricate a response when the next second the old man sent a 3-second voice message. And Jing was too lazy to listen and directly converted it to text. What do you mean, what's up? What did you send me, and why did you recall it? Spit it out. And Jing's mouth twitched as she looked at her own delicate, soft female body. Wang Jin had been dealt with. But now your son has turned into a girl. Old man, it seems you only had a son, but now you have a daughter as well. It's not a huge problem. It's just a body swap with senior sister. If the old man needs to find me ill, just let senior sister handle it. And Jing, it's nothing, I just sent the message to the wrong person. Old man still pestering her shamelessly. Are you even my biological son? And Jing held her head, feeling like crying, but having no tears. Her old man knew about her, and by she, the principal had told him. At the time, the old man was happy about having a daughter-in-law, but afterward, he was full of disdain for her. Seriously, why did I have to go to university in Jiangxing City? And Jing muttered, then gave a bitter laugh. Why? The answer seemed quite obvious. And Jing, no, I've suddenly had an epiphany. There's a girl who really likes me, so I'm with her now. As soon as Jing sent the message, the other party immediately initiated a video call. And Jing panicked, lifting her head from her knees. She tried to stretch her legs forward, but her feet touched the car door before they were fully extended. She marveled at how long senior sister's legs were. Then she shuffled her bottom towards the other side of the car until she could fully stretch out her legs. And Jing immediately hung up on her old man's video call. Are you kidding? There's no way I'm letting you see me like this. Although this would let the old man directly see the girlfriend she was talking about. But it was Jing herself who had been chatting with the old man just now. Senior sister was still in class using her identity. The old man was shrewd as ever. Inside a house in the Jiangxing Municipal Committee family compound, a middle-aged couple sat together on the living room sofa. They were Jing's father and Huashan and mother Xiaowan. And Huashan had clearly heard the sound of the video call he just made to Jing. When she saw it was Jing, she looked away, but Jing's voice never came. Curious, Xiaowan looked over and saw the hung-up video. And Jing's message caught her eye. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Is our son in a relationship?" And Huashan frowned, then shook his head. "He's handsome, but too stubborn. I find it hard to believe he suddenly has a girlfriend. It's probably a joke." Xiaowan covered her mouth and laughed. And Huashan then sent Jing a voice call, which was also rejected. Both Huashan and Xiaowan frowned. And Huashan chuckled, See, what did I tell you? Won't answer a video call, won't answer a voice call. He's probably lying and afraid he'll hear it. Xiaowan grew worried too. She knew her son's appearance well. He had been liked by many little girls since childhood. But her husband was right. He was a bit too stubborn. We've never interfered with the children's love lives, but our son being like this. I think old Li's daughter is quite nice. We can introduce them after graduation. Your memory is terrible. You don't have to wait until graduation. Their daughter is studying at Jiang University right now. And Jing hung up on her old man's voice call and quickly typed him a message. And Jing, I'm still in class, it's not convenient. Old man, if you're in class, why are you on your phone? And Jing's mouth twitched. Who said you can't play on your phone during class? And Jing, didn't you send me a message? If you hadn't, would I have looked at my phone? And Jing, besides, with grades like your son's, do you really need to worry about me not studying well? Old man, so that's your excuse for having all this free time to be a clingy pest? And Jing held her head and smiled bitterly. Seriously, Principal Li, why do you have to pay so much attention to me? Why did you have to tell my old man about me and by she? And how am I a clingy pest? It's not like I spent that much of my own money. And Jing counted on her fingers. It wasn't exactly a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either, right? Just a few thousand yuan. And that was all money I earned from my cybersecurity gigs anyway. I didn't use a penny from you too. And Jing, dad, look up there. I'm with a girl now. Old man, got a picture. Send it over, let me see her face. And Jing, wait, you can read faces. Old man, meaning you don't have one. And Jing muttered under her breath, how would I have a picture of senior sister? As soon as she said it, she remembered the photos of senior sister on the confession wall. But those were taken by others. The old man would definitely think she was trying to fool him. But she was senior sister now. So An Jing, determined to save face, vowed to prove herself to the old man. She immediately opened her phone's camera. Seeing her beautiful reflection, she became narcissistic. I'm so beautiful. And Jing cleared her throat, then struck various poses in the camera, trying to look as different as possible. After posing for a while, she decided it would be best to just make a cute sign and pout. After all, none of the circulating photos of senior sister showed her like that. So An Jing puffed out her cheeks, slightly pouted a little, and made a sign capturing her own adorable and playful look. She admired the photo proudly for a moment, then opened the chat with her old man. And Jing lifted her chin. Damn, old man, you look down on me. Who do you think you're talking to? It'll blow your mind when I send this picture. Meanwhile, in Huashan and Xiaowan frowned deeply, seeing that An Jing still hadn't replied. They had almost believed their son was really in a relationship given how insistent he was. But when they asked for a photo, he disappeared. And Huashan shook his head. Forget it, forget it. He can't get a girlfriend on his own. Xiaowan nodded. Sigh, such a waste of a handsome face. Exactly, if he had even a tint of my charm from when I was young, he wouldn't be this old without ever having had a girlfriend. As soon as he said it, and Huashan felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing what he had just said, he glanced at Xiaowan and saw her smiling with a dark look. And Huashan laughed awkwardly. Honey, I didn't mean it like that. Xiaowan crossed her arms and turned her head away. Yes, you're so great. What about that Wang Su Li song? And Huashan felt as if Xiaowan was reciting the names from the Book of Life and Death. He coughed in embarrassment. Ahem, senior, please have mercy on me. Besides, my first time was still with you. Hearing An Huashan use the old schoolyard nickname again, Xiaowan's heart softened. She was reminded of the little moments she shared with An Huashan in their youth. As she thought about it, a smile crept onto Xiaowan's lips. But his last sentence made her face burn. Xiaowan, now in her 40s, still looked like a woman in her early 30s. Her skin was smooth, showing almost no signs of age. The blush on the face of this mature woman stirred an inexplicable palpitation in An Huashan. Looking at this person who had been his companion for most of his life, the youthful shyness long gone, now exuding the charm of a mature woman at every turn. Seeing Xiaowan like this, An Huashan felt reassured. It was good that she wasn't truly angry. Xiaowan gave him a charming, reproachful look and said shyly, as if I wasn't. Look at you, so proud. Why don't you talk about your first kiss instead of just that? Remembering how clumsy An Huashan was the first time, she let out a soft laugh. Hearing Xiaowan laugh, An Huashan for some reason found himself laughing along with her. Senior, I haven't called you that in over 20 years. Xiaowan was momentarily stunned. She thought of the many names he had called her over the years, then hummed in agreement. And Huashan said, our son still hasn't replied. He'll give Oldly a call. Xiaowan immediately understood what he was planning and quietly watched this man in his 40s. The more she looked, the more she liked him. He was still so handsome. And Huashan had just dialed a number and said with a smile, Oldly, are you busy lately? Li Tong replied, school is always the same old thing. What's up, are you free now? Mostly done. Come out for a meal with me and your sister-in-law this weekend. No problem, no problem. A sly smile curled at the corner of An Huashan's mouth. Bring the little one along too. Li Tong immediately sensed something was off. No need, just the four of us is fine. The young ones are busy with their studies. Bro, just drop the idea of my daughter, okay? Your son's a bit slow in the head. I'm worried about the next generation. And Huashan. Also, your son applied to be a day student. I heard he's been getting pretty close to Su Zhixi recently. Maybe you should look into her. I have things to do. Gotta go. And Huashan stared at the quickly hung up phone, lost in thought. Day student. Su Zhixi. Who was that? It sounded familiar. Xiaowan noticed that An Huashan had ended his call with Li Tong, but saw the puzzled expression on her husband's face and immediately asked about the situation. What's wrong, did he not agree? And Huashan nodded. Oldly didn't agree to bring his daughter out for the meal. He guards his daughter like a fortress. Xiaowan rolled her beautiful eyes at him. If we had a daughter instead of a son, I don't believe you wouldn't protect her. Probably even more fiercely than Oldly does. And Huashan burst into laughter upon hearing this. That was true if he had a daughter. He'd want to keep all those young ruffians at bay. But his son wasn't a ruffian either. So why couldn't his son be worthy of their daughter? Just a bit stubborn, not necessarily slow-witted. And Huashan waved his hand, recalling the name Li Tong had mentioned. Old Li said our son is very close to another girl named Su Zhixi. It sounds familiar to me. Honey, have you heard of her? No, I haven't heard of any Su family among the people we know. That's strange. You haven't heard it, but I feel the name is familiar, yet I just can't remember. Xiao Wan poked in Huashan's phone. Why don't you ask our son? He's always said there's a girl who likes him, and Old Li mentioned this Su Zhixi. It's probably the same girl. And Huashan agreed with a grunt, but the next second, he saw a message from An Jing. He noticed the system prompt indicating a picture message, and clicked on it immediately. What he saw was a photo of a young girl. In the photo, the girl had a lovely face exuding a touching charm. She wore a white knitted dress paired with a white coat, her cheeks puffed out as she made a peace sign, her big eyes sparkling with playful innocence. And Huashan and Xiaowan's eyes widened considerably at the sight. Both of them could tell at a glance that this girl was extraordinary, whether in her appearance, her attire, or the unique, youthful vitality she possessed. Before they could recover, they saw another message from An Jing. This is my girlfriend. What do you think? Not bad, huh? And Huashan and Xiaowan stared at the message and photo in disbelief, exchanging wide-eyed looks. After a long moment, Xiaowan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This girl looks so sweet and refined, clearly from a well-off family. There don't seem to be any Su family officials in Jianghan province. Maybe she's from another province. And Huashan couldn't hide his smile at the girl's photo, but couldn't help teasing. I find it hard to believe this girl would actually like our son. Is he really that lucky? Xiaowan patted An Huashan's shoulder. Is that any way to talk about your own son? And Huashan shrugged helplessly. If it weren't for the whole Bai Shi incident, he wouldn't be so skeptical. He then enlarged the photo and scrutinized it closely with Xiaowan. The more An Huashan looked, the more familiar the girl seemed. After a while he recalled, this girl. I saw her last year when I went to Jiangda to find Old Li. She was in his office. I thought she was remarkable then, and asked Old Li her name. It was indeed Su Zhixi. And Huashan sighed. But back then I only took a brief look at her. The aura she exuded told me immediately that An Jing wouldn't be able to handle her. But now, his face lit up with joy. This kid actually says she likes him. Tisk tisk tisk, what luck. As he spoke, his face was practically splitting with a grin. And Huashan, who had always been scouting for a suitable daughter-in-law, had been keeping an eye on outstanding girls since An Jing was young. But the result was that his son was a bit scatterbrained. Even more so when he first saw Su Zhixi, he immediately concluded that his son's temperament couldn't win her over. But now, the girl in the photo was almost a different person from what he had seen then. The cold, distant aura she had the first time was a world apart from the playful charm in this picture. If not for the similar facial features, and Huashan wouldn't have connected the girl in the photo to Su Zhixi. Still, he couldn't rule out the possibility of twins. But Li Tong had just told him that his son was very close to Su Zhixi. And the girl he had learned about last year was also named Su Zhixi. That meant they were the same person. Thinking this, and Huashan couldn't help but revise his opinion of his son. Who was he? He could size up a person at a glance, especially these naive college students. He had known immediately that Su Zhixi was aloof with strangers, hard to get close to. He couldn't imagine what methods his son had used to get such a girl to agree to a photo so contrary to her usual image. Though An Huashan and Xiaowan were pleased, the former still harbored doubts about whether An Jing was fooling him. He immediately began typing to ask about the situation. Meanwhile, An Jing was puzzled by the lack of response from his old man after sending the photo and message. What the hell, where is the old man? He wondered if his father might be dissatisfied with Su Zhixi. Damn, is his standard that high? What's there to be unsatisfied about? An Jing pouted in displeasure, about to ask directly if his father disapproved of Su Zhixi. But then he remembered that his old man hadn't said anything yet, and was notoriously slow at replying. So he exited the chat with his father, and opened the conversation with Su Zhixi, sending the photo he had just taken. Su Zhixi held her phone in one hand, while resting her chin on the other, deep in thought. She was pondering where An Jing had gotten that cute emoji. How could a guy use such an adorable sticker? No way. Su Zhixi even scrolled through her own collection of emojis. Hers were from when she was still a girl, but they were quite different from typical girls. Over 90% of them were extremely abstract. Stuff like dead pigs, dead cows, and so on. Not to mention some grotesque and disgusting ones. Without a doubt, Su Zhixi's emojis wouldn't inspire even the most avid sticker thief to steal them. In contrast, An Jing had sent such a cute one. How could that not make Su Zhixi overthink? What kind of guy uses emojis cuter than those of a girl who had been female for 19 years? He must have stolen them from some girl. Su Zhixi immediately thought of Bai Shi, but didn't dwell on it. After all, An Jing had liked her before, so it was normal to swipe a few stickers while chatting. But, as everyone knows, a sticker thief never stops at just one person. She didn't believe An Jing's emoji collection was small. If he stole cute ones, he'd grab them wherever he saw them. So Su Zhixi concluded that An Jing must have chatted with many girls. If he only talked to Baishi, she would inevitably lack some emojis. Only by chatting with more people could he amass a larger collection. Su Zhixi kept thinking this way until her phone buzzed with a notification. Her screen was still on the chat with An Jing. The moment he sent the emoji, she had been pondering how many girls he had been flirting with. Su Zhixi was startled by the photo An Jing sent. An Jing, what do you think, senior? Cute, right? Su Zhixi frowned. The face in the photo was achingly familiar, but the expression and demeanor were something she could never replicate herself. Thus Su Zhixi became even more convinced that An Jing had extensive interactions with girls. How could someone who had been a girl for so long be less cute than An Jing, who had only been one for a day? There must be a mastermind behind this. Su Zhixi, very cute. You really have a talent for being a girl, junior. An Jing, not at all, it's all thanks to your natural beauty, senior. Your face is just too authoritative. Su Zhixi, then let me ask you, you've gotten to know quite a few girls, haven't you? An Jing quickly grasped the implications behind Su Zixi's message and surmised the situation. It was obvious that she was even more playful and adorable than her senior sister, which had aroused the latter's suspicion. To be fair, she did have some insight into the matter. But did it really have much to do with her? Plenty of girls made such expressions and gestures. Back in school, it was practically a requisite skill for the girls in her class. After all, who couldn't act cute? An Jing, senior sister, you're overthinking again. Quite a few of our classmates used to date in secret. An Jing, and even those who weren't dating would occasionally make cute gestures to seem playful. An Jing, how should I put it? This is something you don't need to learn from any particular girl. You can pick it up just by watching a few times. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow upon reading this. Of course she knew. She had seen it before. Not to mention her close friend Xiao was exactly that kind of girl. Su Zhixi might understand. Su Zhixi, so what about your sticker pack? Is such an adorable sticker pack something a guy should be using? Su Zhixi, it's obvious you swiped them from some girl in the past. And don't even mention Baishi. Su Zhixi, I don't believe you only took from her. You must have gathered stickers from everywhere. Come clean. How many girls have you charmed over the years? An Jing was momentarily stunned. She breathed a sigh of relief at the first line of Su Zixi's reply. But what followed left her dumbfounded. An Jing roughly scrolled through her sticker pack, and sure enough, most of them were cute stickers. Even the few that weren't cute were at least normal, like a capybara rubbing its round belly in the water. And the source of these stickers was, as Su Zhixi had said, mostly swiped from other girls. But it wasn't to the extent of chatting up girls everywhere. In high school, she was the class monitor and had added many friends. Girls that age loved sending stickers, though private chats were rarer. She mostly swiped them from class group chats and gaming groups. An Jing breathed a sigh of relief after explaining the sticker source to Su Zhixi. She muttered under her breath, seriously, haven't they all swapped bodies now? Shouldn't it be the senior sister coaxing me? Why am I always the one explaining myself to her? But no sooner had An Jing relaxed than Su Zhixi sent another message. Su Zhixi Jr., didn't you say you were going to sleep? Why are you taking selfies? Su Zhixi, you're not even sleepy. If you don't want to chat with me, just say so. Su Zhixi, there's no need to fool me with that excuse, is there? I trust you so much. An Jing's mouth twitched. Seriously, why was the senior sister so hard to deal with? Anyone would think she was the strict husband. Huh. No, it should be the strict wife. But it seemed the senior sister was now a guy. Though in spirit, she was the wife to outsiders, it looked like a strict husband, right? At that thought, An Jing felt a surge of joy. The senior sister was now her, so even if outsiders saw, they'd only say she was impressive for turning the icy campus belle into a strict husband. But in essence, it was still a strict wife. It didn't matter. The senior sister was using her body, so to outsiders, it was a strict husband, and the credit was hers. If they swapped back, the dynamic might change. But at least she had enjoyed a period of glory. Even if the glory was ultimately enjoyed by the senior sister, it was fine. She was him, and he was her. Unlike some people who were forever dominated by their wives on the surface. An Jing's senior sister, my dad suddenly needed to talk to me. I was chatting with him just now, and after that I was about to sleep. Su Zhixi felt an inexplicable tension when An Jing mentioned her father. After all, the other party had now accepted marrying her. The other's father would be her father-in-law. Even though she now had to call him dad, it was still essentially meeting the parents. Could it be that An Jing's father wanted her to go home? Su Zhixi, what did your uncle say? He didn't ask you to bring me back, did he? An Jing, no, my dad is nowhere to be found right now and hasn't replied to my messages. An Jing, but senior sister, are you ready to call someone you don't know? Well, dad. Su Zhixi couldn't help but pout. What was so hard about calling someone dad? And after marriage it would be even more legitimate. Besides, hadn't Xiao said she often called others dad, even if that others was her fiancé. Su Zhixi, what's the matter? Like you've never called someone you don't know dad. Su Zhixi, don't forget you're me now, and Mu. If I call him that, you'll have to call him that too. An Jing shrugged helplessly. She didn't mind at all. She felt no panic about meeting this future father-in-law, the so-called father in name. An Jing, I don't mind. In our dorm we call each other dad, whenever we need a favor. Su Zhixi, so how many times have you called your roommates dad? An Jing, sorry to disappoint senior sister, but they're the ones who call me that. I've never called them. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, recalling how Xiao called her fiancé, and thinking she was now a guy, quickly typed, Junior, I can also let you call me. An Jing was taken aback. By now she had learned a lot about Su Zhixi from her best friend Xiao. This so-called icy campus belle was anything but. And An Jing, no child herself, instantly understood the implication. She couldn't help but start picturing the scene, imagining herself calling the other that under her authority, and those images in Jing's face quickly flushed. An Jing, senior sister, I strongly suspect you're driving now, and I have evidence. Su Zhixi couldn't help but laugh, though the sound was so small it drew the attention of her roommates. She pretended not to notice, then recalled An Jing personally. Even now the memory lingered with a hint of lingering pleasure, and she had roughly understood the timing of the junior's body. According to Xiao, this was vastly different from the real thing. The first time was almost. But who was Su Zhixi? She was the former owner of that body, and she knew herself well. Her body was sensitive by nature. Making An Jing call her, that would be a piece of cake. Su Zhixi Jr. am not driving with false pretenses. I'm telling the truth. Su Zhixi, I really can. An Jing. An Jing gazed at Su Zixi's message, gently biting her lower lip as her cheeks flushed and her breath quickened. She felt perplexed, unable to grasp what was happening to her. The other's blatantly suggestive words triggered involuntary fantasies, and during those fantasies, she couldn't help recalling the adult films she had watched. In the past, she had always identified with the male lead in those films. But now, An Jing Sr., I feel like you're a bit pent up. Su Zhixi, huh? Pent up? What do you mean by pent up? An Jing, of course I'm talking about sexual frustration. Did what I did for you this morning open a new door for you? Su Zhixi frowned at the message, then recalled the memory. Well, it was indeed quite something. Besides, after being a girl for so many years, was it wrong to be curious now that she was a boy for the first time? Of course not. But this junior actually accused her of being sexually frustrated. What a joke. When she was still a girl, she never had such thoughts. Though she still felt some curiosity that was only natural. Even if Xiao often shared her personal experiences with her, she never felt much urge toward those things. Upon reflection, if a boy does, then a girl would be. She had already been taught by the other. So should she teach the junior in return? Well, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, she didn't really mind it much herself. And since the other was a girl for the first time, she was surely unfamiliar with this, so teaching her was perfectly normal. After all, only she herself knew her own sensitive spots. Su Zhixi Jr., I don't believe you didn't feel. This morning I didn't see you change. Su Zhixi, you know back then you must have. Su Zhixi, I didn't notice at the time, but now I want to ask. Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that without changing? An Jing stared at Su Zixi's message, her pretty face growing even hotter. Hadn't she just forgotten this morning? She had been too focused on dealing with her own mess first. After calming down, she had to wash up and eat, so how could she have thought of it then? It wasn't until she was truly free and idle that she realized it was a bit uncomfortable. Plus, after chatting with Su Zhixi a few times, she felt her clothes becoming more and more. Tap tap. An Jing, what do you happen to have some on you to give me? Su Zhixi, what are you thinking? Is that even possible? Who carries that around? Su Zhixi Jr., you taught me this morning. How about when I go back tonight, I teach you too? An Jing muttered under her breath. Pervert. Senior is so damn pent up. And besides, do I even need you for this? She wasn't clueless. Even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She seriously suspected the other just wanted an excuse to do something bad. She didn't even want to call you out. Clearly, after teaching no when it was shown before her eyes, little Su Zhixi had probably already. Even if she was unwilling, the other, knowing she wouldn't dare call the police, might force her into it. Even if it didn't go that far, the other would surely make her use other means. And Jing thought this, glanced at herself, then unconsciously touched her cherry lips, recalling Su Zixi's words. In the morning. It was the former. If she didn't want the final step, then tonight might be the latter. And Jing was different now from the morning. Back then she had no psychological burden towards Su Zhixi. But now just thinking about it filled her with regret. She had actually personally. Su Zhixi. She feared she could never look at her own body the same way again. And Jing Sr., keep dreaming. In your dreams, anything is possible. I can't bear to expose the thoughts in your heart. Su Zhixi, what thoughts could I have? I think it's your dirty mind that makes you think so badly of me. Su Zhixi, you teach me, I teach you, and then you take the cue. Isn't this just mutual help? As friends, what's wrong with mutual? An Jing was dumbfounded. She never expected Su Zhixi to say such a shameless thing with such a straight face. Was the other's face really as thick as a city wall? Oh no, it was just text. Little did An Jing know Su Zhixi was indeed lounging like a boss, not even blushing or her heart racing. To an outsider, her face revealed nothing of the scandalous chat she was having with An Jing. Still, An Jing had to admire the other's frankness. Blushing with shame, she spat. Senior is such a pervert. How is she worse than a boy? Clearly she was the one who made me do it earlier, and now she's using this excuse pretending to teach me, but actually just wanting me to do it again. Ha! Shameless. Despite her words, An Jing's legs drew tighter, her face grew redder, and her breath quickened. A faint sound escaped her lips. An Jing was startled when she realized it was her own voice. What was this? Was this something she could do? How could she have let out such a girlish sound? And it was almost exactly like last night, except now Su Zhixi wasn't around. That's all. An Jing quickly convinced herself that this was just a normal physiological phenomenon for girls. It definitely wasn't because of her. Instead, she felt that Su Zhixi was becoming increasingly suffocating. Was this something a person could say? If it were any other girl, chatting like this would have gotten you blocked as a toxic guy long ago, right? It was only because of their body swap. Putting herself in the other's shoes, if there had been no swap, An Jing would never have been able to bring this up, and she could imagine that the first message she sent on such a topic would have gotten her deleted. How could she chat with him for so long like Su Zhixi did? The more she empathized, the more An Jing felt that Su Zhixi was truly stifling to the extreme. An Jing then prepared to quickly end her chat with Su Zhixi. An Jing Sr., I'm going to talk about some serious matters with my dad first, and I'll sleep a bit later. You focus on your class. Su Zixi's mouth twitched upon seeing this. Focus on class. That wasn't even the class he was supposed to be taking. He should have gone home by now. Still, was this serious excuse from his junior a form of reporting in? Thinking this, Su Zhixi couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He didn't pry into her family matters, and quickly typed, "Do you mean that what I talk about with you isn't serious business?" An Jing saw this message, and once again complained about Su Zhixi's shamelessness. What kind of serious business is this? It's not serious at all, it's utterly improper. And isn't telling my old man about your existence serious enough? An Jing Sr., you know if it's serious or not. Tone it down. Don't use my identity to chat up other girls at school with this stuff. An Jing, I don't want you to get caught chatting too much and have my body get a reputation as a pervert at school. Su Zhixi Jr., what are you joking about? I'm definitely only talking to you, and I'm not a lesbian. Su Zhixi, but you telling me not to talk to other girls. Is that jealousy? An Jing held her forehead and smiled bitterly. No, Senior, didn't she just explain the reason above? And you still call this jealousy? What a joke. While thinking about it, there might be a tiny bit of truth to that. An Jing, believe what you want. I'm dead tired anyway. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at this message. Tired? He didn't believe that. Just chatting like this, he couldn't help but think of little Su Zhixi. He knew his past self. How could he not be? Clearly he just didn't want to continue the conversation and was using his father's message as an excuse to run away. Su Zhixi didn't intend to push it either. Chatting through a screen was boring anyway. After class he could tease his junior even better. Remembering that blushing face, it was truly beautiful. He wished he could see it forever. Su Zhixi got it. Go talk serious matters with your uncle. He'll find you after class. An Jing replied with okay and directly exited the chat with Su Zhixi. She refreshed her dad's chat a few times, and seeing no new messages, she exited WeChat and opened her photo album to admire her stunning beauty again. As soon as An Jing opened the album, she frowned. The latest photo was the selfie she had just taken, but the one before that was a picture she had never seen before. An Jing glanced at it briefly, then tapped to view it closely. The photo showed the screen of Su Zhixi's WeChat friend request. An Jing was stunned. She didn't remember taking that screenshot. Soon she recalled Su Zhixi holding her phone for a while last night, and then remembered the WeChat video call where he taught her how to get dressed. She also remembered using Su Zhixi's phone to accept her own friend request. An Jing couldn't understand why Su Zhixi would screenshot that picture. Before she could think further, she received a message from her dad. An Jing muttered under her breath. Tisk finally replied. Old man, are you sure such a well-behaved girl likes you? An Jing's face darkened upon seeing this. What does this old man mean? Who is he looking down on? Lots of people like your son, you know. An Jing, do you think I'd lie to you? The photo is a selfie she just took. An Jing, and look, is she wearing makeup or using filters in the photo? An Jing, she sent your son a photo without makeup or filters. Girls always send their best photos to people. An Jing, without a doubt makeup makes her look even better. But she didn't wear any. A bare face isn't something just anyone gets to see. Do you think this is a casual relationship? At the Jiangjing Municipal Family Compound, and Huashan frowned, pondering An Jing's message. Although he couldn't quite grasp how she linked no filters or makeup to a serious relationship, many of his friends posted family photos. In families with daughters, traces of filters and beautification were obvious. Even if the younger ones couldn't tell, he could spot the touch-ups on the older folks immediately. Without a doubt, this was the daughter's request, who didn't want to look their best. And Huashan didn't dwell on it long and decided An Jing had a point. He thought Su Zhixi was naturally beautiful and makeup would just be the icing on the cake. Since An Jing was so certain it was at least 80% true, the remaining 20% needed confirmation. Old man, then create a group chat with me and your mom. We want to chat with the girl. An Jing was speechless at her dad's message. An Jing, Dad, are you crazy? We just got together. Aren't you afraid of scaring her off? An Jing, girls are shy these days. She doesn't even know about meeting the in-laws. You need to give her some time to prepare. An Jing, we'll talk about it later. Old man, that makes sense. Anyway, your mom and I are satisfied. It just depends on whether her parents are happy with you. An Jing shrugged helplessly. This old man is way too eager. What is something chasing you? I just told you and you're already pushing for meeting the parents. Nothing is set in stone yet. Why are you worrying when I'm not? An Jing suddenly remembered something and sent the screenshot of Su Zhixi's friend request. An Jing, see. She added me. An Jing, guess how? Because your son is handsome and she took a liking to you. An Jing boasted to her dad, looking smug. Who can't brag? Just after sending it, An Jing worried her dad might think Su Zhixi only liked her for her looks. Although Su Zhixi had said something similar, it wasn't suitable to tell older folks. So she quickly typed a supplement, of course, also, because your son is academically excellent. It was a night in the library, and she had a question she didn't understand. An Jing fabricated a 300-word story and sent it to her dad in chunks. And Huashan, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Why did his son's story seem so familiar? It felt a bit generic. Still, An Huashan figured most love stories were ordinary, and this meeting was reasonable. He had worried the girl was just after his son's looks. If so, someone better looking might come along and she'd dump him. Thinking this, An Huashan beamed and said to his wife Xia Wan, honey, our son is really lucky. A girlfriend this beautiful, and I heard from Oldly last year that she's very accomplished. Xia Wan smiled and nodded. All right, let's not worry about this girlfriend. College is long. Let our son handle it himself. And Huashan agreed. Clearly, An Jing's parents weren't entirely sure the two would last. Old man, fine, I want metal in your love life. Whether she disappoints you is your business, but don't you dare disappoint her. An Jing's mouth twitched. Old man, is that something a person says? What do you think, your son is a player? And given our current situation, it's probably impossible to separate. An Jing and his old man exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the conversation. An Jing put down his phone and lay back on the rear seat, feeling somewhat restless. He glanced at his feet, clad in white and pink socks patterned with a cat motif. Well, it's Senior's own car, so she can't possibly mind, can she? And they're not dirty, in fact, they're quite fragrant. Fragrant. With this thought, An Jing still lying flat edged closer to one side of the door. When he reached a comfortable distance, he lifted his legs, placing both feet neatly on the door's armrest. A wave of relaxation washed over An Jing, but something still felt amiss. He crossed his right leg over his left. With a slight raise of his brow, he clasped his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. However, after only a short while, he felt a chill in a certain spot. Opening his eyes, An Jing saw that the white knitted dress he was wearing had slid down to mid-thigh. He froze at the sight of his two pale, crossed legs exposed. Damn it, wearing a skirt is such a hassle. He couldn't even make such a move. And from now on, he couldn't sit with his legs apart either. At this thought, An Jing's brow furrowed. Well, it seemed girls didn't sit with their legs apart whether they wore a skirt or not. Doing so was indeed inelegant. In private alone, it didn't matter. He could sit however he liked. An Jing shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. Gazing at his fair legs, he had no intention of lowering them. The window was closed, and the car was empty, and no one could see him anyway. It didn't matter at all. Gradually, the more An Jing looked at his legs, the more beautiful he found them. Then a strange image seemed to flash through his mind. An Jing was startled. To be honest, that image was quite different from his current self. She was truly insane. How did those thoughts even enter his head, and why did he imagine Senior in them? He knew that Senior was using his former body. Wouldn't that mean he was with himself? An Jing's breath quickened, and he simply laid down on the back seat. He pillowed his head on one arm, closing his eyes, and trying to force himself to sleep. But the more he tried, the more active his mind became, and sleep eluded him. That image kept replaying in his thoughts. He felt that one more step would turn everything into something completely. An Jing couldn't imagine it, nor did he dare to. It was too absurd. After all, he had been a boy for 18 years. In the past, he had never substituted anyone into such scenes. At most, he would slightly imagine himself as the male lead while watching a movie. But now, why did he replace the female lead with himself and the male lead with Su Zhixi? And even so, why did he imagine himself as the one beneath, not the one on top? No. Now that he was a girl, no matter what, wasn't it still Su Zhixi checking the academic records? The more An Jing thought, the more confused he became. He opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and checked the time. There was still an hour until Su Zixi's class ended. An Jing then thought of a way to quickly make himself drowsy. He found an audio recording of an English textbook recitation and played it. This year's Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine. As the audio enunciated each word, even An Jing, who had scored over 130 in the English college entrance exam, found his eyelids growing inevitably heavy. His voice, softened by drowsiness, murmured, "Gotta admit, nothing beats this for inducing sleep." An Jing squeezed himself deeper into the back seat and placed his phone on the outer side near his ear. He closed his eyes, listened intently to the English audio, and fell asleep in less than a minute. After the morning classes ended, Su Zhixi walked out of the classroom with his 3 roommates. Lily, seeing Su Zhixi heading in a different direction, asked in confusion, "Xiaoxi, aren't you eating?" Su Zhixi, already a meter away, turned back and said, "You guys go ahead. They'll skip the meal for now." Wang Wei laughed heartily and nudged Lily's arm. "Isn't it obvious? She's going on a date." Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and smiled without replying, which was taken as a tacit agreement. Fang Yu shook his head, draping his arms over Lily's and Wang Wei's shoulders. Let's go. If we make Senior Su wait too long, she'll probably blame him." Su Zhixi shrugged as he watched the trio's receding figures. Blame him? Would she dare? Just as Su Zhixi turned to leave, he noticed Li, who was walking slowly not far away, staring at him. When he looked back and met her gaze, Li immediately averted her eyes and hurried away with quick steps. Su Zhixi curled his lip. Tisk, so many admirers. Still hung up on him, huh? Su Zhixi didn't take it to heart at all. With one hand in his pocket, he headed in the direction where An Jing was. When Su Zhixi reached the parking spot and found his white Bentley, he opened the rear door directly. The moment the door opened, Su Zixi's breath hitched. There was An Jing curled up and sleeping on his side. A sliver of pale calf was visible between the white and pink socks and the slightly shifted knitted dress. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's nose, which rose and fell with his steady breathing and the faint blush on his sleeping face, and couldn't help but swallow. His peaceful sleeping form was like a defenseless young beast. Without an adult beast to protect it, such a creature exposed to the wild would have an obvious fate. And right now there was indeed a beast beside An Jing. Su Zhixi remembered Xiao mentioning that when she was fast asleep in the morning, her fiancé would slowly wake her. At the time, Su Zhixi thought that feeling seemed quite nice. It was a pity he couldn't experience it. But now, while he still couldn't experience Xiao Zhiaoxiao's version, he could make An Jing. And An Jing had gone to bed early last night and slept a lot in the morning, so he was obviously well rested. So, he too wanted to wake An Jing from his slumber. As this thought arose, Su Zhixi instinctively glanced around. Fortunately, it had taken him some time to walk from the training room to the parking spot. By now, most of the cars in the lot had already driven away. He looked toward Uncle Li, the driver, who was slowly approaching. Su Zhixi quickly raised his hand, signaling Uncle Li to stop. Uncle Li paused in surprise, then recalled that the young mistress had instructed them to treat Mr. and with the same respect as herself. He nodded in agreement, smiled kindly, and turned back to his original spot. Seeing Uncle Li retreat, Su Zhixi finally got into the car and gently closed the door, careful not to make a sound that might disturb the silence. Despite his caution, the door still emitted a soft click. He glanced at An Jing, who was turning over in her sleep. An Jing shifted from lying on her side, facing outward, to facing inward, her legs still curled up. The hem of her skirt, which had already ridden up to mid-thigh, inched even higher. Su Zhixi swallowed hard as he gazed at An Jing, who slept like a sleeping beauty, and the pale legs now exposed. Sleeping so soundly, huh? His gaze slowly swept over An Jing, and soon he noticed her phone lying near her head. The screen was lit. He frowned. He knew it. Her claim of being tired was just an excuse. She had clearly fallen asleep from playing on her phone. Su Zhixi slowly slid across the back seat toward An Jing until his thigh tentatively touched her small foot. He glanced down and saw the cute foot retract slightly, creating a few centimeters of distance from his thigh. Seeing that An Jing showed no sign of waking, the wicked thought that had arisen in his mind earlier regained dominance. His mouth went dry as he swallowed, repeatedly tempted to do something improper to her. But reason told him this was not acceptable. There had already been an accident this morning, and during their chat earlier he had learned that she was still not entirely comfortable with things. If he took advantage of her now, she would surely be angry when she woke up. If they had known each other longer, it might be easier to smooth things over. But the problem was that they hadn't known each other long. And from the morning incident, he had clearly felt her resistance. The only reason she hadn't made a big deal was that she understood he was still getting used to being a boy and hadn't fully grasped the male perspective. With this experience, he now knew what it felt like to be a man. If there were future opportunities for her to take the initiative, the morning accident could be avoided if she wasn't ready. But for now she clearly wasn't ready. So he couldn't take this chance to molest her. That would only breed resentment and create a rift between them. Su Zhixi glanced at the water bottle on the back seat, then shook his head and took a drink. As soon as it touched his lips he frowned. The water had turned lukewarm. Su Zhixi didn't like warm water. It lacked the refreshing chill of cold water or the tongue-tingling pleasure of hot water sipped slowly. But he had no choice, his mouth was too dry and warm water would have to do for now. After drinking he felt a bit better and let out a soft sigh as he looked at An Jing. If he acted too rashly, she would become wary in the future. He would have to take it slow. But that didn't mean he couldn't steal a little pleasure. His gaze fell on An Jing's cute little feet. The white and pink cat-patterned socks tempted him. He had never realized his own feet could be so alluring even in socks. At such close range he detected no unpleasant odor. He was satisfied. It was a testament to how well he had taken care of himself before. The fruits of his past efforts were now in a way rewarding him. Su Zhixi didn't mind that this was An Jing's original body. After all, it was still his own experience. Just like this morning when An Jing had taught him personally, hadn't he been the one to enjoy it? So he slowly reached out and placed his hand on the ankle of one of her feet. Feeling her ankle grasped, An Jing let out a soft coquettish hum. The seductive sweet sound made Su Zhixi. He cleared his throat and slowly pulled off one sock. Seeing the pale skin with a rosy tint, he felt an urge to protect her well-being. From tonight on, he would make sure she soaked her feet in warm milk before bed. Even after a shower, she'd need a separate soak. In her sleep, An Jing vaguely felt a chill on her foot and instinctively curled her toes. Just as Su Zhixi grabbed the other ankle to remove the second sock, An Jing's eyes snapped open. The first thing she saw was the back of the seat, but the sensation of her ankle being held quickly registered. She looked down toward her feet and saw Su Zhixi lecherously pulling off her sock. The other sock was already lying on his thigh. An Jing's eyes widened. "Senior, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my socks?" Su Zhixi froze for a moment, then looked up to meet her gaze, his face betraying no embarrassment. "What do you mean your socks? Aren't you wearing my old ones?" An Jing was momentarily speechless. After a pause she said, "But I am you now. Is there a problem with you putting socks on your own body? So why are you taking them off?" Su Zhixi didn't answer, thinking that since she was awake, he no longer had to be so careful not to disturb her. He quickly pulled off the other sock. An Jing was startled. Not only did he not explain his actions, but he continued, even knowing she was awake. She bit her lip and accused, "Are you a pervert? We're different genders, you know. Don't you think it's inappropriate to do this while I'm asleep?" An Jing crossed her arms protectively. "If you dare take off my socks while I'm sleeping now, who knows what bad things you'll do to me later. I feel safer renting a place alone than living with you." Su Zhixi acted as if he hadn't heard his face calm, and calmly stuffed the two socks into his pocket. An Jing. "Hey, senior, did you hear me? Say something. Is this the silent treatment now?" Su Zhixi looked at An Jing's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Seeing that smile only made An Jing angrier. Taking off her socks while she slept was bad enough, but now he was giving her the silent treatment and still smiling. "Smile, smile, smile all you want." Su Zhixi noticed her displeasure and finally explained, "Junior, you're doing well. You're already aware of potential dangers." An Jing. "I've always been aware. You have no idea how many times I've worried about my own safety since becoming a girl just over a day ago." Su Zhixi paused and continued, "Junior, you overthink things. Didn't I say I wouldn't do anything to you? You don't trust me at all." An Jing. "Do I know you? You know the truth yourself." Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, marveling at how quickly she had picked up these conversational tactics. Was she a natural talent? She really was suited to be a girl. "Do you sleep with socks on? Shouldn't you thank me for taking them off? And if your feet are cold, I have a better way to warm them." "Huh?" An Jing was momentarily confused. This wasn't even a bed. What was wrong with wearing socks? He was clearly taking advantage of her, and she was supposed to thank him. Her feet were cold now without the socks, and he didn't mention that. An Jing quickly dropped his ridiculous excuse. What better way to warm them? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at her, then grabbed both her feet and tucked them into his lap. An Jing. Su Zhixi's fluid movements were so swift that An Jing had no time to react. By the time she realized it, her own foot was already cradled in the other's arms. The foot, which had felt somewhat chilly, instantly warmed up. Warm it was, but was their current behavior not far too intimate? An Jing couldn't help but avert her gaze, her cheeks slowly burning. Su Zhixi, observing An Jing's flushed face, curled her lips into a smile. She then tightened her coat inward, wrapping An Jing's foot more securely against her bosom. An Jing did not refuse, surprised to find how warm her own former bodice embrace was. She felt an urge to burrow entirely into that warmth. The thought had barely surfaced when An Jing startled herself. What was she thinking? How had she developed such a sense of dependency? An Jing quickly shook the notion from her mind and spoke softly, "Senior. What are you doing?" "My." Su Zhixi chuckled, then reached a hand into her coat and gave a gentle pinch. "What do you think? See, you're warm now, aren't you?" Feeling her foot pinched, An Jing's face grew even hotter. Yet she felt not a trace of displeasure. Though peculiar, she had to admit it was rather comfortable. An Jing still wouldn't let up verbally. "Senior, you conveniently forgot to mention why my feet were cold. Would they be cold if you hadn't taken off my socks? Besides, this body of yours is truly frail, getting cold hands and feet in this weather." Su Zhixi, upon hearing this, tickled the sole of An Jing's foot, causing it to twitch within her embrace. An Jing herself couldn't help but let out a laugh. An Jing shot Su Zhixi a glare of feigned indignation. "Senior, are you a pervert? If you say so, then so be it. As if you could escape." An Jing was taken aback, then crossed her arms and turned her head away, her cheeks puffing slightly. "What nonsense, acting as if she had me completely under her thumb. Everyone else has a henpecked husband, so why was it the opposite for her? No. Why did she think of it as husband, referring to the female side? If so, then what use was her identity as a girl? In the eyes of others, wouldn't her status still be lower than Senior's? Even though she clung to her identity, if she switched back one day, she'd still have the upper hand. Yet it still felt strange. Couldn't she manage to have the other completely submissive while she was a girl? It seemed a bit troublesome. While An Jing was still tangled up in thoughts about being henpecked, Su Zhixi on the other hand saw An Jing's sulking expression and her eyes lit up. My God, how was her junior brother acting more girly than he used to? He had never been like this before. Although he had no one to sulk it back, then it wasn't a big deal. Seeing his original face pout cutely was pretty much the same. More importantly, at least he wasn't the submissive one like her best friend Xiao Xiao Xiao. She definitely needed to strengthen her junior brother's mental fortitude. He would have to check the academic credit website later. It seemed quite. Who knew him better than himself? Su Zhixi chuckled and explained in response to An Jing's earlier question. Junior brother, you said it yourself, it's because this body isn't in good shape. So whether I wear socks or not, it's the same, isn't it? And I only just took off your socks and they got cold quickly. Clearly they were cold, even with them on. So how can you blame me for taking them off? Instead, shouldn't you be thanking me for warming your feet? An Jing was momentarily speechless. To be honest, her body wasn't cold at all, it was just her hands and feet that were always chilly. Taking advantage of An Jing's dazed state, Su Zhixi decided to enjoy the sight of her exposed legs. Especially since with An Jing's foot propped in her lap, her skirt had shifted now, almost ridden up to her thighs. An Jing, however, was completely unaware of this. When Su Zhixi spotted An Jing's underwear, she felt her mouth go dry again. Her junior brother wasn't wearing safety. No. On second thought, she seemed to have forgotten to find a pair for her earlier. If it were her, even wearing a long skirt, she certainly wouldn't forget to wear. But ever since becoming a guy, she hadn't given it much thought. And her junior brother, originally a male, had never worn such things. It simply slipped her mind. Su Zhixi swallowed hard, deciding to feast her eyes while she had the chance. She didn't know what was going on in her own mind. When she was in her own body, she would never have acted like this. At least she wouldn't have been so excited at the sight of. But now, soon Su Zixi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked. She noticed An Jing's white underwear. She knew exactly what it meant. It was just that this seemed a bit too. Although she couldn't see the full picture. But from the small part visible, could it be that her junior brother was? Thinking this, Su Zhixi couldn't help but glance at An Jing's still-lit phone. She could now clearly see the screen and immediately frowned. It was just a finished English audio clip, not the kind of website she had been hoping to see. Could her junior brother have been? While chatting with her this morning, Su Zhixi cleared her throat and averted her gaze, then reached out to adjust An Jing's skirt. Feeling the movement, An Jing snapped out of her daze and looked at Su Zhixi in confusion. But seeing Su Zhixi pull her skirt down to cover her legs, she was momentarily stunned. After Su Zhixi had adjusted the skirt to its limit, the only exposed skin between An Jing's foot in Su Zixi's lap and her calf was a small patch of white leg. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing and, seeing her confusion, didn't forget to remind her, "Junior brother, even though we're close, we still need to be careful." An Jing was stunned again. She had been spacing out and hadn't noticed anything, but now she realized the skirt had just been pulled down to cover her thighs. An Jing looked at the height of her foot in Su Zixi's lap. At this height, her skirt must have been quite exposed. Although she used to enjoy looking at legs, she definitely couldn't handle too much exposure, especially now that she was a girl. An Jing roughly calculated the time. She had been awake for only about 2 minutes or so. So Senior must have noticed her skirt slipping and pulled it back up. Or maybe she had seen something. After all, she had just woken up and her mind was a bit foggy and she hadn't noticed her own exposure while spacing out. Whether or not Senior had taken the chance to be a pervert, at least she had thought to cover her up. Overall, that showed some conscience. Regardless, as long as she didn't catch Senior taking advantage of her, it was fine. And Jing smiled lightly. I didn't expect Senior to be so proper now. Why not take the chance to enjoy the view? Su Zhixi felt a surge of pride, thinking, if only you knew I saw everything. Without a blush or a racing heart, she replied, I'm proper when I need to be, and improper when I don't. And Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then Senior's proper moments are truly rare. Su Zhixi found the laugh quite pleasant to hear. Like the melodious song of a lark. Tisk, junior brother thinks so low of me. I didn't say anything. You are the one who divided it into proper and improper with a normal state in between. I never said how much that takes up. You can't blame me for your own assumptions. Hearing this, Su Zhixi pinched the small foot nestled in her lap. The tender skin made her want to play with it a while longer. And Jing bit her lip, her face flushed. Soon feeling another tickle, she couldn't help but laugh and beg for mercy. It tickles, ha. Stop tickling, ha. I didn't say you were improper. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and released, and Jing then grinned wickedly at her flushed face. So you only behave when I'm improper, huh? And Jing's heart skipped a beat. She hugged herself defensively, trying to pull her foot back, but it was firmly held by Su Zhixi's hand. Senior, you don't commit a crime. If I do, are you going to turn me in? And Jing was at a loss for words, on the verge of tears. But you can't do that, I'm not ready. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up. So there will be a time when you are ready. Senior, talk properly, don't be so oppressive. You are the one giving me that impression with your words. Who's to blame? And Jing bit her lip, then nodded, yes, there should be. They'll wait for you. And Jing remained silent, obediently lowering her head, not daring to meet her eyes. If she could just keep saying she wasn't ready. If she couldn't hold back, she could always resort to other means. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing, who was acting like a shy maiden, and asked with a smirk, Junior brother, tell me, have you? And Jing thought she had misheard, and asked for confirmation, what? I didn't quite catch that. Su Zhixi then simply pulled An Jing closer to sit on her lap. Sitting on her senior's thighs, An Jing's body trembled, her face growing even redder, her breathing rapid, and her limbs weak. Senior, she. Su Zhixi's breathing also quickened, she could feel the softness of something. She then placed one hand on the back of An Jing's head, and pulled her closer. An Jing immediately collapsed limply into Su Zhixi's chest. She tried to push herself up with her arms, but smelling Su Zhixi's pheromones, she only felt increasingly weak. Su Zhixi swallowed hard, looking at the blushing, shy figure fighting the urge to devour her. Su Zhixi then leaned close to An Jing's ear. Feeling the breath against her ear, An Jing's eyes gradually grew hazy. She felt something was wrong with her, but she didn't understand why. Was this how all girls felt? The warm breath by her ear tormented An Jing unbearably, yet the other remained silent. An Jing couldn't help but whimper, Senior, don't be like this, I beg you. I just wanted to ask, have you? Did you hear me clearly? An Jing, no. Senior, I didn't do it. An Jing panted heavily, her voice trembling as she continued, Senior, if you're teasing me because you suspect I've done something wrong, then you needn't bother. And besides, from last night until now, except for the time you went to class, I've been with you the entire time. As soon as An Jing finished speaking, her mind finally caught up. Senior, are you suspecting that I did something bad in the car? Su Zhixi chuckled softly at this. Are you sure you didn't? Of course not. You can suspect me in private, but how could you suspect me here? An Jing kept trying to push herself up from Su Zhixi's embrace. But at this moment her body was completely drained of strength. An Jing felt a restless irritation inside, yet her body grew increasingly feverish. Damn it, what is this situation now? Her whole body was limp and powerless. If Senior took advantage of her in this state, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. This helplessness made her feel like a doll at someone's mercy. An Jing saw the undisguised look in Su Zhixi's eyes. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. That gaze was like a ferocious wolf eyeing a gentle lamb. An Jing could also understand the other's situation. After all, the others was still. This strangeness made An Jing extremely uncomfortable, yet she inexplicably felt a strong craving. An Jing felt she must be crazy. Why would she want the other to check the school network? It must be the estrogen kicking in. Yes, that must be it. Seeing Su Zhixi still silent, An Jing grew anxious and spoke again in a low voice, but now her tone was even more alluring. Senior, please believe me, I really didn't do it. How could I possibly do it here? That would be too perverted. I am not that kind of person. Su Zhixi swallowed hard at An Jing's seductive voice. Every word she spoke teased his nerves to the fullest. But seeing her on the verge of tears in her panic, his heart softened. Su Zhixi suppressed the impulse to take her right then and there and began to think. Junior said no, but he had just seen her. Having been a girl for 18 years, Su Zhixi immediately understood what was going on. A girl's body is constantly. After all, it can't be completely dry. Not to mention that her body was currently in a special phase of its cycle. If he remembered correctly, this body was still in the follicular phase. It was very active at this time. Su Zhixi suddenly recalled the content of his conversation with An Jing that morning. He had visualized the scene based on the content. So she must have visualized something too. Thinking this, Su Zhixi felt it all made sense. After all, back when he talked about such vivid things with Xiao, he himself always felt a rush. Su Zhixi reached out and gently wiped away the tears from An Jing's eyes. Junior, why are you crying? I'm not blaming you. Feeling Su Zixi's tender gesture, An Jing's nose tingled with emotion. You ask her why she cried. How would she know herself? An Jing roughly thought about the reason and said softly, it's just that we're being a bit intimate now and you don't trust me, so I got a little anxious, but this body of yours just can't help crying. Women really are made of water. Su Zhixi was taken aback. She was right. Now, whether in terms of atmosphere or the state of things, they were both quite intimate. He could clearly feel his own discomfort, and presumably Junior felt the same. And why was she anxious? The reason was simply that she was worried he would take her right there. And she still couldn't get past that hurdle. After all, having been a boy for so many years, subconsciously, no matter the position, she was always the one. But now that she had become a girl, it was the opposite. She was always the one being. Unlike him, who felt no such discomfort. Su Zhixi could also understand why he adapted so quickly. After all, now he had become someone. Just thinking about it was exciting. Su Zhixi wiped away all the tears from An Jing's eyes and said with a gentle smile, all right, I'll reluctantly believe you, Junior. An Jing bit her lip. What do you mean reluctantly? Yes, reluctantly. You? An Jing was speechless and smiled helplessly. She had done nothing, yet he just wouldn't believe her. How were they supposed to get through life like this? Seeing that An Jing seemed a bit angry, Su Zhixi pinched her ear. An Jing's body shuddered as if an electric current was spreading from her ear throughout her entire body. An Jing said indignantly, senior men and women should keep their distance. Before she could finish, Su Zhixi quickly interrupted. If we touch, we'll have to get married. An Jing was speechless and rolled her eyes at him. Get married? You don't believe me now. Do you think we can get through life like this? Su Zhixi frowned in confusion at this. That sounded very feminine. Junior, I said, even if you did, I wouldn't blame you. What's the big deal? Then if you think it's nothing, why did you ask? Oh. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Do you mean you admit it, Junior? An Jing. Duh. An Jing immediately stopped the curse word that was about to slip out. No means no. No matter what you say, it's no. If you insist on thinking that way, I can't help it. Junior, no cursing. An Jing. Damn. Was that the point? Wasn't the point what she said after that? When a girl says that to a guy, isn't he supposed to comfort her? Why aren't you comforting her? Su Zhixi placed his hand on An Jing's cheek. Be good, don't be angry. I know you really want to prove you didn't do it. I have a way to prove it now. Want to give it a try? Hearing his gentle voice and feeling his affectionate caress, An Jing felt much better. Prove it. There's a way to prove I didn't do anything bad. Of course there is. An Jing naturally wouldn't pass up the chance to clear her name. Then tell me. Su Zhixi grinned mischievously and said in a low voice, it's simple. I think even if you did do something bad, you wouldn't. It must be. After all, that would be too bold. Although the car is empty and well insulated, I think you're still quite shy, Junior. Su Zhixi glanced at the clean back seat. Of course you might also be very bold, but the car is clean and has no smell, so obviously not. Then, the only possibility is doing something bad while wearing. If so, there would be. And also. So, lift up your skirt and let me take a look. An Jing, what did she just hear? All that nonsense. Senior, you just want to take advantage of me, don't you? An Jing bit her lip as she gazed at Su Zhixi, who had shamelessly suggested she lift her skirt for a look. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why are you shy? After last night, when we've already intimately. It's just a look now, and there's still your shorts in the way. It's not like you're completely bare. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen you without a stitch before. An Jing pressed her lips together. True. Last night she had watched her bathe, and even done such intimate things. Yet for some reason she still felt a twinge of shyness. Last night, when she had been completely naked, she hadn't thought much of it. But now just this small act made her embarrassed. An Jing averted her gaze, unable to meet Su Zixi's eyes. But having marks doesn't prove anything. You're still teasing me now. I think you know your own body better than I do. Isn't it normal to have some? Su Zhixi poked An Jing's forehead. Are you being naive, or just pretending? Just this, or everyday things would naturally leave some. But not much. It's definitely after that you'd get. Let me tell you a secret. I have a special constitution. If you hadn't done anything wrong, then it wouldn't all be like that. An Jing was momentarily stunned. No wonder it was so intense. It was because of her constitution. But this was still so frustrating. She couldn't handle even a little stimulation. And now feeling the ambiguity with her senior sister, her discomfort only grew. She wished she could change into a new pair right away. Another thought struck her, and she hesitated. Senior sister, you wouldn't. After looking, just rip them off me, would you? And then you'd. You know what I mean. The way you are now scares me a little. Su Zhixi pinched An Jing's cheek. Junior brother, your thoughts are ridiculous. You're completely weak right now, aren't you? Even under normal circumstances, you know how strong I am. Especially now, when you're so vulnerable. If I really wanted to, I would have done something already. I'm still respecting you, holding back my own discomfort. An Jing pressed her lips together, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. Her senior sister was right. If she truly wanted to, she couldn't resist no matter what. She couldn't even call the police. Sending herself to the station over this was too absurd. If only they hadn't swapped bodies. Then if the other wanted to harass her, she might have gone along with it, if they were attractive. Even if she didn't want to, she could just send them to jail for a while. But now, she was a woman with this frail body, and she couldn't call the police. There was nothing but tears. An Jing nodded. I understand. Senior sister, please move me off you. I don't have the strength. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing, who was buried against her, and a triumphant smile crept across her face. She had only stolen a few glances earlier, but now she could openly watch. Ano observe whether the other had done anything wrong. Then Su Zhixi gently laid An Jing flat on the back seat, cradling her small feet back into her lap. An Jing felt the warmth return to her feet, which had been exposed and cold for a few minutes. An Jing turned her head toward the seat back, and whispered, "Go ahead." Go ahead with what? An Jing paused, then pressed her lips together. What kind of person was this? She had just said she wanted to. And now she was pretending not to know. Did she have to say it herself? This was so humiliating. Wasn't this just like those movies where the guy says to the girl, "Tell me what you want"? Did she want a reminder? No way. Absolutely not. Dream on. An Jing's temper flared. Nothing. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Have Uncle Lee drive. Su Zhixi sensed she was truly angry, cleared her throat, and began to explain. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I was just expressing surprise. Because I said you should lift your skirt yourself, not me. When you asked me to do it, I was surprised, and said go ahead with what? An Jing was speechless, then sighed. Senior sister, you mean I have to take the initiative so you can take advantage of me? No, junior brother, you're wrong. It's not about taking advantage. It's me helping you prove you haven't done anything wrong. Besides, Su Zhixi squeezed An Jing's foot in her lap, and keeping your feet warm. Your legs are stretched out, and from this distance I can't lift your skirt and expose your shorts at the same time. More importantly, junior brother is afraid I might take liberties. If you do it yourself, keeping some distance, it's safer for you. An Jing let out a bitter laugh. She had never met anyone so shameless. All that smooth talk was just to take advantage. And she was supposed to lift her skirt for observation. Wasn't this just like those movie scenes where the girl, hearing the guy's words, offers herself? Yet her senior sister said all this without a hint of embarrassment. Her skin was thicker than a city wall. But strangely, An Jing felt an urge to prove she hadn't done anything wrong. She sighed inwardly. The words actually sounded reasonable and comforting. And that last line, though she knew it was just smooth talk, stirred something in her heart. An Jing gave in. Senior sister, it's a shame you're not in a pyramid scheme. As she spoke, she slowly began to lift her skirt. With every inch, her face grew hotter. So humiliating, taking the initiative. She really was doomed in this life. Soon she had lifted it completely. All right. Look, there's not much. Su Zhixi stared intently, not blinking. It was just normal. It seemed her junior brother hadn't secretly done anything wrong. But now, Su Zhixi examined it back and forth. An Jing pressed her lips together, watching her. Are you done yet? No, I need to observe more. An Jing. 666. She wasn't even pretending anymore. An Jing quickly covered her legs again. Pervert. Senior sister, you're too obscene. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. Me? Isn't junior brother the same? You're feeling very uncomfortable now, aren't you? An Jing rolled her eyes. Obviously. Enough, let's go back. Su Zhixi squeezed the foot in her arms. It seems junior brother really hasn't done anything wrong. Of course. I'm not like you, senior sister. Doing something wrong in the car. That's the same as doing it in public. Not bad. But if necessary, it's okay too. They'll teach you tonight. No. Senior sister, can you not be so lewd? Tis junior brother, don't be shy. In the morning you. Tonight Besides, I saw you earlier. I think you wanted it too, didn't you? An Jing. Seriously, senior sister, what are you talking about? She was just deliberately teasing her. With her teasing for so long, how could she not? Seeing An Jing remain silent, Su Zhixi tickled the soles of her feet again, immediately eliciting continuous giggles. An Jing laughed while her feet kept twitching, but Su Zhixi used one hand to tickle and the other to restrain both feet. An Jing tried to pull away, but couldn't, her feet still pressed against Su Zixi's stomach. She thought about kicking Su Zixi's belly, but the other seemed to anticipate this. Su Zhixi quickly lifted An Jing's feet into the air, her small feet could only twitch up and down uselessly. An Jing's skirt slid down rapidly as her legs were raised higher. Su Zhixi pretended not to notice, instead carefully controlling the force to avoid hurting An Jing while continuing to lift her legs. An Jing's pupils contracted. Laughing, she pressed down on her skirt to prevent it from falling completely, then pulled the hem up to cover her exposed pale legs as best she could. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's face grow increasingly flushed with laughter. What? You still want to kick me, eh? What do you mean? It's you. Huh? You suddenly tickled me. You were giving me the silent treatment, I was just reminding you. But you not only did you give me the cold shoulder, you even tried to kick me. After saying this, Su Zhixi immediately began tickling both of An Jing's soles simultaneously. An Jing could only helplessly curl her toes and shake her feet, even more powerless against Su Zhixi's unreasonable behavior. What did she mean by giving the silent treatment? Couldn't she just think for a moment? Despite thinking this, An Jing felt like she couldn't breathe from laughing and quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Huh? Stop tickling. Huh? Please stop. Su Zhixi smirked playfully. Junior, is this how you admit your mistake? Why are you laughing while begging for mercy? An Jing was speechless at this, but she kept giggling. Damn, it wasn't it you who tickled the soles of her feet. Now you're blaming her for not being sincere enough in admitting her mistake. Unbelievable, she had never been so speechless in her life. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Thinking this, An Jing still suppressed her laughter, but tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembled. Senior, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please stop tickling, I can't breathe. Seeing An Jing's pitiful appearance, Su Zhixi's heart softened. She stopped tickling and placed An Jing's feet back on her stomach, wrapping them in her jacket. An Jing's laughter ceased and she fully covered her legs with her skirt. I wasn't ignoring you earlier, I was thinking about something. Why are you like this? Not even giving me a moment to think. I wasn't silent for long. Su Zhixi listened to An Jing's tearful voice and found it somewhat alluring. So moving even when crying. It wouldn't hurt to hear it occasionally. But Su Zhixi comforted An Jing. Am my fault? There, don't cry. It's just that I hate the silent treatment the most, or I thought you were doing it to me again. An Jing laughed a bitter laugh. People really do laugh when they're angry. What did she mean by giving the silent treatment again? Was she mistaken? She never intended to give the cold shoulder at all. So annoying. As An Jing silently complained about Su Zhixi took out a tissue and wiped away the tears from An Jing's eyes. Don't cry so easily from now on. Look, your eyes are all red. Oh, it's not pretty. An Jing. Unbelievable. She almost laughed herself breathless. How could her eyes not tear up? And girls' emotions are so strange. She inexplicably felt wronged. This never happened before. But watching Su Zhixi gently wipe away her tears, she felt a stir in her heart. It was him who made her cry. Why was she moved by this little bit of tenderness? Stupid estrogen. After Su Zhixi wiped away all her tears, An Jing took a deep breath, composed herself, looked at her feet, and said softly, I don't need my feet warmed anymore. I'm not cold. Give me back my socks. Su Zhixi glanced at her indifferently and shook her head. No. Don't I know if my own hands and feet were cold back then? We're close, so I don't mind your feet. An Jing, what you said back then. Would you mind your own feet? Damn, this is just taking advantage. And you have to find a high-sounding excuse for it. Worried about her feet being cold. Fine, keep warming my feet then. But give me back my socks. An Jing held out her hand. Su Zhixi shook her head again. No. An Jing was stunned for a moment, then looked at her mid-calf boots. Then how do I put on my shoes? These are boots, not sandals or heels. You can go without them. They'll carry you back. An Jing's mouth twitched. There's no need to go to such trouble. I can walk on my own and my legs aren't broken. I just want to test how strong this body is to see if I can lift you or how long I can carry you. An Jing rubbed her forehead and looked at Su Zhixi. Nonsense. Didn't they know their own past body? With this little weight you could lift her easily. This is clearly just trying to cop a feel. So annoying. How could Senior always be thinking about taking advantage of her past body? An Jing pouted, then sat up and rolled down the window, calling to Uncle Lee not far away. Uncle Lee, let's go. Uncle Lee nodded with a smile and walked toward the car. An Jing rolled the window back up, crossed her arms, and looked at the mid-calf boots. Dream on. Do whatever you want. It's not my body anyway. I'm wearing them barefoot. Hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately imagined the scene of applying medicine to An Jing's sore feet and glanced at the white mid-calf boots. Alas, the boot material wasn't rough and fit well. There wouldn't be any foot pain or blisters. But if she walked for a long time, and with those tender feet, it might be different. Su Zhixi readily agreed. Go ahead, I don't mind. Then she began plotting how to make An Jing walk barefoot in the boots for over an hour. An Jing rubbed her ears, thinking she had misheard. Senior, I said wearing them barefoot. If your feet hurt or get blistered, this is your own body. Don't you care about yourself? Su Zhixi thought for a moment, then looked up at her. It's fine. You are the one who'll feel the pain. An Jing. She picked up the white mid-calf boot, reached inside, touched it, and her mouth twitched. No wonder. The boot was smooth and soft, and it fit well when she wore it in the morning. She clearly knew there would be no foot pain or blisters. No wonder she was so nonchalant. Unbelievable. But at least no matter what, Su Zhixi couldn't carry her. So it didn't matter. And what she said was right. Even if it wasn't her past body, she'd be the one in pain. Now she could avoid pain and prevent Su Zhixi from carrying her. Why not? An Jing put down the boot, feeling smug, then glanced at Su Zhixi and froze. Wait, why was Senior smiling so lecherously? What was she thinking? Su Zhixi, seeing An Jing suddenly staring at her, quickly composed her expression and coughed. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? An Jing frowned. The look on her face just now had sent a chill down her spine. Do you think I haven't seen myself? Senior, what were you thinking just now? So perverted. Nothing, huh? Su Zhixi saw An Jing covering her chest with a defensive look. No, why are you so scared? I've told you many times. I said I won't do anything to you, so I won't. Do you take me for some lecherous wolf? An Jing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Aren't you? Su Zhixi was momentarily speechless. He had to admit there was some truth to it. Just a little, wasn't it? Besides, he would never force anyone. Though having his junior, who now bore his former identity, submit to him might seem appealing, the other clearly couldn't accept it. That would only make their relationship awkward. Far better to make the other willingly compliant. Besides, the follicular phase was ending. His junior was about to enter the ovulatory phase, a rare time in the month when one felt clingy. That would be more conducive to guiding him. The power of hormones was strong back when he had no man. He had yearned for love, but he could never find anyone worthy. Now, he believed his junior wouldn't find his former body repulsive. After all, hating oneself would be too. In the later luteal phase, when moods dipped, he could offer more company and encouragement. As for the menstrual phase, he himself hadn't found it very painful before, but it did make one irritable. Given his junior's temperament, it should be fine. So he had to proceed gradually. Su Zhixi nodded earnestly. Junior, where did you get that idea? Tell me. But I might not change. An Jing. Then why say anything? An Jing felt a pang of irritation. Huh. It seemed she didn't have that now. Bang. The sound of a car door closing suddenly came from the front seat. An Jing and Su Zhixi instinctively looked up, then quickly averted their gaze upon seeing it was Uncle Li. Uncle Li fastened his seatbelt, hands on the wheel. Mr. Un. Before he could finish, he saw the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror and froze. This. Miss had her feet in Mr. An's lap. Their relationship must be really good. Miss was willing to let a man warm her feet. Uncle Li smiled knowingly, said no more, and started the car. Su Zhixi and An Jing, seeing Uncle Li only call out to them and then fall silent, thought he had something to say. So it was just a greeting. They both said in unison, "MMOK." Uncle Li looked at them in surprise through the rearview mirror. He hadn't been greeting them. Oh well, it didn't matter. But Miss and Mr. and had slow reactions. Mr. An aside, Miss reaction time seemed longer. As the car drove, An Jing grew warmer, even a bit hot. Seeing that the other wasn't pressing hard and had her eyes closed, An Jing thought to pull back. But the moment she moved, Su Zhixi grabbed both her ankles and pulled them back down. Su Zhixi and An Jing both were startled. An Jing's pupils contracted as she stared at Su Zhixi in disbelief. Su Zhixi, now wide-eyed, looked down, then turned to An Jing. An Jing bit her lips softly and whispered, "Pervert." Su Zhixis Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. "I didn't mean to." An Jing froze, a blush creeping onto her face. If earlier she could occasionally wiggle her feet in Su Zhixis' lap to ease the discomfort of staying still, now she dared not move an inch. An Jing turned her head toward the windshield. "So you did it on purpose?" "Really, I didn't." "Then why don't you let go?" "Still keeping it there." "Keeping it where?" An Jing trailed off, too embarrassed to finish. Su Zhixi, however, grew intrigued, raising an eyebrow. "Where?" "Hey." An Jing whipped her head around to glare at him. "Junior, you pervert. Watch fewer bad movies. You know what I mean, don't you? And you just apologized for it. Now you're playing dumb. Why do I have to say it? What kind of person are you?" And Uncle Li is still in the car. What if he hears? In truth, though their voices were low, the car was small. Uncle Li had caught every word of their conversation since he got in. From the rearview mirror, Uncle Li saw An Jing's blush, and piecing together the dialogue and their posture, roughly understood. Ahem, Miss and Mr. And we're being far too indiscreet. But Miss didn't seem disgusted. Ahem, young love. He understood. Though Uncle Li had watched Su Zhixi grow up, and they had a good relationship, she was still his superior. Having been a driver for over a decade, he knew what to hear and what to ignore. So even though he heard, he pretended not to, focusing solely on driving. An Jing and Su Zhixi stared at each other for a moment. Su Zhixi felt increasingly parched. An Jing herself was uncomfortable, sensing something amiss. Her body grew weaker, longing to lie down on the back seat. But she dared not move. Normally it would be fine, but now it was still there. Even if she laid down gently, her own would inevitably. Su Zixi's voice was husky as he murmured, "Zhixi, your face is so red. Do you have a fever?" An Jing shot him a glare. "Don't you know why my face is red? Stop pretending." "No, I'm just a bit hot. Thanks for warming my feet, but no need anymore." An Jing tried to pull back again. But Su Zhixi wouldn't let her, holding her firmly in place. Instead, he took the chance to touch her. An Jing's eyes flew wide open. 660. He wasn't even pretending anymore. Was it intentional or on purpose? She looked at Su Zixi's face, which he tried to keep calm, but she still caught a hint of pleasure. An Jing's face grew redder, her mind dizzy. Su Zhixi said, "It's okay, Zhixi. Don't be polite. We'll talk when we get to your place. We're still a bit away. If I stop now, your feet will get cold again. I can't bear that." An Jing, "Wait, what did you say? You mean I have to keep stepping on? If I remember correctly, it'll still be over 10 minutes before we get to Senior's place. Are you kidding me?" An Jing had absolutely no idea if she could hold on for over 10 minutes to get home. Barely a minute had passed, and already her body felt weak and limp. Let alone such a long time. If it really came to that, wouldn't she be fulfilling Su Zix's wish? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An Jing tried to maintain a normal tone, but her voice still came out sweet and trembling. "Junior, I know you care about me, but there are other people here. Besides, the air conditioning is on in the car, and I'm feeling a bit hot now. My feet really aren't cold anymore." Uncle Lee was taken aback upon hearing this. Huh, was he involved in this too? The young miss seemed to have hinted several times that she no longer wanted Mr. and to warm her feet. But judging by the young miss' usual temperament, if she truly didn't want Mr. and to persist, even if Mr. and were her boyfriend, she wouldn't be speaking to him so gently like this. So, the young miss was being insincere. Girls are always like that, saying one thing, but meaning another. If Mr. and actually did as she said, then the young miss would truly be angry. When the young miss mentioned the air conditioning, it meant she was actually feeling hot. Feeling hot, yet still insincerely wanting Mr. and to warm her feet. That meant the young miss was hinting for him to turn off the air conditioning, so she wouldn't be hot, and could still enjoy Mr. An's foot warming service. Yes, that must be it. So Uncle Lee immediately turned off the air conditioning. An Jing was startled when Uncle Lee turned off the AC. In contrast, Su Zhixi looked at Uncle Lee with eyes full of appreciation. An Jing asked softly, "Uncle Lee, why did you turn off the AC?" "Off." Uncle Lee was puzzled. Was it not supposed to be turned off? No, it definitely had to be turned off. After all, with it off, the young miss could more comfortably enjoy Mr. An's foot warming service. Thinking this, Uncle Lee pretended to wipe sweat with a tissue. "Young miss, you said you were hot." "I'm hot too. And Mr. and is a young man, he must be hot too. Since everyone's hot, I turned it off." And Jing felt like crying, but had no tears. Seriously, why was Uncle Lee helping the senior sister too? Logically, she was the senior sister now. Why was Uncle Lee still siding with her? With the AC off. Su Zhixi held back a laugh. "Earlier, if you had just said it, he would have let you go. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you have even less reason to say you're hot." And Jing turned her head to look at Su Zhixi and met his eyes. Su Zhixi smiled faintly. "Zhixi, earlier when the AC was on, your body was warm, but your feet were cold. Now that the AC is off, I have even more reason to warm your feet. After all, your body might not get cold for a while, but your feet are different." And Jing's gaze darted away, her mind dizzy, her body growing weaker. She bit her cherry lips lightly. "Then Junior, you can't just take my feet." And Jing stopped abruptly. If they were alone, she might have just said it. But now with Uncle Lee in the car, she found it hard to speak. Su Zhixi pretended not to understand. "Zhixi can't what? I said you might have a fever. It doesn't seem like you're just hot. Come, let me check." Su Zhixi reached out with the back of his hand to touch An Jing's forehead. "Strange you don't have a fever." As soon as he finished speaking, An Jing shot him an angry glare. She felt he was insinuating something. Su Zix's lips curled slightly. "What's wrong? Could it be a fever? Maybe I'm not professional." An Jing was speechless. "I don't have a fever." Afraid she was overthinking, and he meant nothing else, she added. "And besides, how can you tell? Just by touching my forehead, without touching your own." "Junior, you put your other hand on your own forehead, and try again." Su Zhixi retorted. "Didn't you say you don't have a fever? Then there's no need to check. You?" And Jing felt even dizzier, her body growing hotter after the AC was turned off. She glanced at where her feet were. She had been stepping on. And Xiao Su was getting more and more. Su Zhixi said, "I what?" "Nothing." And Jing shook her head, trying to clear her mind. "Junior, I think I do have a fever. Try again." Su Zhixi shook his head. "If you have a fever, we need to go to the hospital." Then he called out to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee head to the central hospital. Uncle Lee acknowledged. And Jing was startled. Are you kidding me? Why the central hospital? That place was way farther than the 10-minute trip home. And Jing bit her cherry lips. Uncle Lee, don't go to the central hospital. Just go to the nearest small pharmacy. We'll be there soon. Su Zhixi insisted. No, we must go to the central hospital. Small pharmacies might work fast, but their medication is too strong. Uncle Lee was now confused. The young miss orders always took precedence over Mr. Ans. But the young miss said to go to a small pharmacy. Young miss, Mr. An is right. You've never been to a small pharmacy before. Their medication is very strong. Big hospitals prescribe the right medicine for the right illness. My nephew runs a small pharmacy. Do you know how he prescribes medicine? He always gives out An tablets. That's a must. Young miss, you don't know this, but that medicine brings down a fever immediately. However, it's a veterinary antipyretic banned for human use. And that's not all. There's also dexamethasone andrographis cephalosporins. A single pack of medicine can be more toxic than the virus itself. Almost all small pharmacies operate this way. They prioritize quick results. In gamer terms, big hospitals are like slowly restoring health points until you're fully recovered. Small pharmacies, on the other hand, directly deduct maximum health points to quickly restore your health. That's practically shortening your lifespan. Small pharmacies cater to those with little money because even a shortened life is better than dying from illness. Young miss, you have no need for a small pharmacy. Mr. And truly cares about you. Su Zhixi was taken aback. Honestly, he had never been to a small pharmacy. He had never heard of such a thing. This was the first time. Small pharmacies give people veterinary medicine. That. And Jing knew it was hopeless. To be fair, she had only been to a small pharmacy back in high school. As everyone knew, school infirmaries were safe, but ineffective. Hospital medicine was both safe and effective. But the small pharmacy outside her high school was different. One pack, and you'd feel better immediately. That's why every small pharmacy owner seemed like a miracle doctor. When she told her parents that the infirmary's medicine didn't work, and she went to a nearby small pharmacy instead of the distant hospital, they immediately explained how small pharmacies operate and forbade her from going again. She never expected an old driver like Uncle Lee to be so knowledgeable. Seriously, it wasn't like she actually wanted to give the senior sister medicine from a small pharmacy. After all, she wasn't really sick. She just wanted to quickly free her feet from Xiao Su. But now, Su Zhixi thought about how An Jing had wanted him to take veterinary medicine. Even though he knew she wasn't sick, the fact that she had that idea worried him. What if she actually went to a small pharmacy behind his back one day? So Su Zhixi immediately gave her foot a slight squeeze as punishment. And Jing cried out in pain. Uncle Lee heard and asked, Young miss, are you alright? And Jing bit her lip. I'm fine. Let's not go to the small pharmacy, but don't go to the central hospital either. Huh, young miss, didn't you? And Jing shook her head. No, just speed up and go home. Uncle Lee acknowledged and focused on driving. And Jing sighed and whispered, Junior, what do I have to do to make you? Before she could finish, she glanced at her feet as a hint. Su Zhixi understood and patted the seat beside him. Come sit here, and he'll tell you quietly. And Jing was startled. Her legs were stretched out. If she moved over, she'd have to slowly shift, bending her legs while they were still restrained. Every movement would cause her feet to touch Xiao Su. Wouldn't that be like she was willingly indulging this perverted senior sister? How could that be? And Jing was speechless. She didn't know if he was deliberately doing this. But regardless, she was already in contact. Wasn't this just one step away from a fall? The only difference was that she would have to take the initiative. Now it was just resting there. But even so, she had never experienced this when she was still male. How did the senior sister? Comparing people only makes you feel worse. And Jing bit her lip and shook her head. You come over here instead. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up. He roughly understood what An Jing was thinking. After all, she hadn't dared to move since the first contact. But now she was asking him to come over. What difference did that make compared to him asking her to come over? Wouldn't there still be? Was the junior brother being foolish? Thinking it over, the result was still the same. It all benefited him. Honestly, he found this feeling quite pleasant. Besides, Xiao had mentioned that she had done for her fiancé too. But now, even though his version was simplified, it was better than nothing. After all, they would have everything in the future. So without waiting for An Jing to react, Su Zhixi directly shifted his body and slowly moved toward her. And at this moment, An Jing finally realized something was wrong. Her legs were straight. If she moved toward him, she would have to slowly bend her legs. But if he moved toward her, he couldn't get past unless she bent her legs. This pervert simply refused to let go of her ankle. Su Zhixi moved a bit, and saw An Jing still had her legs straight. He smiled. What's wrong, Zhixi? Didn't you ask me to come over? With your legs stretched out like that, I can't get through. An Jing understood what he meant. He clearly wanted her to cooperate with each of his movements by pulling her legs back, so that by the time he sat down her legs would be bent. But wasn't this also a simplified version of? After all, it was impossible not to. During this process, soon An Jing stopped agonizing. If she kept hesitating, she wouldn't be able to hold on. She was getting weaker and weaker. At least he was coming to her, not the other way around. The former was barely passive, it wasn't her actively satisfying his perverted psychology. The latter was different. Impossible. She would rather be passive than active. So An Jing began to cooperate with Su Zhixi. Finally, Su Zhixi sat down beside An Jing. Looking at her blushing face and smelling her fragrance, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. All because the process was very slow. He understood she was shy. Moreover, her breathing seemed to grow heavier, and she occasionally needed to pause and rest. But it didn't matter. The longer the moving process took, the longer he could enjoy the simplified version. Yet Su Zhixi was still unsatisfied and continued to move toward the car door on An Jing's side. An Jing's heart skipped a beat, but she had to follow him, slowly moving back until her back touched the car door. Su Zhixi leaned close to An Jing's ear and whispered, "Answer the 2 questions I asked earlier, and I'll let you go." An Jing felt the warm breath against her ear, sending a current through her body, making her tingle. Her breathing grew more rapid. What did you ask earlier? So forgetful. Let me say it again. Su Zhixi's lips moved closer to An Jing's ear until they lightly touched her earlobe. An Jing trembled, biting her cherry lips with her silver teeth, her hands gripping her coat tightly as she waited for the sound in her ear. But it never came. Instead, he gently nibbled on her earlobe. An Jing's pupils contracted. Her hands gripping the coat tightened, and her toes curled involuntarily. She completely forgot. This curling made Su Zhixi's breath grow heavier. Hiss. An Jing immediately realized what she had done. She swallowed. Don't do that. Don't bite my ear." Su Zhixi exhaled a hot breath heavily onto An Jing's ear. "First question, what did you mean earlier by keep? Second question, what were you about to say earlier when you said can't?" An Jing's mind went blank. She said in a sweet, trembling voice, "The meaning I wanted to convey isn't it the same? And you already know what I mean. Why are you so insistent on me saying it fully?" Su Zhixi bit An Jing's earlobe again. With one hand restraining her, he freed the other to pinch her other earlobe. The strange sensation from both earlobes made An Jing's eyes grow dreamy, her breathing more rapid. The breath she exhaled hit Su Zhixi's neck, tickling him. Su Zhixi said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry about that. Just say it. Say it, and I'll let you go. Besides, we're whispering. Uncle Lee can't hear us." An Jing's mind was dizzy, tears glistening in her eyes, her gaze growing more hazy. "Really? Of course. I mean what I say." An Jing bit her lip. After all, she was only worried about a third person overhearing. Now like this, Uncle Lee really couldn't hear. Thinking this, An Jing compromised and made up her mind. I understand." Su Zhixi glanced at the scene outside the window, then breathed into An Jing's ear, "You understand, so say it quickly." An Jing said weakly, "The first question is I won't let you." An Jing was so embarrassed after uttering the first sentence that she wished she could crawl into a hole. Su Zhixi, hearing what she wanted, a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. She waited quietly for An Jing to answer her second question. Yet Su Zhixi never heard An Jing speak again. Su Zhixi, looking at An Jing, whose face was flushed red and who was biting her lip, urged, "There's still one more. Say it quickly, and I'll let you go." An Jing glared at this pervert before her. At that moment, their faces were just a few centimeters apart, almost touching. The warm breath brushing against An Jing's delicate face made her even more flustered. An Jing turned her head away, glancing at the scenery outside the window, and spoke weakly, "We're home." Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. She immediately looked out the window and saw a quiet avenue. Only then did Su Zhixi realize the car had stopped. She then leaned back slightly and looked at the windshield. The double-leaf iron gate of the manor ahead was slowly opening, revealing the view beyond. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched at the sight of the 2 rows of bodyguards standing inside the gate. Seriously, her junior was so slow. She had checked the window earlier to see where they were. There was clearly enough time for the other to answer everything. But she just dawdled. Seeing that Su Zhixi's body was no longer pressed tightly against her, An Jing prepared to push her away completely. The moment she touched Su Zhixi's chest, Su Zhixi felt it, and immediately turned back to grab An Jing's small hand. An Jing was startled by Su Zhixi's sudden turn, and then seeing the undisguised gloom on her face, her heart skipped a beat. Now she roughly understood why the other had been urging her so much. She had glanced out the window earlier, probably to check the road conditions. Damn, her senior was too sharp. Less than half a minute after she answered the first question, the car stopped. Yet she had been completely absorbed in her own words. What a pervert. No. Now she was at her senior's house. Thinking of this, An Jing wished she could die. And if she had just held on a little longer, she wouldn't have had to say a single word. She didn't want to satisfy his perverse tastes. Why was her mind so foggy just now? Soon the car started again and drove into the manor. An Jing felt like crying, but had no tears. Her feet were trapped by one of his hands placed. That was bad enough. But now both her hands were also caught by his other hand. An Jing didn't dare move her feet, but she struggled with her hands, clearly in vain. Su Zhixi on the other hand grew even more excited watching An Jing resist. An Jing, seeing the undisguised lust in Su Zixi's eyes, swallowed hard and dared not move a muscle. Looking at this wolf before her, she trembled and said, "We're home, can't you hear me? Let me go." Su Zhixi took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "What's the rush? Uncle Li still has to drive 2 more minutes through the manor. You how can you be like this?" An Jing's eyes glistened with tears. "We're home, and you still won't let me go." Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, then leaned in close to An Jing again, whispering in her ear, "Have you forgotten what I told you? I always said I'd let you go only after you answered both questions. What does coming home have to do with it?" Upon hearing this, An Jing felt as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. She bit her lip and said, You damn pervert." Su Zixi's smile only widened at this. How sweet it sounded. "Come on, there's one more. Even though it's almost the same, I want you to say it. Friendly reminder, if you don't say it, I won't let you go even when the car stops. He'll let you go only when you say it." An Jing felt like dying upon hearing this. In her current state, even if she said it, her body was so weak she couldn't even walk. Wouldn't that just satisfy his wish to carry her again? Damn, how did he get all the good deals? According to anime like Your Name, in some novels they'd switch back sooner or later. Just wait. When the day comes for her to switch back, she'd make him pay back 100-fold. Her surname wouldn't be, and if she didn't bully him ruthlessly. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. An Jing honestly confessed to Su Zhixi, seeing the smug little expression on the other's face. An Jing wished she could punch him right then and there. But that was just a thought she could only entertain. Her hands and feet were still pinned by the other. Even if he let her go with her current bodish strength, she couldn't possibly overpower him. What a joke. How could her delicate, tender frame now take on that rough, burly man? An Jing spoke up to remind him, "I've said what I needed to say. Now will you let me go?" Hearing this, Su Zhixi snapped back to reality. Seeing An Jing gradually giving in, he had inadvertently let his mind wander elsewhere. To be honest, in his mind, An Jing's fate had been quite tragic. Su Zhixi immediately released his grip on her limbs, and then kept a safe distance. An Jing felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, momentarily forgetting the disparity in strength between men and women. Right now, all she wanted was to teach that pervert Su Zhixi a lesson. The thought was beautiful, but reality was harsh. She couldn't muster any strength at all. At that moment, An Jing felt utterly exasperated with her female body. Just a bit of contact, and she would go weak and limp for no reason. An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, who was sitting with his legs crossed, staring straight ahead at the windshield. Unbelievable. This was nothing like her old body. He acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, she was. Our words couldn't express the sorrow, so she'd rather not speak. Soon Uncle Li drove the car to a stop in front of the castle gates. Uncle Li dared not listen to or look at anything happening in the back. They were whispering, so he couldn't hear them anyway. As for looking, ever since he noticed they seemed to be moving toward the car door, he hadn't glanced at the rearview mirror even once. At this moment, Uncle Li wasn't sure if Su Zhixi and An Jing had finished their intimate moment. He wisely kept his mouth shut, waiting for them to finish and leave the car on their own. He simply stared ahead in a daze, biding his time. But the next second, Su Zhixi's voice rang out. "We're here, Senior. What are you waiting for? Aren't you hungry?" An Jing looked at Su Zhixi's mocking expression, and her face darkened. Damn it. How could he be so shameless? Didn't he have any idea why she was still sitting there? An Jing forced an ugly smile and put on a brave face. "No rush. Let's sit a while longer." Hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately got out of the car alone. The loud slam of the car door made An Jing's heart skip a beat. Her intuition told her that pervert was definitely up to no good. As it turned out, An Jing's instincts were spot on. Was this the legendary sixth sense of a woman? The next second, she felt the car door she was leaning against swing open. An Jing lost her support and began to fall out of the car. Su Zhixi, quick as a flash, caught her and swiftly planted one foot inside the vehicle. With one hand supporting her back and half his body leaning in, he placed his other hand under her knees. Then in one swift motion, he lifted her out of the car in a princess carry. Fortunately, An Jing had anticipated the move the moment he grabbed her knees. She immediately wrapped her arms around Su Zhixi's neck, allowing herself to be carried. Su Zhixi kicked the car door shut and carried An Jing straight toward the castle gates. A blush crept across An Jing's face as she stared at the ground. Her heart was a tangled mess. This was the first time she had ever been carried like a princess. The ground. An Jing felt a chill on her feet and suddenly realized something. She whispered softly, My shoes are still in the car." Su Zhixi glanced down at An Jing and said indifferently, "It's fine, I have plenty of shoes, you losing one pair doesn't matter." An Jing's mouth twitched and she pinched Su Zixi's neck with the arm hooked around it, retorting, "In the car you said you were warming my feet because you worried I'd catch a cold. Now look, my feet are bare and cold, and you're no longer concerned." Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. Under the astonished gaze of the maid who opened the door, she calmly carried An Jing into the house. Throughout the journey, An Jing remained silent, her head bowed low. She felt the maid's gazes upon her were somewhat strange. An Jing understood why. After all, she was now inhabiting Su Zhixi's body. Su Zhixi must have never behaved like this in front of these servants before. How could she have ever been carried around by a man, let alone inside her own home? It wasn't until Su Zhixi carried An Jing to the second-floor lounge that she finally answered, "It's not that I'm not worried, but it was for a short time. Barely a minute in the wind, it's nothing." An Jing silently rolled her eyes. "I think you just wanted to take advantage," she thought. Claiming to be worried, but saying it so hypocritically. "You've already carried me and heard what you wanted. And all the way you even. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, looking at An Jing's fair, delicate feet, feigning ignorance. "Even what? Get lost. You know very well." As soon as she spoke, An Jing saw Su Zhixi carrying her to the bedroom door. An Jing's eyes lit up. "Let me go. You can't open the door while holding me." Su Zhixi glanced at the doorknob calmly. "Who says so? Besides, you're probably still feeling weak." With that, Su Zhixi slowly lowered An Jing until the back of the hand supporting her pressed against the door handle. An Jing was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the situation. The other woman clearly intended to use the back of her hand to push down the handle and open the door. But doing it this way was far more laborious than simply gripping the knob. As An Jing had predicted, Su Zhixi managed to open the door without much trouble. An Jing then watched as she was carried slowly into the bedroom. She took a quick look around. The room had been cleaned until it was spotless. Even though the room was already pristine, the sheets and bedding had clearly been replaced with a new set. Su Zhixi gently placed An Jing on the bed and then walked toward one of the walls. Su Zhixi pushed open a section of the wall, revealing a walk-in closet. An Jing watched her, feeling a bit dazed. Truth be told, she had been worried that Su Zhixi might try something untoward. But in the end, the other woman had simply put her down and left her alone. An Jing assessed her own body and shook her head. She still felt weak, but walking was manageable. Soon An Jing saw Su Zhixi emerge from the closet, holding a pair of small pants. She placed them gently beside An Jing. An Jing stared dumbfounded. Su Zhixi pursed her lips. "What are you waiting for? Change. I know my own body well enough. Don't tell me you don't want to change." An Jing bit her lip. How could she not wanna? She had been longing to change for a long time, but had simply been enduring it. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi, then at the bedroom door. "You? Aren't you going to leave?" Su Zhixi smirked mischievously. "Don't worry, I have no desire to see. There's nothing interesting about my own body." An Jing's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes. "Keep bragging. Go on. Do you even believe what you're saying?" Su Zhixi left those words and headed straight for the door. An Jing blurted out, "Where are you going?" Su Zhixi looked back. What's wrong? Don't you want me to leave?" "Oh," with such a reluctant look, "it seems you want me to watch you." An Jing's face flushed crimson. "No. Go, just go." Su Zhixi shrugged. "I'm going to fetch the shoes you left behind. While I'm gone, you can take a shower and then change." With that, she opened the bedroom door and left. As the sound of the door closing echoed, An Jing immediately sat up. She surveyed the room, her gaze finally falling on her own fair bare feet. It seemed the senior had also pocketed her socks. After a simple wash in the bathroom, An Jing changed into clean clothes and left the bedroom. She felt refreshed all over, completely rid of the earlier discomfort. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Su Zhixi waiting for her. An Jing paused, then looked the other up and down, her gaze finally settling on their empty hands. She opened her mouth, but hesitated. Meeting the other's expectant eyes, she asked, "Where are the shoes? Didn't you say you were going to get them?" Su Zhixi replied calmly, "I gave them to the servant to wash. What are you afraid I'd steal your shoes?" An Jing was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "No, the shoes are yours anyway. I'm just worried you might do something bad." "Oh." Su Zhixi perked up at this. "Something bad?" An Jing's mouth twitched. She knew the other understood perfectly well. This was clearly forcing her to say it out loud. An Jing sighed inwardly. Speaking up would benefit the other as well. Even though the other was now in her identity, whatever consequences arose would be borne by the other alone. But if someday they switched back, the thought of returning to an infected body was unbearable. Moreover, it wasn't impossible that some trouble caused by the other would be passed back to her. If they suddenly swapped back, wouldn't the bitter fruit planted by the other still fall to her? An Jing looked at Su Zhixi. "Don't do anything foolish. Shoes have bacteria, no matter how soft the material. In the end, the second one can't take it." Hearing this, Su Zhixi suddenly understood, holding her forehead and laughing bitterly. Wait, you really think I'm a pervert? Why would I do anything to a shoe, especially when its owner is right in front of me? The words trailed off, but An Jing could guess the meaning. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively averted her gaze from the other's wolfish stare. She even stepped back a few paces to maintain a safe distance. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, quite satisfied with this timid little lamb. She finally added slowly, the shoe owner is right here in front of me. If anything, wouldn't it be aimed at you? Don't you think so, Junior? As the words fell, An Jing retreated again, nearly backing into the bedroom. Just as she had guessed. With one hand behind her back, she quietly placed it on the door. If the other made any strange move, she would push the door open and slip into the bedroom. She glanced at the 2-meter gap between them. Well, as long as she was quick enough, the other wouldn't catch her, and she could lock them out. But this was only a temporary escape, it wouldn't last forever. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's defensive posture, as if fending off a pervert, and shook her head with a wry smile. Junior, why are you so guarded against me? There's no need. An Jing, listen to yourself. If only your pervert side had revealed itself a little later, she wouldn't have to say much. But you the very next day were already like this. Who knows what the future holds? Su Zhixi paused and continued. As I said, if I really wanted to, you couldn't stop me. An Jing's heart leaped into her throat. Every nerve was taut, her eyes fixed on the other's every move. She was 90% sure that at any unusual gesture she could dart into the bedroom and lock the door. Seeing An Jing even more tense, Su Zhixi twitched her mouth and stepped back to give her ample sense of security. All right, see. I'm actively keeping my distance. Don't worry, and besides, we'll be eating soon, there's no time for that, right? An Jing swallowed hard. No time now. Meaning after the meal the other might. An Jing bit her lip. You said you wouldn't force me. Of course, so don't be so scared, trust me a little. An Jing was silent for a moment, then looked at Su Zixi's coat pocket. You? Where are the socks? Don't do anything bad with my socks. They have bacteria. Bacteria. I admit this body is clean and the socks were only worn for a few hours. But still, it's better not to, at least. An Jing bit her lip, finding it hard to speak. At least wash the socks first. Hearing this, Su Zixi's eyes lit up. To be honest, she had indeed harbored some thoughts initially. But she hadn't expected the other to guess so quickly. Come to think of it, since the other was originally male, it was only natural to figure it out. Anyway, what mattered was that this was clearly consent. With this, the rest wouldn't be far behind. The traffic will certainly drop, as this has disrupted the platform's already calculated data. In the next few days, you'll see if the traffic can recover to half of what it was. If not, after finishing the consecutive updates for these few days, it'll withdraw. Su Zixi's mind wandered into wild fantasies, while An Jing stared at her with a furrowed brow. Seeing her eyes narrowed upon him, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Yet to An Jing, her expression seemed somewhat lecherous. A cold sweat broke out on An Jing's back. He shuddered and stepped back toward the bedroom, now only needing to retreat one more step to fully enter. An Jing bit his lip and couldn't help asking, Senior, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately snapped back to reality. I didn't catch that. Speak louder. It's just us two here, no problem. An Jing's mouth twitched. What did she mean by speaking softly? It was clearly your mind wandering off somewhere. An Jing reminded her again. Senior, I said if you're going to use them, make sure to wash the socks clean. The feet are clean, no odor, but they're still worn socks, you know. Su Zhixi waved her hand dismissively. That's it. I heard that. Oh no, what do you take me for? Su Zhixi finally reacted, putting on a serious expression as if she hadn't just been leering, and emphasized, I'm not the kind of person you think. Don't project your past habits onto me. Stop dawdling. Let's go eat. An Jing rolled his eyes and sighed, then slowly followed Su Zhixi downstairs. However, An Jing no longer walked side by side with Su Zhixi. Instead, he kept a constant distance. Su Zhixi turned back to look at An Jing, who was a meter away, and frowned. Hey, why are you so far from me? Nothing, don't mind the details. Su Zhixi pursed her lips, then shoved a hand into her pocket and froze. She stopped and turned around again. An Jing also halted, watching Su Zhixi approach him. An Jing's eyes widened as he slowly backed away. Su Zhixi glanced at him and asked, Why are you retreating? An Jing lightly bit her lip. What do you want? Seeing An Jing on guard like he was against a wolf, Su Zhixi helplessly shrugged. Junior, you're so full of yourself. I'm going back to get something. An Jing was stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Zhixi pass by him and head upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What did she mean by full of yourself? If you acted normal, she wouldn't have to be so nervous. Soon Su Zhixi disappeared from An Jing's sight. An Jing then simply went downstairs and sat on the sofa in the living room to wait. She rested her cheek on one hand propped on the armrest, staring intently at the second floor, lost in thought. To be honest, there was no peculiar odor at all. On the contrary, the faint scent of laundry detergent still lingered. Su Zhixi gave it a brief sniff before walking directly to the bedside table. He opened the drawer, retrieved a transparent plastic bag, and placed the socks inside. He gazed at the white plastic bag, lost in thought. It probably wouldn't be needed for now, or perhaps he could even continue to enjoy his junior's personal service. Soon Su Zhixi pressed a spot on the side of the bedside table, guided by memory. A hidden compartment immediately popped open. Su Zhixi placed the plastic bag containing the socks inside, and then closed it again. No outsider would ever imagine that the seamless side panel of this bedside table concealed a secret compartment. After finishing all this, Su Zhixi left the bedroom directly. He walked to the railing on the second floor and glanced down at the living room, immediately spotting An Jing sitting on the sofa staring straight at him. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seemed his junior was waiting for him. Then Su Zhixi noticed An Jing's gaze quickly dart away, looking elsewhere. Tisk tisk tisk, still shy. Was she so embarrassed that she had been hoping for his appearance all along? An Jing sat on the sofa, propping her head on her hand, lowering her gaze to stare at her rabbit-shaped cotton slippers. Outwardly she appeared calm and composed, but only she knew the turmoil within her heart. She didn't understand why she was so flustered. Wasn't it just staring at the second floor and suddenly seeing her senior sister appear there? What was there to panic about? Could it be that she was afraid her senior sister would realize she had been longing for her to appear? An Jing was lost in these tangled thoughts, unaware of when Su Zhixi had crept over. She only saw the big wolf-shaped cotton slippers suddenly appearing on the carpet before her. Startled, An Jing looked up and immediately caught Su Zhixi gazing down at her with amused interest. Their eyes met. An Jing turned her head away, then rose to her feet, walking off without a word. Su Zhixi shrugged and fell in a step beside her. Why so cold? Not at all. An Jing shook her head, then forced a smile to change the subject. I'm hungry. All right, let's go eat now. With that, the two headed towards the estate's private dining hall. After the meal, they took a stroll, admiring the scenery of the estate. Su Zhixi glanced at his watch. Junior'll be off now. An Jing stopped in her tracks and nodded. Thank you for taking the class for me, senior sister. Though her joy didn't show on her face, her heart was already brimming with delight, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Zhixi leaned in close to An Jing and chuckled. It's no trouble. If you really feel bad, you could repay me a bit more. An Jing's heart skipped a beat. She stepped back a few paces, crossing her arms over her chest. Is this repayment proper? Seeing her defensive stance, Su Zhixi had to lie against his will. Of course it's proper. Your worries are completely unnecessary. I told you I won't force you. An Jing stared at Su Zhixi with suspicion. She couldn't believe a word of it. Not long ago he had kept making her say such embarrassing things. He was always trying to take advantage of her. Did he think his words carried any credibility? An Jing pressed her lips together. Don't just say it. Actually follow through. You must have no idea what you've done before. She held her forehead and urged, all right, hurry up and get to class. Time's running out. Faced with An Jing's reproach, Su Zhixi maintained a smile throughout. After all, he wasn't resorting to physical force. Just a bit of teasing was harmless. Even if he did make a move, given his current physical strength, he had nothing to worry about. He would be more than happy to let An Jing keep up her verbal protests. In the future, in certain aspects, he would be even more willing. You little brat, what trouble did you stir up at school? Huh? What's wrong, Dad? The company's been acquired, and you're asking what's wrong. I usually don't bother scolding you as long as you stay out of trouble. Hearing this, Wang Jin immediately halted, his face etched with disbelief as he sought confirmation. Dad, what did you say? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Jin released Bai Zai's hand and made his way to a secluded corner. Bai Shi watched his retreating figure, bewildered. Why does Brother Wang seem so off? Yet she tactfully refrained from following, finding a wooden bench to sit on and wait. Once in the corner, Wang Jin confirmed his father's words were true, then questioned. Dad, I've really been well behaved at school, haven't offended anyone. Bullshit. The company was acquired by the Su family from the capital. Damn it, their daughter goes to the same school as you. Are you telling me you didn't provoke her? If you hadn't pissed her off, why would her old man come all the way to Jiangjing? Wang Jin was on the verge of tears. He truly hadn't provoked Su Zhixi. He couldn't win her over, nor had he pestered her. How had this happened? Suddenly a thought struck Wang Jin, and he spoke sheepishly. Dad, I really didn't. It's just that I might have had a bit of a disagreement with her boyfriend. Then how was I supposed to know some poor kid would suddenly become Su Zhixi's boyfriend? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the voice on the other end grew frantic, its pitch rising. Have you got shit for brains? Do you think the boyfriend of the Su family's heiress is just some ordinary Joe? I told you not to cause trouble outside, didn't I? Are you deaf? Wang Jin clenched his jaw and fists, retorting defiantly, Dad, let me ask you, is there any wealthy family named An Jing? This is clearly Su Zhixi standing up for her boyfriend. Damn it, that's not the point. I'm telling you not to act cocky with anyone. Who cares if there's a family named An Jing? Can't you just mooch off me? You're a fucking idiot. Wang Jin was at a loss for words, then glanced toward whereby she was sitting. At least the company wasn't bankrupt. He had to keep this from that bitch, enjoy her first, then deal with the rest. Suddenly the voice on the other end had a thought, and asked, surnamed An. What's the name? Wang Jin said nonchalantly, An Jing. What, you think you know him, old man? Relax, at least Su Corp didn't bankrupt us. You still have room to grow, Dad. What did you say? An Jing. The voice on the other end shot up in pitch. You little bastard, that's the son of the municipal party secretary. Ill fuck. A sudden sense of helplessness washed over the voice on the other end, as if it couldn't reach its target. If only that person on the other end weren't his son. He wouldn't be surnamed Wang if he didn't curse out his entire ancestry. Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Wang Jin's back. His eyes wide, he stared at the wall, as if still reeling from his father's words. After a moment, Wang Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then recalled something. Dad, you must be mistaken. The municipal party secretary of Jiangjing isn't surnamed An either. Are you really that stupid? He was transferred here a year ago. Transferred, get it? Sooner or later, you little bastard, will be the death of me. Wang Jin swallowed hard. Transferred a year ago. He hadn't kept up with official and business circles for a long time. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Wang Jin. Dad, are you saying An Jing is the son of the municipal party secretary, and he's dating Su Zhixi? Why don't you report them for collusion between officials and businessmen? Su Zhixi probably knew An Jing's identity beforehand, that's why she got together with him. There might even be the Su family's hand in this. Oh, I remember now, didn't you say that party secretary was incorruptible a while back? Bullshit. I don't believe his old man doesn't know his son is colluding with a merchant's daughter. It's clearly two families, one in the capital and the other in distant Jiangjing, scheming in secret. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then after a pause, have they been together long? Not long. I'd say within a week. Sigh, too short a time. Just dating doesn't prove anything, nor does it show any connection between the two families. The Su family heiress might just complain to her old man, and he might not even know. Let's drop this for now. But at least Su Corp gave us nearly 10 million in severance pay. Before his father could finish, Wang Jin's eyes lit up at the mention of severance pay, and a cunning idea formed. Dad, are all the company's employees being let go? Obviously, why else would they give me severance? Dad, we don't have many female employees in the company, right? Hey, race, what you do? In an office, Wang's father lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and let the smoke slowly curl from his mouth, pondering, let me think. Dad, what's there to think about? 10 million in severance pay? In the old days it might not have been much, but times have changed. Your son still has a few million in his account. That's enough to last us a lifetime. Besides, it's not illegal. At worst, it's a matter of conscience. But what's conscience worth? You've lived by that rule before. Dad, you used to say that if you lose your conscience you can make more money. So why hesitate now? Inside a classroom at Jiangjing University, Su Zhixi, bored out of her mind, rested her cheek on her hand while reading a bland web novel by an author named Hao Qi Ning Ming. The occasional clatter of keyboard keys came through her earphones. The sound made her want to play games too. This novel was way too tame, she couldn't stand it. Su Zhixi pouted and said softly, Hey, can't you stop playing PC games and play a mobile game with me? Meanwhile, An Jing sat in his gaming chair hearing Su Zhixi's words, then glanced at the phone, set aside a smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. This morning she said she'd play games with him. Now she wants him to play with her. Where was that attitude earlier? That's right, An Jing was doing it on purpose. When Su Zhixi first arrived at the classroom, she wanted to kill time by playing games with An Jing. But An Jing left her hanging and played PC games alone. And Su Zhixi didn't want a game by herself. Since An Jing refused to play mobile games, and she didn't want to get wrecked solo, she ended up reading a novel. Still, Su Zhixi found it boring, feeling something was missing, so she just called An Jing on voice chat. Listening to what he was doing wasn't so bad. An Jing's eyes remained fixed on the screen as he drawled, Senior, what's wrong? Bored. Seeing he hadn't answered her directly, Su Zhixi pouted but persisted. Yeah, bit. After this round, let's play mobile games, okay? An Jing couldn't suppress his smug grin as he asked, What's this, Senior? Didn't you say you were playing games with me? Why are you asking me to play with you now? Su Zhixi rolled her eyes. He was still holding a grudge from this morning. Such a petty junior. When Su Zhixi stayed silent, An Jing mimicked her tone but added a hint of sarcasm. Senior cat got your tongue. Cold shoulder. Tisk tisk tsk. I knew it. People who claim to hate the silent treatment are the best at giving it. Su Zhixi. It's not a cold shoulder. An Jing cut her off without giving her a chance. So senior, are you asking me to play games with you? Su Zhixi pouted reluctantly, but finally admitted, yeah, this class is so dull. So play a game with me. I'm dying of boredom. An Jing stifled a laugh. What did she mean by this class is dull? College courses in every major were pretty much the same. They were all boring, weren't they? The textbooks were ancient, some older than her. Still, An Jing was quite pleased that Su Zhixi had backed down. It gave him a feeling of turning the tables like a peasant singing songs of victory. But he still wanted to push his luck. Oh fine. How about this, call me brother, and he'll play. Let me think. You say brother, I'm so bored, lonely, and cold. Won't you play with me? Su Zhixi was utterly unsettled upon hearing this, glaring at his phone with gritted teeth. He now fully understood what An Jing was doing. Wasn't it obvious she was still holding a grudge for making him utter those two embarrassing lines before? However, Su Zhixi soon began to savor the words An Jing had just spoken with a slightly coaxing tone. It had a unique charm. In the past, he had never coaxed anyone. Even with his father, he maintained a rather tough, uncompromising attitude. But now hearing An Jing use his former voice to speak those soft, sticky, coaxing words made Su Zhixi's heart melt. It seemed yielding, and acting humble wasn't so bad after all. Yet he still wanted to hear An Jing say it once more. So Su Zhixi said, what did you just say? I didn't catch it clearly, mainly because what you said is a bit hard to imitate. Say it again, and I'll try to see if I can mimic it. An Jing's eyes lit up instantly, her mind brimming with excitement over Su Zhixi's concession. She even took her hands off the keyboard and mouse, abandoning the game entirely, heedless of her teammates' fate in the game. Then she held her phone with both hands, staring at the call interface with Su Zhixi. Through their time together, she now had a basic understanding of Su Zhixi's personality. In summary, it boiled down to one word: domineering. Completely unlike her, who had been gentle since childhood. An Jing felt a bit resentful about what had happened between her and Su Zhixi. Not to mention that he had repeatedly and shamelessly taken advantage of her. Although the body wasn't hers, the sensations were. Especially that morning in the car when little Su had. And on top of that, he made her say such embarrassing things. What difference was there between those two sentences and the lines the male lead makes the female lead say in those little movies? There was some difference. In the movies, it was a request. Hers had a clear refusal, just involving the same terms. How could she not seize this chance to make Su Zhixi yield? An Jing, completely unaware of the flaw in Su Zhixi's words, once again coaxed in that soft, sticky voice. Brother, I'm so bored, lonely, and cold. Won't you play games with me? As soon as she finished, she switched back to this bogus, naturally cool female voice. Got it. Say that, and I'll play games with you. Remember, class only started less than 20 minutes ago, and you still have a whole afternoon of classes ahead. TSK. Say it, and I'll play with you. Su Zhixi paid no attention to her other words, still fixated on her coaxing tone. Damn. If only she had sent a voice message. Then he could replay it any time. No, why hadn't he started a screen recording? He could have recorded her voice to save her later. Su Zhixi shook his head, slapping his forehead, his face full of regret for not thinking to record. His three roommates, sitting at the same table, curiously glanced over. On the phone, they saw the voice call interface between Su Zhixi and An Jing. But on Su Zhixi's phone, the avatar and name displayed were An Jing's. Fong Yu chuckled. Fourth, you and Senior Su have such a great relationship. Swapping phones like that without any hesitation. Even most couples who've been together for years can't do that. At most, they just check each other's phones. Not like you two using each other's phones all day. As Fong Yu finished, Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned. The roommates had discovered the phone situation that morning. Now he was openly using what others thought was Senior Su's phone. He felt at ease. After all, who would imagine he and An Jing had swapped bodies? An Jing also heard Fong Yes words through the phone. What a joke. Though they might not believe it, they were indeed using their own phones. She didn't want the secrets on her phone to be discovered by the senior. That would be mortifying. An Jing quickly realized this was the roommate's view of them. She stayed silent, waiting to hear what Su Zhixi would say. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at Fong Yes words, boasting. You have no idea how close Senior Su and I are. But worth mentioning, Senior Su even proposed marriage to me herself. She said it had to be me, and as soon as we're of age would get the license immediately. The roommates waved off Su Zhixi's bragging. They dismissed it as him showing off about having a goddess as a girlfriend. An Jing was stunned by Su Zhixi's words. Honestly, he wasn't wrong. It was indeed the senior who proposed marriage to her. Only it was said using her former body. So, Senior, aren't you at all concerned about your aloof goddess image outside? When An Jing heard no more conversation between Su Zhixi and his roommates, she glanced at the computer screen, showing an idle warning. Senior, stop dawdling, say it quickly, and I'll play with you. Su Zhixi laughed. I didn't hear you clearly. How about you repeat that? As soon as he spoke, An Jing saw through his intention. Then, feeling a bit shy about her own tone, a faint blush crept onto her face. Damn, how had she not thought of that? He hadn't heard clearly, it was all a lie. The senior had definitely heard it the first time. He clearly just wanted to hear her coaxing tone again. Come to think of it, why had she naturally used that coaxing tone the first time? Was she a genius? An Jing stopped dwelling on it, and said impatiently, "Alright senior, you definitely heard me. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't say it, the deal's off." Su Zhixi was taken aback. Had the junior become more assertive? Tisk, he liked it even more. He hoped she'd be this tough in bed too. Since she had seen through him, Su Zhixi stopped pretending, and said calmly, "Think about our situation now. Are you sure you want me to use that form of address?" At his words, the roommates perked up, eager to hear what form of address the senior wanted. An Jing immediately understood. He was in class now with his roommates sitting nearby. To outsiders, Su Zhixi using a male identity, calling someone brother, and coaxing. If they swapped back later, it would be a devastating blow to her future dignity. She could already imagine her roommates sarcastically saying brother in a coaxing tone. No way. Absolutely not. If they swapped back and her roommates kept teasing her, she'd be so embarrassed she'd want to dig a hole and hide. An Jing cleared her throat. It's fine. Just change the address to sister. To those three stooges, you calling me sister wouldn't be wrong. Using sister is fine, and drop the me, just use I. Alright senior, say it quickly. Su Zhixi pouted at the urging in his ear. So what if he said it? Giving in now wouldn't cost him anything. As he always said, junior, just you wait. Someday he'd make her obediently call him daddy. So Su Zhixi said calmly, sister, I'm so bored, lonely, and cold. Won't you play games with me? The moment Su Zhixi spoke, her three roommates sighed in disappointment. They had expected some sort of endearment. But it was just sister. Still, did you really have to say it in that tone when asking senior Su to play games with you? At least act a little coquettish. Sure, they might tease you forever after this, but at least you get to spend time with senior Su. Totally worth it. And Jing frowned upon hearing this. Senior, your tone is off. Why so flat? I demonstrated twice, you should mimic my tone. Su Zhixi curled her lips slightly, and said calmly, think carefully. You never specified what tone I should use. And Jing was momentarily speechless. That was indeed the case. She had only demanded that the other party say the required words without specifying that they must imitate her tone. And Jing clenched her fist and punched the cushion of her gaming chair in frustration. Damn it. Why didn't she stipulate that the other had to speak coquettishly like she did? No. Being coquettish wouldn't work either. Was senior still in the classroom with those three bastards around? If senior had actually said it coquettishly, she'd probably end up with the nickname Coquette Bro forever. Thinking this, An Jing shook her head helplessly and let out a long sigh. Forget it. We'll talk later. Since senior has already softened once, there'll be plenty more opportunities. Yet An Jing still schemed, adopting a sullen tone. Unfair. I said it coquettishly. You have to be coquettish too. Su Zhixi glanced around, noticing her three roommates quickly averting their gazes, and twitched her mouth. The junior had just changed the address out of fear of being mocked by his roommates. Now why was he insisting she speak in a coquettish tone? What now, you don't care anymore? Su Zhixi had no psychological burden. If he really wanted it, she could just say it. Yielding occasionally and giving him a little sweetness wasn't bad. She could always collect interest in other ways later. Thinking this, Su Zhixi hesitated for a moment and asked, are you sure? I don't mind, but have you really thought it through? Hearing this, An Jing grew anxious, afraid that the other would actually use that tone before she could speak. An Jing quickly said, no, not now. In private. You owe me one, senior. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Oh, junior, have you forgotten you still owe me a compensation? Su Zhixi shook her head, recalling what she had done to An Jing that morning. Agreeing is fine. It's just being coquettish. It's necessary to lower his guard a bit. Su Zhixi nodded in agreement. Alright, deal. Hearing this, An Jing was a bit puzzled. Honestly, she hadn't held much hope. With senior's personality, why did she unexpectedly agree to her request for coquettishness in private? Could it be that if she was more assertive, the other would yield more? Thinking about it, it does seem true. Whenever she firmly refused, senior did listen to her opinion. And Jing's eyes lit up. Senior was pretty easy to soften. If she had insisted a bit more this morning, wouldn't she have avoided doing that thing with Xiao Su? Together. Similarly, wouldn't she have avoided saying such embarrassing things to get her to let go? Tisk looks like she needs to be more assertive in the future. And Jing's thoughts were scattered. Su Zhixi, seeing An Jing silent for so long, frowned and said softly, enough talk. Let's play games. And Jing snapped back to reality. Oh, alright. Log in. Then she sighed at the game still open on her computer. Sorry, dear teammates. I have to abandon you. Without a second thought, An Jing quickly quit the game, grabbed her phone, and was about to open King of Glory. Su Zhixi spoke up. Let's play PUBG. Switch it up. The afternoon class passed with Su Zhixi and An Jing playing games. When the class ended, An Jing stretched and yawned lazily. Senior will come get you. Just as she was about to get up from the gaming chair, she heard Su Zixi's voice from her phone. No need. Stay in the room. If you come out to get me, your hands and feet will get cold again. An Jing was taken aback, looking at her pale hands, then lifting her foot to glance at her rabbit slippers. Honestly, Senior's home was much warmer than outside. In her past life with her own body, even in this weather she could walk outside in just a short-sleeved shirt and shorts without any issue. Even in winter she dressed lightly. She never really felt cold. In contrast, her parents wore thick clothes. But times had changed. Using Senior's body, she actually felt a chill outside. And Jing smiled softly. Senior really cares about my body. Completely different from the person this morning who only wanted to take advantage. So caring now, but taking advantage of me this morning. Senior, are you a split personality? Su Zhixi twitched her mouth. Setting aside his slight interest in his former body, didn't her own body have issues? Those inexplicable reactions. Could he be blamed for those? Su Zhixi pursed her lips. Wrong. I care about you as a person. Hearing this, An Jing didn't know how to respond. A warm current surged in her heart. Despite this, An Jing recalled the morning and continued, Humph, I don't believe it. If you really cared about me, would you have done that to me this morning? Su Zhixi twitched her mouth again, rubbed her forehead with a bitter smile, and said, setting aside her own involvement. Honestly, I don't know why either. I just couldn't control myself. Oh, Senior, let me explain. This is clearly a case of little control. But since you've only been a guy for a short time, it'll get better over time. Look at me. If it were me, I wouldn't do what you did. Su Zhixi frowned. When her roommate said goodbye, she nodded and left alone. She pondered An Jing's words. She understood the rest, but what did that first explanation mean? Su Zhixi asked, what does control mean? An Jing was stunned. Senior didn't even know that. Really? Didn't Senior's best friend, who seemed to know everything, tell her? An Jing explained, Senior, in plain terms it means brain takeover. Little and big correspond to. Hearing this, Su Zixi's face darkened with lines. Fine, it all connected. Junior was saying she was driven by primal instincts, and using this to highlight how self-controlled she herself was. A sly smile soon appeared on Su Zix's face. Junior, you'd better hope you can keep yourself in check. When he found the chance, he would mock her physiological instincts too. Su Zix's mind flashed back to the intimate scene in the car that morning with An Jing. It seems easy enough to find an opportunity. Given how Junior was then, if Uncle Lee hadn't been around, and they were alone, Junior might have half-heartedly gone along with something. Meanwhile, An Jing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, a pang of unease striking her. What's going on? Why do I feel a chill somewhere? Inside a private room at a hotel in Jianjing City, a group of men and women were dining together. A quick glance revealed only a few women in the room. A drunken man turned to a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and said, Manager, Mr. Wang invited us to this farewell dinner, but isn't he coming himself? The gold-rimmed glasses man pushed up his spectacles and smiled gently. Mr. Wang is still handling company affairs. Don't worry, you'll all receive your severance pay. His words immediately put the man and the others at ease. They had been working fine when the company suddenly changed owners. Who could they complain to? Even more frustrating, they were all being laid off. However, at least the severance pay was generous, giving them ample time to find new jobs. After the meal, the gold-rimmed glasses man looked at the employees in the room and said with a smile, this is the last time we'll all be together. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight. The employees were naturally willing, as they wouldn't have to pay out of their own pockets. After eating and drinking their fill, the gold-rimmed glasses man prepared to take them to a foot bath parlor. The few female employees and some married male employees expressed disinterest and left directly. At the foot bath parlor, the employees enjoyed a luxurious service. Then the gold-rimmed glasses man hinted to the male employees about taking things to the next level. A few hesitated, but eventually, driven by a sense of impunity, followed the crowd. The gold-rimmed glasses man looked at the arranged private rooms for each employee, a sinister smile curling his lips. Good luck to you all, he said before walking away. In one private room, various salacious sounds rose and fell. Dim, ambiguous light fell upon a man and a woman. A fat man rested his hand on the woman's head, eyes closed in bliss, murmuring, yes, that's perfect. Moments later, the police burst through the door. The pair in the room stared in shock at the officers. Panic flashed across the fat man's face. He was the first to recover, immediately kicking the woman away and turning to the police, misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. The officer cut him off, get dressed. You can explain at the station. After they dressed, the police handcuffed and led them out. As the fat man exited the room, he saw many of his former colleagues standing in the hallway, each wearing the same silver bracelets. The lead officer surveyed the crowd and ordered, this floor is done. Take them away. At the Su Manor, Su Zhixi and An Jing had finished their meal and a stroll and now sat leisurely on a wooden bench in the garden. Both looked up at the sky. Su Zhixi said calmly, "How rare. There are stars tonight." An Jing rested her elbow on the table, chin in hand, gazing at the sparse stars in the night sky, echoing, "Indeed, how rare. You can hardly see stars in the city anymore," she added. Su Zhixi pondered this, finding it true, and hummed in agreement. Watching An Jing's focused gaze on the stars, Su Zhixi felt a sudden impulse. She stealthily edged closer to An Jing. An Jing caught Su Zhixi's subtle movement from the corner of her eye, but said nothing, merely observing with peripheral vision. Once Su Zhixi was just a fist width away, she spoke, "Why keep sneaking glances at me? What is Junior so narcissistic too?" An Jing was taken aback. The other's words seemed to openly admit her own narcissism. Yet An Jing didn't believe Su Zhixi's past behavior, and certain looks were merely self-love. They clearly expressed a desire to devour her. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi and smiled calmly. "What can I be narcissistic over my own former face?" "Of course you can," Su Zhixi replied, bringing her face close to An Jing's. The distance between them was so slight that a mere lean forward would bring their lips together. Su Zhixi felt An Jing's breath on her face, intoxicated by her scent up close. "How is it? This distance lets you see more clearly. Junior, take a good look." The warmth of Su Zhixi's words brushed An Jing's cheek, painting it a delicate pink. An Jing instinctively pushed Su Zhixi away, covering her rosy lips with the back of her hand, looking towards a cluster of roses. "Why come so close all of a sudden?" Su Zhixi arched an eyebrow at her flushed face and teased Junior seriously. "You blush at your own face." An Jing was speechless, then found an excuse. "Senior, think about it. If a guy suddenly gets that close to a girl, of course shed blush. Besides, I'm in your body now. This just proves your body is prone to blushing." Su Zhixi pursed her lips, not wanting to argue. A thought struck her, and she smiled. "Junior, your first sentence. You're admitting you see yourself as a girl now, right?" An Jing hesitated. "Well, you could say that. If it were you, you'd blush too. It depends on the person." "Huh, on the person?" Su Zhixi nodded confidently. "Personally, if a guy suddenly got that close to me, I wouldn't blush. I'd just slap him." An Jing. Su Zhixi paused, then added, "The kind of blushing you're talking about would only happen in one scenario." An Jing waited for her to continue, and when she didn't, asked, "What scenario?" Su Zhixi smiled. "What else? It would only mean I like him. A girl would only feel repulsed by such behavior from a guy she doesn't like. Of course there are those who blush easily, but in that situation I'd only blush for someone I like." An Jing cleared her throat. That makes sense. Oh, what a pity." Su Zhixi sighed, looking at An Jing. "I'm a guy now, and the girl is Junior. Blushing is something you can control, unlike other physical reactions. Think about it. Do you blush for people you don't like?" An Jing realized where this was going. After a pause, she shook her head. "No. There you have it. So Junior, when you blushed just now, don't blame it on this body. I don't blush for just anyone." An Jing was left speechless, opening her mouth, but finding no words. Su Zhixi lifted her chin, triumphantly, moonlight casting shadows on her handsome face. She declared, "Junior, you like me. Don't deny it. You admitted you were seeing yourself as a girl, and now you are one. So you like me." An Jing was stunned, gazing at Su Zhixi's handsome, smiling face. The words the other had spoken, about liking him, echoed endlessly in his mind. Seeing An Jing fall silent, Su Zhixi was not anxious. He merely watched quietly. He glanced at An Jing's hands resting on his legs, both clenched tightly, gripping the skirt that covered his thighs. Noticing the slight purplish tint of An Jing's skin, he reached out directly and grasped both of An Jing's hands. Su Zhixi's hands enveloped An Jing's smaller ones, one above and one below. An Jing snapped back to reality, sensing that Su Zhixi wasn't applying much force. Instinctively, he tried to pull his hands back. Su Zhixi noticed and quickly spoke, "Don't move. Your hands are cold, let me warm them." Hearing this, An Jing's attempt to withdraw halted. He bit his cherry lips and turned his head away. "Thank you." Su Zhixi gently nudged An Jing's leg with his knee. "No need to thank me. Hey, speak. Answer what I said earlier." An Jing turned to look at Su Zhixi and smiled. "What? Liking someone doesn't mean I have to pursue you." Su Zhixi pouted. "Who said you need to pursue? Given our current relationship, do you think we still need to go through that?" An Jing was momentarily speechless, recalling what Su Zhixi had told him before. He shook his head. "Well, I guess not." Su Zhixi suddenly thought of something and teased, "What's the matter? Did that woman give you a psychological shadow? Is that why you don't want to pursue anyone anymore?" An Jing raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, "If senior sister wants to experience it, I wouldn't mind pursuing." Su Zhixi immediately brought his face close to An Jing's. "What did you say?" An Jing looked at the handsome face, so near, feeling the masculine aura of the other. Instinctively, he leaned back, and once again the thought of pulling his hands away arose. Su Zhixi, of course, did not allow it. He held An Jing's small hands tightly in his. As An Jing leaned back, he followed, moving forward. An Jing's eyes widened. He tried to lift his leg, but Su Zhixi, having anticipated this, pressed it down with his knee. An Jing found himself trapped once again. He pursed his lips and continued to lean back. But Su Zhixi clung to him like a stubborn plaster. Every inch An Jing retreated, Su Zhixi closed the gap, maintaining a perfectly ambiguous distance. Thus they continued, one retreating, one advancing, their faces never parting. Finally An Jing's back hit the wooden chair with nowhere left to go. Su Zixi's face stopped precisely a centimeter from An Jing's, close enough that he could kiss An Jing's lips if he wished. An Jing felt Su Zixi's breath on his face, and his own cheeks gradually flushed. He felt his body go weak and wanted to turn his head away. Yet he dared not. The distance between their faces was too close. Staying still was manageable, but if he turned his head, his face would inevitably brush against Su Zhixi's lips. In this situation, An Jing recalled the scene in the car that morning when Su Zhixi had restrained him. The only difference was that his feet weren't touching Su Zhixi's as intimately as before. Yet this feeling of losing control stirred an indescribable sensation within An Jing. He startled himself, thinking he must be going mad. Their faces remained opposite each other for less than 3 seconds before An Jing spoke, his voice as faint as a mosquito's, laced with a slight breathlessness. Son. Senior sister, please don't. Just because I like you doesn't mean you can be so unscrupulous. So unscrupulous in taking advantage of me. An Jing's pleasant voice reached Su Zixi's ears. He immediately moved his face away, lifted his knee from An Jing's leg, and released his grip. My fault. Blame it on my narcissism. I thought my former body smelled nice. An Jing's mouth twitched. He didn't believe it was mere narcissism. Still seeing Su Zhixi so considerate of his feelings, a warm current surged in his heart. His tense body relaxed, and he tried to pull his hands back. As expected, there was no longer any restraint. As long as he wanted, he could withdraw his hands from Su Zixi's grasp. Yet after merely testing and confirming, he could pull away at will. An Jing made no further move. Su Zhixi naturally noticed An Jing's small gesture and wondered why he didn't retract his hands now when he had been so eager before. Su Zhixi smiled, not taking them back. An Jing was taken aback. He himself didn't know why he didn't pull away. He understood that if he didn't retract them, Su Zhixi might tighten his grip again at any moment. Yet he didn't want to. His hands were cold. Out in the open, they never warmed up. Su Zixi's large hands felt so warm. It was like the gentle sunlight of summer, warming his skin, cozy and pleasant. If he pulled away, his hands would grow cold again. An Jing lowered his eyes. Your hands are very warm. Hearing this, Su Zhixi released one of An Jing's hands, holding both of An Jing's hands with his remaining one. Su Zhixi opened his coat. Is your body cold? An Jing was startled. Though he had turned his head away, he could see Su Zixi's movements from the corner of his eye. He turned back to look at Su Zixi's chest revealed under the open coat. He immediately understood what Su Zhixi meant. Honestly, his body didn't feel cold. But looking at Su Zixi's chest, An Jing felt a strange urge to lean into it. At the same time, he couldn't accept the idea of burrowing into a man's embrace for warmth like a woman, especially when that man had once been his own body. After much hesitation, An Jing shook his head in. No need. My body isn't cold, just my hands and feet. He quickly turned his head away. Su Zhixi sighed inwardly, but seeing that An Jing's ears were flushed red, he felt a hint of joy. Su Zhixi placed his hand back over An Jing's small ones and returned to the topic of An Jing, saying he could pursue him. Junior, did you just say you'd pursue me? An Jing recalled and nodded. Yes, if you want I can. Su Zhixi laughed. You mean you'd pursue me while wearing my identity? An Jing was stunned. Indeed, he was now the senior sister. Honestly, he had thought that since he had already pursued, by she not pursuing Su Zhixi might make the other unhappy. Though their relationship now felt somewhat forcibly bound, he had always found senior sister beautiful. It wasn't impossible. So was he acting on a whim of lust? But now, having swapped with senior sister, setting aside senior sister's somewhat rogue behavior and the fact that she was using his identity, there were subtle details about her original self that he had never noticed before. If not for the accident, her thoughtful gesture of warming his feet that morning would have been quite pleasant. This time she had proactively warmed his cold hands without him even asking. Or rather, she simply understood his former body, well knowing that this season would leave it cold in the extremities. Su Zhixi watched An Jing, lost in thought, frowning. It was just one sentence. What was he thinking about for so long? Su Zhixi couldn't help but speak. Junior. An Jing snapped back to reality and gave an awkward smile, cough. Then I won't pursue you. When we swap back, I'll make up for it. Su Zhixi pouted. Swap back. Honestly, he was very reluctant. If they swapped back, wouldn't everything he did to the other be returned to him? How could that be? But this matter was unpredictable. What if one day it really happened? No, he had to seize the time to fully experience the difference. Even if they did swap back, he would accept it. Regardless, he would enjoy everything he could first. Having made up his mind, Su Zhixi eagerly anticipated the end of An Jing's follicular phase and the arrival of the ovulatory phase. At that time, the others. No, they would be very clingy. Simply put, they would crave men, crave romance, crave physical closeness. Su Zhixi said calmly, all right, you can make it up later. But I won't allow you to pursue anyone while wearing my image. That won't do. So, he'll be the one to pursue you. An Jing. Well, that was technically true. But in essence, wasn't it still him pursuing her? Su Zhixi paused and shook his head. Forget it, no need to pursue. You've already agreed to marry me no matter what, so why bother chasing? An Jing. Senior sister, you make it sound like I'm just giving myself away. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing with interest, sizing him up. He wished An Jing would give himself away faster while wearing his former identity. Let him reap all the benefits first. Even though it was his own body, the sensations were different. He had to seize this chance. If they swapped back later, given Junior's current physical condition, he would definitely be the bottom. Being on top would be even more embarrassing. But now it was different. He could let Junior experience everything first. Su Zhixi cleared his throat, interrupting his wild thoughts, and crossed his legs. You can't say that. I'm not like that woman who strung you along. I won't keep you hanging. I like to be straightforward. So Junior An Jing hastily withdrew her hand to cover her lips as Su Zhixi leaned closer. No, I'm not mentally ready yet. Su Zhixi remained unmoved, her lips continuing forward, pausing on the back of An Jing's hand. The gentle softness of lips against her hand made An Jing's beautiful eyes widen in surprise. Heavens! Senior sister really wanted to kiss. No, how could she have built up her mental resolve so quickly? Wouldn't kissing her own soul feel strange? An Jing quickly used her other free hand to push Su Zixi's face away. Senior sister, you. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at An Jing's hesitation. What about me? You? An Jing turned her head away. Senior sister certainly accepted this quickly. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing's flushed ears, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth, and said with ease, since things have come to this, isn't it better to accept it quickly rather than blame fate? A twitch tugged at An Jing's mouth. That's not quite right either. I haven't been blaming fate. In fact, she felt she was rather enjoying the benefits she was reaping. Su Zhixi chuckled. Then why are you acting like this? It's just a kiss. Aren't we friends? What's wrong with friends kissing? No, not friends. You're my fiancé, so it's even more fine. Su Zhixi pursed her lips. Since when was she a fiancé? Senior sister really had adapted to being a man quickly. Su Zhixi paused before continuing. Hey, you've never been in a relationship, right? Your first kiss is still intact. An Jing nodded yes. An Jing suddenly thought of something somewhat incredulous. Senior sister has been in a relationship. Su Zhixi poked An Jing's forehead at the question, realizing she hadn't told her, and laughed. No, I wanted to, but never found the right one. Hey, maybe I'm picky about looks. The first time I saw you, your face was just my type. But now that we've swapped bodies, I've always thought I look pretty good myself. An Jing's heart swelled with delight at Su Zixi's words. Usually when people praised her handsome looks, she felt nothing. She had heard it too many times. But the person before her was the campus belle, and even she admitted the other was beautiful. Rumor had it many had pursued her, all to no avail. So it was about looks. Being called attractive by a top-tier appearance connoisseur was entirely different. So, could she take it that senior sister was also attracted by looks? An Jing replied with a smile, Senior sister, you're not just pretty good, you make yourself sound so ordinary. If you're ordinary, how could anyone else survive? That's not how you use self-satisfied. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of accomplishment, as An Jing shifted from shyness to this. Tisk tisk tisk, little one, you really can't handle praise. Then Junior, since we're both this good-looking, aren't we a perfect match? Isn't this a biological attraction? An Jing nodded. She had a point. Just by looks they did seem well-matched. As for biological attraction, that was also true. After all, they had known each other for such a short time. An Jing joked. To put it bluntly, it's attraction at first sight. Su Zhixi continued flatteringly. When I first swapped bodies with you, I looked at my hands. Tisk tisk, so beautiful. When I saw my face in the mirror, I immediately remembered it was the handsome guy who hit me. So Junior, were you attracted at first sight? An Jing beamed at the praise, unable to suppress her smile. But at the question she frowned thoughtfully. Well, to be precise, you did catch my eye at first glance. I guess it counts as attraction at first sight, but I think in this short time I've come to like how straightforward you are. Su Zhixi found this amusing. Straightforward. That's only because she had a goal. If she weren't direct, how could she help you get used to it and progress to more intimate acts? Refuse once and keep bringing it up, spending more time together until you gradually accepted everything. Junior, since your first kiss is still here, and mine is too, I think we can exchange. Don't you want to know what kissing feels like? And what's so hard about accepting a kiss? No matter what, it's just two mouths touching. And Jing was stunned. How did they get back to this? But she felt her words made a lot of sense. Kissing did seem like nothing. It wasn't like that other thing. Su Zhixi saw An Jing's hesitation and tempted her again. Besides, Junior, you did that this morning. You already accepted doing that to your own body. A kiss is even less. At this, An Jing recalled the scene and blushed again. If she had known about those things this morning, she would never have agreed. In a way, it was her own body. But the other party had ulterior motives. Not to mention she had accidentally done something this morning. Suddenly, An Jing had a revelation. Damn, no wonder senior sister accepted it so quickly. So before, no matter what, she was the one being taken advantage of. But now that they had swapped bodies, it was different. She had become the one doing it. At this thought, she felt a chill in her lower region. Thinking back on everything that had happened with Su Zhixi, she was grateful that the other had done nothing when they slept together last night. If she had taken advantage while she was asleep. From this perspective, senior sister was still considerate of her feelings. At least she wouldn't force anything she didn't want. Su Zhixi waved a hand in front of An Jing, daydreaming again. And why are you still scared? What's there to be afraid of in a kiss? An Jing gave an embarrassed laugh. No, nothing. Su Zhixi frowned. Kiss me, it's nothing. Don't you really want to know what it feels like? I've heard first kisses taste like beer. An Jing's mouth twitched. That's only if you've been drinking beer. An Jing hesitated, looking at Su Zhixi's lips. Honestly, being 18 and never having kissed was a bit embarrassing. Should she just kiss? It really was nothing. Even though she was now in senior sister's body, the sensation of kissing was still hers. Even without the swap, the feeling of kissing was probably the same for men and women. It wasn't anything else. So after some self-reassurance, An Jing nodded and said, okay, let's kiss. At this, Su Zhixi's eyes lit up, a triumphant smile curling at her lips as she slowly leaned in. An Jing's heart skipped a beat at that smile. Damn, this isn't right. But thinking a kiss was indeed nothing, she didn't back out, instead closing her eyes as Su Zhixi's face drew near. She too slowly leaned towards Su Zhixi's lips. An Jing's vision went dark and her senses sharpened tenfold. Before their lips met, each second felt like an eternity. Her eyes fluttered with her lashes full of anticipation and excitement for her first kiss. Su Zhixi took in all of An Jing's subtle movements. Seeing her equally nervous, she relaxed a little. Soon their lips met. Feeling the softness of the lips and smelling An Jing's fragrance, she too closed her eyes like An Jing. An Jing's hands clenched tightly at her clothes. Soon she felt a large hand on her waist, her lashes trembling violently as she melted into Su Zhixi's embrace. Her face grew hotter, but she still savored the sweetness of her first kiss. Until An Jing's beautiful eyes flew open and she pushed Su Zhixi away, covering her cherry lips with the back of her hand, staring at Su Zhixi's hand with a flushed face and shyness. What were you trying to do just now? Su Zhixi followed An Jing's gaze, raised her hand to look at it, then clasped her hands behind her back and said with a composed expression, touching breasts. Isn't it said that kissing without touching breasts is no different from wiping without toilet paper? An Jing's face darkened upon hearing this. While that was true, she was a girl now. He had let you kiss her. How could you think of going that far? When you placed your hand on her waist earlier, your legs already felt weak. But she didn't say anything, so why did you keep moving around and trying to push your luck? Moreover, this body seemed quite sensitive, just having a hand on the waist made it go limp. Let alone thinking about. Seeing An Jing's unpleasant expression, Su Zhixi coughed and said, if it were me, if you wanted to, I wouldn't refuse you. The corner of An Jing's mouth twitched. So you're saying it's my fault? Su Zhixi shook her head. I didn't mean that. I just said I wouldn't refuse you. An Jing. Damn. She was clearly implying that she was petty and reluctant. Having become a girl, she now understood why girls opposed their boyfriends' wandering hands. It was so ticklish, almost unbearable. Wait. This seemed to be something only girls refused in the early stages. In the middle and later stages, they wouldn't refuse. So should she also agree after spending more time together? She had heard that if a girl refused once or twice it was fine, but too many times could make the relationship less harmonious. Even if she weren't a girl now, but a boy. Putting herself in his shoes, if she always refused her senior, he would certainly be somewhat dissatisfied. Well, no, if she were still a boy, there didn't seem to be anything she could refuse her senior. If the girl felt it was nothing, then she wouldn't have any reason to refuse. Unless she squeezed too hard. So putting herself in his shoes, she could only imagine her senior as the one refusing her. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be much different from her senior, right? She had heard that boys' hands were like GPS when kissing. So, if there had been no swap and her senior refused too many times, even if she believed she might not let such small matters create a rift between them, she couldn't be 100% sure. Thinking this, An Jing sighed. Su Zhixi frowned upon seeing this. Junior. Hearing this, An Jing looked at Su Zhixi with wide, puzzled eyes. What's wrong? Nothing, just why did you sigh? Did you think of something unhappy? No. An Jing quickly shook her head, then thinking of something bit her lip. Well, senior, I haven't adapted yet. Let's talk when I'm ready. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Since she had this thought rather than a firm refusal, that meant the adaptation period shouldn't be long. Su Zhixi suddenly thought of something and raised an eyebrow. Does ready include that, Junior? An Jing was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood, her face flushing bright red to the tips of her ears. No. I meant kissing, just kissing. Seeing An Jing so agitated but with a blush rather than obvious disgust, Su Zhixi figured it was just a matter of time. Especially if the atmosphere was right later, she might agree in a daze. Su Zhixi wasn't in a hurry, but she hoped An Jing would accept faster. After all, she didn't know when they would swap back. Before that, experiencing everything wouldn't be a loss. If it was just her luck that they swapped back before she was ready for the final step, then she would accept it. She could already imagine the reversal of their roles in the future. How did it feel like if they did swap back? Her junior would be even more excessive. Su Zhixi reached out and patted An Jing's head. It's okay, I said I'd wait for you. Take your time. Junior, that thing really isn't a big deal. You don't have to be so hung up about it. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi affectionately, stroking her head, then was stunned by her words. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she said, Senior, it's not you who's getting this, so of course you don't care. If it were you, you'd feel the same. Su Zhixi remained expressionless. No, if we hadn't swapped, we probably wouldn't have had much interaction. But such an absurd thing happening to us shows its fate. So even without the swap, something else would have brought us together, like that accident yesterday morning. Therefore, while we might not have progressed quickly, your ability to get close to me already shows you're different from others. So agreeing with you was only a matter of time, wasn't it? An Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. After recovering, she immediately understood what the other meant. In essence, all that talk was just to show she didn't mind that thing at all. Wasn't that a blatant way of calling her petty? Screw that. As she said, now she was a girl, and it wasn't her getting. No matter where she stood, in the end it was her senior who would be on the school network. An Jing reached out and moved Su Zhixi's hand away from her head, saying calmly, Tisk senior sure believes in fate. Su Zhixi crossed her arms. Why not? Even if I didn't before, what reason do I have not to believe now? You hit me this morning, and by evening you saw that video. An Jing was speechless and nodded. Anyway, senior, can you understand that I used to be a boy? Now that I'm a girl and have to endure you. For example, it's no less than when I was a boy being. Su Zhixi nodded in understanding. He had only accepted these changes so quickly after becoming a boy. After all, being a boy meant less pain. He wouldn't have to endure pain anymore. And he had heard from Xiao that the first time hurt a bit. Now it wasn't him experiencing it. Su Zhixi suddenly thought of something and teased. Junior, let me ask you something. Huh, go ahead. Why, when you mentioned that, did you imagine yourself as the 0 instead of the 1? An Jing's mind went blank. Wow, now that you mention it. Senior, you're right. Why is that? Boys have almost no tolerance for that, especially if one in their dorm was like that. They'd all think about protecting their own butts. Clearly they all imagined themselves as the 0. An Jing racked her brain, but couldn't figure it out. If there was a very handsome guy as good-looking as herself, then being the 1 wouldn't be so bad, right? So the question was, why did she imagine herself as the 0 instead of the 1? An Jing shook her head. Senior, you've stumped me. Su Zhixi smirked. Hee right, Junior. Doesn't this show that somewhere inside you can accept it? After all, your first thought was 0 instead of 1. And between two guys it's different from men and women, Junior. I've heard it doesn't hurt, in fact it's quite. You used to know how it feels. Girls have more nerve endings than boys, so they feel more. Junior, if you don't believe me, you're a girl now, you can try it yourself. Then you'll know if I'm telling the truth. An Jing blinked and shook her head. Wait, senior, wait. Let me sort this out. Damn, something felt off. Su Zhixi coughed lightly. Junior, I said I don't mind, and you taught me. So how about I teach you too? You'll understand once you feel it. An Jing abruptly sat up, distancing himself from Su Zhixi, and crossed his arms over his chest in embarrassment. Senior, damn, you almost tricked me. You clearly haven't changed your intentions, saying all that just to take advantage of me. Su Zhixi watched An Jing, who looked like a startled little rabbit, and said with a serious expression, You keep saying I want to take advantage of you. Let me explain it to you properly today. You're using my body. How can you call that taking advantage? And about what you did this morning. Wouldn't that mean you were also taking advantage of me? Or rather, are you taking advantage of your former body? An Jing was momentarily stunned as a series of images flashed through her mind, and her face flushed crimson. Shut up. Don't mention that again. And besides, you were the one who wanted it. Hearing the lack of conviction in An Jing's last words, Su Zhixi pressed her advantage. Junior, wasn't it your own agreement? Could I have forced you if you hadn't agreed? An Jing was at a loss for words, then recalling something retorted with renewed confidence. But in the car you were forcing me. Su Zhixi shrugged. No, I wasn't. If you had been firm in your refusal and made it clearer, I wouldn't have. And besides, I was just warming your feet. What happened afterward wasn't intentional. An Jing bit her lip. Who knows if you did it on purpose. And you made me say those two humiliating phrases. Su Zhixi said calmly. Wasn't that just a little lesson I gave you for wanting to go to the small pharmacy to buy veterinary drugs while using my body? Even though you're not really sick with a fever having that thought, I can't guarantee you wouldn't go to that pharmacy when I'm not around. An Jing was speechless, unable to argue. Whenever she said something, the other would always come up with a seemingly reasonable justification. No one else could make groping sounds so refreshing and refined. An Jing turned and began walking back, saying, I'm tired. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Su Zhixi watched An Jing flee in panic and chuckled softly to herself, muttering, He's not some wolf, oh why is it so necessary to guard against him? Su Zhixi shook her head and followed An Jing in silence. She gazed at An Jing's graceful back, touched her lips, then licked them, savoring the memory of their kiss. It wasn't beer-flavored. The first kiss was sweet. It was just too short. If her hands had been more obedient, she might have kissed longer. In the bathroom, Su Zhixi stood by the bathtub carrying a basket of roses, as she had the previous night, scattering petals for An Jing. An Jing bit her lip, lightly, her arms crossed over her chest. Feeling Su Zhixi's slow pace and the unabashed stare, she couldn't help but say, Senior, can't you scatter them faster? Hearing this, Su Zhixi quickened her pace. When the petals were finally scattered, An Jing caught a glimpse of Su Zhixi still standing there watching her. Even though the petals covered the water's surface, she submerged her entire body, leaving only her head above the water hidden by the rose petals. Yet she still felt unsafe, especially after the day's events, and this unease quickly grew. It was a feeling she hadn't had the night before when she had been indifferent. But now she couldn't. An Jing looked toward the bathroom door and began ushering her out. Senior, I've learned how to do it myself. Don't stay in the bathroom under the pretense of helping me wash. Senior, please leave. Su Zhixi frowned, then shook her head with a sigh. She really had no legitimate reason to stay and watch An Jing bathe. Forget it. Better to give her junior some sense of security so he wouldn't keep guarding against her like she was a pervert. But before leaving, Su Zhixi couldn't resist a teasing remark. Junior, don't do anything naughty while I'm gone. An Jing turned her head sharply towards Su Zhixi. Senior, I really admire you. Setting aside whether I have such thoughts. But didn't you say you wouldn't mind? Su Zhixi shrugged. Of course I don't mind, just not in the bathtub. Bathwater has bacteria. An Jing's mouth twitched. She wasn't an idiot. You already explained yesterday why you have to go to the shower. An Jing blushed and quickly turned her head. Senior, you should go take your own shower. You didn't wash yesterday, so you have to today. Su Zhixi naturally noticed An Jing's earlier glance, and seeing her reddened neck and ears, raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. Su Zhixi nodded. Yes, I know. She was no longer as embarrassed as yesterday. At the same time, she felt a bit uncomfortable. It was perfect timing to try and see the difference between herself and An Jing from this morning. So Su Zhixi gathered some toiletries in the basket and left the bathroom directly. Hearing the sliding door, An Jing looked at it in surprise. Seeing Su Zhixi leave decisively, she felt it was unreal. An Jing muttered, Senior, why are you being so obedient now? She shook her head and slapped her forehead. Am I stupid? Do I actually want her to stay? Once or twice is fine, but too many times will lead to trouble. An Jing slowly straightened her curled body, revealing her collarbone and the surface of the water. Her faintly visible curves and peaks were adorned with rose petals. An Jing suddenly remembered Su Zhixi's words. Is it really more comfortable for girls than boys? Should I try it? He then ceased his thoughts. At present he indeed felt less discomfort than before. Su Zhixi suddenly stared blankly at the bathroom wall. His mind drifted back to the morning. Now he was by the wall, whereas in the morning it had been. Su Zhixi savored the comfort of the morning, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I feel it's not as pleasant as when my junior taught me. He raised his hand and glanced at it. Pale with distinct knuckles, quite elegant. Yet it still felt far inferior to his previous hands. Moreover, the junior seemed gentler. At this thought, Su Zhixi tapped his chin and murmured, when will I get to experience the junior again? Su Zhixi shook his head and sighed. Given the junior's current shy demeanor. Oh well, we'll see later. There will always be a second time. He then directly took down the shower head and aimed it at the wall. After finishing his shower, Su Zhixi walked out of the room, clad in a bathrobe. He glanced at the master bedroom door, then checked the time on his phone. He had taken just over 20 minutes to shower. Boys really do take short showers, unlike his past self, who always spent over half an hour. Su Zhixi touched his hair and quickly understood. After all, his current hair wasn't as long as before. In the past, most of his bathing time was spent washing his hair. Even when he didn't wash it, he would luxuriate in the bathtub. Well, the junior had already washed his hair yesterday. He should be almost done with his shower now. Su Zhixi tapped on his phone for a moment, then strode directly into the master bedroom. But at that moment, she heard the sound of the bathroom door sliding open. An Jing was startled and had to stop her mischief. She realized Su Zhixi had arrived. She hadn't even heard the sound of him closing the bedroom door. Fortunately, she caught the noise of the bathroom door moving. If she hadn't, and he came to the shower area, even if her voice were soft, he would surely hear it from outside. An Jing listened to the footsteps gradually rising in the bathroom, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Why now of all times? But soon An Jing bitterly regretted hesitating for over 10 minutes. Damn it, what was I hesitating for? If I had been more decisive, I wouldn't be interrupted at the last moment. Soon Su Zhixi's voice echoed from the bathroom. Coming to the shower area means you're almost done. An Jing rolled her eyes at his words. She adjusted her breath and answered with a faint She dared not utter another word, fearing he might discern something from her speech. Su Zhixi frowned, sensing something amiss in her tone. Moreover, this was the first time she had responded with such a cold In the past, there was always some emotion. Now it seemed like she was feigning calm to hide something. Su Zhixi narrowed his eyes at the shower door, then shook his head. The privacy was too good, he could see nothing. After a moment's thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Zhixi's mouth. Could it be? To verify his conjecture, he asked with a grin, Junior, do you remember what I taught you yesterday? An Jing bit her lip, lightly complaining inwardly. Damn it, it's not like she's an idiot. You explained so thoroughly yesterday, and even demonstrated in person. How could I possibly forget? In the end, An Jing merely responded with another faint Su Zhixi chuckled and teased. What's with the Can't you speak, Junior? So cold. Has it only been a day and you're already ignoring me? An Jing. Su Zhixi, seeing her silence, grew more certain of his suspicion. Before, when he spoke like that, she would never have remained silent. After waiting 2 minutes, he stopped beating around the bush. Junior, I've been here so long, why aren't you coming out? It doesn't take that long to shower, Junior. You wouldn't be up to some mischief, would you? An Jing. An Jing was at a loss, still feeling a lingering warmth within her. Her voice had yet to return to normal, so she swiftly switched the water temperature to cold. She cupped some cold water and splashed it onto her face. An Jing shivered, a chill piercing her crown. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself and stepped directly under the shower head. She crossed her arms, trembling from the cold, but fortunately the effect was quite good. Now she no longer felt so distressed. After she had completely calmed down, she switched back to hot water, basking in its warmth. An Jing took a deep breath and said flatly, No, it's you, Senior. You wouldn't be doing something during your shower, would you? Su Zhixi frowned upon hearing this. Her voice was now indistinguishable from her usual tone, yet it still differed from the she had heard earlier. Su Zhixi grew increasingly convinced that An Jing had secretly done something wrong. Why else would she have only hummed in response before? Now she was saying so much. Clearly she had calmed down. Su Zhixi shrugged, not bothering to press the matter further, and admitted generously, I felt uncomfortable for a while after helping you scatter the petals earlier. Naturally, I needed to relieve myself after leaving. An Jing was at a loss for how to respond to Su Zhixi's unabashed honesty. In the past, she would never have discussed such matters in front of a girl, even if Senior was a girl herself. But now, having become a boy, she spoke without any shame. Wasn't this the same as when she was still a girl and told people she was golden? Senior, you truly have no filter. Was this the legendary ice queen of the school? Damn, could the rumors be wrong? Does she have even a trace of iciness or aloofness? Isn't she more stifling? An Jing chuckled and teased, Senior, you're amazing. Alright, didn't you say you'd never done this before? So why are you so eager to teach me now? I think you're lying. Su Zhixi pouted. We hadn't known each other long back then, of course I was a bit shy. An Jing's mouth twitched. Shy my ass. This morning you said you'd never done it, and now you're saying this. What did you become a different person in just a few hours? An Jing rubbed her forehead and began to shoo her away. Senior, you can leave now. I need to get out and put on my clothes. What's there to be shy about? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Senior, you. Before An Jing could finish, Su Zhixi spoke again. Fine, I'll go, alright. With that, she decisively left the bathroom. An Jing breathed a sigh of relief at the sound of the sliding door. She lingered under the shower for a while, then began to behave herself. But soon the thoughts crept back. Yet she couldn't indulge in mischief. Interrupted, she knew it would take considerable time to finish. She had just told Senior she would be out soon. If she did anything wrong, it would surely arouse suspicion again. An Jing let out a turbid breath, cleaned up quickly, and stepped out. Sigh, it's really tough being interrupted the first time as a girl. She dried herself, walked to the small coat rack, took the prepared clothes, and changed before leaving the bathroom. Su Zhixi, sitting on the bed, watched An Jing emerge with her hair pinned up, her eyes lighting up. Just as she had advised, An Jing hadn't washed her hair. She had told her there was no need to wash it every day. Once a day was enough. But now Su Zhixi noticed that the bangs on An Jing's forehead were sticking together. However, the junior's hair bun was truly unsightly. She had planned to help her with it when she returned, but the other girl had refused. Tisk, wasn't he the one who helped you with it yesterday? Why the shyness today? To be honest, at first she hadn't even noticed the hair. Her gaze had been entirely on her figure. Now looking closely, the hair was a mess. Su Zhixi took a hairdryer from the bedside table drawer. Let me dry your hair. An Jing was taken aback. It seemed Senior had washed her hair yesterday before changing. She had only dried it briefly before coming to find her leaving it half damp. On her return, she certainly hadn't washed it again during her shower. To be honest, An Jing wasn't very good at drying this long hair. She touched her strands. Not just the bangs, but the top and back of her head were damp from the cold water she had recklessly splashed earlier. But since Senior was willing to serve her by drying her hair, An Jing had no reason to refuse. An Jing hummed in agreement and sat down at the desk. Seeing her own messy bun in the mirror, her mouth twitched. She was truly inept at styling hair, having merely twisted it into a top knot with a hair tie. She hadn't thought much of it without seeing it. Now looking in the mirror, it clashed terribly with her current face. Yet despite that, An Jing still found herself beautiful. It was all carried by her face. Truly, with good looks, any hairstyle works. Even with this horribly done bun, if she went out like this, she would still be stunningly beautiful. An Jing admired her reflection for a moment, then reached up to undo her hair. Just then her hands were caught. An Jing pulled her hands back, looking at Su Zhixi in the mirror behind her. What are you doing? Su Zhixi stared at her own hands, startled that the other had withdrawn so quickly. She said calmly, let me do it. An Jing nodded and waited for Su Zhixi to undo her bun. Watching the senior carefully dry her hair in the mirror, she felt a stir of emotion. Soon Su Zhixi finished. She gathered An Jing's hair and smiled serenely. They'll teach you how to put it up. From now on, when you shower and don't wash your hair, do it like this. An Jing chuckled lightly. It might look terrible, but no one sees it except you. My. Su Zhixi reached out and gently pinched An Jing's cheek. That won't do. Besides, do you plan on always wearing your hair down when you go out? An Jing rubbed her delicate smooth cheek, rolling her eyes at the pinch. She was sure the senior could see it in the mirror. Why not? With a face this pretty, a hairstyle can't affect the looks. Su Zhixi felt a surge of pride at the compliment, but held her ground. Don't you ever want to change? Besides, different styles are for pleasing yourself. Now that you're in a girl's body, don't you want to see yourself in different looks? They'll teach you, and you'll feel accomplished. Junior, you're a girl now. Experiencing different things is good. An Jing had no objection. In fact, she was curious to see how her current face looked with various hairstyles. She was right. It was for her own pleasure. Dressing up and seeing herself look beautiful would make her happy. An Jing nodded in agreement, and Su Zhixi immediately styled her hair into a chic bun. Inserting a hairpin to secure it, she asked with a smile, "How is it? Pretty?" An Jing tilted her head left and right in the mirror, admiring herself from every angle. Without a doubt, every angle was breathtaking. Yes, beautiful. Su Zhixi crossed her arms, beaming with pride. Of course, this lattice face is naturally stunning. An Jing smiled gently and hummed in agreement. Now you look like a young matron, much more mature. That was her honest assessment. The bun exuded a mature yet gentle charm. Su Zhixi frowned, her expression darkening. Junior, what do you mean? Are you calling me old? An Jing. An Jing shook his head, gazing at himself in the mirror, and said flatly, No, I meant the aura. The aura is more mature. You know what I mean, senior. Su Zhixi squinted, studying herself in the mirror, then slowly leaned down, bringing her lips close to An Jing's ear, whispering, So Junior, do you prefer women of that type? The more mature ones? Those who like this type usually also fancy married women, don't they, eh? An Jing felt the warmth spreading from his ear, causing his body to tremble slightly, and his ear reddened rapidly. He reached out, placed his hand on Su Zixi's face, and pushed her away. Speak properly. Why get so close? Su Zhixi chuckled at this, then raised her hand to touch the side of her face that An Jing had just touched. An Jing, watching her wistful expression in the mirror, couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. Unbelievable. I just pushed you away, and you're already savoring it. If I slapped you, would you be in heaven? Senior, are you some kind of masochist? Su Zhixi, seeing the resentful look in An Jing's eyes, shifted her gaze to his bright red ears before finally responding, Why be shy? It's not like I did anything. An Jing's mouth twitched again. You'd react the same way. I bet you're ticklish too. Su Zhixi crossed her arms. Is blowing in someone's ear ticklish? I wouldn't know. Maybe Junior should give me a taste. An Jing furrowed his brow, turning to look at Su Zhixi with suspicion. Seeing her with one hand across her chest, and the other pinching her own ear, he smirked and beckoned. Fine. Come closer then. Su Zhixi, surprised by his quick agreement, narrowed her eyes, studying him. Could Junior be planning to bite my ear? That might not be so bad. It can't be a hard bite that draws blood, right? So Su Zhixi decisively leaned down again, turning her head slightly, to offer her ear before An Jing's lips. Feeling the breath on her ear, Su Zixi's heart trembled. She spoke softly. Junior, you haven't answered my question yet. Do you like those two types of women? An Jing looked down at Su Zhixi's already reddening ear, raised an eyebrow, and began to whisper near her ear, of course not. I'm probably the same as you, senior. I'm all about the looks. An Jing paused, deliberately blowing a cool breath onto Su Zhixi's ear, making her heart itch. An Jing then exhaled a warm breath onto Su Zhixi's ear. Watching her ear turn visibly red, he couldn't help but smile. Satisfied with this reaction, An Jing continued. As long as she's beautiful, I think I'd like her. But I consider myself a devoted person. I doubt I could find another face as captivating as your senior. At this moment, Su Zhixi felt her mouth go dry. One hand was clenched into a fist behind her back, while the other tightly gripped the hem of her pajamas. She fought the urge to pin him down on the spot, her voice hoarse as she asked, "What if you do find one? Would you cheat on me?" Hearing the hoarseness in Su Zhixi's voice, An Jing frowned, realizing she might have taken the teasing too far. But she knew opportunities to actively flirt with him were rare. Thinking this, An Jing decided to push her luck one more time. Tease him, and then just walk away. So An Jing took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled warm air onto Su Zhixi's ear, whispering softly, "Senior, I am very devoted. During our body swap, you can rest assured. I don't like men, and I want use your body to start some lesbian relationship with a young girl." And An Jing paused, exhaling another warm breath onto Su Zhixi's ear. "And I'm looking forward to when we swap back. He'll have a proper talk with you then. When we're back to normal with a face like your senior, how could I ever bear to cheat?" Su Zhixi's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at the floor. The hand clenched behind her back, and the one gripping her pajama hem tightened. She could tell he was deliberately teasing her. He hadn't breathed on her ear like this when he was the one whispering. Su Zhixi swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and said in a low voice, "Oh, I've heard that men change when they get rich. Are you any different?" And Jing found this amusing. She wasn't short of money either. No. Those are just men who've never seen the world. When they suddenly come into wealth, they see beauties they've never encountered before and develop greed. Senior, it's not like I haven't seen things. And although I'm not as rich as you, I'm not short of money either. Su Zhixi was stunned by this. She turned her head slightly to look at An Jing, her ear already very close to his lips. With this turn, Su Zhixi felt her ear brush against An Jing's lips. That soft, cool sensation made her. Su Zhixi instinctively reached up to touch her ear. Seeing An Jing also covering her mouth with wide eyes, Su Zhixi felt her mouth go even drier. Su Zhixi stared at the pretty face, slightly taller, but very close, and swallowed hard. She forgot what An Jing had just said, simply gazing at him in a daze. An Jing, seeing the redness in Su Zhixi's eyes, was startled by the desire she saw there. The fire in those eyes sent a chill down her spine. An Jing was the first to apologize. "Sorry, I didn't mean to touch your ear. I am going to sleep now." As soon as the words left her mouth, An Jing was a bit stunned herself. Why am I apologizing? It wasn't intentional on her part. It was him. An Jing couldn't think about that. She averted her gaze from Su Zhixi's frightening stare, quickly stood up, and scurried towards the door. After a second of stunned silence, Su Zhixi watched her fleeing back and immediately chased after her with long strides. Just as An Jing's hand touched the door handle, Su Zhixi quickly reached out and grabbed her other hand. An Jing's body trembled. She turned her head timidly to look at Su Zhixi. Facing his tall frame and a gaze as fierce as a wolf eyeing its prey, An Jing couldn't help but lower her head to look at her own bunny slippers. An Jing said weakly, "WH. What is it? My hair is done, and I've taken a bath. There's nothing else right. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed." With that, An Jing tried to pull her hand free from Su Zhixi's grasp, but she couldn't pull it back at all. An Jing's heart skipped a beat. Let go. You're hurting me." As soon as she said this, she felt the grip on her hand loosen. Before she could feel relieved, a sudden sense of weightlessness washed over her. "Ah!" An Jing yelped in surprise, flailing her arms, trying to grab something to steady herself. The result was that her arms wrapped around Su Zhixi's neck. An Jing stared wide-eyed at the floor, which seemed far away. A warm, large hand was supporting her back, while another was placed at the crook of her legs and thighs. An Jing realized Su Zhixi was carrying her in a princess hold. As she saw herself getting closer to the large bed, her eyes widened again, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Just then she heard Su Zhixi's deep voice. "You said you were sleepy. Why are you running out?" and Jing bit her lip. I want to sleep by myself. The moment she said this, the room fell into silence. And Jing's heart raced. She wanted to see Su Zixi's face, but didn't dare. She wanted to break free from his embrace, but was afraid he might actually let go and drop her to the floor. Staring at the approaching bed, an object meant for rest and relaxation after a long day, it now looked to An Jing like an execution platform. Amidst her anxiety, she felt her body slowly sinking onto the mattress. Her head fell onto the soft pillow. At the same time, she saw the handsome face hovering just inches above her own, somehow breathing in the strong masculine scent emanating from Su Zhixi. And Jing's face gradually flushed, the redness spreading to her ears. And Jing didn't dare look into Su Zixi's dark eyes. She turned her head away and apologized, her voice tinged with tears. No. Senior, I was wrong. Please don't. Su Zixi's heart softened at the sound of crying from beneath him, but looking at An Jing's stunningly beautiful face, he was reluctant to let him off so easily. Su Zhixi propped himself up slightly on one elbow while his other hand slowly moved to An Jing's waist, eliciting a soft whimper from him. If Xiao were here, she would be amazed to see them piled up like this. The CC she knew was the one on the bottom. Fear surged within An Jing. She felt her body growing weaker. Thinking about what might happen next, she begged again, Senior, I really am sorry. I won't tease you anymore. Su Zhixi looked down at the delicate, tempting figure beneath him and curled his lips into a smirk. Oh, so you admit you were teasing me on purpose? Tisk Jr. isn't being good either. You can't speak properly either, just like me. And Jing felt like crying. Unbelievable. When she teased him, she just had to take it. But when she teased him back, she took it too far and couldn't handle the consequences. Su Zhixi gently pinched An Jing's waist. Tilda. Su Zhixi swallowed hard at the sound. An Jing quickly covered her mouth with her hand, but the damage was done. Su Zhixi looked down at the person covering her mouth with tears glistening in her eyes and said gently, Be good. Why are you so scared of me? Tonight is the same. You're sleeping with me. An Jing. How could I not be scared? Should I just give myself up willingly? It's not you who'll suffer. An Jing suddenly remembered how compliant he had been when she spoke firmly earlier. She said resolutely, No. Tonight, I'm sleeping by myself. Su Zhixi frowned at this and shook his head. No, I refuse. I told you have to sleep here. This room smells better than the guest room. You can only sleep here. And Jing was stunned. He had been so obedient when she spoke like that before. Why is it different now? This wasn't how I imagined it. And Jing fell silent for a long moment before speaking weakly. Then Senior Sister, you go sleep in the guest room. The wardrobe in the guest room is full of men's clothes, so it'll be convenient for you to change later. Su Zhixi frowned, gazing at An Jing's profile before slowly lowering her head, her lips pausing near his ear. Why don't you want to sleep with me tonight? I didn't do anything to you last night, did I? Feeling the warmth near his ear, An Jing couldn't help but tremble, his eyes growing increasingly dazed, the mist in them widening slightly. An Jing swallowed hard, his free hand trying to push away Su Zhixi pressing down on him. Yet his hand remained on Su Zixi's chest, unable to budge her an inch. Su Zhixi felt An Jing's feeble, powerless shoving. Under normal circumstances, even if the other's strength were minimal, unless she truly intended to have her way with him, he would definitely be able to push her away. But the force she felt on her chest was barely perceptible, stirring no ripple. Su Zhixi instantly understood that his body must be incredibly weak by now. Perhaps even extending his hand for this push had exhausted all his strength. Seeing that An Jing hadn't responded immediately, and instead tried to push her away, Su Zhixi pinched his waist again. Tilda. Realizing he had let out that muffled groan, An Jing immediately faced Su Zhixi directly. Their eyes met. An Jing then shot Su Zhixi a sharp glare. What the hell? Su Zhixi frowned, lifting her head slightly, her hand leaving An Jing's waist. Su Zhixi cleared her throat. Junior, no cursing. An Jing rolled his eyes. You pinched my waist twice, and you blame me for cursing you. I only did that because you weren't answering me. An Jing laughed in exasperation. It had only been a few seconds since he last replied. But feeling the hand leave his waist, An Jing immediately relaxed a bit. Yet, it would be even better if she stopped pressing down on him. An Jing pondered for a moment, then spoke calmly. Senior Sister, I think we shouldn't sleep together too soon. Later, when the novelty fades, you'll grow tired of it. Su Zhixi asserted. No, how could I tire of seeing my own face? After all, you're wearing it. What if we switch back later? I'm just saying, sharing a bed and a blanket too early isn't good for our relationship's development. Think about it. We're almost sharing the same pillow now. If we've experienced everything, Senior Sister, you say you won't, but how am I to know what you're really thinking? Su Zixi's mouth twitched. Was she being cast as the heartbreaker? I'm not like that, by she, I won't abandon you. A Senior Sister, nothing happened between by she and me. That phrasing isn't right. Never mind that, the point is I won't just walk away without a second thought. And Jing was silent for a few seconds, still trying to reason with her. Senior sister, think about it, people always crave novelty. If there's always something new to discover, it helps sustain the relationship, doesn't it? Su Zhixi pouted. Nonsense. Who sustains a relationship by sleeping together? If love is gone, it's gone. A good relationship flows naturally. You don't use these things to prolong something already fading. And Jing was at a loss for words. What he meant to say didn't seem to come out right. And Jing shook his head, feeling dizzy while she remained perfectly clear-headed. And Jing glanced at Su Zhixi's reddened eyes. Well, maybe not entirely clear-headed. And Jing turned away and said flatly, anyway, I don't want to sleep with you. There's plenty of time, it doesn't have to be now. This makes me feel so insecure. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. Was Junior even still a man? Could he really say something like that? Well, on second thought, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, he was still afraid she might do something to him. Feeling insecure about his backside counted as insecurity. Yes, that made sense. With that thought, Su Zhixi decided to agree to his request to ease his vigilance a bit. Once he got used to it, she would strike hard. Su Zhixi immediately rose, no longer pressing down on An Jing. And Jing was stunned, as if not yet processing. Had senior sister agreed? It felt unreal. Su Zhixi glanced at her phone, then looked at An Jing. Wait, let's soak our feet first. He'll sleep next door later. Seeing that Su Zhixi had truly agreed, An Jing's face lit up with a smile. Su Zhixi pouted, so happy. I didn't do anything to you last night. You make it seem like I bullied you. And Jing cleared his throat. No, oh right, I already showered, no need to soak my feet. Just then a knock sounded from the bedroom door. Su Zhixi got off the bed, slipping into her wolf slippers. Lie down a bit more, I'll get the door. And Jing murmured a soft, oh. He still had no strength, so lying down a bit longer was fine. Soon An Jing saw Su Zhixi open the door and take a wooden bucket from the servant outside. Su Zhixi turned around, kicked the door shut with one foot, and it closed directly. And Jing watched Su Zhixi carry the bucket by both handles, walking toward him step by step. Before long, An Jing noticed the bucket was 2/3 full of a milky white liquid. And Jing immediately recognized it as milk. But why such a large bucket of milk? And why did the bucket look almost exactly like a foot bath? Wait. Foot bath milk. Hadn't senior sister just said to soak his feet? No way. Damn, what a waste. Su Zhixi placed the bucket by the bed, then immediately got on the bed to help An Jing up. She gently lifted him, and An Jing hooked his arms around her neck, cooperating as she moved him to the bedside. When Su Zhixi set him down on the edge of the bed near the bucket, An Jing was even more certain that the milk was for foot soaking. An Jing frowned at the faint steam rising from the bucket. He knew there were many weirdos in the world. For instance, if he soaked his feet in this milk, given his current beautiful appearance, he could bet some foot fetishist would want to drink that foot-soaked milk. Moreover, he knew senior sister took good care of herself, and her feet had no odor. And Jing shot a strange look at Su Zhixi. Senior sister definitely wasn't a foot fetishist. After all, this was her own body that had soaked in it before. And she must often soak her feet in milk. She wouldn't drink her own foot bath water, right? Even without the body swap, he was sure he wasn't perverse enough to drink a pretty girl's foot bath water. But if they hadn't swapped, he could sell her foot bath water to those foot fetishists, just saying it was from Campus Belle Su Zhixi. He couldn't imagine how good business would be. And Jing could only dream. Even without the swap, the idea was too absurd. If anyone sold it, it would be senior sister herself, but he was sure she wouldn't sell her own foot bath water. And Jing looked at the steaming bucket of milk, hesitated, and still couldn't help asking, senior sister, this bucket of milk for soaking my feet, it's not? Su Zhixi nodded yes. And Jing's mouth twitched. Su Zhixi quickly added, this milk is from our family's cows. It's not sold commercially, only for our own use. It's not taking anything from the market. And Jing shrugged. He had already guessed, and now it was just confirmed. So it was from her family's cows. No wonder. Homegrown milk was definitely purer than anything on the market. And Jing looked at his own fair, slightly flushed feet. Senior sister, do you soak your feet in milk every day? Yes, I do, Su Zhixi replied, seeing his doubt, and quickly explained, yesterday was rushed, and I forgot since we were together the whole time. Hearing this, and Jing's doubts vanished. No wonder they were so tender. Soaking in milk every day? There was a gambling movie where a woman soaked her hands in milk from childhood to cheat. Su Zhixi then reached out and took An Jing's delicate foot in her hand. And Jing startled, instinctively pulling back, senior sister, you. Su Zhixi glanced at him, then slowly moved her hand from his sole to his ankle and calf, before placing his foot into the bucket. Consider this my apology for making you feel uneasy earlier. And Jing was taken aback. Now they had only swapped bodies. Their souls were still their own. Senior sister, a lady from a wealthy family, personally serving him to soak his feet as an apology. It showed real sincerity. Besides, he hadn't really been angry. An Jing hummed softly, letting her place his other foot into the bucket. An Jing felt his feet enveloped by the steaming milk and lifted 1 foot above the surface. An Jing's feet, already slightly reddened from good blood circulation, were now even redder after soaking in the hot milk for a while. Su Zhixi watched An Jing's jade-like feet playing in the water, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. To be honest, he hadn't soaked his feet in milk often before. Not never, but rarely. Maybe once or twice a month. Simply because he bathed every day soaking his feet in the tub, so doing it separately seemed redundant. An Jing sensed a gaze upon her, lifting her eyes to meet Su Zhixi. Following Su Zhixi's line of sight, she was momentarily taken aback. She quickly withdrew her feet from the water, burying them deep within the wooden bucket. Her delicate toes curled nervously within the confines of the bucket. As An Jing's jade-like feet vanished from Su Zhixi's view, he immediately raised his head to look at her. His gaze met hers, which held a hint of shyness. An Jing was the first to look away. Honestly, she was beginning to waver in her belief that her senior was not a perverted foot fetishist. An Jing said flatly, "Senior, do you enjoy looking at your own feet so much? A foot fetishist?" Su Zhixi paused at her words, then retorted with an indifferent expression, "Would it make sense if I didn't even like my own body? Besides, liking to look at your own feet hardly counts as a foot fetish. If anything, it would be someone else's. Furthermore, girls aren't interested in boys' feet. If I had to be labeled as having a fetish, I'd say a hand fetish is more reasonable." With that, Su Zhixi raised her hand and admired it. "Tisk, the hands of this junior's body really are quite beautiful." An Jing frowned at this, but simultaneously found her reasoning sound. Noticing Su Zhixi's lingering gaze on her hands, she said flatly, "I can see you really like these hands, senior." Su Zhixi admitted it openly, even adding a critique. "Yes, they're quite nice. Well-defined knuckles, long fingers, and fair skin." A smile of delight crept onto An Jing's face. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, whose chin had unconsciously lifted with pride, then leaned in teasingly. "Junior, do you like these feet of mine? I think you seem like a bit of a foot fetishist." An Jing immediately pushed away Su Zhixi's approaching face, pursing her lips, unsure how to respond. After a moment's thought, she figured that if the senior could say that, she must have noticed something. Just now, while soaking her feet, she had indeed been staring at them for a while. And the senior had so readily admitted to being a hand fetishist. Besides, a girl liking hands and a guy liking feet seemed to be on the same level essentially. So An Jing nodded. "Yeah, I guess so, but only if they're nice looking. Ugly ones are a different story." Su Zhixi narrowed her eyes. "Have you seen someone else's feet? Or maybe Bai's eyes?" At this, An Jing quickly waved her hands and shook her head. No, I've never seen a girl's bare feet. But sometimes when I'm scrolling through videos, one pops up occasionally, though the beauty filters are way too obvious. They're nowhere near as natural as your feet, senior." An Jing's desperate attempt to save herself made Su Zhixi chuckle. "Why so tense? Even if you had, I wouldn't say much about it." An Jing's mouth twitched. "As if I'd believe that. With that look you just gave me, if I had actually seen them, I'd be dead without knowing how." "Well, probably not that bad. They're just feet after all, not something else." Besides, she really hadn't seen them. Sigh. She had originally thought of pretending she had, just to tease the senior and see her reaction. Now it seemed that this way of teasing the senior wasn't really suitable. Su Zhixi paused, then looked at the phone beside An Jing. "Junior, you said you only scroll through videos occasionally." An Jing snapped back to reality following the senior's gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. "Damn. No way, right?" An Jing gave an awkward smile. "Yeah, occasionally, just occasionally." Su Zhixi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "I don't believe you. Unless..." An Jing's suspicions were confirmed. She swallowed hard. "Unless what?" "Obviously you scroll through a few videos right in front of me," Su Zhixi said, then immediately added, "Using your phone, not mine." An Jing's mouth twitched again, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Honestly, it was normal for one or two to pop up occasionally, right? After all, the algorithm pushes everything to users to test their preferences. She had to admit that when she stumbled upon one, she couldn't help but watch it through. But wasn't that just human nature? Besides, she hadn't seen any in a long time. She refused to believe that watching with the senior would be that coincidental. So clinging to this wishful thinking, An Jing readily agreed to Su Zhixi's request. "Fine, but then you'll have to use your phone to scroll through some videos for me to see too." Su Zhixi deliberately feigned panic to tease her. "No way, I've already shown you my chat records with Xiao Xiao before. My request is just a fair exchange, so how come you're making demands now?" Seeing Su Zhixi's face full of panic and her words laced with evasion, An Jing immediately realized that the short videos Su Zhixi usually watched were definitely not normal. Girls probably just scrolled through videos of guys showing off their abs. To be honest, An Jing didn't really mind. She used to have abs herself even before the swap. Videos were just things you could see, but not touch. How could they compare to the real thing which you could both see up close and touch? And now that they had swapped with the senior looking so repressed. Having become a handsome guy, she would definitely take advantage. Wasn't that just like her? Pot calling the kettle black. An Jing leaned in closer to Su Zhixi, a hint of danger in her tone. Senior, are you trying to hide something? Let me guess what you usually watch. Guys with abs. Suit-wearing bad boys. Hands. Or handsome faces. Probably not just that. An Jing tapped her chin. Let me think what else. Su Zhixi pretended to be flustered. No. I'm not that kind of person. An Jing pouted. Then why don't you prove it by showing me later? She patted Su Zhixi on the shoulder. Senior, I'm not that petty. It's normal, totally normal. No different from guys watching suggestive content. Besides, you're way too repressed, senior. I bet 9 out of 10 videos you see are like that, and the last one is probably about zodiac signs. Su Zhixi squinted and smirked mischievously. Junior, so you admit you watch suggestive content. An Jing's mouth twitched, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Damn good thing she really didn't watch much of it. Very rarely. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so confident. But to get Su Zhixi to agree to her request, An Jing put on a flustered expression, waving her hands repeatedly. No, I was just giving an example, senior. You know what an example is, right? Su Zhixi frowned, and seeing An Jing's panic, she became even more convinced that this kid's usual video feed was full of garbage. Having achieved her goal and now curious about each other's feeds, Su Zhixi crossed her arms. Fine, you use your phone to scroll through some videos in front of me, and then I'll use mine to scroll through some for you. An Jing's eyes, which had been fixed on the wall, lit up. She turned back to Su Zhixi. How about we just forget it? I really don't mind you watching those videos, senior. Su Zhixi frowned. What are you trying to hide? I think you really do like watching suggestive stuff, don't you, eh? I don't mind, so why are you being so evasive? Hearing this, An Jing saw her goal was achieved and dropped the act, readily agreeing. Fine, but you promised, senior. Don't cheat me. Su Zhixi glanced at her dismissively. I have no reason to cheat you. An Jing nodded. Deal. And so the two, each harboring their own secrets, agreed to show each other the content of the short videos they usually scrolled through. An Jing nodded in agreement, then quickly picked up her phone, lit up the screen, and entered the password in one smooth motion. She sighed, thinking that fingerprint unlocking was much more convenient. Password unlocking required type. Unfortunately, given their current situation, they could no longer use fingerprint unlocking like before. Did they have to ask the other person to unlock the phone every time? What a joke. What if they weren't in class together and wanted to play with their phones during a break? Would they just stare blankly at the phone? An Jing patted the spot beside her and said, come here. Su Zhixi frowned at the commanding tone. What was that supposed to mean? Did the junior sister not know her place? Su Zhixi pouted, decided not to dwell on it, and leaned over towards An Jing. She caught a whiff of An Jing's faint fragrance and couldn't help but sniff slightly. So nice. Fine a command it was. An Jing was a bit puzzled by Su Zhixi's reaction. She admitted she had deliberately used a commanding tone. She hadn't expected the other to be so obedient. The senior sister really was quite infatuated. But that didn't make sense either. Why did she sometimes listen and sometimes not? An Jing soon noticed Su Zhixi's face was slightly turned towards her shoulder. The way her nose twitched and her expression of pure enjoyment was not lost on An Jing. An Jing suddenly understood why the other was being so obedient now. So she was just intoxicated by the scent. This way the senior sister could both watch the same phone with her and enjoy her fragrance. An Jing's mouth twitched. To be honest, she had only thought the other was narcissistic, simply obsessed with her own former body. But everything today had confirmed it wasn't just simple narcissism. She clearly wanted to sneak in some personal gain. And do it under the legitimate banner of narcissism. However, An Jing soon curled her lips into a sly smile, plotting. Since the senior sister was so narcissistic, or rather so infatuated with her own former body, couldn't she use this to control her? For example, if the senior sister wanted her to do things personally like this morning, she could use it as leverage. No, it should be to make the senior sister more obedient. Wait, wasn't this like selling her own body? An Jing looked at her fair hand. Not exactly. At most it was just. It wasn't that kind of thing, so it didn't count as selling her body. Moreover, if the senior sister wanted kisses or hugs in the future, she could also use this to demand obedience. She would make the senior sister go east, and she wouldn't dare go west. If she dared to disobey, then fine, she would get nothing. Su Zhixi frowned, staring at An Jing. She had just swiped to a page with Douyin, but her fingers stopped moving. At first she wondered why An Jing hadn't opened the app, but then she saw that An Jing's mind was wandering again. More importantly, why was she smiling so happily? What good thing was she thinking about? Little did Su Zhixi know An Jing was already dreaming before she even went asleep. Looking at An Jing's delicate, smooth cheeks, Su Zhixi felt a sudden urge to pinch them. Acting on impulse, Su Zhixi reached out and gently pinched An Jing's cheek. So soft, so smooth. She wanted to kiss it and take a deep breath. It must feel amazing. With that pinch, An Jing snapped out of her daydream, blinking her big eyes in confusion. What's wrong, senior sister? There was still a trace of dazedness in An Jing's eyes, which combined with her large peach blossom eyes, made Su Zhixi want to push her down right then and there and kiss her wildly. Su Zhixi coughed and quickly looked away. If she looked any longer, she was afraid she really wouldn't be able to control herself. Besides, there were important things to do now. Moreover, she had come to understand that An Jing didn't like having her wishes disrespected, whether it was this morning or the brief light kiss in the evening. It was all because An Jing was willing. As for Noon, although the actions were quite intimate and her body couldn't control itself, Su Zhixi knew there was a hint of resistance in An Jing's heart. He had made her say those two slightly embarrassing sentences, and he himself wasn't sure she wouldn't completely lose her temper. Luckily, her personality was relatively gentle, but afterwards her fear of him was indeed very obvious. Su Zhixi also decided not to do anything An Jing was unwilling to do anymore. Even if he wanted to, he would have to coax and persuade her. After looking away, Su Zhixi pointed at An Jing's phone. Hey, just open it already. What are you spacing out for? Hearing this, An Jing gave an embarrassed laugh and quickly opened Douyin. Su Zhixi frowned. Why are you acting embarrassed? Were you thinking about something bad just now, eh? An Jing's mouth twitched. It wasn't exactly bad, was it? She just wanted the senior sister to listen to her and be more obedient. Of course, An Jing couldn't reveal her true thoughts, so she quickly started making things up. No, I was just thinking about my dad asking me to come home for the winter solstice. Su Zhixi was taken aback, and an unnatural expression flickered across her face. She clutched the hem of her pajamas with one hand and the bedsheet with the other. Meeting the parents so soon. So nervous, but also so looking forward to it. Would the junior sister's parents dislike her? Why was she so lacking in confidence? No, she was now in the junior sister's body. The junior sister's parents hadn't told her to bring a girlfriend home. So it wasn't really about liking or disliking. But still, she was so nervous. The unnatural expression on Su Zixi's face was not lost on An Jing. To be honest, she hadn't been completely making things up. There was a hint of testing in her words. After all, she had only bragged to prove herself to the old man earlier that day. Given their current relationship, it wasn't really a lie. An Jing was somewhat satisfied with Su Zhixi's reaction. They had discussed this topic of meeting parents before. At that time, the other's expression had been unreadable, probably because there was no specific date. But now it was different, as she had clearly mentioned the winter solstice. Sure enough, the other was no longer as calm as before. An Jing raised an eyebrow and teased, "What's the matter, senior sister? Feeling shy? The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her in-laws." Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately bristled and reached out to pinch An Jing's cheek. "Junior sister, who are you calling ugly?" An Jing winced in pain. "Senior sister, it hurts. Don't pinch so hard." Su Zhixi immediately let go, and seeing the red mark she had left on An Jing's delicate cheek, quickly apologized. "Sorry, I forgot for a moment that you're a girl now." An Jing rubbed her cheek, looking at Su Zhixi with a resentful gaze. Seriously, no sense of moderation. And to treat her own body so roughly. When she was still a boy, it would have been fine, as she knew that the force the senior sister had just used wouldn't have hurt her former self. But now she was a girl. She had heard that girls' pain perception was higher than boys'. Now she truly understood. "Senior sister, can't you be a little more gentle with your own body? Don't you care about it at all?" Ahem. Su Zhixi coughed lightly, feeling there was a hidden meaning in those words. No way. He definitely wasn't that kind of person. Even if he became a boy and had to, with the junior sister, it was still his own body. He would definitely be very gentle. As for just now, although he now had a male appearance, the other had said the ugly daughter-in-law phrase. He also understood that she was just teasing him not to be so shy. But any girl would get upset if someone called them ugly, right? Especially when it was the junior sister saying it. Putting the body swap aside, she was still his girlfriend. Being called ugly by her boyfriend was even worse. "You were the one who said I was ugly. Your standards are too high if you think I'm ugly." And Jing's mouth twitched. "I don't believe you don't understand. That's not what I meant. It's just a common saying." "That's still not okay." Fine. And Jing was on the verge of tears. My bad. Su Zhixi opened her mouth, then hesitated. And Jing frowned. "Just say it. There's no one else here." Hearing this, Su Zhixi was startled. "No one else?" Su Zhixi then nodded. "It's just, are you planning to come with me to meet your dad?" And Jing raised an eyebrow. "What? So eager to let your body meet my parents?" Su Zhixi pouted. "You were just telling me not to be shy. You are me now, and we'll have to meet them sooner or later anyway." And Jing's lips curled into a smile. "All right, we'll go together for the winter solstice." Hearing this, Su Zhixi immediately broke into a smile. "Do you think your parents will like me?" And Jing frowned. "Senior sister, what do you think? Are you lacking confidence now?" Su Zhixi tapped her chin thinking of An Jing's parents. Probably not, but what if? What if they think I'm just playing around with you? A senior sister, you have a mouth, don't you? You are me. Can't you just tell my parents yourself? My parents usually listen to my opinion. Su Zhixi realized this, and let out an "oh," then turned her gaze back to An Jing's phone. She immediately frowned. An Jing followed her gaze, and was startled. Damn. It was a thirst trap video featuring a girl's delicate feet. Su Zhixi squinted, giving An Jing a knowing smirk. Tisk, first one up. Turn on the sound. No wonder I didn't hear anything for so long. An Jing swallowed hard, and turned on the phone's sound. Damn it, algorithm, are you messing with me? I haven't seen one of these in ages, and the first one I opened today is this. And it's about feet, which we were just talking about. An Jing knew that most girls didn't like their partners watching this kind of content. She had originally planned to mock the senior sister when she saw similar content on her feed, but she had been caught first. An Jing sniffled. Senior sister, I swear I'm not a pervert. Let me explain. It's the algorithm, you know. Even if I don't watch them often, it knows I'm a guy, and will throw in one or two. Look at the next one. Su Zhixi pouted, clearly unconvinced. That might be true, but how could a guy who doesn't watch this stuff have it as the very first video? If there were one or two, they should appear after scrolling for a while. This clearly looks like an account where 9 out of 10 videos are thirst traps. Su Zhixi remained calm, and said, next one. Let's see more. Hearing this, An Jing immediately swiped up only to freeze again at the next video. What the hell? Is it deliberately messing with me? Su Zhixi rested her chin on An Jing's shoulder, and whispered teasingly in her ear. Looks like the junior sister watches a lot of these. Tisk tisk, that girl's waist is really swaying. Did it sway its way into the junior sister's heart? An Jing's face flushed with heat. Without a word, she just kept swiping, desperate to prove she wasn't a pervert. The next video was a horror movie commentary. An Jing breathed a sigh of relief. See, senior sister. Su Zhixi immediately poured cold water on her. The junior sister is celebrating too early. 2 out of 3 videos, tisk tsk. Keep scrolling. An Jing hummed in response, frowning as she continued swiping. As video after video appeared, An Jing's frown gradually relaxed. She smiled. Senior sister, I told you I don't usually watch this stuff. Su Zhixi, on the other hand, was frowning now. She had counted carefully. Out of 50 videos besides the first 2, there was only one more in the middle. The other 47 were all about games, anime, movies, funny skits, and so on. Notably, there were also a few muscular men. Su Zixi's heart skipped a beat when she saw them. Compared to this, she would have preferred more thirst traps to confirm her sexual orientation. Fortunately, those were just normal fitness videos. Su Zhixi breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Su Zhixi pouted. Boring. With so few thirst trap videos, why was the junior sister so panicked? Making a mountain out of a molehill. Su Zhixi nodded calmly. 3 thirst traps. Impressive. She wasn't lying. She had often heard from others about someone whose feed was full of such content. Even Xiao had once complained that her fiancé's feed was 30% thirst traps. Compared to that, An Jing was still doing well. An Jing reached out and pushed Su Zixi's chin off her shoulder. Senior sister, your turn. Su Zhixi gave her a faint glance, then directly pulled out her phone and entered the password in front of An Jing. Su Zhixi quickly found Douyin and opened it, then started scrolling through videos. Like An Jing, she only paused for a few seconds on each video, just long enough to know what it was before swiping to the next. After finishing 50 videos, Su Zhixi looked at a disappointed An Jing. Tisk, what's the matter, junior sister? Disappointed. Looks like we're quite compatible. Neither of us has much content of the opposite sex. An Jing. Damn, there wasn't anything she wanted to see either. It wasn't that there was nothing at all, but the proportion was even smaller than hers. Soon the content of Su Zixi's videos flashed through An Jing's mind, and she frowned. A senior sister, your sexual orientation. Is it normal? Are you a lesbian? Su Zhixi. The moment An Jing spoke, Su Zhixi fell into a brief stupor. She was utterly baffled as to why he suspected her of being a lesbian. Did she and her junior really come across as a couple? After a moment of bewilderment, Su Zhixi suddenly understood and reached out to poke An Jing's forehead. Just because I have a few more videos of pretty girls on my phone, how does that make me a lesbian? An Jing's mouth twitched. He reached out, grabbing Su Zixi's finger and pushing it aside. Shouldn't it be handsome guys? 80% of your videos are of beautiful women. Senior, it's hard not to be suspicious. Su Zhixi withdrew her finger, then leaned her face close to An Jing's. A lesbian wouldn't like men. Yet you suspect him one. Warm breath brushed against An Jing's delicate face, causing a faint blush to rise. She reached out and pushed Su Zixi's face away, clearing her throat. No, it could also be bi. Liking both men and women. Su Zhixi pursed her lips and crossed her arms. Tisk, junior, do I look that promiscuous? Besides, isn't it normal for girls to enjoy watching beautiful women? An Jing was a bit puzzled, shook his head, and said calmly, "Oh, alright. But senior, I'm quite open-minded. Just don't like two people at the same time." Su Zhixi sighed in exasperation and held her forehead. "Wait, do you still think I'm going to find a girlfriend? How do I explain this? It's perfectly normal for girls to look at pretty girls. Anyone good-looking deserves a second glance. If you absolutely don't believe me, well, you must have had female classmates in middle or high school. Go ask a few of them." And Jing paused, feeling that the other might be testing her, so she shook her head. "I don't have any female classmates." "You're kidding me. There's no way a guy's contact list has no girls. Even if you don't talk, there have to be a few. Unless you're gay and it's all men." And Jing frowned. "Well, it's not like there are no women. There are some female relatives around my age." Upon hearing this, Su Zixi's face briefly showed disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. "That works too. I'm sure they all enjoy watching too. Women love looking at beautiful women even more than men. It's completely normal. And the vast majority are like that." That fleeting disappointment in Su Zhixi's eyes didn't escape An Jing's notice. A faint smile curled at the corner of An Jing's mouth. She knew the other was testing her. Otherwise, why the disappointment? An Jing coughed. "Alright, I'll ask around during the day." Then she thought of something and asked, "Senior, since you think having many videos of girls is normal, why were you flustered when you had no videos of men?" Su Zhixi retorted, "Then why were you flustered?" And Jing was speechless. Alright, she got it. They were in the same boat. Both were bluffing. And Jing shrugged and looked down at the wooden bucket filled with milk. The warmth reaching her feet was no longer as hot as before. And Jing lifted her foot to look around, then placed it back into the bucket, saying calmly, "It's not that hot anymore. Senior, could you get me a towel?" Su Zhixi glanced at the time, then looked at An Jing's feet submerged in the water. Unfortunately, An Jing's feet were completely hidden beneath the surface, so she couldn't see them. However, the parts of her calves that had been soaked above the ankles still had traces of milk, and the skin there was slightly reddened. Su Zhixi hummed in acknowledgement, then got up and walked to the bathroom wall, pushing it open and stepping inside. Once Su Zhixi had left, An Jing lifted her feet out of the water again, her toes gripping the edge of the wooden bucket. She looked at her own naturally fair and rosy feet, now even more flushed from the foot bath. Truly beautiful. A feast for the eyes. Soon An Jing heard light footsteps and quickly submerged her feet back into the bucket. She stared at the bathroom door, watching Su Zhixi emerge with a towel. When the senior handed her the towel, An Jing carefully took the towel by the edge, making sure not to touch Su Zixi's hand. "Thank you." Su Zhixi frowned at this, and An Jing was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the reason for the sudden displeasure. Su Zhixi said flatly, "Thank you." An Jing suddenly remembered that the senior had said they didn't need to be so formal with each other. An Jing lowered her head and gave an awkward smile. "It's a habit. I won't say it anymore." Su Zhixi hummed in response and sat back down beside An Jing, watching as she lifted one small, fair, yet rosy foot out of the water and gently dried it with the towel. Su Zhixi immediately forgot the earlier irritation. So beautiful. She sighed inwardly. Why had she handed the towel to the other? She should have done it herself. What a waste. But it wasn't too late. There was still one foot left. Su Zhixi extended her hand with a serious expression. "Give me the towel. They'll dry the other one for you." An Jing, who had just put her slipper on after drying one foot, was taken aback. She glanced at Su Zhixi and refused, shaking her head. "No need, I can do it myself." She was clearly trying to take advantage. It was too obvious. An Jing paused, then added, "Senior, we haven't had our sweet drink tonight, have we? It should be ready by now. If you really want to help, go get that." Su Zhixi pursed her lips. The other was right, it was probably ready. Fine. With that, she immediately got up and walked towards the bedroom door. An Jing was puzzled by how obedient Su Zhixi was being now. She hadn't made any excuses to take advantage this time. Had she changed? An Jing shook her head and dried her remaining foot. After putting on her slippers, she hung the towel on a chair and reached out to lift the bucket. Pain shot through An Jing's hands as she lifted the wooden bucket. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and her face contorted. Damn it, why did this bucket have to be filled with so much milk? It was so heavy. And why use a bucket without handles? Her hands hurt. Before An Jing could take more than a few steps, she saw Su Zhixi enter the bedroom, carrying a tray. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing and frowned. "Put the bucket down. He'll handle it." She placed the tray on the desk and hurried over to An Jing. An Jing complied, slowly bending down to set the bucket on the floor, before standing up and shaking her hands to relieve the pain. The senior had only been gone for half a minute at most, and she was already back with the sweet drink. It seemed she had been waiting outside the door with it the whole time. 666. The senior had planned to dry her feet first before going to get it. She was really trying every way to take advantage. Su Zhixi came up to An Jing, placed both hands on her shoulders, and gently guided her backward. An Jing followed her movements until she reached the edge of the bed. Su Zhixi pressed lightly on her shoulders. Sit tight. Then she walked to the desk, picked up the tray, and set it on the nightstand. She took a bowl of nourishing soup and handed it to An Jing. An Jing took it naturally then. Catching Su Zhixi's look, she immediately swallowed the words. An Jing gave an awkward smile, remembering how the senior had seen her struggling to lift the bucket. Senior, you're really weak. Su Zhixi held her forehead and smiled wryly. And you still tried to lift it knowing that. An Jing was speechless and could only sip the nourishing soup spoonful by spoonful. Looking at the mixture of milk, peach gum, and papaya, she asked, what's this supposed to do? An Jing scooped up a piece of papaya. This is papaya, right? She then lowered her gaze to her own chest. Senior, yours isn't small either. Is there really a need to eat papaya? Su Zhixi rolled her eyes. Papaya can't enhance your bust. Use your brain. That's all genetics. The papaya is just combined with milk and peach gum to fight wrinkles and brighten skin. An Jing nodded then smiled. It's not just genetics. Setting aside cosmetic procedures, gaining weight can do it too. Su Zhixi was speechless. What girl would want to get fat? An Jing added, Senior, you're quite gifted in that area. Hearing the compliment again, Su Zhixi proudly lifted her chin. Like it? An Jing, who had just taken a bite of papaya, choked at the question. Su Zhixi quickly stepped forward and gently patted her back. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. My bowl is still on the tray. If you like it, you can have it too. An Jing recovered slightly and shook her head. I can't eat anymore. Su Zhixi nodded. It was true. Having eaten a few meals in the junior's body, she had almost forgotten her own appetite. To be honest, eating without restraint felt great. Su Zhixi immediately returned to the previous topic, smirking as she asked again, Junior, answer me. Do you like it? It's okay. I wouldn't say I like it. It's not bad. I wasn't talking about the food. An Jing, who had just scooped up a spoonful of milk, froze. She looked at Su Zhixi and followed her gaze. Damn. So she wasn't talking about the sweet drink. An Jing immediately turned her back to the other, suddenly remembering that the senior had asked her this not long ago. An Jing kept eating the sweet drink. How should she answer this? Saying she liked it would make her seem perverted. Saying she didn't would surely displease the senior. An Jing's reaction made Su Zhixi pout in dissatisfaction. Now she was playing coy again. Last night, when she was taking a shower, she had taken advantage of him right in front of him. Now she was playing dumb. Junior, speak up. Is it that hard to answer? Stop dawdling. Are you a man? Don't forget what you did in front of me last night. Don't tell me you didn't like it. An Jing's mouth twitched. Well, since you already know, why ask again? What was the point? An Jing thought for a moment, then answered one by one. First of all, senior, it seems I'm not a man right now. Su Zhixi was speechless. Damn, that was true. Secondly, this body is currently mine. There's no reason for me not to like it. And liking it doesn't matter anyway. Well, you won't let me have it. If you have the guts, swap back and let me have a go. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and leaned towards An Jing. Fine, I have no objections. She then reached out, took the bowl of nourishing soup from An Jing, and placed it back on the tray on the nightstand. Su Zhixi gently hugged An Jing from behind, feeling the other's body tremble slightly. She rested her chin on An Jing's neck. Before that, Junior, let me have a taste first. Well, no, this is my body anyway. I have every right. And so Su Zhixi began to. An Jing was still puzzled as to why Su Zhixi had taken away her unfinished sweet drink after speaking. Not only that, but she also embraced her. She didn't resist. Instead, she found Su Zhixi's embrace from behind to have a unique sensation. It wasn't until the other's next words left her lips. So she had been thinking of having a taste first. An Jing felt the once proper hands gradually begin to ascend, and her own body slowly grew weak. Seizing the moment while she still had strength, An Jing immediately reached out to stop Su Zhixi's ascending hand. Senior, please don't. I was just speaking casually. I can't take it, it tickles. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Zhixi's lips. Ticklish indeed. He deliberately moved slowly upward just to tease her. Su Zhixi planted a kiss on An Jing's neck, causing An Jing to tremble as if struck by lightning. Son. Senior. After a simple kiss, Su Zhixi withdrew and obediently rested her chin on An Jing's neck once more. An Jing's hair lightly brushed against Su Zhixi's face. Inhaling the faint fragrance from her hair and body, Su Zhixi couldn't help but close her eyes in infatuation. So tell me, do you like it? An Jing's breathing quickened slightly, and a blush crept across her face, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. An Jing quickly nodded. I do. Senior has a great figure, a beautiful face, and also. Before she could finish, a slight pain at her ear abruptly swallowed the remaining words. After Su Zhixi's lips left An Jing's earlobe, she spoke. Junior, you mean you admire me, don't you? You wouldn't admit it without being pushed like this. What does saying like cost you a piece of flesh or something? An Jing was speechless. After a moment of silence, she whispered, Senior, I've said it now, can you let me go? No. I can feel your heart racing. You actually like this too, don't you, Junior? Su Zhixi paused then joked, but it's just a feeling. If I could place my hand right over your heart, I'd know for sure how fast it's beating. An Jing was stunned. Heart. Heart. She was now a girl, and the other wanted to place her hand over her heart. That would mean. An Jing quickly shook her head in refusal. No, that's not necessary. Can you stop thinking about touching my chest? Did you do that often before? Su Zhixi let out a light laugh. What's so strange about that? It can also help you know if something's wrong, and if you need to see a doctor. Junior kissed me once, and he'll let you go. Hearing this, An Jing's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, but I want to use my tongue. Is that okay? That's generous of me, isn't it? I'm asking for your consent. If you don't want to, that's fine too. An Jing bit her lip. And if I don't want to, will you let me go? Of course not. An Jing. Then why the hell did you ask? Su Zhixi continued. Junior, I heard that a kiss with tongue is a real first kiss, so I want to give my first kiss to you. An Jing's mouth twitched at the words. Just say you want to kiss. Don't make it about giving her your first kiss. Then you. There's another. An Jing and Su Zhixi spoke at the same time, both swallowing their remaining words. An Jing whispered, Senior, you go first. I was going to say there's another way for me to let you go, one you'd definitely be willing to do. An Jing's curiosity was piqued, but when the other fell silent she had no choice but to ask what. It's for you to take the initiative and kiss my cheek. So isn't that easy? It is easy. Still uneasy, An Jing felt the other couldn't be that kind-hearted. Just a kiss, and that's it. Su Zhixi hummed an affirmation. Relieved, An Jing let out a sigh. Su Zhixi then asked, Junior, what were you about to say earlier? An Jing's eyes widened. She had only meant to say that as long as the other didn't grope her during the kiss. But the other had offered a method even easier than a French kiss. An Jing now dared not continue, afraid that if she revealed she was willing to French kiss the other would change her mind. So An Jing quickly shook her head. It's nothing, just something similar to not wanting a French kiss. Su Zhixi let out an oh so unwilling. Do you dislike your own saliva? An Jing. Ahem, no, it's just. It feels too fast, a bit embarrassing. Su Zhixi sneered. A grown man being so shy, no wonder you couldn't get a girl. But it's good you didn't, as she's not as suitable for you as I am, right, Junior? An Jing gave an awkward smile and nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Senior has looks, figure, height, and intelligence. That's it. An Jing's mouth twitched. Let me think. Oh, and also. Su Zhixi interrupted. Never mind, don't say it. Just kiss me now. Then you should let me go first, Senior. How can I kiss you like this? Su Zhixi laughed, then moved her chin from the other's neck to her shoulder. You can turn your head and kiss me. It's not that I don't trust you, Junior. If you don't kiss and try to run with this little space, you won't get far. If you run and I catch you, it won't be this simple. Those who break promises must be dealt with more harshly. An Jing felt a bit wronged by Su Zixi's distrust. She wasn't that kind of person. If she promised something, she would do it. An Jing turned her head to look at Su Zixi's face, then, without hesitation, closed her eyes and kissed her directly. Afraid the other might not let go if the kiss was too short, An Jing deliberately lingered on Su Zixi's cheek for a few extra seconds. The cool, soft touch on her face made Su Zixi's heart tremble. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and her cheeks flushed hot. The moment their lips parted, Su Zhixi felt a pang of reluctance. True to her word, she released An Jing, then raised her hand to touch the cheek An Jing had kissed. Su Zhixi sighed inwardly. Alas, getting a kiss from Junior still required coercion. When would he ever take the initiative to kiss her, or stop refusing so much? At that time he could point to his other unkissed cheek and say this side too. Seeing that Su Zhixi had indeed let her go, An Jing's eyes lit up. Senior was just as she had thought. It was clear that the other was not merely narcissistic. Now it was obvious that she had naturally come to see herself as the man and An Jing as the woman. However, since the other was so lustful, she would be easy to handle from now on. An Jing immediately turned around, then froze. Not. Senior, what's with that lingering look? Did she really like her kiss that much? Putting herself in her shoes. If she were still a guy and was kissed by a girl like Senior, she would probably feel the same. A faint smile curled at the corner of An Jing's mouth. Senior, do you like my kiss that much? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and countered, if I don't like my boyfriend's kiss, who should I like? An Jing. 666. Still calling herself boyfriend. She was already treating her as the girlfriend and herself as the boyfriend, wasn't she? Well, anyway, they were technically a heterosexual couple. Close enough. In some ways it seemed quite different. But that wasn't her concern right now. The other had said she wouldn't force her if she wasn't ready. As long as she could give the other a few small rewards, she would be as excited as a monkey. Thinking this, An Jing chuckled softly. Then if you behave well, Senior, and listen to me, you can have rewards like hugs and kisses. Su Zixi's eyes lit up, but she quickly regained her composure and said calmly, Junior, isn't it strange for a boyfriend to make his girlfriend listen to him for rewards? Don't you think that's off? Hugs and kisses are just everyday things. An Jing, please really stop emphasizing that you're the girlfriend and she's the boyfriend. You don't even see yourself as a woman. But now that An Jing knew how to handle her, she spoke with more confidence. Senior, just say if you agree or not. If you don't want to, forget it. Ahem. Su Zhixi cleared her throat and glanced at An Jing's lips. I never said I disagreed. Since you've said so, Junior, about the help this morning, can I count on you for that again in the future? An Jing's eyes widened and she quickly hid her hands behind her back, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I never said that. It's limited to normal intimacies like hugs and kisses. Anything related to that is off limits. Handle it yourself. I don't believe you can't now. Su Zhixi nodded. I still can't. An Jing, get lost. Who believes that? It's not that hard. Wait, why would she suddenly say that? An Jing thought of something and asked to confirm. Senior, after you scattered rose petals for me tonight and left, did you take a shower? Su Zhixi generously admitted. Yes. I felt it wasn't as good as having Junior here. An Jing, she knew it. Wait, her worn socks were still with Senior. She had even reminded Senior to wash them clean. The other had insisted at the time that she wouldn't do it. Hiss. Looking at it now, she was completely untrustworthy. Thinking this, An Jing immediately looked down at her feet. Because she was wearing rabbit slippers, An Jing could only see a bit of her heels. Looking at those slightly flushed heels, the socks she had worn were with Senior. The thought made An Jing's face flush crimson. She looked at the sweet drink on the bedside table, then picked it up and continued drinking. Seeing An Jing blush, Su Zixi's eyes lit up in connection with her own words. Could it be that Junior was blushing because she was imagining doing things for her in the future? Then there would be many opportunities ahead. She hadn't explicitly refused. So Su Zhixi immediately began to lower her stance. It's okay if you don't want a Junior. It's not a necessity. As long as we're comfortable with each other. An Jing was taken aback. Did Senior really think that way? Then she could feel a bit more at ease. Even if the other really wanted to and kept pushing her, she would develop a rebellious attitude. She could only agree to help the other on her own terms. An Jing chewed and swallowed the papaya she had just put in her mouth. After a moment of hesitation, she also chose to meet halfway. It's good that you think that way, Senior. Senior, about the matter of my socks. If you really like them, Senior, you can take all the socks I've worn from now on. Su Zhixi. What the hell? Why did Junior suddenly bring that up again? Could it be that they weren't on the same page just now? Su Zhixi couldn't be bothered to dwell on it any longer. Why refuse a free gift? So she decisively nodded. Fine. Upon hearing this, An Jing was taken aback. What do you mean by fine? Just what it means. It's not like I'm obsessed with my own socks, am I? An Jing pursed her lips, too lazy to say more. Whether she was obsessed or not, she knew in her own heart. Then forget it. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched, her expression darkening. Was she supposed to act excited like some pervert? Su Zhixi was about to say forget it then. But on second thought, wouldn't that mean she missed out on any perks? Adhering to the principle of never shortchanging herself, Su Zhixi maintained a calm expression. He'll take them. An Jing was speechless. Why did she sound so reluctant? As if she was being forced. Yet she understood that Su Zhixi was just being stubborn. An Jing sighed, inwardly too lazy to argue. She continued sipping her sweet drink and glanced at the wooden tub. Senior, the tub. Hearing this, Su Zhixi finally tore her gaze away from An Jing's face. She acknowledged with a sound, then rose and walked to the wooden tub, lifting it directly. An Jing shrugged as she watched Su Zhixi's retreating figure heading out of the bedroom door, then slipped off her slippers and sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Before long, An Jing caught a glimpse of Su Zhixi moving toward an empty chair near her, picking up the towel she had used to wipe her feet and heading to the bathroom. What puzzled An Jing was that even after she finished her sweet drink, Su Zhixi still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. Putting away a towel shouldn't take that long. An Jing recalled that towel, and a bold thought crossed her mind. Senior couldn't be that perverted, could she? But what if? Although she knew it was a new towel, still it had been used to wipe her feet. Thinking this, concerned for her own well-being, An Jing placed her bowl on the plate on the nightstand and headed directly toward the wall adjoining the bathroom. Pushing the wall open, An Jing immediately heard the sound of water running from the faucet. Turning her head, An Jing saw Su Zhixi not far away washing something at the sink. Hearing the noise, Su Zhixi looked back at An Jing, who had just entered. What's wrong? An Jing gave an awkward smile, unsure how to explain. She couldn't exactly say she thought she was a pervert. Nothing, just curious why you've been in here so long. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, turned back, and continued what she was doing. Can't someone just admit they miss me? An Jing was speechless. Her mouth twitched as she mentally criticized the other's narcissism, but driven by curiosity, An Jing fully stepped into the room, closed the wall door, and walked towards Su Zhixi. She had to see what Su Zhixi was really doing. However, An Jing could already guess from Su Zhixi's movements and the small basin by the sink that she was scrubbing something. An Jing immediately thought of the foot towel. TSK. That was too meticulous. Washing it after just one use. An Jing could understand, but when she finally stood beside Su Zhixi, her eyes widened. Then came an inexplicable shyness as a blush crept onto her face. Su Zhixi glanced at her and chuckled. What's there to be shy about? An Jing averted her gaze first. You? Senior, why are you washing my underwear? My. Su Zhixi laughed. Junior, what nonsense are you talking? Did you just throw them away after wearing them before, or wear the inside out next time? Wear them front side one day, reverse side the next, right? No, you're using my body now, and I can't accept that. Besides, there are plenty of underwear, so don't even think about it. And Jing was bewildered. Wait, she never said she did that. I'm not that sloppy. It's just, I'd rather wash them myself. No way there was stuff on them. Su Zhixi asked doubtfully, you know how? I heard guys just use laundry detergent. Oh, is there a difference for girls? As soon as she spoke, Su Zhixi wrung out the underwear in her hand and placed it in the small basin beside her. And Jing looked at the basin. Besides the one just put in, there was another. And Jing frowned, remembering she hadn't washed the ones from last night's shower and had changed another pair this morning. She had also changed after her recent shower. Thinking this, and Jing looked back at Su Zhixi, who indeed had the remaining pair in her hands. Su Zhixi took out something like laundry detergent from the sink and held it up to An Jing, pointing at the text. See this? It's specifically for underwear. And Jing was speechless. So particular. And Jing watched as Su Zhixi finished washing the last pair. Honestly, it wasn't much different from how she washed her own before. The only difference was that she used specialized detergent, while An Jing used regular laundry liquid. An Jing followed Su Zhixi out of the bathroom and straight to the balcony. Su Zhixi took a hanger. See, you guys wear boxers, so you hang them like this. Girls are different. You have to hang them like this, or the little bit of moisture during drying will fall on the crotch. And Jing nodded. Got it. I'll do it myself from now on, so I won't bother you, senior. No trouble. Let's go back. And Jing hummed in acknowledgement and followed behind Su Zhixi. She glanced back at the balcony. She hadn't expected to change 2 pairs today alone. No more than 2. The one she was wearing now would need changing later too. It was all senior's fault. She had just put them on after a shower. It hadn't even been half an hour and she needed to change again. But of course she couldn't do it in front of Su Zhixi. Thinking this, and Jing quickly started ushering her out. Senior, good night. Su Zhixi frowned and checked the time. It's only 9. You're sleeping this early. Not playing games today. And Jing gave an awkward smile. I don't know why, but I'm really sleepy today. He'll play tomorrow. He'll rest early tonight. Then An Jing looked at the remaining bowl of sweet drink on the plate on the nightstand, clearly prepared for Su Zhixi. An Jing picked it up and handed it to her. Here, you can finish it before you go. Su Zhixi took it, drank a sip, and swallowed. Tisk, someone was just thinking of me, and now they're rushing me out. Junior's heart changes so fast. And Jing was speechless. No, really, it wasn't that she wanted her to leave. It was that she really felt a bit uncomfortable right now, and she couldn't change in front of her. That was too embarrassing. She had teased her enough in the car this morning. If she found out that in just half an hour, who knew how she would mock her? Even though this body wasn't hers, and it was a normal physiological reaction, she still felt shy. It was like a guy waking up from sleepwalking and being caught by someone else. And Jing turned her head away. No, I'm really just tired today. Maybe it's because I overdid it with exercise yesterday. Senior's body isn't used to it yet. I'm a bit fatigued. I woke up with aches and pains all over today. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Last time was after an intense PE class in my first year of high school when I woke up the next day. Su Zhixi naturally didn't believe in Jing's rambling explanation. She could roughly guess how long the other had exercised. Although her body was indeed inferior to Junior's current one, it wasn't so weak as to be affected by just 10 minutes of activity. And the last time she experienced what An Jing described was ages ago. Her physical strength had long since improved greatly compared to when she never exercised. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing's fidgeting legs and thought about their intimate moments. Having been a girl for 19 years, she understood immediately. Combined with how shy An Jing had been when she was washing her underwear at the sink, the answer was obvious. She clearly wanted to change now, but was too embarrassed. Thinking this, and since it was her own former body, she couldn't bear to make things difficult. So Su Zhixi gulped down the sweet drink. Before long she finished the bowl. An Jing's mouth twitched. She pulled a tissue from the box on the nightstand and handed it to Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi was about to put the empty bowl down, but saw this. Holding the bowl in one hand and the spoons separately in the other, she raised both hands and shook them. No free hands. Junior, wipe my mouth for me. I just washed your underwear for you. You wouldn't refuse to wipe my mouth, would you? An Jing pursed her lips. It wasn't like she asked for help. Besides, it's just wiping her mouth. What's wrong with wiping your girlfriend's mouth? You don't have to pretend you have no free hands and don't question it. Just say you want me to wipe your mouth and he'll do it. With that, An Jing began to act. After finishing, Su Zhixi placed the bowl and spoon on the plate, stood in front of An Jing, and looked down. Really? An Jing looked up to meet Su Zhixi's gaze. Why? What do you mean why? Wiping your girlfriend's mouth is nothing. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up at the other's frank acknowledgement of their relationship, and the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. But she was still a bit unsatisfied and teased. Junior is a girl now. Shouldn't you say boyfriend? An Jing was speechless. Now she doesn't say she's the girlfriend anymore, she wants her to call her the boyfriend. Dropping the act, huh? Senior, it's just a title. I still call you senior. That's just a private title. You don't say that to outsiders. TCH, I know. I can tell others you're my boyfriend in public too. Su Zhixi shrugged. She wasn't in a rush for the other to privately see her as a boyfriend. As long as their relationship was indeed like that, it was fine. But she still wanted to hear other titles, like husband or daddy or something. Unfortunately, the former could be heard privately in daily life, but the latter would have to be coaxed out at certain moments. Su Zhixi picked up the plate from the nightstand. They'll be going then. An Jing quickly nodded. Okay. Good night. Good night. Watching Su Zhixi leave the bedroom, An Jing was a bit surprised at how obedient she was tonight. As soon as the bedroom door closed, she was alone in the room. Without any need for restraint, she immediately slipped off the nightgown she was wearing. Since the nightgown came with built-in padding, there was no need for a bra. Having been a guy before, now as a girl, An Jing preferred the feeling of being unbound. She placed the nightgown on the edge of the bed and walked over to the full-length mirror near the bed. In the mirror, she saw herself with a mature updo, one hand across her chest, while the other grasped the arm hanging naturally at her side, her proud figure clad only in a small pair of shorts. An Jing twisted left and right, admiring her own lithe figure, curves in all the right places. She thought of something, then looked down and only saw the tips of her toes. With this height and slender waist, if she couldn't see her toes, the proportions would be too strange. Unlike some who could see their entire feet, An Jing suddenly felt that Su Zhixi's body had very reasonable proportions. She walked straight to the bathroom, gave herself a quick rinse, hung the small shorts on a chair, and then headed naked toward the walk-in closet. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi was lying in her room, playing on her phone. Before long, a video call from Xiao popped up on her phone. Su Zhixi was startled, and the phone slipped from her hand, hitting her chest. She winced in pain, rubbing the spot as she declined the video call. Xiao declining again today. Are you and Junior and doing something naughty? Su Zhixi, no. The next second, Xiao sent a voice call. Su Zhixi declined again. Xiao declining voice calls too today. Am I interrupting your fun? Xiao, were you and Junior and doing it yesterday? Xiao, no ACC, how could you? Chatting with me while doing naughty things with Junior. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. She wished, but Junior wouldn't let her. Su Zhixi shook her head and quickly got up to head to the master bedroom. Su Zhixi, hold on, him in the bathroom. Xiao, I don't think you're in the bathroom. I think you and Junior are in the bathroom. Su Zhixi was speechless. 666. A dirty mind sees everything is dirty. Su Zhixi stopped in front of the master bedroom door, about to enter, but then thought that An Jing might still be changing clothes. And since she was so shy about avoiding her, even though changing small shorts didn't take that long, it was possible she was staring at her clothes in a daze, prolonging the process. So Su Zhixi knocked on the door. When there was no response, she frowned. She knocked a few more times, then lowered her head and thought. There was no way she had fallen asleep that fast. If she were awake in the bedroom, she would have heard. Either she was in the bathroom or the walk-in closet where she couldn't hear. As for the former, Su Zhixi dismissed it. She must have already showered after she left. She must be in the walk-in closet now. Thinking this, Su Zhixi turned the door handle and walked into the bedroom. As expected, An Jing wasn't in the bedroom. She immediately spotted the small shorts An Jing had changed out of hanging on a chair. The nightgown she had been wearing when Su Zhixi left was also by the bed. Su Zhixi figured An Jing would come out in a new set of clothes, so she simply sat down at the desk near the closet. Her phone buzzed with message notifications, but she didn't even glance at it, keeping her eyes fixed on the wall of the walk-in closet. At that moment, An Jing had only just stepped into the walk-in closet. She had spent quite some time admiring her own beauty and had only now arrived at the marble table where the underwear was stored. She quickly crouched down, opened a drawer, and found a pair of small shorts to put on. The reflective mirrors around her captured her image from every angle. An Jing admired herself narcissistically again. She didn't look for a new nightgown as Su Zhixi had expected. In her mind, the nightgown wasn't dirty, and knowing she was alone in the bedroom, An Jing felt no qualms about wearing only a pair of small shorts. So she walked out of the walk-in closet just like that. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Su Zhixi sitting at the desk. Her mind went blank. What was she doing here? Su Zhixi was equally stunned. She had just been staring at the closet wall waiting for An Jing to come out, so she could hand her the phone to call Xiao Xiao Xiao. Instead, she witnessed a sight that made her blood boil. Holy crap! Was Junior trying to seduce her? Oh, Senior, why are you here? An Jing exclaimed in shock as she instinctively covered her chest with both hands, then quickly crouched down to conceal her exposed form. Her bosom was pressed tightly against her legs, her knees drawn together, arms wrapped around them, her head lowered, her face flushed crimson as she glared with wide, peach blossom eyes. Yet in Su Zixi's eyes there was scarcely any difference between her covering up and not. Her curves and everything else were indeed hidden, but she wore only a pair of briefs. Her buttocks pressed snugly against her slender calves, which could hardly conceal that pale whiteness. At this moment, with her looking so wronged, coupled with those few seconds of dazed stillness earlier, Su Zhixi had feasted her eyes thoroughly. Although she had seen her completely unclothed during both nights' baths, this was the first time she had seen her walk out wearing only a pair of panties. Su Zixi's throat grew increasingly dry as she rasped, "Junior, you're the one not wearing clothes." You. An Jing stammered on the verge of tears. "Since you had left, I naturally dressed however I pleased." This was how she dressed when alone at home. And how was she to know that in the time it took her to change clothes you would barge into the room without even knocking? So lacking in boundaries. Su Zhixi swallowed hard, crossed her legs, and forcefully suppressed her desire. "Don't just stand there," she said. "Go get dressed." An Jing looked at Su Zhixi, who was still staring at her with crossed legs, then turned away and pouted. "Then why are you still staring at me? Turn around." An Jing had already returned to the dressing room. As for why she didn't put on the nightgown lying by her bed, she dared not. What if she turned back to peek? This morning, she had only asked her to turn around while she changed clothes. The more An Jing thought about it, the more foolish she felt. Now she realized she might have secretly watched while she was changing, only turning back when she was almost done to pretend she hadn't been looking. She might be thinking ill of her senior, perhaps she truly hadn't peeked. But no one could say for sure. She could only eliminate any possibility of exposing her body to her. As for her scattering rose petals for her, well, that was acceptable. No, from now on she would let her senior scatter them first, then undress and get into the bathtub. What if one day her senior couldn't resist and had her way with her in the bathroom? Who would she turn to for justice? She had to eliminate any chance of her rear end being in jeopardy. And Jing found a set of modest pajamas in the wardrobe and put them on before walking out. This time she still saw Su Zhixi sitting at the desk staring at her. And Jing's lips twitched as she reproached, "Senior, can't you knock when you come to see me?" "I did knock, but you can't hear the knock from the far end of the dressing room, same as in the bathroom. Actually, I thought you might be changing your underwear, but I didn't expect you to come out wearing only that." And Jing. She glanced at the wall where the bathroom and dressing room were located. Well, it was indeed possible she couldn't hear. Her senior couldn't be so rude, even though this was her house. It was also a private space she had given her. Besides, even though they were still boyfriend and girlfriend, they hadn't reached the point of not knocking. Any normal person would know to knock, let alone her senior, who was raised in a well-bred family. She must have that much courtesy. And Jing nodded and asked, "Senior, is there something you came to see me about?" Su Zhixi, on hearing this, almost blurted out, "Can I come see you if there's nothing?" But recalling the earlier awkwardness, she held back and waved her phone, saying, "Xiao Xiao wants to video call or phone call." And Jing pressed her forehead, having forgotten about this. But yesterday her senior had called her quite late. Now she was 2 hours early. And Jing stepped forward, took Su Zixi's phone, glanced at Xiao Zhixiao's message and frowned. Do, suspecting her and her senior. No. And Jing looked up at Su Zhixi, who nodded in acknowledgement, then walked to the bedside, sat down, and dialed Xiao 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 for a video call. After half a minute of ringing, Xiao 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 hung up. And Jing was taken aback and looked at Su Zhixi. "Your bestie hung up." Su Zhixi, still sitting motionless at the desk staring at An Jing, frowned upon hearing this. "Based on my experience, we probably don't need to call tonight." Huh. And Jing had just voiced her confusion when the next second Xiao 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 called via voice. "Senior, your bestie is calling again." Answer it." Su Zhixi quickly added, "Voice or video?" But An Jing, upon hearing "answer it," had already swiftly pressed the answer button. Hearing her subsequent question, she was somewhat bewildered. What difference did it make? Wasn't it the same? Meanwhile, Su Zhixi, right after she spoke, immediately heard Xiao Zhixiao's voice from An Jing's end. "CC, is it over? TSK tisk, when did it start?" Junior's stamina isn't too good. Since she was Su Zixi's bestie, An Jing turned the volume up to the max so that Su Zhixi, sitting several meters away, could also hear. Both Su Zhixi and An Jing frowned upon hearing a strange undertone in Xiao Zhixiao's voice. And the voice carried a slight echo as if spoken in a bathroom. Su Zhixi, accustomed to such things, immediately understood what she was doing. An Jing, however, didn't overthink it. What's over? What's stamina? CC still pretending. Are you and your junior done with your hee-hee? Su Zhixi and An Jing. Wait, what the hell? So her senior's bestie was implying she was fast and weak. An Jing's face darkened. Xiao, I was really just using the bathroom. I don't believe you. When did you get constipated? How could you be in the bathroom that long? I don't think you just went when I sent you that message. An Jing scrolled through the chat history and saw that her first message today had been sent over 10 minutes ago. An Jing said calmly, I had diarrhea. This timing is about right. Is it? Alright. Hearing the soft hum from Xiao, Su Zhixi and An Jing stared at each other wide-eyed. And the voice seemed to echo for a while due to the bathroom acoustics. Her tone was completely different from during the day, and combined with what just happened, An Jing could finally tell. Su Zhixi hurried over to An Jing and directly hung up the voice call with Xiao. With that, the room fell into silence. An Jing spoke first. Senior, is it really okay to hang up like that? Su Zhixi shot her a cold glance. What, you want to keep listening? I don't believe you didn't catch on. You and your bestie have such a close relationship, no need to hide from others. Su Zhixi. Not really. Remember when I asked you voice or video? I remember. An Jing suddenly had a bold thought. Senior, are you saying that with voice your bestie lets you listen? And with video, wouldn't it be a live broadcast? Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi's lips twitched. No, Junior, what's on your mind? I was trying to say with voice I just don't answer, with video I can. Because with video her fiancé might just be beside her, but with voice it's not a might. It's a certainty. The first time I heard her voice I just stopped answering her calls after that. Who knew you'd be so fast? An Jing. That's still because you, Senior, didn't finish what you were saying in one go. Senior Xiao and her fiancé sure have a lot of energy. It's only 947. Xiao, you saw the chat history too. I didn't reply to her for over 10 minutes. While waiting for my reply, she probably complained to her fiancé. She thought we were doing something bad in the bathroom, so her voice had an echo. She might have been in the bathroom or the toilet. Hey, Senior, I can do it myself, I really can. An Jing watched Su Zhixi reaching for the underwear she had hung on the chair, quickly stood up to block her, and snatched the garment first. Su Zhixi frowned, slightly puzzled by the blush on her face, still shy. An Jing turned her head away, hiding the underwear clenched tightly behind her back. Cough, no. You've shown me, and I've got it. He'll handle it. Are you sure? An Jing nodded eagerly. Sure. Senior, you go to sleep first. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow at her hands behind her back, then nodded. Fine, go ahead. But I have a feeling you'll still need me. He'll watch. An Jing. What's there to watch? It's just washing underwear, why would I need you? To reassure Su Zhixi and avoid future interference, she eventually agreed. They headed to the bathroom wall. Pushing it open, they walked straight to the sink. Just as An Jing was about to turn on the hot water, Su Zhixi grabbed her hand. No hot water. Huh. An Jing was stunned. You've been using cold water all along. What else? How did you score 697 on the college entrance exam? Hot water makes these stains set. If you get your period and stain something, hot water won't clean it. An Jing. She had always used hot water before, only cold in spring and summer. In colder weather she used hot water. She understood now that cold water wasn't ideal, but she had used it before during this time. But now, An Jing looked at her cold hands, then at the faucet. If these hands touched cold water now, the biting chill TSK. Su Zhixi read her mind and reached out. Give it to me. He'll do it. An Jing hesitated, then shook her head. No need. With that, she decisively turned the faucet to cold. She placed the underwear under the stream, but after just a few seconds her hands instinctively jerked away. Su Zhixi frowned at An Jing's pale hands, but she started again. As An Jing's hands turned from pale to red, Su Zhixi couldn't take it anymore and snatched the underwear before she could grab the detergent. Enough? Use warm water when it's cold. An Jing stared blankly at her empty hands, then pursed her lips, moved. Go dry your hands quickly. Got it. An Jing turned and walked into the bathroom. She dried her hands on the towel hanging on the wall. Around it hung many towels, each with a different purpose. Face, feet, for May, etc. It was far more refined than in Jing's previous setup. Back then, besides a bath towel, she only had separate towels for face and feet. An Jing looked at her still red hands, clenched the air, and stuffed them into her pajama pockets to no avail. She then placed them on her neck for warmth. Tisk, damn, so cold. But warming them on her neck was indeed fast. An Jing walked out of the bathroom, toward the sink. Su Zhixi, focused on washing, was startled by An Jing's reflection approaching slowly in the mirror. He had done a similar thing before, warming his neck with his hands. The only difference was that she used both hands simultaneously while he used to alternate. Left hand warm switch to right, and so on. An Jing stood beside Su Zhixi waiting. Soon Su Zhixi finished, and they walked out together. On the balcony, Su Zhixi handed her a hanger with the washed underwear. An Jing took it and instinctively hung it as she always had. Junior, did you forget how to hang it? An Jing coughed, lightly glanced at the other 3 hanging pieces, and mimicked them, no longer hanging the crotch area downward. No, I remember. Su Zhixi crossed her arms, pouted, watched An Jing hang it, nodded with a grunt, and turned to leave the balcony. An Jing trotted after her. When Su Zhixi reached the bedside table, she suddenly remembered something. She had put a pair of socks there during the day. An Jing stopped too, looking at the bedside table in confusion. There was nothing there. Just paper, an alarm clock, a lamp. That was all. What was there to see? What's wrong, Senior? Junior. Su Zhixi looked away, walked to the bed, kicked off her slippers, and lay down. You should sleep in the next room. An Jing. But Senior, didn't you say this room smells nice, and the other one doesn't have this botus scent? Didn't you say you wanted to marinate in this room? Su Zhixi waved her hand, sprawling on the bed. No need. It's fragrant enough now. No difference. I told you yesterday I'm picky about beds. I can't sleep if I'm not comfortable. An Jing. She fell silent for a moment, watching Su Zhixi lie limp, like a dead fish. She didn't mind, it was still better than the dorm. Besides, as long as she didn't sleep with her. Oh, see you tomorrow. Wait. An Jing turned back, toward the balcony. Senior, you're not planning something bad, are you? What bad thing? Su Zhixi lifted her head, curiously following her gaze. She twitched her mouth. I'm not a pervert. Oh, Junior, you don't believe me. No, I believe you're definitely not a pervert. Su Zhixi. He felt she definitely thought he was. Like I said, Junior, if I were a pervert, you'd have been dealt with long ago. I wouldn't be joking around with you. An Jing instinctively crossed her arms defensively, but found his reasoning sound. So I said I believe you're not a pervert. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing in a defensive pose. Put your hands down before you talk. Protect, what are you protecting? Are you guarding food? You can't even eat it yourself. If anyone should protect, it should be him. Dressed tightly in pajamas, and still putting up a guard. Would he force-eat you or something? That wouldn't be fun. Su Zhixi pointed at the bedroom door. Got it, Junior. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Go to sleep. Oh, I see. You're not sleepy. Come on, let's play some 2-player games. When you're tired, you'll be sleepy. An Jing stared at Su Zhixi, who hadn't moved. His words were ambiguous, with only 2 possibilities. The first was teaming up for a game like during the day, but he hadn't pulled out his phone. That meant he might be referring to a real game. Thinking this, despite his lack of action, An Jing fled to protect her rear. An Jing opened the bedroom door, glanced back at Su Zhixi, and sighed in relief when he didn't follow. Before leaving, she couldn't resist a jab. Senior, remember to restrain yourself. She then blatantly glanced at the balcony before closing the door. Su Zhixi frowned at the balcony, so Junior's tacitly agreeing. Why else would she look at the balcony before leaving? That means she's okay with the socks and underwear, but my words, just now. Junior ran off, so she's still protecting that aspect. Su Zhixi shook her head, not overthinking it. He could feel her boundaries loosening. It wouldn't be long. He got up, crouched by the bedside table, deftly opened a hidden compartment, and took out a plastic bag with socks. Su Zhixi sniffed the socks, still no smell. Should be fine without washing. No sweat, and worn briefly. Eventually he decided to wash them, and headed to the bathroom. When he came out, the socks had a faint scent of laundry detergent. He hung them on the balcony, away from the underwear. Looking at the 4 pairs of underwear and 1 pair of socks, Su Zhixi tapped his chin. According to Junior, these are all his. The socks definitely are. Junior explicitly said so. Leaving the balcony, Su Zhixi went straight to the dressing room. He picked out clothes for An Jing for the next day. Holding the coat and pants, he couldn't help but look at the pretty little dresses. Most of those dresses he had never worn, but now he looked forward to seeing An Jing in them. He found a pair of flats. While searching for socks, Su Zhixi inexplicably opened drawers of stockings. Imagining An Jing in various styles, he began to fantasize. So Su Zhixi glanced at the pants in his hand. Medium length, not too short. He took out a pair of black stockings, then returned to find a pair of long jeans. He felt satisfied. With these pants, no one would see Junior wearing black stockings underneath. Su Zhixi left the dressing room, planning to place the outfit on an empty chair. Suddenly, he thought she might be resistant to wearing stockings. He decided to take them directly to An Jing's room. Whatever head deliver them first. The sooner Junior knew what to wear tomorrow, the sooner she might accept it. Su Zhixi knocked on her door. 3 knocks. An Jing, sitting on the bed playing games, immediately guessed who it was. Damn, Senior was being a bit much. She had just left, and now she was back. An Jing shook her head, helplessly got up to open the door while still playing. Without looking focused on her phone, she asked, "What's up, Senior? Xiao wants to video call again." Su Zhixi pouted at An Jing, who didn't even look up. Fine, you said you were sleepy. And this is how you're sleepy. No, it hasn't been that long. She probably won't be done soon. An Jing paused, checking the game time. Only half an hour. No, that's not short at all. She instinctively glanced at Su Zhixi, then quickly looked down. Damn, if she had to endure half an hour from Senior. Damn, unimaginable. And from her perspective looking at the former Shaolin, honestly it was a bit. Compared to her current self and Mei, it would be bad. If she hadn't swapped identities and was still male it would be fine. She believed she was gentle. But Senior, honestly she had no confidence in that pervert. An Jing forced a smile, coughed. Senior Xiao's impressive. Su Zhixi squinted. Wanna try? An Jing was so startled, she loosened her grip, but Su Zhixi caught the phone. It landed on the clothes in his hands, and An Jing finally understood. So he was bringing her clothes. Oh, and a pair of white shoes in the other hand. Little did An Jing know a pair of stockings was hidden under the coat and jeans. She didn't see it, picked up her phone, and resumed gaming. Seeing An Jing gaming again, Su Zhixi shook his head. What an addict. But why wasn't he playing with her? Su Zhixi pouted. Junior, did you hear me? What? I said wanna try. An Jing nearly dropped her phone again, but caught it in time. Seriously, not answering meant no. Did he need a firm refusal? An Jing shook her head. No, not interested. Su Zhixi grunted and walked into the bedroom. An Jing's heart skipped a beat at his earlier words, but she relaxed when he placed the clothes on a chair. Good. She was busy anyway. An Jing deliberately kicked the door wide open with her leg before sitting on her bed. After setting down the outfit, Su Zhixi sat beside her. An Jing glanced at him briefly and continued gaming. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up seeing she had killed 15 people, sincerely praising, amazing. An Jing felt a secret thrill but kept a calm face. Not bad. There's a pro in this match. 15 kills still isn't the MVP. Aren't you one of the pros? Not really. Want to play together later? Sure, but I don't want to play this. I want to play Naruto and duel you. An Jing. Bro, who do you think you are? They'll beat your head in so hard you won't even remember your name. You play that? Su Zhixi said flatly. I try all games. Each one has its own fun. An Jing twitched her mouth. You won't be having fun when I knock your head off. You'll rage. Su Zhixi continued. Life's like a game. You should try everything. Otherwise it's boring. An Jing. Senior, are you planning to start your own business instead of inheriting the family fortune? Su Zhixi shook his head. No, I'm talking about you. An Jing, focused on her phone, replied absently. I'm not starting a business. Didn't you say you'd hire me? Su Zhixi chuckled. No, Junior, you're so dense. What I mean is, you were a guy for so long. Don't you want to try more things as a girl? Like experience what Xiao Xiao did? An Jing. So all this beating around the bush. You just want to screw me. Sensing Su Zhixi's blatant intention to bore into her, An Jing immediately shifted away, retreating to the edge of the bed. She then glanced at the wide-open bedroom door, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. Good thing she had the foresight to leave the bedroom door wide open. Senior, no matter how perverse you are, you wouldn't dare flaunt this with servants still in the house, would you? Though the servants' quarters weren't on the second floor, only the two of them were up here. Someone was still cleaning on the first floor at this hour. If she sensed even a hint of something amiss, she could scream. Su Zhixi shook her head at An Jing's expression, then slowly edged closer. An Jing immediately spoke up. Don't move. Senior, just stay right there. Su Zhixi. Alright, I won't move. She halted, though the distance between them had narrowed, still a meter apart. Su Zhixi glanced at the open door, fully aware of the other's intentions. She certainly couldn't close the bedroom door. The moment she made a move, the other would likely bristle. Sigh. Su Zhixi let out a long breath. An Jing paused, shot her a glance, then continued playing her game. But her focus was shattered, her peripheral vision fixed on Su Zhixi's every move. That 1 meter gap was her perceived safety zone. Every inch Su Zhixi closed, An Jing's unease grew proportionally. Senior, why the sigh? Nothing, just wondering why you're so afraid of me. An Jing's mouth twitched. Do you even hear what you just said? And this isn't the first time you've talked about wanting to bore into me. She had to stay on guard. Put yourself in my shoes, Senior. If I said such things so bluntly, my intentions clear as day. If you were the girl, and we'd barely been together for a day, wouldn't you be afraid I'd just walk out the next morning? Su Zhixi. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And would you? Well, if it got that far, I wouldn't give up easily. But that step, whether you agree or I do, I think it needs some emotional foundation. But if it were you, even without the switch today, I'd still be willing. An Jing fell silent, her mind momentarily blank. She felt she'd heard something like this before. Senior, do you mean you'd be willing even if we haven't known each other long? Su Zhixi nodded. An Jing. I remember now, I remember it all. Senior is the one who said she'd just lie back and enjoy it because I'm handsome. Damn, Senior is pure pent-up desire. She's already mentally accepted it even before I figured out if I'm ready or if our feelings are solid. But that doesn't add up. Before she said I couldn't even enter her room without the switch. That clearly means she won't be casual with someone she has no feelings for. So, Senior is tricking me. What's the goal? It's obvious. She's trying to lower my defenses. Watching An Jing lost in thought, Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. What's on your mind? An Jing snapped back. If you'd agree so soon after meeting Senior, what do you see in me? You've asked that before. Isn't it enough that you're handsome? A flicker of smugness warmed An Jing. Ahem, I'll take that as a compliment. Of course it's a compliment. But honestly, I'm not that casual. Su Zhixi then began to fabricate. There are many handsome men, but something always feels off. With you it's different. An Jing frowned. I know I don't think that of you, Senior. But your feeling is too vague, almost fake. Su Zhixi coughed momentarily at a loss. Of course it's fake. That's just a flimsy excuse. Handsome isn't everything, ability isn't everything, but going on feelings alone invites trouble. So she quickly changed the subject. Let's drop it. I was just saying that to see your thoughts. What if we can't switch back? We can't just have a platonic relationship forever, can we? Normal people don't do that, right? And I've told you countless times I won't force you. Why don't you trust me? An Jing tapped her head, mulling it over. It made some sense. If they really couldn't switch back, even without considering the long term, just a few years they'd be using each other's identities. She couldn't keep refusing forever, could she? She'd been left hanging once, and she knew how it felt to not get what you wanted. Besides, in a normal relationship, especially over time, it's inevitable to crave each other's bodies. She didn't know if she craved Senior, but Senior clearly craved her. Though she couldn't understand why Senior was so obsessed with her former body. But too many rejections would inevitably breed resentment. If she were still a guy dating Senior, and Senior kept rejecting her, she believed she wouldn't break up over it. But it would definitely sting. Though if the other party offered compensation in other ways, that might work. Wait. Other ways? That would mean I'd have to. At that thought, An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, then quickly looked away, the morning scene flooding back. Su Zhixi, ever observant, narrowed her eyes. Junior, like this. There's hope. And it won't take long. She composed herself and spoke gently. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? An Jing bit her lip, her thoughts in chaos. The game character in her hands was already running wild. Normal players would either flee the poison zone or search for loot with purpose. An Jing was clearly not normal. She wandered aimlessly in the poison, just steering left and right. No. Senior, you didn't say anything wrong. An Jing imagined the future. Even if she couldn't take the final step, she'd have to resort to other means. Scene after scene played in her mind, her blush creeping to the tips of her ears. Su Zhixi frowned. What is she thinking about? How can she be so red? Could Junior be fantasizing about us? Junior, I'm just saying we're probably the ones who know each other best. You can trust me a little more. If you're always this scared, where will it end? An Jing. She's right. We do know each other well. Even my biological parents don't know me as well as she does. I know, Senior. I can't bear to think about not switching back. Just give me some time. And I already agreed to give you my socks and underwear. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up. The former was obvious, but the latter was exactly what she'd hoped for. She coughed. I'm not a pervert. An Jing. Is she really going to keep saying she's not a pervert? Her intentions are too clear. The more she denies it, the more it proves she is. Even after I spelled it out, she still says that. That only means one thing: she's not satisfied with this. Maybe I really do have to go along with what I was thinking. Senior, are you still hoping you'll do what I did this morning? Su Zhixi saw An Jing's shy bowed head, her voice growing softer, and could no longer suppress her smile. Though she had long suspected she might get a repeat performance, now that the other had brought it up, the possibility seemed infinitely larger. Junior, can you? An Jing opened her mouth, hesitating until her phone let out a death cry. The game character had been killed by the poison, reduced to a loot box. An Jing stared at the screen, still showing 15 kills, the same as before, and quit the game. Clutching her phone with one hand, the other clenched in her pajama pocket, she bit her lip, unsure how to speak. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, her cool voice laced with unmistakable shyness. Senior, I can. But no more than once this month. You need to be moderate. Having received confirmation, Su Zhixi kept her composure on the surface, but was ecstatic inside. This morning was. Well, for the other time you mentioned, can we do it differently? An Jing froze. An Jing quickly shook her head. No. It has to be the same. Su Zhixi swallowed hard. She wouldn't push for other methods. At least getting a definite answer now was a huge step forward. Besides, this was good enough for her. There was plenty of time, they could take it slow. Today alone had yielded such a clear response. All the other ways would be unlocked step by step. With that thought, Su Zhixi began to openly appraise An Jing. Her gaze slowly traveled from top to bottom, pausing a little longer on An Jing's lips, chest, hands, and feet. It's fine. We have all the time in the world, don't we? An Jing was speechless, wondering if she was overthinking. But she felt the other was preparing to unlock something step by step. Combined with her words, the answer was clear. I understand. As An Jing's words fell, Su Zhixi glanced at the phone clenched in her hand, then took out her own phone and opened the game. Come on, Junior, let's play a game. An Jing turned his head to cast a look at Su Zhixi, recalling that she had wanted to duel him earlier. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he confirmed, "Are you sure you want to duel me? What else?" Scared. Hearing this, An Jing let out a direct laugh. With your skills at playing Honor of Kings PUBG and League of Legends, you wouldn't be much better at Naruto either. You've bullied me so many times in real life. If I don't make your face turn red in the game, my surname isn't it. Without another word, An Jing logged into the game. Neither of them had each other as QQ friends, yet all their game accounts were linked to QQ. Every time they started a new game, they would add each other as friends again. Perhaps because their QQ accounts were purely for gaming and not for chatting, they both forgot to add each other as QQ friends after playing. An Jing looked at the friend add interface in the game and asked, "Senior, what's your ID?" "Say it once." "The one who likes head pats is a dog." An Jing. "The numeric ID, not the name." Hearing this, Su Zhixi paused, puzzled, and looked at An Jing. "Where's the numeric ID?" An Jing was dumbfounded and questioned, "Senior, are you sure you play this game?" "Well, isn't this game just a fighting game you play on your own? I just jumped straight into the gameplay." An Jing hummed in acknowledgement, finding her words seemed reasonable. Playing solo mode on your own could indeed be quite enjoyable. Apart from dueling with friends, she never added any other friends. There really wasn't much need to add friends in this game. Tap on your avatar, the ID is in there, that string of numbers. An Jing suddenly thought of something. "Forget it, let's just add each other on QQ. Otherwise you probably wouldn't know where to accept the request." Su Zhixi pursed her lips, feeling slightly underestimated, and retorted defiantly, "I know that. Clicking on a red dot is something anyone can do. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought adding each other on QQ would make it easier to switch games in the future, saving us the trouble of adding in-game friends." Su Zhixi rolled her eyes. "You clearly meant it that way." He couldn't be bothered to argue over such a trivial matter and recited his QQ number. After they added each other on QQ, An Jing looked at the in-game, named "The one who likes head pats is a dog," and twitched the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had been head patted quite a bit. Her account was old enough to be considered a quarter of a launch player. But was this 20 million battle power serious? What did you spend money to boost your power? An Jing rubbed her chin, thinking about Su Zhixi's gaming skills, and found it relatively plausible. After all, her rank hadn't even reached the Umbu level yet. An Jing directly sent Su Zhixi a duel invitation, choosing Team 7 as a sign of respect. As soon as the loading screen appeared, she was stunned. Su Zhixi's 3 characters were all the newest ranks. The other 2 didn't matter, but her first character was the recently released Tindu Sage, which An Jing hadn't even unlocked yet at this point. Senior must have paid real money to get it. Thinking about her battle power made it seem more reasonable. An Jing twitched the corner of her mouth at Su Zhixi's reckless playstyle. More importantly, trying to predict her movements was utterly futile. Senior had no sense of positioning, just charging in head first. After Su Zhixi defeated An Jing's first character, she immediately sent a headpat emoji. An Jing's gaze darted incredulously between Su Zhixi's in-game name and her face. "Seriously, Senior, have you looked at the name you chose?" Su Zhixi pursed her lips, annoyed that he had looked down on her by using 3 crank characters. Without any guilt, she called out, "Woof woof." An Jing. 666. Then An Jing decided to stop playing fair with Su Zhixi, who in their right mind uses a Tindu Sage with double summonings to kill his little Naruto. Soon Su Zhixi lost without even defeating An Jing's second character. An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, whose face was flushed with shame and gritting her teeth, and couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, An Jing had used little Sasuke to spam headpat emojis throughout the entire match. How could such an operation not make Su Zhixi blush with embarrassment? Su Zhixi steadied her breathing and said calmly, "You learned it, you're a dog." An Jing, matching her shamelessness, replied, "You started the headpats first. Woof woof, what can you do about it?" Su Zhixi fell silent for a moment, then broke into a mischievous grin. An Jing's heart skipped a beat as their eyes met. An Jing immediately stopped being cheeky at him. "Want to play another round?" "Of course. How could I not play with a little puppy?" "Senior, you had patted too, why don't you call yourself out?" "I never said I wasn't one either." An Jing was left speechless, and without further argument directly invited her to start the next round. In the following matches, An Jing used Team 7 without exception. In contrast, Su Zhixi cycled through various rank ninjas, but couldn't manage to defeat An Jing's first character. Moreover, at the start of each round, An Jing would immediately spam headpat emojis without stopping. Each ninja lasted a minute, and An Jing dragged all 3 to the 1-minute time limit. Excluding the first match, An Jing spammed headpat emojis for a full 15 minutes. During that time, Su Zhixi also sent headpat emojis back, but found she couldn't send them as fast as An Jing. As a result, Su Zhixi's face turned completely red from embarrassment. She couldn't win in combat, and she couldn't win in headpats either. Junior, have the guts to stop running. Running around like that, what kind of man are you? An Jing replied cheekily, am not a man right now. Besides, if I don't toy with you one more hit, and you die right. Su Zhixi. That's right. An Jing had reduced one of Su Zhixi's characters to a sliver of health so low that one more hit would kill it. For the rest of the time, An Jing switched to a walk-the-dog mode, dodging all of Su Zhixi's wildly thrown skills. Whenever Su Zhixi landed a rare hit, An Jing would instantly substitute and resume her kiting. An Jing certainly wouldn't waste the minute-long headpat window for each character, even if her finger grew sore from continuously tapping the emoji. Glancing at Su Zhixi's thoroughly embarrassed face, An Jing grinned mischievously. Still want to play, Senior? Oh, Senior, why is your face so red? Is it too hot? Should I turn down the air conditioner? No, if I turn it down, it'll get cold. Senior, why don't you go out on the balcony to cool off? Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi, itching to punch the infuriating An Jing, gritted her teeth in frustration. No, it's my body she's using. I can't hit it. That body is so delicate and soft. If I lose control and leave a bruise, what then? That won't do. Su Zhixi suddenly had an idea. All right, Junior, keep being smug. Enjoy it while you can. He wondered if she'd still be so cocky about the remaining personal service this month. Still, Su Zhixi wasn't satisfied. Doing it the same way as this morning wasn't very interesting. Although it was far better than doing it himself, it wasn't nearly as satisfying as directly tapping her. An Jing frowned as she watched a sinister smile gradually spread across Su Zhixi's face. Has she gone crazy from anger? When An Jing noticed Su Zhixi's smile becoming increasingly unsettling, her heart jolted. Damn, what kind of smile is that? So twisted. So lecherous. An Jing instinctively tried to move toward the headboard, but found she couldn't move an inch. She had already pressed herself completely against the headboard. Unable to bear Su Zhixi's sinister gaze any longer, An Jing blurted out, Senior, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Hearing this, Su Zhixi snapped back to reality and took in An Jing's guarded expression, immediately recalling the images that had been running through his mind. Had his thoughts shown on his face, and had the Junior seen them? Ahem, Junior, you can't really blame him for this. It's just that you were too infuriating and he couldn't hit you. After all, domestic violence is not allowed. So if he couldn't resort to violence, how could he discipline you? Junior, you were in for a rough time in his imagination just now. I wonder if you'd still be this smug if those imagined scenes became reality. Su Zhixi quickly composed his expression and glanced at An Jing again. Just as you are now. Clearly, when it came down to it, she really wouldn't be able to stay smug. Su Zhixi said calmly, sleepy again. You said you were sleepy earlier and wanted to sleep. But instead you snuck off to play games. And right now you don't look the least bit sleepy. If you don't want to play with me, just say so. I don't. An Jing shook her head, then yawned. I'm really sleepy this time. So Junior, you're admitting you lied about being sleepy before. An Jing. Seeing An Jing hesitate, Su Zhixi pressed on, stop pretending. That yawn wasn't convincing at all. How about we make a bet? An Jing frowned, looking at his confident expression, and shook her head, no betting. Stay away from gambling and drugs, it's better for everyone. Su Zhixi laughed and asked, what about lust? Not a word about that. An Jing pursed her lips. Senior, can you live without it? No, I believe you can, Senior. So let's just forget about that last chance this month. Su Zhixi's eyes widened as he moved toward An Jing Jr. How can you take back something you said yourself? An Jing quickly stretched out her crossed legs to block Su Zhixi's advanced talk. Is fine, but why are you coming over here? I didn't say I was definitely taking it back. Don't get so worked up. Su Zhixi looked down at the fair, delicate foot pressing against his thigh, stopping his progress. Noticing Su Zhixi's seemingly malicious intent, An Jing quickly withdrew her foot and crossed her legs again. Su Zhixi let out a disappointed sigh. An Jing. Sigh, what are you sighing for? Su Zhixi cleared his throat back to the bet. It's not gambling. I bet you can't beat me in our next unknown duel. An Jing. Seriously, Senior, are you dreaming? You're so bad at. An Jing coughed and quickly corrected herself. Ahem, I mean, Senior, you haven't played this game as long as I have. You'd only win if I intentionally threw the match, or you'd need a lot more practice. If I threw the match, you wouldn't be satisfied with that, would you, Senior? So this is a bet you're bound to lose. There's no point. But if you really want to bet, tell me the stakes first, and I'll consider it. Su Zhixi twitched the corner of his mouth. You just want an advantage, why all the nonsense? But find the Junior's brain isn't working properly. As for the stakes, let me think. If the Junior wins, you can name anything, and he'll go along with it, okay? An Jing's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. An Jing beamed, her smile radiant. Bro, she's practically handing it to you. Senior, you clearly don't know your own limits. After all those rounds we just played, you still don't get it. Tisk, how is this any different from a freebie? But to be safe, An Jing cautiously asked, what do you want if you win? Simple. It's nothing much. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing's feet. If I win, Junior, that last chance. An Jing. No. Senior. You, this is. Su Zhixi said with a hint of sarcasm. Junior, are you not confident in yourself? An Jing twitched the corner of her mouth, itching to punch him. How dare you mock her? An Jing rubbed her chin, thinking carefully. If she won, she'd have a senior who would obey her every word. But something felt off. He clearly couldn't win, so there was no need for this. Su Zhixi didn't give An Jing a chance to think it through, afraid she might catch on, and coaxed. Junior, let me break it down for you. If you win, I'll do whatever you say. Think about it. Isn't that something I'd have to do eventually, given how long we'll be together? After all, by then you'll be my wife, right? And a wife should listen to her husband, shouldn't she? An Jing nodded. That does make sense. Seeing An Jing fall into his trap, Su Zhixi pressed on. Right. But that's for later. Right now I might not necessarily listen to you. If you win, you can enjoy that privilege early, right? Similarly, after we've been together for a while, Junior, you wouldn't always refuse the final step, would you? Even if you're unwilling, I can understand, but you can't always stick to the same monotonous way as this morning, can you? An Jing was taken aback momentarily, finding his reasoning sound. Besides, she had already mentally prepared herself for other methods. An Jing bit her lip. Senior, don't worry. Give it time, and I'll agree to what you said. After all, compared to the final step, that's nothing. So Senior, you want to experience it early. Su Zhixi nodded. Smart. That's exactly it. You also want to enjoy having me obedient to you early, right? I want the same. It's a perfect match. The stakes are equal. But I have a condition: you have to use a character you've never played before. Your Team 7 is way too practiced. Oh, I can't beat it. Hearing this, An Jing let out a helpless laugh. Unbelievable. Senior actually thinks it's because her Team 7 is too strong. Even someone slightly worse than her wouldn't use that lineup. It's obvious that the skill gap between you two is enormous. How can a Jonin-level player like you compete with someone who's over 3,000 in Super Shadow? And that's with her slacking off and not playing after hitting 3,000. She plays too many games, just as the dailies. And Jing suddenly found it all making sense. No wonder she proposed this bet after losing so many rounds. She thought it was because of his high proficiency. Even if he switched to a crank head never used, she still couldn't beat him. So An Jing started celebrating prematurely and readily agreed. Fine, no problem. Come on, stop talking. I can't wait. Su Zhixi frowned, watching An Jing fall into the trap, and immediately broke into a grin. Tsk tisk, what a brain. Too arrogant. So Su Zhixi sent the invitation before An Jing could. An Jing, quick to react, accepted without thinking. A moment later, she remembered something. Senior, did you just set it to battle power mode? Su Zhixi nodded. Yeah, I didn't specify any mode. An Jing's face darkened, and she bit her lip. Senior, you're shameless. Tell me, how am I supposed to beat your 2 million with my 500,000? Am I supposed to tickle you with my skills? Damn it, how did she get so carried away and not think it through? This is basically a free win for him. Su Zhixi, unbothered by her cursing, cleared his throat and added, it's 25 million, not 20 million. An Jing. 666. That little addition was completely unnecessary. Whether it's 20 or 25 million, one hit from you is enough to finish me. What difference does 5 million make? Then I can't use an unfamiliar ninja. If you pick one with high single hit damage and I get hit once, even substitution won't save me. What then? Su Zhixi felt he was being a bit too unreasonable and decided to compromise. Fine, you can use one highly proficient ninja, any rank you want. The other two stay the same. Besides, with your skills, this little difference in power won't matter. It's not unheard of for lower power players to beat higher power ones. An Jing twitched the corner of her mouth. Damn it, a difference of 20 million is not the same as those examples. An Jing took a deep breath, thinking that he wouldn't land many hits per match as long as she stayed focused. If she dodged all his skills, she still had a chance. Fine. If I win, don't you dare go back on your word. Of course not. Just make sure you don't either. If I want. Unlike you, Senior, who's full of tricks. Su Zhixi shook his head in denial. You were too arrogant. If you'd thought it through, you would have realized. An Jing. An Jing bit her lip, a bitter expression on her face. It wasn't entirely her fault. She had been blinded by temptation. Wait. Damn. She just realized why he talked so fast, giving her no time to think. That mouth of his was chattering away like a machine gun. An Jing instinctively glanced at her own feet, mentally preparing for the worst. This time she was done for. She accepted it. But there was still a sliver of hope. There was still a chance. With that thought, An Jing quickly picked 2 tire ninjas with decent strength. For the backup slot, he chose White Mask. As the loading screen appeared, he felt a headache coming on while looking at Su Zhixi's 3 chosen characters: Susanoo, Itachi, the mysterious masked man, and the 3rd Hokage, Ito Tensei. All 3 possessed high single target damage skills. If An Jing got hit by even one of the opponent's skills, even if he didn't die, he would barely be able to cling to life. If he were caught in the 3rd Hokage's cage, he might as well put his hands down and give up. The gap in combat power was too vast. Once trapped, death was certain. As the game began, An Jing became much more cautious. The reason was simple: this senior, playing as the masked man, had equipped the cooldown reduction ability. And Jing understood that she intended to unleash a barrage of skills. Perhaps aware of her advantage in combat power, Su Zhixi no longer played recklessly like before. Instead, she simply watched An Jing, refusing to use any skills. An Jing, on the other hand, felt immense pressure. If it were just a casual game, it wouldn't matter, but there was a bet riding on their match. If she lost, she would owe her senior a personal favor this month. It would shift from the morning method to another approach. And no matter how much she tried to delay, she could only drag it out until the last day of the month. And Jing didn't consider herself someone who broke her word, even if the other party was indeed somewhat shameless. 30 seconds into the match, Su Zhixi hadn't used a single skill, while An Jing cautiously landed a few hits, terrified of misjudging the distance and getting struck by Su Zhixi's abilities. An Jing's attacks were utterly useless, barely scratching the opponent. The opponent kept spamming the headpat emoji, and An Jing had no choice but to endure it. She didn't dare to get distracted. Overall, she still had the health advantage, even though superficially Su Zhixi's health seemed lower. She had landed several skills while the opponent hadn't. With 30 seconds remaining, if she continued kiting Su Zhixi, as before, she would eventually take down this character. Seeing An Jing keeping her distance, Su Zhixi maneuvered her character to pursue. The map was only so big after An Jing's prolonged dodging. Su Zhixi's teleportation skill struck her directly. An Jing substituted instantly, but the first hit had already drained a large chunk of her health. Damn it! Was there no justice? Even if the senior stood still and let her attack for the remaining time, she couldn't reduce the opponent's health below her own. So An Jing simply gave up struggling. Seeing An Jing stop moving, Su Zhixi spammed the headpat emoji even faster, causing An Jing's face to flush red. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing and returned her earlier words verbatim. "Junior, why is your face so red? Is it too hot? Should I lower the air conditioning?" An Jing's face grew redder at the retort. Su Zhixi added a slight twist. No, if I lower it with the temperature fluctuating, my body isn't as resilient as before. I'd easily catch a cold. An Jing. Soon the second round began. An Jing dodged two skills at the start, but Su Zhixi's cooldown reduction meant her abilities were quickly ready again. The pressure mounted, and sweat began to bead on An Jing's forehead. Eventually, Su Zhixi hit her with a fireball, and it even crit. Thus An Jing was taken out by a single skill. Su Zhixi was also caught off guard. "Junior, looks like you got one shot." An Jing. What a shame this round only lasted a dozen seconds. Didn't even get to pat your head. An Jing. In the third round, Su Zhixi outright fed her first character to An Jing. Feeling insulted, An Jing said, "Senior, don't go too far. No, I just wanted to switch to the next ninja." An Jing. Su Zhixi's next ninja, Susanoo Itachi, had chakra equipped, but since she had already landed two skills earlier, her 4 orbs were full, making it unnecessary to activate. So after 3 seconds, Su Zhixi initiated with her ultimate. An Jing's backup white mask had just been hit and substituted, but the health bar was already severely depleted. As the invincibility ended, she was struck again by Su Zhixi's ultimate. She was forced to watch the cinematic. Watching the animation and Su Zhixi's headpat emojis, An Jing's face blazed red. Her ears and neck were all flushed. Damn it! How could she play like this? Even if the opponent started with 2 orbs and used chakra to get 4, she could still unleash her ultimate. Just a single touch from her, and the health bar plummeted as if an artery had been severed. How could she possibly lower the senior's health below her own? If only the opponent hadn't chosen these 3 ninjas and secret scrolls, there might have been a fighting chance. Perhaps in her normal state it could have worked, but she had been too flustered in the previous game to find her rhythm. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing's fair feet, her mind wandering with thoughts. She knew An Jing wouldn't break her word, so she offered a seemingly graceful way out. "Junior, let's cancel the bet, just pretend it never happened. I was just annoyed that you kept sending headpats." An Jing was taken aback, but then felt this was a form of charity. She immediately retorted, "Then what were you doing? If you were upset, you could have just said you wanted to play this mode to beat me. Now that the bet's been made and the stakes set, you win and want to call it off. What do you look down on me?" Seeing An Jing fall into her trap, Su Zhixi's lips curved slightly before she quickly suppressed the smile. She shook her head. "That's not it. I was impulsive. In time, when you're more at ease, you'll be willing to accept the bet on your own. Thinking back, it was a bit too much to force on you. I don't want this to create conflict between us." An Jing was stunned again, now unsure of what the other was thinking. Su Zhixi had proposed the bet, won, and then forfeited the prize. An Jing bit her lip and suddenly felt moved by the lack of coercion. "Even though you're a bit shameless, a loss is a loss, and I'll accept it. Besides, I'm not entirely against it. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Honestly, this is a bit touching." "Touching? Yeah, I thought you'd immediately gloat and tell me to remember to do something like that. But you didn't, senior." Su Zhixi watched An Jing, who was fiddling with her hands, and couldn't hide her smirk. Haha, it's almost certain. Little one. Truly worthy of me. Not only did I secure my own benefit, but I also made the junior willing. So junior. An Jing bit her lip, pressing her thumb's nail into her index finger eye. It's just. Senior am willing. You're not forcing me. And it's bound to happen sooner or later, so a little earlier is fine. Su Zhixi's eyes lit up, flashing a victorious MVP smile. You mean it. Hearing the joy in the other's voice and feeling her gaze on her, An Jing looked up and met Su Zhixi's eyes. Their eyes met. An Jing nodded firmly. Really. Then she changed her tone, but from now on I'll only do these two methods. For anything else you can just daydream about it. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. TSK. Still being tsundere. She didn't say don't even think about it, but allowed him to daydream. Under An Jing's gaze, Su Zhixi unabashedly examined those 4 areas. One was already unlocked, and the latest would be by the end of this month. And it hadn't even been a month since unlocking the first 2. Would the rest be far behind? Just thinking about it was thrilling. What expression would the tsundere junior have at the final step? So looking forward to it. As Su Zhixi's thoughts wandered, a lecherous grin involuntarily crept across her face. An Jing took in the entirety of Su Zhixi's expression, and recalling her own words from moments ago, a twitch tugged at the corner of her mouth. No, senior sister, she was allowing you to daydream, that's all. Were you daydreaming right in front of her? Could you at least be discreet? An Jing coughed lightly, ahem. Hearing the cough, Su Zhixi snapped back to reality and looked toward the source of the sound. Caught a cold? No. An Jing shook her head, then glanced toward the open bedroom door. Senior sister, it's time for you to leave. Su Zhixi looked at the clothes she had brought hanging on the empty chair. It was indeed time to go. She had only come to deliver the clothes after all. Now she had gained a little extra, an unexpected bonus. Su Zhixi nodded, then spread her arms. Come junior, give me a hug. Gazing at her embrace, An Jing frowned. Reason? Su Zhixi countered. Aren't we a couple? Isn't a good night hug too much? Upon hearing this, An Jing suddenly remembered. Indeed, they were a couple now. It's not too much. With that, An Jing immediately spread her arms. Come here. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, who was clad in a blue fleece pajama set, then her gaze lingered for just a second longer on her assets. Hiss. Truly a generous heart. How had she never noticed it before when she was a man? But wait, was Junior thinking of throwing herself into her arms? She was still a man now. Forget it. It didn't matter. With that thought, Su Zhixi didn't hesitate for a second as she moved directly toward An Jing, who was sitting at the head of the bed. When she sat down beside An Jing and saw the smug look on her face, Su Zhixi pouted. Just as she had imagined. Now you're holding him, sooner or later he'll hold you. Seeing Su Zhixi not moving, An Jing let out a puzzled sound, then added. What's wrong? Don't want to hug anymore. No sooner had An Jing spoken than she felt a person settle into her arms. She naturally placed her open arms around Su Zhixi's back. To be honest, although they had a height difference, sitting down meant their chests were perfectly aligned. Feeling her softness press against Su Zhixi's pectoral muscles, An Jing felt an indescribable strangeness. If she were still a man, the sensation would surely be more pleasant. Thoughts like these crossed An Jing's mind, but feeling the warmth of Su Zhixi in her arms, she ceased to care. An Jing looked down at Su Zhixi in her embrace, and gazing upon her handsome face, a peculiar affection welled up in An Jing's heart. Though she was in pajamas, the neckline still revealed a hint of collarbone. Su Zhixi's nose was directly opposite, and her breath hitting An Jing's collarbone tickled her. In contrast, Su Zhixi had her eyes tightly shut, savoring An Jing's refreshing fragrance. Neither knew how long passed, but both tacitly refrained from suggesting they let go. An Jing's hands, which had been somewhat cold, gradually warmed as they rested on Su Zhixi's back. However, An Jing also felt the spot where Su Zhixi's hands were holding her back growing hot. Gradually, An Jing felt a wave of heat wash over her entire body. Pure heat. Unable to bear it any longer, An Jing quickly released her hands from Su Zhixi's back and began to push her away. Su Zhixi, who had been immersed in bliss, felt a pair of hands pushing against her chest and opened her eyes to look up at An Jing's chin. It was a truly unflattering angle, yet Su Zhixi felt An Jing's beauty remained undiminished even from this perspective. Seeing her slightly flushed cheeks, Su Zhixi asked softly, "What's wrong? Senior sister? Let me go, I'm a bit hot." Su Zhixi was taken aback for a moment, then reluctantly left An Jing's embrace. Seeing the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, Su Zhixi could confirm she was truly hot. And the moment Su Zhixi moved away, An Jing immediately felt much cooler. An Jing clutched at the air with both hands, feeling their warmth. Women really were so sensitive to cold. Her hands and feet were icy. If left exposed, even the air conditioning couldn't help. In contrast, the other woman was like a giant hot water bottle. An Jing looked around, finding nothing useful, then her gaze landed on the balcony door. The thought was dismissed as soon as it arose. No, that would risk a cold. Resigned, An Jing began fanning herself with her right hand. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi and said calmly, "Good night, senior sister. I'll sleep once I've cooled down a bit. Good night." An Jing stared at Su Zhixi, who hadn't moved an inch. "Still here? I told you I'm not sleeping with you. I know I'll leave in a bit." An Jing frowned, sizing up Su Zhixi from head to toe, her gaze finally settling on Su Zixi's crossed legs. Though she saw nothing unusual, having been a boy for 18 years, she immediately understood. An Jing cleared her throat softly and looked away. Stay a few more minutes." Su Zhixi hummed in agreement, her eyes fixed intently on An Jing. Catching the intensity of her gaze and feeling cooler now, An Jing simply turned and moved toward the middle of the bed. Lying on the pillow, she pulled the covers up to cover herself completely, leaving only her head exposed to meet Su Zixi's gaze. The corners of Su Zixi's mouth twitched. "Seriously, your pajamas are already so conservative. And now you're burying yourself under the covers. Who are you guarding against? Don't misunderstand, senior sister. You'll be able to leave in a bit. I'm just preventing you from lingering." Su Zhixi. The effect was obvious. Not long after An Jing covered herself, Su Zhixi was able to stand up. He turned back to glance at An Jing. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Having received her response, Su Zhixi headed straight out of the bedroom. As the bedroom door clicked shut, An Jing immediately kicked off the covers. "Damn, it's boiling." An Jing shook her head, then promptly stripped off all her pajamas. She picked up the nightgown from the bedside table, the one she had taken off not long ago, and put it back on. An Jing instantly felt much more comfortable. To be fair, it wasn't that cold yet. If not for the earlier incident, she wouldn't have worn such thick, heavy pajamas. An Jing frowned at the clothes hanging on the chair close to the bed. Clearly visible on the chair's back were a coat and a pair of jeans. On the seat of the chair sat a pair of white sneakers. The only thing missing was socks. If she had found this outfit, senior sister must have found socks for her too. Thinking the socks might be stuffed inside the shoes, An Jing moved toward the bedside. She picked up a white sneaker and looked inside. No socks at the heel. Were they in the toe? An Jing wanted to bring the shoe closer to peer inside, but considering it was after all a shoe, even if it looked new, An Jing simply reached in to feel around. Clearly there were no socks. She placed the shoe back on the chair, and her gaze fell once more on the clothes hanging on the backrest. As she took the coat and jeans in her hands, a pair of black stockings appeared on the chair's back. An Jing's eyes flew wide open as she rubbed them in disbelief. Looking again, there was still a pair of black stockings hanging there. The corners of An Jing's mouth twitched as her gaze darted between the jeans and the stockings. Seriously, senior sister was pulling a pants within pantyhose trick on her. An Jing lowered her head, then stood on one leg, lifting the other. The nightgown obediently slid aside, revealing a long, straight, and fair leg. An Jing put her leg down and frowned in thought. She had no psychological burden, to be honest. To tell the truth, An Jing had even bought men's bare leg warmers before and worn them. They were genuinely warm and comfortable. No flaws except for a bit of itchiness. But once you shaved your leg hair, even that single flaw was gone. However, winters in recent years hadn't been as cold, so she hadn't worn them in a long time. An Jing put down the coat and jeans, picked up the black stockings, and rubbed the fabric between her fingers. Based on her experience, judging by appearance and texture, these were likely a medium denier. Visually, they were in the 60D to 80D range. An Jing tapped her chin. She vaguely remembered that senior sister only had an early morning class on Mondays. An Jing shrugged, not wanting to overthink it. Anyway, from now on, senior sister would be taking her early classes for her. She could sleep in a bit longer. How great. But An Jing glanced at the stockings again. Honestly, unless someone really liked wearing them, most girls didn't wear black stockings. Especially not schoolgirls. In summer, it was either long skirts, short skirts, long pants, or shorts. And senior sister clearly wasn't a fan of black stockings, not to mention that dresses made up the vast majority of her wardrobe. So, senior sister was definitely sneaking in her own agenda. She doesn't wear them herself, yet she wants me to. Sure, they say stockings help with varicose veins. But senior sister's legs are works of art. There's not a trace of varicose veins. While she wasn't opposed to wearing them, she didn't want to give senior sister the satisfaction. An Jing pouted and rehung the clothes on the chair's back. Then she turned off the bedroom light, lay down on the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi was on the balcony taking down the washed socks before leaving the bedroom. Downstairs, Su Zhixi found the dryer and tossed the socks in. After drying them, she returned to the bedroom and turned off the light. In the pitch-black room, a sliver of moonlight streamed in through the window, casting its glow upon a dark figure on the bed. Occasionally, the sound of a deep male voice echoed through the room. The next morning, light streamed into the room. Su Zhixi was still fast asleep like a log. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was incessant. Su Zhixi slowly woke up, sat up groggily, let out a huge yawn, and looked toward the bedroom door. The knocking continued. Still half-conscious, Su Zhixi sat dazed for a moment, then suddenly realized it must be An Jing at the door. Su Zhixi checked the time, her eyes widening. She muttered under her breath, "Damn, Junior, are you trying to kill me? 7 in the morning and you don't even have an early class." Su Zhixi let out a long sigh, then got up and walked toward the door. After just 2 steps, her steps were unsteady. She immediately steadied herself with one hand on the bedside table, took a moment to recover, and then went to open the door. As the door swung open, she saw An Jing's stunning face, her eyes clear and alert, looking like she had been awake for a long time. An Jing in turn saw Su Zhixi sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking sleepy and even somewhat listless. An Jing frowned. What's going on? She never got dark circles. No matter how late she stayed up before, she never had them. How did senior sister end up with 2 panda eyes this morning, wearing her former body? An Jing couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, did you not sleep well last night?" As soon as An Jing finished speaking, Su Zhixi recalled something and jolted with a start. She coughed and said, "A bit of insomnia." Huh. An Jing grew even more puzzled. Could just insomnia turn you into this state? Remember, you're the one inhabiting her identity now. In the past, she used to pull all-nighters as if it were routine, yet she never sported such dark circles. And you? Su Zhixi felt somewhat embarrassed, then asked, "Junior, what are you here for? You don't have an early class today. Why are you up so early?" "I just woke up naturally. I went to bed really early last night, didn't I? It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet." Su Zhixi was at a loss for words. She cleared her throat. Indeed, that was early, very early. She cast another glance at An Jing's disheveled hair and said, "If you're up this early, why aren't you freshening up? What are you doing here?" An Jing frowned. Why had her attitude shifted so drastically? Wasn't she clinging to her just yesterday? What was going on this morning? "Can't I come?" Su Zhixi realized her mistake. No, I miss you too, Junior." "But I didn't say I missed you." Su Zhixi paused, taken aback. "You came to find me without even washing up this early, and you're sure you don't miss me?" An Jing rubbed her forehead and pouted. "Senior, that room of yours only has toiletries for washing hair and bathing, nothing for washing my face or brushing my teeth. I did all my washing up here yesterday. What now that I'm in your body, I don't need skincare anymore." Hearing this, Su Zhixi suddenly understood, but she still didn't open the door wide, showing no intention of letting An Jing in. Before An Jing could speak, Su Zhixi said, "First, Junior, wait here. They'll get you some skincare products, and you can go wash up in your own room." With that, she directly closed the door. An Jing stared at the shut door in disbelief, rubbing her eyes and shaking her head. "Damn, I'm not dreaming, am I? What's up with Senior this morning? She won't even let me into her room." An Jing tried the doorknob. Seriously, she locked it again. Is she not trusting me? She kicked the wall in frustration. What a joke. She hadn't locked her own door yet. Today, Senior had locked hers. Something was definitely off. Soon the door opened again, and Su Zhixi's face appeared before An Jing. She handed over a selection of skincare products and toiletries. An Jing's mouth twitched at the pile of items. She crossed her arms. "Senior, are you too confident in this body you once had? Do you really think I can carry as many as you?" Su Zhixi paused, looking at An Jing's slender frame, then at the armful of bottles in her own hands. Su Zhixi simply stepped out of the room and used her foot to close the door behind her. "They'll put these on your vanity." An Jing snorted softly at the retreating figure heading toward her own room. "What, is there a ghost in your room? Before she even invited me to sleep with her. After one night, she's denying it. Damn, how could she be so fickle?" An Jing followed sulkily to the guest room next door, then sat on the bed, glaring at the bathroom door. This room was different from Su Zhixi's. It had no walk-in closet, only a wardrobe, and the in-suit bathroom wasn't hidden behind a seamless wall like in Su Zhixi's room. It was just a standard bathroom. An Jing crossed her arms, listening to the sounds of items being arranged inside, deliberately not helping Su Zhixi. Her intuition told her that the other was hiding something from her. Besides, the way she had treated her today was worlds apart from yesterday. Yesterday, though somewhat annoying, she had at least clung to her. Today she was acting as if she'd taken the wrong medicine, keeping her distance. If Senior were still a girl, one could understand mood swings during her period. But now she was in a male body. How could he have a period? Now she was the girl. If anyone was due, it was her. And besides, she wasn't on her period today. Suddenly a saying came to An Jing's mind. When a faucet's water runs hot and cold, it means someone else is sharing the same water source. Clearly An Jing had already thought of someone who might be sharing her source. Man or woman? Judging by the other's behavior yesterday, it was obviously a woman. Damn, how could Senior be like this? After just one day, she's found someone. Though they had swapped bodies, they were still essentially opposite sexes. Knowing that the other half of a couple had found someone else was inevitably unpleasant. She felt a tinge of green on her head. But since the other hadn't gone out, where could the third party come from? Clearly she must have found some shady person online. And those dark circles, and that haggard look. It was clearly more than just lack of sleep. She looked so weak. So, she must have stayed up all night with some shady online person, even doing something bad. Thinking of this, An Jing's heart ached. Why was she so unlucky? Not only had the person she liked run off with someone else, but now on the second day with Senior, she had discovered this. While An Jing's mind raced with wild conjectures, Su Zhixi was neatly arranging the bottles on the vanity. Looking at the neatly arranged bottles, Su Zhixi then shook her head at her reflection in the mirror. The man in the mirror had faint dark circles, a weary expression, and slightly pale lips. In short, he looked drained. Su Zhixi splashed cold water on her face, then left the vanity, and entered the bathroom, taking down the towel hanging on the wall to dry her face and hands. Sigh, I need to exercise restraint. He'll wait for the next chance with Junior. After saying this, she pulled down all the bath towels and hand towels hanging in the bathroom. These were the towels he had used when he showered here yesterday. Since An Jing would be washing up here from now on, these couldn't be used anymore. As soon as Su Zhixi stepped out of the bathroom, she met An Jing's murderous glare. For the first time, her heart skipped a beat. Damn, what's wrong with Junior? Why does that look so chilling? Why do I feel like him being dissected piece by piece in her eyes? Su Zhixi, for some reason, started sweating cold on her forehead. Wiping her brow, she walked toward the gloomy An Jing. Just as she reached An Jing and was about to speak, An Jing spoke. First done. Su Zhixi was momentarily stunned, not understanding the obvious question. But she still nodded with a hum. Seeing the other's indifferent hum, An Jing's hands crossed over her chest, quickly clenched into fists. Her two small fists gripped the sides of her nightgown tighter and tighter, her teeth grinding behind tightly shut lips, faint tremors visible. Watching An Jing gnash her teeth with undisguised fury, Su Zhixi swallowed hard, feeling a palpitation for the first time. They stared at each other in silence. Finally, unable to bear it, Su Zhixi prepared to ask what was wrong. She hung the towels on a chair and sat down beside An Jing. As soon as Su Zhixi sat down, An Jing immediately moved away to keep distance. Su Zhixi was speechless. Junior, why are you angry? And what exactly are you angry about? I haven't done anything wrong. An Jing adjusted her tone devoid of any emotion and asked, do you have someone else you like? Su Zhixi was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. Also, Junior thought she had fallen for someone else. Though she didn't know why, if it was just that it was easy to smooth over. Su Zhixi put on a smile and reached out to place a hand on An Jing's shoulder to explain slowly. But An Jing noticed Su Zixi's subtle move and twisted away, dodging the wandering hand. Su Zhixi stared at her empty hand, startled. Oh, not good. She withdrew her hand and shook her head. There's no one else I like. You're the only one, Junior. An Jing's anger didn't abate. She asked again, so did you go flirting online? Huh. Su Zhixi was momentarily confused, then shook her head vigorously. No. Junior, why would you think I was flirting? Then tell me, why won't you let me into your bedroom? What are you hiding? Su Zixi's heart raced as she recalled the mess in the bedroom. But she still tried to bluff. I'm not hiding anyone. When did I say you were hiding someone? Does flirting require hiding a person? I can let you check my phone to prove my innocence. An Jing sneered. How, you could just delete the chats, uninstall the apps, and clear the payment records, couldn't you? Your attitude toward me yesterday and today is too different. Either you have a mistress or you've done something shameful. Let me check the trash in your room. I want to see just how lustful you are to have worn yourself out like this. Su Zhixi was stunned. Damn. It seemed Junior had guessed. Well, it made sense. He had been a guy for so many years, his current state was far worse than yesterday's. It was like night and day. But there was indeed a lot of trash in her room. Yet she had linked it to online flirting. If she discovered it, wouldn't it be confirmed? That couldn't happen. She was simply too embarrassed to let Junior find out. So Su Zhixi explained directly, Junior, what you find in the trash can't be linked to flirting. But as soon as she finished, An Jing snapped. Tisk, what, without an endless stream of women your interest wouldn't be so high. Could just watching a little movie turn you into this? Cough, Junior, let me finish. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing and, receiving a nod, continued. I mean, is it possible, that I was thinking of you the whole time? An Jing was utterly baffled. The moment Su Zhixi finished speaking, An Jing's gaze grew distant, staring at her with a vacant expression. After a brief daze, An Jing blinked her large peach blossom eyes and rubbed her ears. Senior, what did you just say? I think I misheard something. Seeing the disbelief etched on An Jing's face, Su Zhixi raised her voice slightly and enunciated each word slowly. I said you can't equate my doing something bad with flirting. I was thinking about the bad thing you did. At that, An Jing confirmed she hadn't misheard. Her mind instantly conjured an image of Su Zhixi doing something wicked in a pitch-black room, perhaps even calling out her name. And the other was thinking of her. If it were before, when she was a boy and the senior was a girl, it might not have been a big deal. But now, the senior thinking of her as a girl. even though her body was once the senior's own. But what if the senior was calling her own name? Wasn't that still her? An Jing's face soon flushed crimson. Unable to remain seated, she stood up and turned her back to Su Zhixi. Senior, you pervert. Why would you say that out loud? Hearing the shyness in An Jing's voice, Su Zhixi's lips curled into a faint smile. Good. It seemed this was settled. After all, it really wasn't a big deal, just a small misunderstanding. She had to admit her junior's imagination was too vivid. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing's back, then let her gaze wander, finally resting on the exposed half of her calves and the faintly pink heels visible beneath the nightgown. Ahem, Junior, you misunderstood me. If I hadn't said that, wouldn't you have thought I was making trash with some shady person? An Jing bit her lip and remained silent. Indeed, that was exactly what she had been thinking. No matter their current identities, they were still a couple. She couldn't accept her partner sneaking off at night to do strange things with random people. But if the senior really wasn't doing anything bad with anyone and was just thinking of her, that was fine. At this thought, the sourness in An Jing's heart dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable flutter. An Jing couldn't explain where this flutter came from. Perhaps it was the senior's infatuation with her. But it was just too intense. How could she let herself go like this? An Jing crossed her arms and turned around. Sensing her movement, Su Zhixi quickly averted her gaze from An Jing's calves and heels. An Jing didn't notice what Su Zhixi had been staring at. Meeting Su Zhixi's eyes, she frowned. Senior, can't you show some restraint? Su Zhixi coughed awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed, and shifted her gaze. An Jing was surprised. It was rare to see the senior flustered. Emboldened, she stepped closer to Su Zhixi, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, stopping just inches away. Su Zhixi caught a whiff of a light, fragrant scent, and looked up only to find her gaze landing directly on An Jing's generous cleavage, barely concealed by her neck nightgown. At such close proximity, Su Zhixi's nose caught not only the clean scent of An Jing's body, but also a subtle, alluring fragrance. Unconsciously, a certain part of her began to stir. She wanted to cross her legs, but An Jing was right in front of her. Not only could she not cross her legs, but her sitting posture with her legs spread wide like a man's made it impossible. Then she saw An Jing slowly raise a hand to her cheek. An Jing gently stroked the faint dark circles under Su Zhixi's eyes with her thumb. Senior, how long did you sleep? The cool touch on her face and eyes startled Su Zhixi, who was incredulous at this sudden intimacy. Swallowing, she replied, I fell asleep around 5. What? 5? An Jing gasped, covering her mouth. Let me think, we parted before 10 last night. That's over 7 hours. Wait. Senior, you. Su Zhixi's face grew hot with embarrassment. It wasn't 7 hours straight. You were a guy long enough to know that, right? You have to factor in rest time. An Jing was speechless. What difference does it make? I came at 7, and you only slept 2 hours. And you probably didn't fall asleep instantly, so you might have only slept for less than an hour. An Jing was exasperated. She was used to staying up all night, but not like this. Then a thought struck An Jing. Senior, you didn't use everything I gave you yesterday, did you? Su Zhixi shook her head. No, just a pair of socks. An Jing frowned. You reused them? How is that possible? I spent the rest of the time watching a movie. And 1 pack of tissues. An Jing was shocked. Not you, Senior. Is this how you treat my body? An Jing quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back, putting distance between them. As she retreated, her eyes widened, and she spun around, covering her face with both hands. Seriously, Senior? How can she? She admitted she used to exercise regularly and had excellent stamina. But this was too much. Her body, which had never had dark circles, now had them after just 1 night. Although they were faint, her skin was pale, making them very noticeable. If the senior kept indulging like this, what would become of her body? Senior, please stop doing this. Show some restraint. How can you stay up all night just to? Su Zhixi, who had crossed her legs, frowned at this. It wasn't entirely his fault. While it wasn't as good as the real thing, it was still addictive. However, the junior had a point. He hadn't yet sparred with her, so he needed to hold back. If he really became weak, even though this body was the junior's, he could already imagine her mocking him. How could he let that happen? Su Zhixi promised, don't worry, Junior. Starting today, he'll stop. He'll save it all for the day this month, when you personally. An Jing was shocked. Senior, you've gone too far. You used up what I do in months in 1 night. And you still want more. An Jing turned around and shook her head. No, Senior, you're too unrestrained. If you weren't so excessive, it might be fine, but this. So I'm not doing it this month. We'll talk next month. Su Zhixi jumped up in a panic, then quickly sat back down and crossed her legs again. It's only the middle of the month, Junior. You can wait until the last day. Half a month. If I don't do it for half a month, it'll be mostly recovered. Besides, this body is only 18, not over 25. An Jing glared at Su Zhixi through gritted teeth. I see. You are just taking advantage of my young body to live in the moment, aren't you? Su Zhixi coughed awkwardly. That's not it. I promise you I won't do it this month. Besides, I can't ruin my body before we've achieved our goal. And Jing was speechless. 666. She still hadn't forgotten her original goal. She still wanted to drill her. Su Zhixi was speechless. Alright, enough of this. We've only known each other for a short while. Just don't be so excessive starting next month. Su Zhixi smiled and raised an eyebrow. What does the length of time we've known each other have to do with it? Some people who've known each other for ages are still like strangers. They only hold one finger when they hold hands. How is that any different from being familiar strangers? On the contrary, I think we're doing pretty well right now. You can rest assured, Junior. I mean what I say. And if we don't switch back, I can't let you be unhappy. Even if we do, I'd be the one missing out on happiness. So you can put your mind at ease. And Jing waved her hand and turned around. Bring your towel and bathrobe. I'm going to check out your bedroom now. Let's see if you're really that excessive. Su Zhixi shrugged. Now that everything was out in the open, she didn't mind. If the junior wanted to see, she could see. Su Zhixi picked up her towel and bathrobe from the chair and followed An Jing out of the bedroom. They arrived at the master bedroom door. This time An Jing turned the handle easily and walked straight in. As soon as she stepped inside, the room was still fragrant. However, there was also a faint peculiar scent in the air. An Jing understood immediately and walked towards the large bed in the center. The smell was a bit stronger there, but it was still bearable. If the senior didn't restrain herself and kept this up every day, even such a fragrant room would become indescribable. An Jing looked at the nightstand. There was a brand new, unopened pack of tissues. If she remembered correctly, one had been opened and used last night. Damn, not you, senior. A whole pack. An Jing held her forehead, walked away from that side of the bed, and went straight to the other side. Staring at the trash, her eyes widened and her mouth twitched. Senior, you're something else. Inside the trash bin lay about half a bag of garbage with a pair of white and pink cat-patterned socks resting on top. Beneath the socks was a wrapper for tissue packs. An Jing rubbed her forehead and let out a wry chuckle. Indeed, it was one whole pack. Senior, you're truly impressive. Receiving no response from Su Zhixi, An Jing turned back to look at her and asked, Senior, the socks are on top of the trash, so they were the last. Su Zhixi coughed lightly, then nodded. Yes. An Jing was speechless. She finally understood why the other had managed to spend over 7 hours. It turned out she had treated the socks as the grand finale. But this finale had arrived far too late. It only wrapped up after a whole pack was finished. A sudden thought struck An Jing. Senior, didn't you say you were thinking of me all the time? How come later you mentioned most of the time you were watching movies and the socks were the last thing? That clearly doesn't mean you were thinking of me constantly. Su Zhixi was taken aback for a moment, then a sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Junior, do you really hope I was thinking of you all the time? An Jing opened her mouth, hesitating. That wasn't what she meant. Well, no, maybe just a little. It felt like she couldn't even compare to a movie. But wasn't Senior a sucker for good looks? There weren't any handsome men in those films. No. Senior was probably watching Pretty Girls, right? Well, that didn't make sense either. Given her habits, she must have watched plenty before. It seemed Senior liked both handsome men and beautiful women. But there weren't any good-looking men in that stuff. What are you thinking? An Jing's eyes snapped back into focus. Tisk, Junior, you haven't answered yet. Do you really hope I was thinking of you all the time? An Jing's mouth twitched. She did just a little, but she could never admit it. Back when she was a guy, it would have been fine, but now it was hard to say. She pursed her lips. No, I was wondering what kind of stuff you watch. After all, you're all about looks. How can you stand watching ugly guys? And from what little I know, you probably need both men and women to be good-looking. Not necessarily stunning, but at least not ugly. Su Zhixi chuckled. Junior, that stuff is divided into male-oriented and female-oriented. In female-oriented stuff, the men are still decent-looking. Besides, it doesn't matter. I don't imagine myself as the woman, I imagine myself as the man. And Jing blinked her big eyes. Senior, you imagine yourself as the man. Su Zhixi suddenly realized she had spoken too quickly and let it slip. Of course she wanted to let that girl go and take her place. Back then she only regretted not having. But now, she had it. And now An Jing was sharing a roof with her. It was like being close to the water. The moon always comes first. Su Zhixi naturally dared not reveal her true thoughts to An Jing. She feared the other would notice and become more guarded. So she walked straight to the trash bin. As she lifted the garbage bag and set it aside, she said, well, that's not important. Go wash up. I have class to attend. Who scheduled this damn timetable with 4 early morning classes a week? An Jing nodded, scanned the bedroom, then went to the balcony for a look. Seeing the 4 pairs of underwear still hanging there, her mouth twitched. She remembered giving such personal items to Su Zhixi, and her socks had already been. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Just as she turned to leave, she met Su Zixi's gaze directly. An Jing swiftly brushed past her. See you later? Su Zhixi watched An Jing scurry out of the bedroom with a red face and furrowed her brow. Then she gently lifted the corners of her mouth and walked to the desk to open her laptop. As the screen lit up, it displayed a paused movie. The frozen frame happened to be on a familiar face. After closing it, a file, named An Jing 6, appeared on the desktop. Surrounding this file were An Jing 1 through An Jing 5 and a special software. Indeed, in these 6 files the male faces had been replaced with her current face and the female faces with An Jing's. Su Zhixi had found 6 videos with good-looking male and female bodies and swapped their faces with theirs. Her phone naturally had selfies of her old face. She didn't have any of An Jing's former male face, but since she was now male she could take new ones. Su Zhixi was quite skilled swapping 6 in one night. During her recovery time, she could replace the faces in a video at least 30 minutes long. The only thing that dissatisfied Su Zhixi was that the voices weren't An Jing's. Now that she was male, she could easily replace her own voice, but An Jing had never sent her voice messages. And she herself had never sent voice messages to anyone, just typing, always typing. Xiao 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 was an exception. They would call each other directly. Su Zhixi closed the laptop and sighed. I'd be perfect if I could get Junior's voice. But once we achieve our goal, I can delete all this. By then I won't need this anymore. After washing up, Su Zhixi picked up the garbage bag and walked to An Jing's door. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed. An Jing, who was applying skincare in front of the mirror in the bathroom, called out, "Come in." Having said that, she went back into the bathroom. Soon as An Jing was tending to her skincare in front of the mirror, she saw Su Zhixi slowly approaching from behind and froze. She spun around looking as if she'd seen a ghost. Holy crap. She patted her face while staring at Su Zhixi's eyes. Where are your dark circles? Covered with makeup. Su Zhixi shook her head. I just used a tone-up cream. An Jing leaned in close to Su Zhixi's face, scrutinizing it. She had never used such a cream before. It was completely unnecessary. Su Zhixi felt like a monkey on display and twitched her mouth. Yet smelling An Jing's faint fragrance up close, she still hoped the other would look at her longer so she could savor the scent. But the moment she thought that, An Jing immediately stepped back. Seeing An Jing return to the sink to apply sunscreen, Su Zhixi walked over beside her. Do I look good? Oh, yes. An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, then said narcissistically, look at whose face it is. It'd be a crime if it weren't pretty. Hearing this, Su Zhixi burst out laughing. Narcissist. An Jing pouted. Senior, you're even more narcissistic. After finishing her sunscreen, she joked. And you're so narcissistic you want to carve yourself up. Su Zhixi coughed. No, you're just using my body, but you're still you. How can you say that? Oh. An Jing squinted at Su Zhixi and said bluntly, I saw how miserable I was in your head last night. You probably imagined all sorts of torments. Su Zhixi was speechless. Ahem, that's not true. It's not that few. It wasn't miserable. I'm not a sadist. Oh, so Senior, you're an admirer. Su Zhixi curled her lip. Why can't it be normal? Junior, thinking about this. Are you one of those? No, I'm normal too. Su Zhixi smiled gently. Come on, let's eat. With that, An Jing walked side by side with Su Zhixi. She glanced at the black garbage bag Su Zhixi was carrying and felt her face inexplicably heat up. Pervert. After breakfast in the garage of the Su Manor, Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing. What car do you like to drive? Pick one yourself. An Jing looked at the dozens of luxury cars lined up in the garage and struggled to choose. Senior, you pick. You are the one driving. Just choose what you like. Junior, I prefer riding in the back seat, but unfortunately you don't have class now, and when it's time Uncle Lee will drive you to school. After saying this, Su Zhixi secretly glanced at An Jing. Besides, none of these cars are as fun to drive as you. Su Zhixi pointed in a direction and continued. And if I said I like driving this one, what would you do? An Jing followed her finger and saw a flashy pink Ferrari. Seriously, Senior? Sure, the pink was flashy, but it was still a luxury car. She didn't really think An Jing would be embarrassed to drive a flashy pink car, did she? Besides, Su Zhixi was the one driving, not her. Senior, if you like it, just drive it. Who would laugh at someone in a Ferrari? Even if they laugh, it'd be those 3 jerks laughing at the color. Anyway, it's not me who'd hear them. But from my experience, they'd probably ask you to take them for a spin instead of laughing. Su Zhixi curled her lip in disgust. No way. They'll stick to class, but I don't want to get too close to your roommates otherwise. After all, inside, she was still a woman. An Jing was a bit surprised, but understood her mindset. At least it seemed this so-called Ice Queen school beauty was indeed a bit cold to others. An Jing hummed in agreement. Senior, you pick. They'll go back to sleep a bit more. All right, go ahead. An Jing turned and left. Su Zhixi checked the time, then got into that flashy pink Ferrari. Soon she drove out through another gate. As An Jing walked out of the garage, she saw dozens of workers in uniforms heading toward her. Each carried tools, and even a truck was hauling something into the distance. A man in a white hard hat jogged up to An Jing. She sized him up. Was Senior building something in the manor? The man in the white hat smiled. Miss Su, rest assured the house will be finished in a month. An Jing was puzzled but nodded. Okay. Then she quickly left and messaged Su Zhixi with a brief explanation. An Jing Sr., the foreman, said the house will be done in a month. Just as she was about to close her phone, Su Zhixi replied with a good. An Jing frowned, replying while driving one-handed. Senior must be a good driver. An Jing then went back to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi muttered to herself while driving, Junior, the house will be ready soon. I wonder when we'll get to use it. Indeed, she had arranged for this house to be built for their exclusive use in the future. The house was some distance from other buildings in the manor. Even if An Jing screamed at the top of her lungs, no one in the other buildings would hear. The alarm clock rang incessantly. An Jing, still deep in slumber, did not open her eyes. Instead, she fumbled for her phone near her ear, guided by the sound. The moment her fingers touched the device, she brought it before her eyes and opened them. A jolt of shock caused her pupils to contract. Holy crap, it's 10:30. An Jing sprang up from the bed, flinging off the covers. As the sheets left her body, a chill crept over her skin. At the same time, something seemed to be wrapped around her neck. She glanced down, pressed a hand to her forehead, and let out a wry laugh. Gazing at her bare form, An Jing reached up to her neck and pulled down the nightgown that encircled it, covering herself. No sooner had she done so than she realized something. She still had to change clothes. Why had she pulled the nightgown back down? An Jing shook her groggy head, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and began to slip off the nightgown again. She rummaged through the clothes Su Zhixi had prepared for her, her brows knitting together in a frown. After a quick scan of her room, she let out a sigh. Her senior sister hadn't prepared any underwear for her, and she herself hadn't put any on after showering last night. Besides, bras had clasps. The metal fasteners dug into her skin as she tossed and turned in bed, causing some discomfort. Most importantly, she simply detested the constrictive feeling of a bra. But sleeping at night was one thing. She couldn't go without one during the day. An Jing glanced at the wardrobe in the room and shook her head. Alas, all the clothes in this wardrobe were men's. It was ridiculous. The room the senior sister lived in had her own clothes, while her room was filled with the senior sister's garments. So An Jing decided to simply put on her pants first. She didn't wear a top underneath, instead wrapping her body in a coat. Holding her white sneakers in one hand and her inner top in the other, she left the black stockings Su Zhixi had prepared for her on the chair. Then, stepping into her bunny slippers, An Jing headed toward the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom's walk-in closet, she found a bra and began to put it on. The clasp was still difficult to fasten, and after an immense effort, she finally managed to hook it behind her back. She put on a white knit top and an apricot-colored coat, then started looking for socks. Suddenly remembering the black stockings she had left in her room, she snorted, "If you think you can make me wear black stockings? No way." She crouched by the marble table, pulled open a drawer, and chuckled at the cotton socks inside. Even though this wasn't her first time seeing these socks, she couldn't help but be surprised. Who would have thought that the senior sister, as cold as an iceberg on the outside, wore such pink socks in her daily life? Indeed, every pair in these drawers had a hint of pink. The only difference was the pattern on each pair: Hello Kitty, Sanrio characters, little bears, puppies, and various other cute designs. They were brimming with a girlish heart. There were only a few pairs of white socks and dark-colored ones. There wasn't a single pair. An Jing picked out a random pair and put them on, swapping her slippers for flat shoes. She closed the drawer and lingered for a moment in the walk-in closet, surrounded by mirrors. Gazing at her reflection, she grew increasingly appreciative. Pulling out her phone, she cleared her throat. It's quite a distance from here to school. They'll be late anyway, so a few more minutes won't hurt. Still, she was grateful she hadn't woken up for the first time at 10:30. If that had been the case, she would have had to spend time washing up. And going to class without washing was out of the question, especially in the senior sister's body. Someone so particular about her image. And Jing couldn't bring herself to go to school unwashed. After a brief moment of self-admiration, An Jing returned to her bedroom's vanity table, picking up a comb to straighten her messy hair. She glanced at the hairpin on the table and shook her head. She still didn't know how to put her hair up. As for simply tying it with a hair tie, that was possible, but it was tricky to get right. She always ended up with a messy bun. So An Jing once again left the house with her hair flowing loose. Downstairs, Uncle Lee, the driver, was already waiting. Seeing Uncle Lee's kind face, An Jing smiled. "Let's go." By the time An Jing reached the floor of her classroom, the class that started at 1040 had already been in session for over 20 minutes. As she passed the classroom door, her peripheral vision caught students in the front rows staring at her. With a composed expression, An Jing headed straight for the back door. When she saw it was shut tight, a twitch ran through her lips. She tried pushing it, and as expected, it was locked from the inside. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Brilliant. They were forcing her to use the front door? An Jing let out a long sigh, and then walked straight in through the front door. Ignoring the many gazes directed at her, she forced herself to remain calm. She spotted Xiao in the back row and immediately made her way over. The moment An Jing sat down, she noticed the teacher on the podium glance at her twice. After all, she was late. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes and asked Xiao, did they take attendance? Yeah, they did. Xiao nodded, then looked An Jing up and down with a frown. It's not even an early class. How could you be late, Cece? An Jing. She hadn't meant to. She had slept so long yesterday, and then she dozed off again this morning. The alarm she set for 1010. She hadn't heard it until 1030. I didn't hear the alarm. Xiao looked at her suspiciously, then leaned in close to her ear. Cece, be honest. Did you and your junior battle it out 800 rounds last night before falling asleep? An Jing. No. An Jing said, pressing her hand against Su Zhixi's forehead and pushing her away. Crossing her arms, she murmured, I haven't even called you out yet. You were completely unguarded yesterday, weren't you? You even had the nerve to keep going while on the phone with me. An Jing suddenly remembered something. I heard it once before when I answered your voice call, and now it happened again. You really haven't changed. Su Zhixi's pretty face flushed red. It's all his fault. He's too lustful. Gu Fangji. An Jing's lips twitched. She didn't believe that for a second. You were bold enough as it was. But come to think of it, she had never met the senior sister's best friend's fiancé. An Jing thought for a moment, and quickly concluded that the fiancé definitely wasn't from this school. If he were, she would have seen him yesterday, when he left the classroom soon after. She glanced at Xiao, her curiosity about the fiancé's appearance growing stronger. To be fair, this best friend of the senior sister was only slightly less beautiful than the senior sister herself. Judging by her demeanor, the fiancé was likely already graduated. And her style and innate aura suggested she wasn't an ordinary girl. So the fiancé was probably from a similar family background. And given how happy she looked, it clearly wasn't a cold, emotionless family alliance. Thinking this, An Jing joked, well, enjoy it while you're young. Once you're older, things might not be so rosy. Xiao frowned. You have a point. He just had his birthday, and he's only a year away from 25. They say men past 25 lose their stamina. An Jing. An Jing looked around cautiously, then leaned in to whisper in Su Zhixi's ear, so if he can't keep up, you won't marry him. You're already engaged. Xiao pinched An Jing's cheek. What are you saying? Of course I'll marry him. He's bullying me now, but I'll get him back later. An Jing. After class, An Jing hurried to the podium. She had been late a few times before, and in such cases, she needed to sign a makeup sheet. She briefly explained the reason, and the gray-haired male teacher didn't say much, simply checking the box. Before she left, the teacher said, next time remember to bring your book. Don't come empty-handed. An Jing was taken aback, suddenly understanding why he had looked at her earlier. It won't happen again. I really overslept. All right, no problem. Your father is coming back soon, isn't he? An Jing's heart skipped a beat. The senior sister's father was coming back. An Jing immediately connected the elderly teacher with Su Zhixi's father. Was this teacher an acquaintance of the senior sister's father? It seemed like he knew her quite well too. Fortunately, she had never used a form of address for him. How was she supposed to know what the senior sister usually called him? Compared to using the wrong title and arousing suspicion, skipping the address altogether was acceptable. In response to the teacher's question, An Jing suddenly recalled from her chat with Xiao that the senior sister's birthday was coming up. A birthday. But the senior sister's father seemed to dote on her a lot. So he would definitely come back for her birthday. With that thought, An Jing nodded. Yes, he is. I'll be back soon. The teacher glanced at his watch. All right, you can go now. Class is about to start. An Jing nodded and left. The teacher watched her retreating figure and muttered to himself, little Su, your daughter, is in a relationship. After another round of classes, it was noon. An Jing and Xiao walked out of the teaching building side by side. The latter poked An Jing's shoulder. Cece, we haven't eaten together in ages. Bring your boyfriend along. Since you have a boyfriend, now you're not afraid of being fed dog food, are you? An Jing was stunned. Fed dog food? Did the senior sister's best friend and her fiancé show off their affection in front of the senior sister a few times? An Jing nodded and pulled out her phone. Sure, I'll ask him. Xiao looked at An Jing's phone again. She had wanted to ask last time. Cece, this is your boyfriend's phone, isn't it? Are you two so close that you've swapped phones? Even she couldn't fully swap phones with her fiancé. What if he stumbled upon something embarrassing? An Jing's lips twitched. After a moment's thought about the ambiguity between her and Su Zhixi, she said, yeah. Tisk tsk. Cece, you've changed so much since you started dating. Just now you even asked your boyfriend for his opinion. I thought you'd be domineering with your boyfriend too. An Jing bit her lip. Well, he was indeed domineering. But oddly enough, she didn't dislike it. It felt okay. Yeah, I should always ask for his opinion. With that, An Jing sent a message to Su Zhixi. The reply came within seconds. Sure. Are you far from the teaching building? He'll come find you. And Jing just left the building. He'll wait here. After sending the message, and Jing felt a tap on her shoulder. She looked at Xiao, who was brimming with excitement. What's up? Xiao glanced around and whispered, hee hee, I never thought Cece would be the one on the bottom. Your boyfriend looks so gentle too. I thought you'd be the one to dominate him. And Jing was speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Could she say that the senior sister's mind was now full of thoughts about doing naughty things with her? The way she was, it was exactly as Xiao had said. She did want to dominate her. But An Jing had no choice. If she were still a guy, she would have welcomed it. But now that she was a girl, she couldn't do it. She couldn't even look at her former Xiao Su directly, let alone take the initiative to do something naughty. And Jing suddenly remembered something. What are you talking about? I'm not into that. Xiao tapped her chin. I didn't say you were. I just thought you liked being dominant in bed too. Tisk, now that you're in love, you've changed. You're not dominant anywhere. Hey Cece, how long have you and Junior known each other before moving in together? You're so close now that you swap phones freely. Even if you haven't done it in the past 2 days, have you helped him in other ways? And Jing's mind suddenly conjured up certain pleasant images, and a blush quickly spread across her face, reaching all the way to her ears. Seriously, was the senior sister's best friend out of her mind? Xiao watched, and Jing's face flush with embarrassment. Her excitement unconcealed, her voice not even lowered. Oh my god, Cece, hurry, which one is it? Xiao Zhixi voice drew the gaze of passing students, and she quickly covered her mouth with the back of her hand. At least I didn't say anything too inappropriate, or I'd be mortified. And Jing shot Xiao a glare, and the latter clasped her hands together apologetically. Sorry, I got a bit excited. And Jing, why are you so excited? No wonder the senior is so perverse. Her best friend is no exception. No wonder the senior is best friends with Senior Xiao. Beautiful people attract each other, and perverse people also attract each other. Moreover, the senior and Senior Xiao are both beautiful and perverse. Simply, Xiao coughed. Ahem, I'm just curious about how much you've grasped the secret technique I taught you before. And I often tell you, hurry, tell me, which stage are you and Junior in at? And Jing, I beg you. There are so many people here. And Jing blushed and shook her head. No, you're overthinking. We are boyfriend and girlfriend, but we haven't known each other for long. How is that possible? Let's talk about it later. Xiao frowned upon hearing this, tapping her chin as she scrutinized An Jing. Impossible. As soon as she spoke, Cece got shy, clearly thinking of something. There must be at least one. Xiao leaned close to An Jing's ear. Cece, we're closed. We've never told anyone our little secrets. Don't be shy. You were never this shy before. Was it hands, feet, or chest, mouth? Upon hearing this, An Jing's blush deepened. Her imagination was too vivid. With each word the other spoke, she could roughly picture the scene. But the most real was from yesterday morning. After all, it had actually happened. And there was another thing she had already promised the senior. Just waiting for that day to come. And Jing pushed Xiao away, forcing calmness, still refusing to admit. No, we've only kissed and hugged, nothing else. Cece, why is your relationship with Junior and so bland? And Jing, is that how you use bland? It's already fast enough. What more do you want? Su Zhixi crossed her arms and whispered accusingly. Did you expect me to go to bed with him on the first day? Xiao found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. True, too fast isn't good either. You two kissed and hugged in just 2 days. That's not slow. But Cece, I bet you definitely used one of the things I mentioned to help Junior in. Xiao made a peace sign, waving her index and middle fingers back and forth between her own eyes. And An Jing, my eyes are the measure. An Jing, 666. Why don't you say you're a monkey with fiery golden eyes? Just as An Jing was about to speak, Xiao seemed to open a floodgate of words, whispering. Speaking of kissing and hugging. Is Junior and well-behaved? Did he wander? And Jing thought of last night's kiss and nodded. Not well-behaved. Cece, that's normal. My fiancé wasn't well-behaved on our first kiss either. Like he had a GPS, his hands went straight there the moment we kissed. And Jing twitched the corner of her mouth, glanced at the time, and hoped the senior would arrive soon. She really didn't want to chat with Senior Xiao anymore. Senior, did you two always talk this explicitly? This was in public, and she was whispering. She couldn't imagine how you two caught up at night. Wait. Senior Xiao said she often taught the senior secret techniques. Fine, truly full of life. And Jing gave an awkward smile. Well, I didn't let him, just a simple lips-to-lips kiss. Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. What kind of kiss is that? Are you two children? Why are you still doing the dragonfly in water thing? French kiss, you need a French kiss. And Jing pursed her lips. I said he wasn't well-behaved. As soon as I felt it, I pushed him away. Oh, true. Xiao smirked wickedly. Cece, you're too pure. Well, I also refused him twice. But 3 strikes and you're out. The third time I didn't refuse. Refused too much, and it might create a little resentment. But I didn't lose out either. We each touched our own. Huh. And Jing was stunned, confused, then suddenly understood. Oh, touching abs, right. Well, she hadn't touched her past Bodis abs with this current body yet. She wondered if the sensation would be different. Well, refusing too much was indeed bad. She originally thought so too. So next time if the senior wasn't well behaved again, she would too. Try touching her past abs with her current body to see what it felt like. Just as An Jing thought this, Xiao immediately shook her head and denied, no, of course it's not touching abs. Huh. An Jing was dumbfounded. If not abs, then what? Xiao sighed deeply. Cece, how could you forget? I told you before, verify the goods. An Jing, 666. Senior Xiao, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid things might go elsewhere while kissing? An Jing coughed to dispel suspicion. I kind of forgot. I was a bit stunned, plus I couldn't remember myself. But you, weren't you afraid he'd take you right there? Xiao shook her head. Afraid of what? That coward. If he dared, I'd be happy. That would show some manliness. I used to complain to you all the time that he was fussy just because he was a bit older. An Jing. But you still got engaged to him. What's there to say? Xiao paused and chuckled. But well, the goods are fine. If he doesn't dare, I'll just guide him. Cece, you should verify Junior in too. If he's no good, there'll be no happiness later. An Jing. Get lost. The senior is using her past body. Doesn't she know if she's capable herself? Junior, and he has a great body, very muscular. Xiao sighed deeply. Cece, a good body helps a bit, but not much. Think about it, some people look sturdy, but are actually weak. The main thing is to verify. Like before, if I verified during a kiss and found it lacking at least ID, be mentally prepared. Cece, the way you are, you definitely haven't verified. Next time you kiss Junior, and you should. As long as the function is normal and can perform Yishio's technique, that's enough. Nothing else matters. You said Junior and has plenty of muscle, so other aspects should be about the same. And Jing twitched the corner of her mouth. Although what she said made sense, she was now in the senior's identity, so the other was clearly implying she was inadequate. And especially after yesterday morning. Xiao, I haven't verified, but I've seen it. He's capable. Oh, is that so? Well then how is it? Is it big? And Jing was already thunderstruck by Xiao Zhixi words. She pursed her lips, then to save face and defend her man's pride boasted, of course. Your fiancé can't compare. Gu Fangji. Just then An Jing saw a flashy pink sports car driving towards them. She seemed to see a savior, her eyes smiling as she waved excitedly, over here. Great, the senior is finally here. Your best friend is too outspoken, she can't handle it anymore. Xiao watched the excited An Jing and covered her mouth in surprise. No. When had Cece ever been this happy? Falling in love really changes a person. How did the old pervert turn into a pure little flower? Some students who recognized An Jing's face were also astonished. Was this their goddess? Xiao glanced at Su Zhixi getting out of the sports car and suddenly understood. Well, maybe she wanted to maintain her persona in front of Junior. But they were just talking and Junior wasn't here, so why was she still holding back? As Su Zhixi stepped out of the car, An Jing quickly ran over. You're finally here. Su Zhixi couldn't hide her smile, recalling the joy on An Jing's face when she waved. Like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Su Zhixi chuckled. I'm late. My 3 roommates were hard to shake off. They insisted on taking the car and only let go when I said I was picking you up. An Jing's face darkened. Damn it, those 3 bastards. They were just causing trouble. She'd been stuck in an awkward conversation with Senior Xiao. If she'd said those things to someone else, it might be fine. But it was Senior Xiao, a girl. It was practically flirting. And Jing felt she was too proper. She often felt out of place with the senior and Senior Xiao because she wasn't perverse enough. Su Zhixi ruffled An Jing's hair. Junior, did you miss me? An Jing hesitated, but looking at Su Zhixi's gentle demeanor and enjoying the feeling of her hand in her hair, she nodded. Yeah, I missed you. Xiao nearby. An Jing turned to look at the third wheel. Xiao, where's your fiancé? Xiao. Gu Fangji, you'd better get here fast. He should be here soon. Watching Xiao choke on their display of affection, Su Zhixi was delighted. Xiao, look who's suffering now. Remember how it used to be. Showing off while eating, shopping, everything. So satisfying. Su Zhixi then, right in front of Xiao, extended her hand to An Jing's face and pinched her cheek. All right, let's go, senior. Time to eat. Then she leaned close to An Jing's ear and whispered so only they could hear, show off for me. She used to show off all the time. Let's give her a taste of her own medicine. Cooperate. An Jing was stunned for a moment, then understood. She turned around, wrapped her arms around Su Zhixi's neck, gently pulled her head down, and lightly pressed her lips to Su Zhixi's cheek, her voice sweet and soft. Yeah, love you. Xiao couldn't take it anymore and immediately made a call. Where the hell are you? Why aren't you here yet? Honey, wait. I just finished a meeting. Coming now, coming now. Hearing Xiao Zhixiao's urgent conversation behind her, An Jing looked up at Su Zhixi and whispered, satisfied. Satisfied. You're so good, so cooperative. Su Zhixi lovingly ruffled An Jing's hair again, then pointed to her other cheek, raising her voice slightly. Senior, this side too. An Jing was taken aback. Fine, fine, senior, you're really pushing it. But thinking of Xiao Zhixiao's insinuation that she was inadequate and wanting to get back at her, An Jing pressed another kiss to Su Zixi's other cheek. Junior, I kissed you. Won't you kiss me? Without a second's hesitation, Su Zhixi planted a kiss on An Jing's forehead. The warmth and softness on her forehead made An Jing, who hadn't blushed from kissing Su Zhixi twice, suddenly feel her face heat up. Behind them, Xiao Zhixiao's eyes were red. Gu Fangji, you'd better be here in 10 minutes, or I'm not giving you anything. Xiao Zhixiao's words reached their ears again, and both felt a secret thrill, a sense of sweet revenge. But they couldn't hear what Gu Fangji said. So An Jing pulled Su Zixi's head down again and whispered in her ear, Senior, can your best friend's fiancé make it in 10 minutes? Well, her fiancé's company is quite far from school. 10 minutes might be possible if he hurries, but it's rush hour now, so traffic might be bad. It'll be tough. An Jing nodded. Oh, I see. Then her fiancé is in trouble. Hee, but that's not my problem. She said I was inadequate. Su Zhixi was taken aback, then remembered what Xiao had said to her before and understood immediately. Exactly. Junior has personally verified it. How could he be inadequate? An Jing thought of something, her pretty face blushing, and pushed Su Zhixi away, muttering, pervert. Su Zhixi coughed, opened the passenger door, and lifted An Jing in a bridal carry. An Jing was startled again, quickly wrapping her arms around Su Zixi's neck. She looked at the ground, still shaken, then shot Su Zhixi a glare. Su Zhixi gave an awkward smile and whispered, cooperate again. Oh, fine. But can't you warn me so I can prepare? Yes, sure. No, next time. An Jing narrowed her eyes. She understood what Su Zhixi meant, but couldn't resist finding fault. No, next time you'll carry me. Su Zhixi was taken aback and countered, do you want me to? If you do, I'll carry you. If not, carrying you would be against your will. An Jing glared at him again. Annoying. She set a trap, but he didn't take the bait. And he turned the question back on her. An Jing pursed her lips and rested her head on Su Zixi's warm chest, while her past body was still quite comfortable. So An Jing said softly, don't worry, I won't report you. Su Zixi's eyes lit up and her face broke into a smile. Junior agreed. She wanted to be carried again next time. Thus Su Zhixi gently placed An Jing onto the passenger seat, with a heart full of joy. An Jing cast a fleeting glance at Su Zhixi before swiftly averting her gaze, fixing her eyes straight ahead. With arms crossed, she discreetly pinched her own arm in a spot hidden from Su Zixi's view. It was the very place where the princess-style embrace had held her moments before. Feeling the lingering warmth on her clothes, An Jing found herself wishing the other would hold her a little longer. She murmured softly, Uncle Lee is still at the school parking spot. Hearing this, Su Zhixi chuckled. It's fine, I'll have Uncle Lee drive himself back. An Jing let out a soft hum of agreement and nodded, then turned her head to look at Su Zhixi. Reaching out, she pulled Su Zhixi aside, revealing Xiao standing behind her. With a gentle laugh, An Jing said, Xiao, do you want to come along? Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Glancing at the time on her phone, she approached An Jing and peered into the car, asking in confusion, but it's a two-seater. Oh, that's fine, you can just sit on my lap, An Jing replied. Without hesitation, Xiao swung one long leg into the vehicle. Su Zhixi moved swiftly, grabbing Xiao Zhixiao's arm. No way. Frowning, Xiao stepped back out of the car, and once Su Zhixi released her, looked at An Jing with confusion. Why Junior? And Su Zhixi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. How could she possibly explain this? Junior was a boy, though in a girl's body now. But Xiao, if a girl were to sit on his lap, he would get jealous. And more importantly, he's currently male. It would be too strange to show jealousy. She might think he's even jealous of a girl's affection. And on top of that, it's the jealousy of his current Botus best friend. An Jing immediately understood Su Zixi's thoughts. When Xiao suggested that An Jing hold her, An Jing hadn't even had a chance to refuse before the girl had already swung her leg into the car. She didn't want to hold Xiao either. She also felt that despite appearing to be a senior on the surface, inside she was still a boy, holding her girlfriend's best friend in front of her girlfriend. This was just too absurd. Though it might seem normal to others, in her heart and her senior's heart, it was anything but. An Jing was the first to explain, Xiao, I just told Junior that you could drive, but he hadn't gotten a chance to tell you yet. Xiao looked at An Jing in surprise, then pointed at the driver's seat, and then at herself. Me? Yes, that's right, you. Then where will Junior sit? Xiao suddenly realized. Oh, you want Junior to take the family car, right? Fine, I'll drive then. She promptly walked to the driver's seat, got and fastened her seatbelt, and looked at An Jing with a teasing complaint. Cece, honestly, he came to pick you up, and you make him walk all the way to take the family car. An Jing. When did she ever tell her senior to take the family car? An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, then shifted her bottom inward, leaving a small space on the seat. She patted the empty spot, and Su Zhixi understood. She immediately stepped into the passenger seat, but the seat was far too small for two people. If Su Zhixi sat beside An Jing, she would inevitably crowd her. So as soon as Su Zixi's bottom touched the seat, she directly lifted An Jing and placed her onto her own lap. Witnessing this, Su Zhixi's eyes widened in shock. You guys? You guys are too much. An Jing was also thrown off by Su Zixi's action. She had asked her to sit beside her, not to hold her. Su Zhixi whispered softly, "There's too little space. That wouldn't be good if I squeezed you, senior." Hearing this, An Jing turned her head to look at the remaining space on the seat. All right. Two people really couldn't fit. Her senior alone took up most of the room. I understand. Xiao couldn't take it anymore. In the past, it was always her showing off her affection to them. Now in just a few minutes, she had been on the receiving end so many times. Xiao silently cursed Gu Fangji in her heart, then began unbuckling her seatbelt. "You two said I can't drive this car anymore. They'll take your family car instead." Watching Su Zhixi's defeated expression, An Jing felt a surge of satisfaction, but she still harbored a grudge for the earlier remarks about her being weak and inadequate. So An Jing said in a gentle voice, Xiao, Uncle Li is sick and has already driven back." Hearing this, Su Zhixi's hand, which was unbuckling the seatbelt, froze instantly. Fine, so she had no choice but to drive this car. So infuriating. As if she didn't have a car of her own. If she hadn't let Gu Fangji pick her up from school, she would have driven. Next time she wouldn't ride in his car. No, she still didn't like driving. Xiao let out a long sigh, checked the time again, and then started the car directly. As the flashy pink Ferrari drove away, the surrounding crowd of students was still in a daze. Did I just see the goddess being all lovey-dovey with a guy, eh? I saw it too. I think there was already a rumor yesterday about the goddess holding hands with a guy. Damn, who the hell is that guy? I admit he's handsome, but I'm not bad either. Bro's still dreaming. Who's got some urine to wake him up? He came to pick her up in a Ferrari. What do you drive? I hate rich people. The goddess still couldn't resist worldly temptations. Bullshit, she's rich herself. Maybe that car was a gift from her to her boyfriend. At this remark, everyone fell into silence. Along the way, the flashy pink Ferrari cruised through the campus, drawing the gazes of students walking by. Inside the car, Su Zhixi pinched An Jing's cheek for her earlier lie. While pinching An Jing's little face with one hand, Su Zhixi typed with the other, "Junior, your heart is quite dark. When was Uncle Li ever sick? You even tricked her." An Jing didn't refuse Su Zixi's pinch, but instead focused more on watching Xiao. Seeing the other's slightly darkened face, her heart was filled with joy. Hearing a message notification, she opened her phone and saw it was from her senior, so she replied directly, "You already said you'd let Uncle Li go back." Su Zhixi, "But I haven't messaged Uncle Li yet." An Jing, "Say whatever you want, it's your fault. Your best friend said I'm inadequate." Su Zhixi, "That's true. Junior's body is too fierce. Your hands were sore back then." As soon as this message appeared, An Jing's face visibly reddened. She immediately slapped away Su Zixi's hand that was pinching her cheek. An Jing then shot a glare at Su Zhixi and whispered, "Say that again." Su Zhixi coughed. "Ahem, my bad, I won't say it anymore." An Jing was quite satisfied with Su Zixi's instant apology. Their intimacy was a bittersweet torment for Xiao. Xiao desperately wanted to look away from the two, but seeing her long-closeted best friend finally bloom, she felt a genuine happiness from the bottom of her heart, and couldn't help but steal glances. Noticing this, An Jing quickly spoke up, Xiao, focus on driving, don't look at us." Xiao. Soon Xiao parked the car by the roadside of Jiangjing University and got out immediately. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw the two of them sitting motionless. Especially An Jing, whose face was like a ripe red apple. Xiao pouted, "You two better not cause a human life in that car." After saying that, Xiao directly slammed the car door shut and stood by the roadside looking in one direction as if waiting for someone. With Xiao gone, An Jing could no longer hold back. She tugged at Su Zixi's ear. "Aren't you going to let me go? How much longer do you want to hold me?" The moment Su Zhixi let go, An Jing felt relieved. Her face still flushed, she opened the car door, got out, and closed it in one fluid motion. Su Zhixi quickly crossed her legs. It really wasn't her fault. It was just that Junior's body had too much fire in it. She couldn't resist, really couldn't. As soon as An Jing got out of the car, Xiao crooked her finger at her. Frowning, An Jing stood beside Xiao. "What's up?" Xiao glanced at the flashy pink car parked a few meters away, then leaned her lips close to An Jing's ear. So, how is he? And Jing frowned. How is what? Oh, stop pretending. Look how red your face is. Hearing this, An Jing thought of the reason for her blush and immediately understood what she meant. Well, of course he's fine. Oh, not that. Even if he were a shrimp, you'd still feel it being held like that. Ahem, so is it big? An Jing. An Jing bit her lip. She was of course very familiar with this question. She coughed and hummed an affirmation. Anyway, he's better than your fiancé. Tisk still defending Juniorin. You haven't measured it. Cece, let me tell you, with how intimate you two are now, are you sure you haven't used those 4 parts to help him out? And Jing's eyes widened, and she pushed Xiao Zhixi face away. No, why are you so concerned about us? What do you mean? You used to be just as concerned about me and Fangji. And Jing. Senior, you're something else. Ahem, no, that was the first time just now. I see. Xiao tapped her chin and whispered, CC, I'm telling you, with how intimate you are now, Junior, and must have used Yi Xiu's ultimate technique countless times. It's not good for guys to hold it in too long. Are you sure you don't wanna? And Jing bit her lip. We'll talk about it later. Just then the sound of a car door closing came from behind. And Jing and Xiao turned around. Su Zhixi met their gazes with a frown. He had been watching them from inside the car the whole time. Seeing them whispering and An Jing shyly pushing Xiao away, Su Zhixi immediately knew that Xiao must be talking about something inappropriate with his junior again. Su Zhixi strode over and stood beside An Jing. Her presence immediately made Xiao much more restrained. Wanting to make Xiao feel even more defeated, An Jing directly wrapped her arms around Su Zhixi's arm, then slightly tilted her head up to meet her gaze. Junior, I'm a bit cold. Su Zhixi immediately caught the signal from An Jing's eyes, then glanced at Xiao. Tisk, Xiao, as they say. Even you have your day. Su Zhixi began to take off her jacket. Seeing this, An Jing released her grip on her arm. Su Zhixi draped her removed jacket over An Jing's shoulders, then pulled her into an embrace. An Jing snuggled in Su Zhixi's arms, but her gaze was fixed on Xiao. Xiao Zhix's face darkened, and she turned her back to them directly. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. How many times, Cece, I ask you? How many times? An Jing nestled in Su Zhixi's, embraced the warmth within her arms, and the close proximity of masculine scent, bringing her a sense of peace. Gradually, An Jing's body grew increasingly feverish. The weather was fairly warm today with a bit of sun. Moreover, An Jing was already wearing 2 layers of clothing, and Su Zhixi had draped her own coat over her. At this moment, a few beads of sweat appeared on An Jing's forehead. Though she still longed to stay in Su Zhixi's arms, the heat was truly unbearable. She pushed Su Zhixi away, saying, I'm a bit hot, let go. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixi released An Jing, and then pulled a small pack of tissues from her pocket. An Jing stared blankly at the tissue pack. As everyone knows, most men never carry tissues. A man who never carries tissues suddenly having them means either he has a cold and a runny nose, or he has a girlfriend, or someone he likes. But even when men carry tissues, they usually just pull a few sheets from a box and stuff them in their pockets. The tissues come out crumpled. If someone asks to borrow some, a man wouldn't mind, but a woman would be reluctant to use them. Clearly, An Jing used to be like that too. In contrast, women almost always carry those small single-pack tissues when they go out. An Jing sighed, thinking women were indeed more particular. She had already reached into her coat pocket to get her own tissues. Obviously, the tissues in her coat pocket were also just a few sheets stuffed in there. An Jing withdrew her hand from her pocket, then took off Su Zhixi's coat draped over her, and handed it back. Only then did she take the small pack of tissues from Su Zhixi, pull one out, and dab the sweat from her forehead. An Jing spotted a trash bin near the school, and walked toward it. She pulled the crumpled tissues from her pocket, and threw them in along with the one she had used to wipe her sweat. Returning to Su Zhixi's side not long after, a black Rolls-Royce drove toward them. When it stopped in front of Xiao, An Jing immediately understood. This must be her fiancé's car. The man who stepped out startled An Jing. He was noticeably taller than her former body, probably around 1.90 meters. An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi and raised an eyebrow. But he wasn't as handsome as her former face. Still a bit off. You bastard, what little sister kept you so late? Xiao Zhix's resentful voice reached Su Zhixi and An Jing. The two who had been staring at each other couldn't help but look over at Xiao. Gu Fangji immediately groveled. No, there's no little sister. It was just traffic, pure traffic. Xiao shot him a glare. They'll deal with you later. Let's go eat first. Gu Fangji cleared his throat and opened the passenger door for Xiao, who got in. As soon as the door closed, Gu Fangji glanced at the gossipy An Jing and Su Zhixi. Then his gaze fell on An Jing. He had noticed them both while driving from a distance. He had even remarked to himself that Su Zhixi's boyfriend was much more handsome than him, though he looked vaguely familiar. Now up close, An Jing seemed even more familiar. Gu Fangji offered them a smile and An Jing responded with a smile in return. Su Zhixi, however, remained expressionless. Gu Fangji was taken aback. Since when did Su Zhixi smile? And why was her boyfriend so cold? Just like the old Su Zhixi, Gu Fangji didn't dwell on it. After all, body swapping was too absurd. He headed straight for the driver's seat. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing. What are you smiling at? Huh? An Jing was confused, but seeing Su Zixi's stern face, she understood. Senior, were you always this cold? Su Zhixi remained indifferent. What else did you expect? Huh? An Jing was even more puzzled. Aren't you and Senior Xiao best friends? You must have interacted with her boyfriend a lot. So you've always had a straight face. Yo, what's wrong? What else could I do with someone else's boyfriend? Su Zhixi paused. What if Xiao thought something was going on between us? An Jing's mouth twitched. It was just a greeting. She was sure Senior Xiao wouldn't get angry over that. Thinking about Xiao Zhixi words to the man earlier and the phone call before, well, it wasn't entirely impossible. Senior Xiao is pretty fierce, huh? Su Zhixi tapped her chin thoughtfully. Not really. She's fierce on the surface, but sometimes she goes soft. Sometimes. Senior Xiao gets bossed around by her fiancé. Well, yeah, more than just sometimes. And Jing didn't think much of it, just feeling that the man seemed to have a decent standing at home. Suddenly remembering something, she said weakly, Senior Xiao looks so fierce, but is actually bossed around by her fiancé. Senior, you look fierce on the outside, but are you actually fierce too? Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi pointed at herself in disbelief. I'm fierce. No, just a little. A bit. Well, it's okay, not to the point I hate. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow, glanced at the Rolls-Royce that had started, and said, get in the car. With that, Su Zhixi immediately strode toward the flashy pink car on her long legs. And Jing was still waiting for her next words, but that was all she got. She quickly jogged to Su Zixi's side and walked beside her normally. Soon she found herself struggling to keep up with Su Zixi's pace. And Jing was stunned. She looked at Su Zixi's long legs. Hey, wasn't she now in the senior's body, which wasn't short either? Why did she need 2 steps for every one of Su Zixi's? She used to keep up just fine. Su Zhixi also noticed in Jing's hurried steps. Coughs. She had forgotten to control her pace. Su Zhixi slowed down. And Jing pouted. Good thing Senior is tall. If she were shorter, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Su Zhixi opened the passenger door for An Jing. I wasn't paying attention and walked too fast. Next time I'll hold your hand so I don't unconsciously speed up. An Jing's mouth twitched as she looked at her own fair, slender hand. She didn't want to call him out. Oh, okay. Su Zixi's eyes curved and the corners of her mouth lifted. Seeing her smile, An Jing pouted. Just holding hands, and she's this happy. An Jing naturally sat in the passenger seat, while Su Zhixi took the driver's seat. The car started, and Su Zhixi followed the Rolls-Royce ahead. Calmly, she said, Junior, you said it wasn't to the point you hate. You know, I think you're better than Senior Xiao. She seems like she'd be abusive. Su Zixi's mouth twitched. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I'm in your body now. You can't hit me unless it's something crazy. Su Zhixi laughed. What nonsense are you talking? I mean, even without the swap, I wouldn't hit you. And by your logic, since you're in my body, now would it be crazy if I hit you later? At Su Zix's bluntness, and Jing's pretty face flushed red. Senior, why do you keep bringing this up? Are you hoping that if you say it enough, you'll get used to it and subconsciously agree? Su Zhixi coughs. Smart, huh? He'll say it now, and then so you can be prepared. No, I'm just saying. You don't have to worry so much. And Jing pouted and looked out the window at the scenery. Only a fool would believe that. She was human, so of course, she didn't believe his lies. 10 minutes later, Su Zhixi parked the car. The 4 of them entered a 5-star hotel together. Su Zhixi and An Jing followed while Gu Fangji and Xiao led the way. Soon they sat down in a private room. Shortly after sitting, dishes began to arrive one by one. The 4 sat opposite each other in pairs. Not long after they started eating, Gu Fangji began placing food in Xiao Zhixiao's bowl. Xiao responded sweetly, hubby, you're so nice. Then she shot a triumphant glance at An Jing. An Jing, Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi wasn't about to let Xiao Zhixiao's provocation slide. Even though the provocation was aimed at the junior, she was still wearing her former face. Besides, since her girlfriend was being provoked as the boyfriend, she had to stand up for her. An Jing also glanced at Su Zhixi. Although when they ate privately, Su Zhixi often served her, and she sometimes reciprocated, she couldn't bring herself to call Su Zhixi hubby. Su Zhixi saw the hesitation in An Jing's eyes. She hadn't expected An Jing to call her that so soon. So Su Zhixi picked up a dish she had tried, and An Jing hadn't. She held it to An Jing's lips. Senior, this is delicious. Try it. An Jing was stunned. Honestly, being fed directly like this had never happened before. She hesitated for a moment, then opened her small mouth and ate it. It's good. An Jing picked up a piece herself and held it to Su Zhixi's lips. Junior, you try it too. Su Zhixi ate it. Xiao was dumbfounded. The two across from them feeding each other was something she and Gu Fangji had only done during their honeymoon phase. They wouldn't do it now. She didn't know why, but it felt strange to do it now. Gu Fangji didn't care about the girls' little competition. But this guy was something. He could make Su Zhixi so clingy, and there was so much tenderness in her eyes for him. Throughout the meal, Su Zhixi felt that Gu Fangji kept staring at her strangely. She whispered to An Jing later, quietly tell Xiao that her fiancé is acting weird. He keeps staring at me. He might be bi. An Jing. It's okay, just kidding. Go ahead. An Jing said oh and called Xiao over when the four left the private room and walked down the corridor. Cece, what's up? An Jing leaned close to Xiao's ear. Watch out for your fiancé. He might be bi. Xiao was alarmed. What are you talking about? Your boyfriend is the bi one. Really? Didn't you notice? I saw him staring at my boyfriend. Su Zhixi added fuel to the fire. After the meal, he quietly told me he felt your fiancé's gaze on him was off, you know what I mean. Xiao was stunned, frowning at the two men who were now walking together ahead. No way she didn't believe it. She had to ask him why he kept staring at An Jr. during the meal. Meanwhile, Gu Fangji spoke first. What should I call you? Su Zhixi replied calmly. An Jing. Gu Fangji. Hey, have I seen you somewhere before? You look really familiar. Su Zhixi was taken aback. Gu Fangji had seen the junior. But the junior clearly didn't know Gu Fangji. Su Zhixi recalled him staring at her during the meal. So he thought she looked familiar and was trying to confirm if he knew her. Huh, really? Maybe I just have a common face. This is the first time I've met you. Gu Fangji laughed. Then I must have remembered wrong. But calling yourself ordinary looking is too modest, haha. Just as he finished, his ear was pinched. Gu Fangji, get over here. Hey, honey, easy, don't pull my ear. Hey. Not the waist either, not the waist. An Jing. Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, who was still watching Xiao, and Gu Fangji playfully bicker, then nudged her arm. Let's go, stop staring. Huh. Oh. An Jing withdrew her gaze and left first with Su Zhixi. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing's pensive expression and asked, what are you thinking about? That's those two, I won't hit you. I couldn't bear to. An Jing was taken aback, glanced at Su Zhixi from the corner of her eye, and then hummed in acknowledgement. Su Zhixi suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Junior, do you know Gu Fangji? An Jing recalled Gu Fangji's face in her mind, and then shook her head. No, this is the first time I've seen him. What's wrong? Has Senior Xiao's fiancé seen me before? Well, he said you look a bit familiar. Huh, really? Maybe I have a common face. Hearing this, Su Zhixi couldn't help but laugh out loud. An Jing asked in confusion, what's so funny? Su Zhixi adjusted her expression. I just feel like we're on the same wavelength. I told Gu Fangji the same thing, that you have a common face. Tisk Junior, now you're being modest again. Ahem, it's not important. An Jing thought of something and changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Senior, your birthday is in a few days. Is your father coming back? Su Zhixi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he's coming back. Huh, I don't remember telling you about my birthday. How do you know all this? Did Xiao tell you? An Jing nodded, then shook her head. Not entirely. Senior Xiao mentioned the birthday in a few days, and a teacher told me whether your father would return. A teacher? Su Zhixi frowned and thought. Oh, I remember now. Professor Lin is also my father's teacher. An Jing was taken aback. Both father and daughter were students of the same person. An Jing suddenly worried about another matter. Does your father care about you dating? Su Zhixi shook her head. He can't control it, even if he wants to, it's my freedom. Then she countered, what about you? Do your parents care about you dating? No. Then that's settled. As long as we're happy, right? An Jing hesitated for a moment, then hummed in agreement. On the other side, the situation between Xiao and Gu Fangji formed a stark contrast to the harmony between An Jing and Su Zhixi. In a corner of the hotel, Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, bristling with tension. Come clean, do you still like men? Gu Fangji was dumbfounded. Honey, accusing me of liking men is going too far. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Then why did Cece say you kept staring at her boyfriend during dinner? I wasn't staring. How come you're the one checking him out? Gu Fangji's mouth twitched. I just think Su Zhixi's boyfriend looks a bit familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen him. Xiao frowned. Familiar? Don't you usually meet people with high social status? Junior is just an ordinary person. How could he look familiar to you? I think you just find him handsome and want to taste yourself. Gu Fangji was on the verge of tears. Honey, I really don't like men. We've known each other for years, don't you know that? When have you ever seen me being intimate with any guy, eh? Xiao answered without a second thought. In high school you were hugging and cuddling with your buddy. Gu Fangji. That's normal, isn't it? Are you jealous of a guy? Xiao crossed her arms, looked Gu Fangji up and down, then made a scissors gesture with her fingers. If you dare to go gay, they'll snip it off. No one else can have what's mine. Gu Fangji shuddered, feeling a chill in a certain area. Ahem, of course not. Honey, you'll stock up more tonight. Xiao 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 gave a sly smile. You haven't rested in 2 days, do you still have any left? Gu Fangji. At the Su family manor inside the villa, Su Zhixi had dismissed all the servants. In the spacious living room, Su Zhixi and An Jing lay on the sofa. Su Zhixi watched as An Jing stretched her arms out on the backrest like a one with her legs also wide apart, and couldn't help but laugh. If she were wearing a skirt, it would be unimaginable. Well, Junior had only worn long skirts before, so it didn't matter. She just wondered if she'd be willing to wear a short skirt. An Jing's sitting posture with legs apart caused the hem of her jeans to ride up slightly, revealing a hint of white-pink socks. Su Zhixi's gaze fell on those socks, and she froze. Had Junior not worn the black stockings she'd found for her? Or had she worn the stockings and then put cotton socks over them? Su Zhixi was puzzled and wanted to pull up An Jing's pant leg to take a closer look. Sigh. If only she'd chosen shorter pants. Even with this sitting posture, she could only see a bit of sock, not the whole thing. An Jing noticed Su Zhixi's gaze and looked back, following her line of sight. An Jing frowned. What's so interesting about socks? I'm wearing your socks. Haven't you seen your own socks before? Su Zhixi pouted and coughed. Didn't you wear the black stockings I found for you? An Jing chuckled lightly and shook her head. No. Su Zhixi's eyes dimmed slightly. You don't like them? Don't guys usually like black stockings? You're a girl now, don't you want to try them? An Jing's mouth twitched. Senior, your scheme is written all over your face. You just want to see, don't you? Su Zhixi continued, the side stockings help prevent varicose veins. I used to wear them a lot. An Jing. I don't believe you. Why wouldn't you believe me? Su Zhixi said without blushing. Haven't you looked at your own legs? Aren't they nice? An Jing pouted. Senior, stop. That has nothing to do with wearing stockings, okay? It's purely because you're naturally beautiful. Su Zhixi felt a warm glow inside, and a smug smile unconsciously curled at the corners of her mouth. If you don't like them, don't wear them. It's no big deal. But I still suggest you try more things, Junior. You've seen all the stuff in my dressing room. There's so much that would be a shame not to try everything. An Jing rolled her eyes inwardly. Oh, we'll talk about it later. There's no rush to wear every style. Senior, your dressing room has way too much stuff. But I'm a bit curious about what your father thinks. If your father knew there was suddenly a guy living in his daughter's house, TSK. Even if he doesn't interfere, he'll probably be a bit unhappy. Su Zhixi was unconcerned and said calmly. When you see him, just tell him we've already slept together. He'll have to swallow it. An Jing. Damn, that's bold. Isn't that like poking a hornet's nest? But she wasn't afraid. Could he really hit the body that used to be his? An Jing suddenly thought of something. Senior, don't go spouting any rebellious nonsense to your father. Su Zhixi was puzzled. Rebellious nonsense. Is there a delinquent as handsome as this? An Jing smiled, feeling pleased with herself. Indeed, there was no delinquent who looked this good, dressed this normally, and didn't ride a flashy scooter. Su Zhixi paused, then said, Junior, you've given me an idea. Su Zhixi lifted her hair high and messed it up. Tomorrow, I'll dye this yellow. Then I'll buy a scooter and say to my dad, hey old man, give me some spending money. No. Take it up with my ultrasound report. Then you'll ask how the ultrasound report came about. Easy. Just have someone fake one and change the name. No big deal. An Jing. Watching Su Zhixi speak and act like a thug, An Jing's face darkened. Senior, how are you so good at this? It's all over the internet. An Jing held her forehead. Senior, don't do this. I still want to save face. Su Zhixi pouted and laid back on the sofa. TCH, I'm just saying. Of course I need to use your body to make a good impression on my dad. An Jing looked at Su Zhixi's disheveled hair and burst out laughing. Huh. What's so funny? Senior, your hair. An Jing pointed at Su Zhixi's messy hair. Su Zhixi suddenly remembered what she had done. She was about to reach up to fix her hair, but then thought better of it and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's fine. I've already sent everyone away. No one can see. An Jing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She really couldn't stand seeing Su Zhixi's messy hair, especially since the other person was using her own identity. In the past, she would fix her hair from time to time, even without a mirror. Now that someone else could clearly see her hair, she couldn't bear it. An Jing couldn't stand it anymore and moved over to sit beside Su Zhixi. She reached out her small hand and placed it on Su Zhixi's head, then began to fix it. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Su Zhixi couldn't help but flare her nostrils to sniff. At this moment, Su Zhixi was lying on the sofa, so as An Jing fixed her hair, her body naturally leaned closer. Su Zhixi looked at An Jing from this angle and gradually became mesmerized. If only she could be on top in bed too. It would definitely have a different flavor. No wonder Xiao Xiao always said her fiancé liked it. Now she completely understood. Junior's face was only slightly higher than hers, and her body was just sitting sideways, leaning toward her. It wasn't even the full position with her face higher, and sitting directly in front, yet she already liked it. When that moment came, it would be unimaginable. Soon Su Zhixi sighed inwardly. She knew An Jing definitely wouldn't do that. At least not at the beginning. Given Junior's shyness, even facing each other might be a problem. An Jing, focused on fixing Su Zixi's hair, didn't notice the strange look in her eyes. She probably never imagined that simply fixing her hair would trigger such wild thoughts in the other's mind. An Jing finished fixing Su Zixi's hair, then moved back, maintaining a little distance to admire it, and smiled. They're much better. The fragrance Su Zhixi could smell diminished significantly, and she felt a wave of disappointment. She hadn't had enough of it. It was too fragrant. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, who was a hand's width away. Well, not too far as she could still catch some of the scent. Su Zhixi nodded. Junior, you're quite meticulous. That's not meticulous, I just don't like messy things. An Jing had just finished speaking with a smile, when she suddenly noticed something out of the corner of her eye. Thinking she had misseen it, she looked directly. Confirming she hadn't, her eyes widened, and she quickly stood up and moved away from Su Zhixi. Pervert. An Jing left those words and hurried toward the rest area on the second floor. Su Zhixi was baffled. She had only been imagining things in her head. Did Junior have mind-reading powers? Just as Su Zhixi finished speaking, she noticed something wrong, looked down, and held her forehead. No wonder, no wonder. But wasn't this a natural reaction? How was it perverted? So Su Zhixi crossed her legs, then remembered the villa was empty. The junior who had been beside her had now fled in panic. Su Zhixi simply put her legs down again, spread them wide apart, stretched her arms out on the backrest of the sofa, and lay there in a big D shape. Su Zhixi lay alone on the living room sofa, waiting until her peculiar transformation faded before slowly heading upstairs. At An Jing's bedroom door, she knocked directly. Come in. With An Jing's permission, Su Zhixi turned the doorknob and entered the room. Su Zixi's lips twitched at the sight of An Jing, already clad in pajamas on the bed. Who are you guarding against? Even your gentleman, Junior. But An Jing hadn't pulled up the covers, and the pajamas couldn't hide his fair, pink-tinted, delicate feet. An Jing, meanwhile, leaned against the headboard, legs stretched out as he played a game, completely oblivious that his feet had fully captured Su Zixi's gaze. Su Zhixi stared without blinking. He slowly approached the large bed in the center, but the moment he climbed on, An Jing immediately noticed and shot him a glance. What are you doing? Seeing the wariness in the other's eyes, Su Zhixi dared not press further. Instead, he fetched a chair and placed it by the bed, sitting down to watch An Jing play his game. Nothing much, just came to see you. An Jing stared at his phone and hummed indifferently. Su Zhixi sat silently on the chair, watching An Jing as he played games on the bed. Rather than watching him, it was more accurate to say he was fixated on An Jing's delicate pink feet. As An Jing finished his game and stretched his previously still toes, wiggled slightly. Su Zhixi found it impossible to look away. An Jing turned to him and extended an invitation. Senior, do you want to play? Before finishing, he noticed the direction of Su Zixi's gaze and abruptly stopped, immediately dragging the blanket over himself. Su Zixi's eyes dimmed slightly at the sight. An Jing's lips twitched. What are you disappointed about? Seriously, the senior is just a foot fetishist. Remembering how he had once thought otherwise, he wanted to slap himself. Su Zhixi coughed to cover his lapse and quickly changed the subject. Junior, were you about to ask if I wanted to play a game? Play, of course, since we have so few classes today. An Jing. They played games for a while until they grew tired, and An Jing lay down on the bed. Su Zhixi reclined in his chair, his lips twitching as he noticed that even while lying down without a blanket, An Jing made sure to cover his feet. It seemed he'd have to be more careful in the future. At least not so obvious. Su Zhixi asked, when is your birthday? An Jing was taken aback before replying, February 20th. Oh, Pisces. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, I'm a water sign too. An Jing. A coincidence. With a 1 in 4 probability. Not wanting to dampen the other's spirits, An Jing said, yeah, quite a coincidence. Senior, by the way, on your birthday, I was using your body. After everyone celebrated with you, I'd like to celebrate just for you alone. Su Zhixi smiled at this. That's sweet, but when your birthday comes, I'll be the one living it for you. But if you're giving me a separate celebration, then I'll do the same for you. Tisk, having 2 birthdays each doesn't sound so bad. An Jing nodded. Yes, senior, what do you like? As soon as he said it, An Jing regretted it. He shouldn't have asked such a stupid question. He should have prepared something in secret. But Su Zixi's answer was completely unexpected. I like you. An Jing was stunned, not quite processing it. Pointing at himself, he asked, you like me? But I was talking about gifts. Wait. A realization dawned on An Jing. Senior, you. Could it be you want to use that opportunity on your birthday? Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that opportunity already given to me by you, Junior? How could that count as a gift? An Jing's lips twitched. So Senior wants another chance. Senior, why are you always thinking about these things? That's not a gift. Who gives themselves as a gift? Su Zhixi coughed. That's not what I meant. It's just that I don't really want anything. An Jing frowned. Alright. The things girls usually like Senior already has everything. Besides, she's not even a girl right now. As a guy, Senior doesn't seem interested in guy stuff either. Well, except for that one aspect. Ugh. I shouldn't have offered to celebrate her birthday separately. I've shot myself in the foot. An Jing bit his lip, hesitating. Then do you want another one like yesterday, or another one of what you've already been promised? Su Zhixi squinted, seeing the agreement, and began to push his luck. Why can't it be something else? Huh, something else. An Jing lightly bit his lip, his face flushing. What do you have in mind? Su Zhixi countered, anything. An Jing quickly shook his head. No, of course not. You know I can't accept certain things right now. Su Zhixi nodded, then touched his own lips. Alright then, I want your... An Jing. Seeing An Jing's shocked expression, Su Zhixi chuckled. Is that not okay either? An Jing looked down, avoiding his gaze, and after an internal struggle said, It's okay, but not on my birthday. That's still a bit hard to accept. Su Zhixi hummed gently. That's fine, just owe me one. Tell me when you're ready. Huh. What's with the huh? Su Zhixi smirked with interest. Unless Junior can do it on your birthday. An Jing frantically shook his head and waved his hands, blushing at the thought. No, I didn't mean that. I'll owe you then. Su Zhixi nodded. Alright, the choice is yours. Tell me when you're ready. An Jing was a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll never be ready? So what? Even if those two things never happen, it's fine. There are plenty of other things, right? An Jing. Pervert. Seeing An Jing's silence, Su Zhixi changed the subject. Alright, don't think about it. Do you hate cats? Senior, do you want to get a cat? I'm thinking about it. Just asking. An Jing shook his head. No, cats are adorable. Su Zhixi chuckled. We still have time. Want to go buy one now? An Jing readily agreed, then pointed to the door. Senior, wait outside while I change. Sure. With that, Su Zhixi left without looking back. An Jing wasn't long in changing and soon emerged in the same clothes as in the morning, just with a fresh pair of socks. In the garage, Su Zhixi once again headed for the flashy pink driver's seat. An Jing smiled softly. Senior really does love pink. Soon Su Zhixi parked and led An Jing into a pet store. As soon as they entered, a staff member warmly greeted them. The store wasn't limited to a few types of pets, it had a wide variety of small animals. Guided by the staff, An Jing's eyes went wide with choices, feeling the urge to adopt one of each. He had wanted to keep pets before, but always thought he didn't have the time. Su Zhixi saw the longing in his eyes and smiled. There are plenty of empty rooms. You can have more if you like. An Jing thought about it and shook his head. Let's just start with one cat. We can get more later if it works out. Su Zhixi tapped his chin, finding the reasoning sound, and agreed. The staff then led them to the kitten section. Su Zhixi glanced at the kittens in each cage and smiled at An Jing. Which one do you like? Looking at all the kittens, An Jing was struck with indecision. But Senior insisted on letting him choose. I like them all. Making me choose is hard. You pick Junior. He'll choose next time. Su Zhixi agreed, and after some deliberation stopped in front of a ragdoll cat's cage. The kitten's big, sparkling lake blue eyes were fixed on him. Meow, the kitten's tiny voice instantly won Su Zhixi over, a smile spreading across his face. When An Jing stood beside him, the kitten's gaze shifted to An Jing's face. Meow, meow. An Jing smiled back, and the kitten kept its eyes on her pretty face, ignoring Su Zhixi entirely. Su Zhixi pouted, but still smiled. This one then. An Jing nodded. MMHM's so well behaved. After choosing the ragdoll, when the staff quoted the price of 16999 yuan, Su Zhixi paid immediately. An Jing and the staff were both stunned. An Jing coughed. Junior, why did you pay right away? Huh. Su Zhixi was confused. The staff smiled awkwardly. Thank you, sir, for your trust in our kitten. They then took the kitten out of the cage for a checkup. When the staff handed over the purchase agreement, Su Zhixi realized he had paid too early. After signing the agreement, they collected the vaccination records and bought some supplies for the kitten before leaving. Back home, Su Zhixi and An Jing released the kitten in an empty room on the second floor. As soon as it was out of its carrier, the kitten went straight to An Jing's feet and rubbed against them. An Jing beamed. In the car, the kitten in its carrier had been staring at her the whole time, as if acknowledging that she and this big cat were both very pretty. Senior, what should we name the kitten? You think of something. I'm bad with names. An Jing tapped her chin, thinking. Senior, how about Su Dammer? Su Zhixi kitten. The kitten seemed to dislike the name and immediately left An Jing's feet, going to Su Zhixi's feet and meowing as if protesting the name. Su Zhixi facepalmed. Junior, this is a female kitten. Is Dammer really appropriate? It's fine. She's so tiny, the name gives a fun contrast. Su Zhixi. The kitten started meowing in protest again. See, even the kitten doesn't like it. And Xiaoya sounds much better. Hearing this, the kitten's meows softened, as if approving. Fine, but change the surname to Su. Alright, the next one will take your surname. Su Zhixi raised an eyebrow and looked down at the kitten. Daughter, how does mommy and daddy naming you Su Xiaoya sound? Meow, the kitten rubbed against Su Zixi's slipper. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, who was inexplicably blushing. Why are you blushing? Don't you acknowledge this, daughter? An Jing pouted. No, it's just weird how you put it. It sounds like we gave birth to her. Su Zhixi said with interest. Then let's have a real one. An Jing. No way. I think you just want to satisfy your own evil thoughts. With that, An Jing fled. Su Zhixi shrugged, crouched down, and stroked Su Zhixi's head. Xiaoya, do you agree that mommy and daddy should give you a little brother or sister? Meow. The kitten's meow was ambiguous, but Su Zhixi took it as consent. Junior, Xiaoya agrees. But first I need to have Junior. Su Xiaoya looked confused. Meow. With the final class of the week concluded, An Jing felt an unmistakable sense of relief and ease. As she and Xiao left the teaching building, a figure approached from ahead. Gazing at Su Zhixi walking toward her, An Jing felt an inexplicable sense of reunion, as if they had been apart for ages. Upon reflection, they had barely seen each other all day. From morning onward, Su Zhixi had been occupied with a full morning of classes. The midday break on Friday differed from the other 4 days, as the afternoon's first class started an hour earlier. What was typically a 2-hour break from noon had shrunk to just 1 hour. Traveling between Jiangjing University and the Su Manor took at least 40 minutes round trip, and with meals factored in, Su Zhixi would inevitably be late for her first afternoon class. Though Su Zhixi had only one afternoon class, it was unfortunately taught by a notoriously strict instructor. An Jing had warned her that this teacher was a stickler for punctuality, refusing to make up for missed silence. Attendance was taken at the start, again mid-class, after the break, and once more at the end. This was precisely why An Jing never skipped this particular class. With other teachers, she would slip out the back door after roll call. Thus Su Zhixi had no choice but to have lunch at a restaurant near the campus. Meanwhile, An Jing had no classes in the morning and only a double period in the afternoon. An Jing marveled at how this had been her most satisfying week in over 2 months. Despite an early morning class on Wednesday, the workload was light. Yet even amid this comfort, she found herself missing Su Zhixi after their half-day apart, and a nearly 2-hour separation in the afternoon. An Jing couldn't fathom her own mood that day. Ever since bidding Su Zhixi goodbye in the morning, she felt a lingering reluctance. Even gaming held little appeal, and though they played together during breaks, the screen distance left her feeling restless. When Su Zhixi reached her, An Jing's smile was unreserved as she exclaimed, "Class just ended. How did you get here so fast?" Watching the joy on An Jing's face, as if after a long separation, Su Zhixi couldn't help but lift the corners of her lips. "My classroom isn't far from yours." An Jing paused, instinctively glancing back at her own building, then at the nearby one. Indeed, she had been attending classes in this very building for over 2 months. The nearest doors between the two structures were less than 200 meters apart. The building where An Jing now studied had hosted her classes in prior months as well. However, within the same building, students of the same grade attended concurrently, while different classes rotated between buildings for different grade levels. She used to avoid the main entrance, which required climbing extra stairs. The smaller back door offered a flatter route. An Jing hummed, "Forgot." Su Zhixi ruffled her hair. "We haven't seen each other all day. Did you miss me?" Without a second thought, An Jing nodded. "Yes, I did." Xiao. An Jing froze as soon as she spoke, realizing she had answered without hesitation, unlike yesterday, when she had deliberated. Today the words came naturally. She felt the truth in her own reply. Turning to glance at Xiao before she could speak, Xiao said, "I drove today, so I won't be a third wheel." With that, she walked away without looking back. An Jing blinked, then whispered to Su Zhixi, "Is her fiancé not picking her up today?" Su Zhixi shook her head with a smile. "No, he's busy with the company at this hour." She leaned close to An Jing's ear. "At this time, Xiao usually leaves with me." The warmth of Su Zixi's breath against her ear made An Jing's ear flush red instantly. She reached out to push her away, but her finger accidentally brushed Su Zixi's lips. The soft touch sent a shiver through her, and she withdrew her hand instead of pushing, then stepped back to maintain distance. An Jing murmured, "Let's go." She stammered slightly before heading off in a direction. Su Zixis' eyes curved with mirth, her smile widening as she followed the silhouette ahead. Walking ahead, An Jing's peripheral vision scanned both sides. Seeing nothing, she thought no one was following and looked back. The moment she turned, she quickly faced forward again. With legs that long, why was she walking so slowly behind her? Su Zixis' eyes lit up at An Jing's brief glance. The unguarded search for her position was unmistakable. She glanced at the empty spaces beside An Jing and understood. They usually walked side by side, but today she had lagged behind. It was clear An Jing wanted her by her side. Even so, Su Zhixi didn't quicken her pace, instead staying behind to admire the graceful figure before her. An Jing's outfit was as usual, a coat and trousers. Only the colors changed. Su Zhixi shrugged, recalling that An Jing had worn a long dress only once, and after that always pants. Dressed all in black with hands in her pockets, she exuded a cool, confident aura. Frustrated that Su Zhixi still hadn't joined her, An Jing slowed her pace, but Su Zhixi mirrored her. No matter how much she slowed, Su Zhixi remained behind her. Annoyed, An Jing turned around. "Why are you always behind me? Come walk beside me." Su Zhixi hesitated briefly, enjoying the view of her back, but complied, quickening her steps to walk alongside. An Jing pouted. "That's better. Following behind me like that makes you seem like a stalker." Su Zhixi laughed. "Just admit you missed me." An Jing bit her lip. "Didn't I already say so?" Su Zhixi paused, recalling, then slipped her hand into An Jing's coat pocket. She clasped An Jing's hand there. "Let me see if your hands are cold." An Jing didn't resist letting her hold on. "Are they, oi?" "A little." An Jing pouted, knowing her hands weren't cold at all. Yet she wanted to keep her hand in Su Zixi's grasp. "Warm them up for a while?" "Your hands are warm." Su Zhixi glanced at her, noticing her flushed cheeks, and smiled knowingly. She knew what day it was. During this time, An Jing would feel a bit more attached to her, or simply crave closeness. Their relationship had remained the same, with occasional flirtation mostly initiated by Su Zhixi, while An Jing passively responded. But now things were different. An Jing's hand was warm, yet she claimed it was cold just to hold hands. So in the pocket, Su Zhixi gently pried open An Jing's fingers and interlaced them with her own. An Jing's eyes flickered, and she squeezed back. Their fingers intertwined in An Jing's coat pocket until they reached the parking spot, where Su Zhixi began to pull away. An Jing reluctantly held on. Su Zhixi paused. "What's wrong?" An Jing was equally confused, not knowing why she felt this way. Just wanting to keep holding on, never letting go. She bit her lip, avoiding Su Zixi's gaze. "My hands are still a bit cold." Su Zhixi looked at her reddened ear and felt her warm hand, holding back a laugh. "Cold? Just say you want to hold hands." She cleared her throat, gesturing to the flashy pink car. "I need to drive." An Jing blinked, finally noticing their surroundings. Honestly, her mind had been blank the whole way. Though her eyes were open, she hadn't registered anything. If not for Su Zhixi leading her, she might have stood still. Spotting the family car nearby, she still didn't want to let go. "We can take Uncle Lee's car. What about this one?" An Jing's mind went blank. "Just leave it here. No one will steal it." She regretted it instantly. Why did she say that? Su Zhixi said gently, "What if someone does?" An Jing fell silent. Impossible. College students might steal paper or snacks, but not a car. But she said, what if? The chance was negligible, but if it disappeared, where would she get the money to pay for it? Her father, still climbing the career ladder, was overly cautious. Wait, she was supposed to be the senior now. But it wasn't her car anyway. An Jing bit her lip and let go. Su Zhixi blinked. What? Why did you let go?" An Jing was speechless. "Isn't it obvious? Cough, it's not that cold. Let's go home." Su Zhixi watched her about to open the pink car door. "Not taking the family car." An Jing's hand froze. "You're the one who was worried about theft." Su Zhixi chuckled. "Did you really think it would get stolen?" An Jing's mouth twitched. "You said what if? If it's gone, I can't afford to pay you back." Su Zhixi crossed her arms. "Who said you'd have to pay? Besides, you are me now. Pay yourself. I have no intention of taking your property." Su Zhixi shrugged. "Fine. If it's stolen, why not compensate with your hand in marriage?" An Jing paused, then smiled. "Didn't you already propose marriage? Would that still work?" "I never said no." Su Zhixi frowned, then relaxed. Before it was a bit forceful. Now she was accepting willingly. "It's different." "What's different?" Su Zhixi coughed. "Nothing. Oh, by the way, who says marriage rules out compensating with your hand?" An Jing thought. "Isn't that for unrelated people? A woman repaying a man? But we're not unrelated." Su Zhixi smiled. So naive. She leaned close to An Jing's ear. "You couldn't accept doing bad things before. But if you're willing now, that's acceptable too." An Jing was left speechless. An Jing felt utterly exasperated. The senior student truly never forgot her original intentions. If she and the senior didn't even know each other, offering herself in marriage might simply mean a pure union with nothing more involved. But she and the other party had already expressed a willingness to marry before. It wasn't as if they had no relationship at all. If it came to offering herself in marriage, wouldn't that only leave her to accept the other party? No, absolutely not. How is this any different from selling herself? A man couldn't sell himself even if he had no money, right? Then again, thinking about it, that flashy pink car was worth millions. Being able to wipe out the debt with it didn't seem so bad. Thinking this, An Jing felt she must be going mad. What was she even thinking? Who would steal a car? And on campus? Did those naive, foolish college students have the skill? As for anything else, that was even more impossible, especially since it was the senior's car. And Jing curled her lips, crossing her arms. Senior, I'm warning you, don't get any improper ideas about me. Even if you do, just keep it to yourself. Su Zixi's mouth twitched. This stubborn mouth was truly tough. She could clearly sense that he was no longer as completely resistant as before. Su Zhixi felt this was a good sign, said nothing more, and directly took An Jing's hand, leading her toward the family car. An Jing was startled. Not driving yourself. No, just leave it there. Don't worry, no one will steal it. Whoever dares must be asking for death. An Jing frowned, glancing back at the flashy pink car. Stealing wasn't an issue, not an issue. Senior, is your family from the mafia? Arriving at the car, Su Zhixi opened the rear door and led An Jing inside by the hand. After sitting down, Su Zhixi looked at An Jing, who seemed lost in thought and unmoving, then leaned over, using her free hand to close the door. Hearing the door close, An Jing snapped back to reality. She had been immersed in the feeling of being forcefully led by the other. That sensation stirred a strange feeling in her heart. It actually felt quite nice. She didn't have to think at all, just mechanically follow along. Soon An Jing stared straight ahead, as Su Zhixi placed her hand into her own coat pocket. Uncle Lee in the driver's seat was bewildered by how the two didn't let go of each other's hands while opening the door, getting in and closing it. The young lady and Mr. M were too clingy. Along the way, neither An Jing nor Su Zhixi spoke, only quietly feeling each other's hands. Gradually, An Jing began to struggle against Su Zixi's grip. Su Zhixi thought she was hurting her and immediately let go. As soon as she released, she felt An Jing's hand grasp hers. Su Zhixi instantly clasped back, their fingers intertwining. When they returned home, their hands never loosened the entire way. An Jing felt her hand growing warm. Her own hand was never cold, and the other's hand was like a warm pack. Moreover, Su Zixi's coat pocket was much warmer than her own. In over 20 minutes, they only let go when changing into slippers. The rest of the time, they were holding hands. An Jing's hand was truly getting too warm. A bit hot. Don't put it in the pocket. Just hold it normally, let it breathe. Su Zhixi agreed, and promptly pulled An Jing's small hand out of the pocket. They went upstairs, still holding hands. Entering the room prepared for Su Xiaoya, the cat immediately scampered over from her cat bed. With the ragdoll's adorable appearance, she was incredibly cute. Both felt their hearts melting. Su Xiaoya crouched between their feet, looking up and meowing. An Jing crouched down, and since they were holding hands, Su Zhixi crouched as well. An Jing extended her free hand to gently stroke Su Xiaoya's little head. But Su Xiaoya dodged while meowing, then crouched on Su Zixi's slipper, meowing and looking up at her expectantly. Su Zhixi laughed. Tisk tisk tisk, Xiaoya doesn't like you much. An Jing. Su Zhixi had just been petting Su Xiaoya's fluffy little head when the cat dodged again, meowing even louder. An Jing chuckled. Looks like you're not that liked either. Su Zhixi. Su Zixi's face darkened. Nobody likes her, let's just throw her away. An Jing's mouth twitched. How can you do that? We've only had her a few days, and she's just over 3 months old. Soon they noticed Su Xiaoya running to the food bowl, meowing incessantly and looking at them pleadingly. Su Zhixi glanced at the cat bowl, then poked An Jing's forehead with her free hand. Junior, you didn't put out food for her. An Jing was stunned, then looked over, feeling embarrassed. I forgot. But come to think of it, Senior, aren't you at fault too? Why didn't you feed her before you left this morning? Junior, I left right after eating. Shouldn't you feed her? So Xiaoya is starving. No wonder. You're such an irresponsible mother. An Jing pouted in the dad. Huh, why are you hung up on that? Alright, let's drop it. It's just one missed feeding, and you're scolding me. You said there'd be no domestic violence. Su Zhixi. Su Zixi's mouth twitched. She really couldn't figure out what was wrong with her tone just now, though she said that her tone was perfectly normal. Not dwelling on it, Su Zhixi directly hugged the crouching An Jing. An Jing was startled by the sudden embrace, but didn't want to push her away, whispering, What are you doing suddenly hugging me? Nothing, I just want to hold you. Don't worry, I won't be violent. How could I bear to? An Jing paused, then lightly pinched the other's back. If you dare, you won't get anything from me anymore. Su Zhixi coughed. What's anything? Does that include that? I definitely won't be violent. Does that mean Junior will let me? An Jing's face reddened. Not included. You're always thinking about these things. After saying this, An Jing's voice softened. If we never do it, would you cheat? No, I'm very devoted. Besides, it's not like that's the only way, there are so many others. Su Zhixi said while patting An Jing's back. Hearing this, An Jing rolled her eyes. Pervert. Su Xiaoya, seeing the two inexplicably hugging and not giving her food, meowed desperately with all her might. Both were startled, then exchanged smiles. Su Zhixi helped An Jing stand up. They let go, and An Jing went straight to the table, picked up the kitten food, and headed for Su Xiaoya's bowl. After putting out the food, they watched the cat eat, eagerly feeling a bit embarrassed. Look how hungry they made the child." After feeding the cat, Su Zhixi and An Jing left the room and headed for the master bedroom. These days, apart from sleeping in her own room at night, An Jing spent all her time in the master bedroom. First, she wanted to see if Su Zhixi had listened to her. The result was clear. These past few days, An Jing hadn't smelled any unusual odors. As for the 4 clean pairs of underwear, when An Jing first asked, Su Zhixi had taken them out intact from the walk-in closet, claiming she hadn't done anything bad since that day. An Jing was quite satisfied that Su Zhixi was heeding her words. Second, the master bedroom smelled much better than her own room. Though she slept in the next room and thought about it every time she got out of bed, the fragrance in her room was still faint. It wasn't as rich as the master bedrooms. An Jing could understand. After all, the senior had lived in the master bedroom for quite a while, marinating it with her scent. She herself had only been using the senior's body for a few days. As soon as An Jing stepped into the master bedroom, she flared her nostrils slightly to sniff, and Su Zhixi did the same. He felt that using the junior's body to stay here these past few days was practically marinating it too. They sat on the bed, maintaining a safe distance, each playing on their phones. As they played, An Jing began to lie on her side, pillowing her head on one arm, and soon grew drowsy. An Jing didn't last long before falling asleep, the phone in her hand dropping. Su Zhixi, hearing the same video playing repeatedly from An Jing's phone, looked over. She saw An Jing's phone scattered on the bed and the person lying motionless. Su Zhixi gently moved closer, gazing at the beautiful figure lying on the bed, gradually entranced. Seeing An Jing only wearing a white inner top, she pulled the blanket over to cover her stomach. Unseen by Su Zhixi, An Jing's eyelids fluttered slightly. Soon Su Zhixi thought that sleeping on her side with her arm as a pillow would lead to numbness upon waking. So she straightened her legs and gently placed her hand under An Jing's head. At that moment, An Jing's eyelids fluttered again, more noticeably, but Su Zhixi didn't notice. Quietly, without waking her, Su Zhixi moved An Jing's head off her arm and gently changed her sleeping position to lying flat. After doing this, Su Zhixi gently placed An Jing's head on her own thigh. She murmured to herself, "This way you won't feel uncomfortable when you wake up." An Jing. Before long, looking at the pretty face on her lap, Su Zhixi felt increasingly at peace. Unconsciously, she too grew drowsy and yawned. Su Zhixi simply lay back and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, An Jing suddenly opened her eyes, glancing at the blanket over her stomach. She slowly lifted her head from Su Zhixi's thigh and saw Su Zhixi fast asleep. An Jing paused, then took her coat lying on the bed and covered Su Zhixi's stomach. After doing this, she lay back on Su Zhixi's thigh and went to sleep again. Shortly after An Jing's head settled on Su Zhixi's thigh, Su Zhixi opened her eyes, looking at the dome light on the ceiling, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When Su Zhixi awoke, once more the room was shrouded in pitch darkness. He fumbled for his phone nearby. The time read 7:03. Soon he felt a numbness creeping up his thigh. Lifting his head slightly, he peered by the light of the phone. As expected, An Jing was still asleep on his thigh. A sweet smile lingered at the corners of her lips, as if lost in a pleasant dream. Su Zhixi gently set aside the coat she had draped over his stomach earlier, then slowly sat up without moving his leg. The faint glow of the phone illuminated An Jing's face, revealing not a single flaw even in the dim light. Su Zhixi gazed at her full, moist lips and gradually became entranced. Her peaceful, sleeping countenance stirred some wicked thoughts within him. Su Zhixi quickly shook off the stray thoughts, yet he still couldn't help but stare at An Jing's face, especially with the unique beauty cast by the phone's faint light. He tapped his chin thoughtfully, then brought the phone closer to one side of her cheek. Instantly, one side of An Jing's face brightened, while the other remained shadowed. Half in light, half in darkness, her cherry lips were split into 2 different hues by the phone's glow, one side a dark red, the other a vivid crimson. Seeing no sign of her waking, Su Zhixi slowly leaned his head toward the face resting on his thigh. Gently, he pressed his lips to hers. He didn't linger on the soft touch. It was a fleeting, feather-light kiss before he swiftly pulled away. After the kiss, Su Zhixi noticed that the smile on An Jing's lips had grown wider, as if she cherished the kiss, smacking her lips slightly. He froze, puzzled. What sweet dream was she having? Soon he witnessed her turning over, and his already numb leg made him gasp sharply. Moreover, she turned inward rather than outward. Naturally, the direction of her head followed suit. Su Zhixi's pupils dilated in shock. Her head had been lying flat on his thigh, but now with this sideways turn, the situation became rather precarious. Su Zhixi swallowed hard. Seeing that he was still wearing pants, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the pants. If he were only in underwear, the proximity would be unimaginable. Watching An Jing's delicate face now turn this way, he felt increasingly uneasy. He seriously suspected she was already awake and deliberately teasing him. Why else would she suddenly change her sleeping position after waking up? The younger schoolmate might have been awake. Playing tricks like this. He must be asking for a fever shot. Su Zhixi tested softly, Junior. Junior? He frowned. If she were awake, she would surely hear his voice. If not, it wouldn't wake her. Was she really still asleep? Thinking this, Su Zhixi didn't rule out the possibility of her feigning sleep. He shone the phone's light on her tightly shut eyes and began to observe closely. After a long while, he was convinced she was genuinely still asleep. Su Zhixi sighed softly. He wanted to wake her as his own body was feeling hungry, and she likely was too. But looking at her face, he couldn't bear to disturb her rest. He checked the time again. 7:30. He would call her for dinner at 7:30. He still had a few minutes to admire her sleeping face. With that thought, Su Zhixi began to gaze intently at her lovely features, completely ignoring his numb leg. Gradually, his eyes drifted back to her cherry lips. Before long, he felt the urge to cross his legs again. But he couldn't now. The junior was still asleep. Su Zhixi let out a long breath, then reached out to play with a strand of her hair. Soon 7:30 arrived, but Su Zhixi no longer wanted to wake her. If he called her now, she would wake up to an unspeakable sight. He might earn another pervert label from her. So he decided to wait until he returned to normal before waking her. But before long, An Jing opened her sleepy eyes on her own. If not for the dazed look in her eyes, Su Zhixi would have thought she had been awake for a while. Still groggy, she instinctively smacked her lips. In her line of sight, there seemed to be something towering. She rubbed her eyes and her vision cleared. But what she saw next was up. An Jing's eyes widened in shock, and she sprang up abruptly, fully awake. An Jing covered herself tightly with the blanket, keeping a distance from Su Zhixi. She kept her head down, not daring to look at him. Su Zhixi, by the faint light of his phone, saw the blush on her profile and felt deeply embarrassed. Su Zhixi coughed. Ahem, Junior, it's not what you think. An Jing pursed her lips, recalling how she had woken up, her face burning with shame. She shook her head in denial. I'm not thinking anything. Su Zhixi was taken aback, then interpreted her agitation as embarrassment. I woke up a bit earlier than you. It was you turning over that caused this. An Jing's mind flashed with the image, making her even more flustered. An Jing spoke weakly. I didn't touch it, did I, eh? No, I just lost control. Hearing this, An Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it wasn't that. An Jing glanced involuntarily at Su Zhixi, then quickly looked away. It was still like that. After a moment of silence, she began fumbling for her phone on the bed. Su Zhixi, using his phone's light, found hers first and handed it to her. An Jing took it and was startled by the time. How had she slept so long? Soon she felt ravenous, her stomach growling in protest. Su Zhixi chuckled at the sound, then handed her coat to her. Get dressed first. Step out in a moment. An Jing understood why he needed to wait and nodded in agreement. She put on her coat, moved to the edge of the bed, and slipped on her slippers by the phone's light. She went to the bedside table and turned on the small lamp there. The room brightened considerably, but the next moment the room was fully illuminated. An Jing turned to look at Su Zhixi, who had just turned on the overhead light switch on the wall above the headboard. With just one glance, she quickly averted her gaze and scurried out of the bedroom. An Jing leaned over the second-floor railing, looking down at the living room. She stared blankly at the servants cleaning downstairs. But soon her mind wandered back to what she had seen upon waking. Combined with the dream, she had her face flushed again. Somehow the dream's content filled her mind, impossible to shake. In the dream, she and her senior sister were embracing naked. After kissing for a while, she began to do for her what she had done that morning. But the senior sister seemed unsatisfied and forcefully pushed her down. Looking at her blushing face, the senior asked hoarsely, "May I?" She agreed without a second thought. But unfortunately, before anything could happen, she woke up. Junior. An Jing jolted and turned to see Su Zhixi standing behind her, unknown when. Seeing her face redden again, he asked, still shy, "I called you several times with no response." An Jing's eyes darted away at a loss for words. She couldn't exactly say she had been having a wet dream. Su Zhixi didn't press further, simply saying, "Come on, I'm starving." He smiled, said nothing more, and they went to the dining room together. After dinner, they strolled through the estate's garden to digest their food, as usual. Walking side by side, they ate from boxes of cut fruit. An Jing looked up at the night sky. It was deep and pitch black. Even the moon was absent tonight. Growing tired, they sat on their usual stone benches, placing the fruit boxes on the stone table before them. An Jing curiously looked down, touched the bench, and quickly withdrew her hand. It was so cold. Thank goodness there were cushions on the benches. Even with pants on, her bottom would still feel the chill. Su Zhixi smiled at her adorable antics, saying nothing. When he reached for his fruit box, he found nothing. Looking down, he had eaten all the fruit. He glanced at An Jing's box. It was still over half full. Watching her delicate eating manner, he remarked, "Junior, you eat so ladylike." And Jing paused mid-chew, looked at his empty box and swallowed. You're the one eating too fast. She found his ravenous eating habits over the past few days somewhat odd. Even when she was male, she had always eaten slowly. But the senior sister, why did she eat like a starving ghost every meal? Su Zhixi coughed. It's not that I'm in a hurry, it's that the junior's body has such a small mouth. And Jing's mouth twitched. I told you I never ate like that before. I know. Then why do you eat like that? I seriously suspect the senior sister used to eat this way too. And Jing imagined the senior sister with that stunning face eating like a brute. A bit strange. Su Zhixi shook his head in denial. Of course not, how could I eat like that? Then why now? Don't worry about it. Su Zhixi patted her shoulder lightly. I eat elegantly enough in public, don't I? And Jing recalled the dinner with Xiao 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 and Gu Fangji. Indeed. That was the first time she had seen the senior sister eat so normally in her body. Noticing Su Zixi's frequent glances at her fruit box, and Jing slid it between them. Go ahead. Su Zhixi was taken aback. Not guarding your food. Huh, guarding food. I'm not a dog. Su Zixi's face darkened. He recalled the times Xiao 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 had snatched his food and how he had guarded it. He popped a grape into his mouth, crisp and sweet, and muttered, You're the dog. And Jing didn't catch it. Huh, what? Nothing, I said you're beautiful. The senior sister isn't bad either. Su Zhixi. They finished the fruit together, lingered in the garden for a while, then headed back to the house. And Jing suddenly remembered something. Senior sister, when is your father coming back tomorrow? Su Zhixi gave her a bland look. Tomorrow afternoon, probably around the usual time. Oh, I thought he might come back early today. No, he's too busy. Why? Are you not mentally prepared if he came back today? And Jing shook her head. I don't need to prepare. I'm just worried he might come back in the middle of the night, find you sleeping in the master bedroom, and kick you out. Su Zixi's mouth twitched, but noticing her body unconsciously leaning closer to him, he felt pleased. Junior, if you want to sleep in the master bedroom, just say so. How about we sleep together tonight? And Jing was stunned. Her first reaction wasn't refusal, but agreement. When her hand accidentally brushed against Su Zixi's, she pulled back flustered. Sorry. Su Zhixi sighed at her shyness. We've kissed, hugged, and held hands all day. There's no need to be sorry. With that, he directly took her slightly cool hand. And Jing didn't resist, her cheeks flushed, her eyes darting everywhere. But she soon noticed that her gaze kept unconsciously drifting toward him. Su Zhixi naturally noticed, and was very satisfied. Her body leaning toward him, her gaze lingering on him, not refusing intimacy. These were all signs of affection. It was just stronger today than before. Su Zhixi knew the reason. He was well aware of his former physiological cycle. The junior was currently in her ovulation period. Wanting to be close and a bit clingier than usual was normal. It was only the first day, so her behavior wasn't too obvious yet. Of course, her inherent shyness might also be a factor. But over time, once she got over that, it would be different. Back when he was in a female body without a boyfriend, he often craved romance during this time. Now that the junior was a girl with him as her boyfriend, it was even more so. Su Zhixi held her hand, his thumb stroking her delicate skin, and asked softly again, Junior, how about we sleep together tonight? And Jing pursed her lips. Honestly, she didn't want to refuse. But she was afraid he might lose control and do something to her. If it were just other things, that would be okay. Su Zhixi saw the slight worry in her eyes, and assured her seriously, Junior, I'll be just sleeping together, nothing else. And Jing looked at his determined expression, hesitating. Really? Su Zixi's heart leaped. There was a chance. He then put on a hesitant look. Well, not exactly nothing. And Jing's heart skipped a beat. She knew it. Seeing her expression change, Su Zhixi quickly added, just holding hands while sleeping, okay? And Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we're already holding hands now. That's nothing. Su Zhixi then pushed further. And hugging occasionally, that's fine too. I promise I won't do anything else. And Jing was taken aback. Honestly, just these two things were fine. As for the earlier claim, that was definitely not to be believed. But these two requests were within acceptable limits. This made An Jing more convinced. She pretended to be reserved, hesitated for a moment, then said, Since it's your birthday tomorrow, okay. But if you have any other ideas, I'll run away immediately. Su Zixi's eyes lit up. This trick worked. Don't worry, after these few days, don't you know me by now? And Jing hummed in agreement. He had indeed been very obedient to her lately. She suddenly recalled something. But is your father really coming back tomorrow afternoon? Really? He always does. Sometimes earlier in the morning. He doesn't have time to come back early. And Jing nodded. All right. I'm just afraid your father will find out and make you sleep on the lawn. How dare he? And remember, you're me now. Be more assertive. My father won't say anything. And Jing hummed again. Meanwhile, in the distant capital, a middle-aged man who had just boarded a private jet had eyes brimming with excitement, though his face showed deep exhaustion. He took a photo from his bag, gazing at the young girl in it with tender eyes, tears welling up. Rubbing her hair in the photo with his index finger, his deep voice was full of affection. Daughter, Daddy finished early to come celebrate your birthday. The middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes, dark circles visible, and drifted into a weary sleep. But his fingers tightly clutched the photo, refusing to let it fall. In the esports room, Su Zhixi and An Jing were playing League of Legends together. An Jing frowned, shaking his head as he looked at the two characters lying dead beneath their own turret. Are the opponents even human? What level is this? What the hell level is this? How can they start a chaotic team fight in the bottom lane at level 3? Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing. Junior, do you really enjoy playing such weak champions? An Jing's mouth twitched. Ziri isn't that bad, not exactly weak. She just can't beat other ADCs. Su Zhixi let out a soft laugh, unable to grasp his mindset. Last time it was Twitch, now Ziri. Twitch was manageable, but Ziri was just too unable to defeat anyone. It was only thanks to her junior's skill that they could suppress the opposing duo lane. But the result was that the opponents came straight for a free-for-all. After An Jing respawned, Su Zhixi controlled Yumi and latched onto him. Soon the other three teammates were all at a severe disadvantage. Only An Jing's lane was slightly better off. But just barely. The game was undoubtedly lost. Su Zhixi glanced at An Jing, who seemed to only enjoy playing 5v5, and asked, "Wanna play Aram?" An Jing paused, then nodded. Sure. After 2 rounds, Su Zhixi and An Jing left directly. A smile lingered in An Jing's eyes. She had never realized Aram could be so fun. As they stepped out of the esports room, a servant carried a tray up to the second floor. An Jing looked at the 2 bowls of sweet soup on the tray, then glanced at Su Zhixi. Tisk, truly not wasting a single moment. After finishing their drinks, they headed toward the bedroom. Seeing An Jing heading for her own room, Su Zhixi immediately grabbed her. Come wash up in the master bedroom. Your room doesn't have any clothes you can wear. It's more convenient here. An Jing studied Su Zhixi, then spoke, I'll go get my own towel. Su Zhixi released her without a word, letting her head to her room. Su Zhixi walked straight into the master bedroom, leaving the door ajar for An Jing. When An Jing arrived at the master bedroom with her towel, Su Zhixi was nowhere in sight. She glanced toward the walk-in closet and hung the men's underwear she was holding on an empty chair. Then she walked directly into the bathroom to hang her towel. When she came out again, she immediately spotted Su Zhixi sitting at the desk. An Jing glanced at the nightgown and women's underwear laid out on the bed. I seriously suspect you just want to take advantage of me. You're picking out a nightgown for me again. Su Zhixi looked at the loose pajamas An Jing was wearing. To be honest, they were too concealing. Nothing was visible. Why had he ever bought such modest pajamas? Su Zhixi said flatly, I just think the ones you're wearing have been on for a few days. Time for a change. An Jing pouted. I shower every day. Couldn't you come up with a better excuse? I won't even bother calling you out. There are plenty of pajamas in the closet. Ahem, I'll get them for you. With that, Su Zhixi headed back to the walk-in closet. An Jing watched her until she was about to push open the closet door. No need, I'll take the nightgown. An Jing picked up the nightgown and underwear from the bed and walked into the bathroom. Su Zhixi's eyes curved into a smile as she sat back at the desk, gazing at the bathroom wall. She sighed. For the past few days, An Jing had been washing up in the guest room and wouldn't let her scatter rose petals anymore. Tisk, was it really necessary to guard against her like this? She wasn't some kind of lecher. By the time An Jing emerged from the bathroom, over an hour had passed. Seeing An Jing come out in the nightgown she had chosen, Su Zhixi's eyes went wide. Her gaze immediately fell on An Jing's wet hair. Having prepared the hairdryer well in advance, Su Zhixi waved at An Jing. Junior, let me dry your hair. On days when An Jing washed her hair, Su Zhixi had been the one to dry it. An Jing had long known how to dry her own cascading hair, but she naturally wouldn't refuse. When someone offered to help, how could she say no? An Jing walked over, and Su Zhixi gave up her seat. As soon as An Jing sat down, Su Zhixi began lifting her wet hair and drying it. Su Zhixi dried her hair gently, and An Jing, realizing she had never returned the favor, felt a twinge of guilt. An Jing ventured, Senior, after you shower, how about I dry your hair too? Su Zhixi smiled. You want to? An Jing nodded. Yeah, you've done it for me so many times. Let me do it for you. Su Zhixi gladly agreed. If her junior wanted to dry her hair, how could she refuse? In other words, having her girlfriend dry her hair was simply wonderful. After finishing An Jing's hair, Su Zhixi began teaching her how to style it in an updo. Once the hairstyle was done, Su Zhixi went to the bathroom to wash up. An Jing looked at her gentle reflection in the mirror, and a smile curled at her lips. So beautiful. It was a pity. Styling her hair was so difficult. She had been learning for days, and still couldn't get it right. But it was much better than at the beginning. When An Jing finished washing up, Su Zhixi voluntarily gave up her spot and began drying her hair. Su Zhixi looked in the mirror at An Jing standing behind her drying her hair, and her face lit up with joy. Having her junior dry her hair felt truly wonderful. An Jing laughed. It's just drying your hair. Why are you so happy? Can't I be? No one else gets this privilege. And Jing chuckled. That's true. Junior, will you dry my hair often from now on? Without a second thought, An Jing agreed. Sure, you dry mine, I dry yours. We'll do it for each other. No problem. Su Zhixi's lips curled slightly. Couples drying each other's hair was perfectly fine. But he had only said hair. He didn't specify which head. After all, a person has more than one head. Once their hair was dry, Su Zhixi and An Jing lay in the same bed under the same blanket scrolling through Douyin. For some reason, An Jing's eyes soon grew tired, and she began to feel drowsy. They were facing each other just a short distance apart. Seeing this, Su Zhixi spoke up. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. An Jing shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Oh, your eyes are all red. Su Zhixi reached out and gently tousled An Jing's hair, her expression full of affection. All right, sleep early. You have all day tomorrow. An Jing obediently let her touch her head, her face slightly flushed, and nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Su Zhixi reached for the light switch on the wall above the headboard. With a soft click, the room plunged into darkness. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's faint breathing. In the dark, An Jing stared at the vague outline opposite her, gripping the hem of her nightgown tightly in nervousness. What was wrong with her? She hadn't been this nervous the first time they slept together. Su Zhixi frowned, feeling the bed tremble slightly. It was clearly An Jing shaking. Was it fear? Su Zhixi immediately took An Jing's cold small hand. In the silent darkness, the slightest sound made An Jing startle. Su Zhixi felt it, and said softly, Junior, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. An Jing hesitated for a moment. Junior, your hands are so small. An Jing, it's not that my hands are small. It's that you're using my body, so your hands are big. No difference. Now you're me, and I'm you. Soon Su Zhixi moved closer to An Jing. An Jing tensed. What are you doing? Su Zhixi stopped and explained, I want to hold you. An Jing bit her lip, forcing calm. Okay. With permission, Su Zhixi pulled An Jing into her embrace. The warmth in Su Zhixi's arms brought An Jing some peace. But feeling her chest press against the other's, An Jing's face grew hot. She broke free and turned her back to Su Zhixi. Hold me now. Hearing this, Su Zhixi was delighted. She had thought An Jing's struggle meant she didn't want it. Su Zhixi wrapped her arms around An Jing from behind. An Jing reached back and held Su Zhixi's hand. Su Zhixi whispered, Junior, you smell so good. An Jing remained silent. Feeling something sniffing the fragrance near her neck, she didn't say anything. You too. Enough, let's sleep. Su Zhixi agreed with a soft hum. Su Zhixi and An Jing, close and sensing each other, both felt a sense of peace, and their eyelids grew heavy. Before long, they both fell asleep. In the dead of night, in front of the Su family villa, a middle-aged man pushed open the double doors before him. As soon as they opened, the interior lit up. Soon a woman came to the living room. She bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Master. Su's father nodded at her, glanced at the time, and sighed. Manager Wang, it's late. Go to sleep. Manager Wang nodded in acknowledgement and turned away. Su's father slowly climbed the stairs to the master bedroom on the second floor. He raised his hand to knock, but stopped. Oh, it's too late. He'll talk to her in the morning. With that, he headed back to his own bedroom on the first floor. Little did Su's father dream that his daughter was at that very moment sleeping in the arms of a young man. The next morning, light filtered through the curtains into the room. When An Jing opened her eyes and woke up, she felt a strange sensation in one of her thighs. Blinking her wide, bewildered eyes, her gaze landed on something resembling a wall. Yet this wall was not hard, it was firm yet soft. An Jing realized she was being held, and soon understood that this wall was Su Zhixi's chest. Her face was pressed against Su Zhixi's chest, in zero distance. Warm embrace, a unique fragrance from the other person wafted into her nostrils, causing a slight smile to curl at the corners of An Jing's mouth. Now she also realized why her thigh felt strange. One of her legs seemed to have crossed over Su Zhixi's waist. She found it hard to imagine her current posture with one leg still stretched out normally. How did the other leg end up at the senior's waist? Then An Jing began to slowly withdraw that leg, and soon both of her legs were pressed together. An Jing's subtle movements caused Su Zhixi to unconsciously pull her closer into his arms. An Jing's pupils contracted. The other person was merely holding her gently in a way she could easily leave at any time. But now he was holding her with some force, causing her a bit of pain. An Jing slightly lifted her head, creating a little distance from Su Zhixi's chest. She felt the chin above her head disappear. An Jing looked up slightly and saw Su Zhixi's handsome face come into view. Seeing his furrowed brows and slightly contorted expression, An Jing was taken aback. Is the senior having a nightmare? An Jing didn't think twice. She felt his arms tightening around her even more. His leg even crossed over hers. A faint blush quickly spread across An Jing's face. She swiftly reached her hand to Su Zhixi's waist, pinched a bit of flesh and twisted it. Feeling the pain, Su Zhixi instantly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was An Jing staring back at him, causing him to freeze momentarily. But the pain in his waist quickly brought him back to reality. Su Zhixi spoke first. Ow ow ow, Junior, stop pinching. What did I do wrong? An Jing snorted coldly. Let go of me now. You're holding me too tight, it hurts. Su Zhixi immediately released his hands upon hearing this. An Jing felt much lighter, but still sensed something was off. An Jing said flatly, you go wash up first. Su Zhixi was taken aback, then found his phone and checked the time. It's a holiday today, only a little past 7. Let's sleep a bit more. An Jing pursed her lips and became unreasonable. No, you go now. Su Zhixi felt a headache. Was the junior upset about what happened earlier? Helpless, Su Zhixi began to get out of bed, put on his slippers, and headed toward the bathroom. Once Su Zhixi disappeared from the room, An Jing immediately got out of bed and walked into the walk-in closet. When she emerged again, she had a new pair of underwear in her hand. After coming out, she left the bedroom and headed straight for the guest room next door. An Jing entered the bathroom, gave herself a quick wash, then went to the sink. Looking at the skincare products on the counter, and then at the underwear she had just changed out of, she held her forehead. Unbelievable. The senior is really something. She wouldn't give me a bottle of the special cleaner. I have to run over to her sink every time to wash it. That was fine for the past few days, but the pair I changed this morning is different. The senior is still washing up. If he saw it. How embarrassing. An Jing didn't dwell on it for long. With a sigh, she left her own room and re-entered the master bedroom. Just then Su's father had arrived upstairs. When he saw An Jing, she was already turning the doorknob. Before he could say anything, she had already walked inside. Su's father smiled, thinking that his daughter had come from outside into the room and must have already washed up. He then came to the master bedroom door, raised his hand, and began to knock. But he found that no matter how long he knocked, his daughter never opened the door. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi and An Jing were both standing in front of the sink. Su Zhixi, while washing up, watched An Jing washing her underwear beside him. An Jing glanced at Su Zhixi, who had a smile on his lips, and glared at him. What are you looking at? I like to be clean. Can't I change after one night? Su Zhixi coughed lightly. Of course you can. An Jing pouted and muttered, pervert, in her mind. He was the one like that, and now he was laughing at her. When An Jing finished washing, Su Zhixi had already completed his routine. He reached out his hand. Let me hang it for you. You wash up first, okay? An Jing was startled. She looked at the underwear hanging on the hanger in her hand, then hummed in agreement, and handed it over. Su Zhixi smiled, walking with a spring in his step as he left the place. An Jing began to wash up. Su Zhixi had just hung the hanger on the balcony and hadn't been away for long when he heard a knock on the door. Su Zhixi quickly walked over and opened the door. Cece, I want it. Su's father outside the door, seeing it finally opened, beamed with joy and spoke cheerfully. But when he saw who opened the door, he froze completely. Earlier he had assumed his daughter might have gone to get dressed. He had just seen her returning to the bedroom in her nightgown. Today was different. It was his daughter's birthday, and she surely wouldn't stay home in her nightgown all day. No matter how much he imagined, Su's father never expected to see a man opening the door. And Su Zhixi also never expected the knocker to be his own father. Today it could have been a close friend arriving early to visit, or even a servant coming to change the bed linens. How did it turn out to be his father at the door? Su Zhixi and Su's father stared at each other, both dumbfounded. Su Zhixi came to his senses first and subconsciously spoke. Dad, why are you? Before he could finish, Su's father's face contorted with displeasure and agitation as he exclaimed, Who's your dad? Who the hell is your dad? Who are you? And why the hell are you in my daughter's room? Su Zhixi was taken aback, then realized he was in An Jing's body. The address had slipped out subconsciously, he hadn't thought about it. Su Zhixi coughed. Hello, uncle. I'm the senior's boyfriend. Su's father was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. His daughter was in a relationship. Why hadn't she told him? No, wait. Why the hell was this man in Cece's room? Could it be that they had already? The old father dared not think about it, but he had no choice but to accept reality. Even if not, he was certain that this man appearing in his daughter's room had definitely slept with her. After all, even he wouldn't enter his own daughter's private room. The old father was numb. Suppressing his inner rage, he tried to keep his tone calm. How long have you and Cece been together? Su Zhixi thought for a moment. It seemed he had met the junior last Sunday. The next day, he had already proposed marriage to the junior. As for when the junior truly opened her heart and started dating, it was about the same time. Today was Saturday. So Su Zhixi simply raised one hand and stuck up his thumb. Su's father was taken aback. 6 years. The old father was even more numb. He didn't doubt for a second that his daughter had been secretly dating for 6 years. If it hadn't been a long time, how could his daughter let this man appear in her room? But how on earth had his daughter managed to date for 6 years right under his nose without him noticing? More importantly, what were the butlers, drivers, and servants doing? They hadn't told him a thing. In 6 years he refused to believe these people had never seen this man. On the contrary, they must have seen him countless times. It must have been his daughter keeping it from him. Damn it. What are you people good for? I pay you such high salaries and you don't tell me something this important. Su's father's mind raced as he scrutinized the man before him. He was good-looking, no doubt. But if his daughter had kept it from him for 6 years, then the man's family background must not be great. If they were from comparable families, how could his daughter have hidden it for so long? But 6 years was a long time. Today his daughter turned 20, meaning she had started dating when she was about 14. Su's father sighed. It had been too long, he had no choice but to accept it. If he objected, Cece would surely be unhappy. Su's father grumbled gloomily, 6 years is indeed a long time. What does your family do? Su Zhixi avoided the question about the junior's family, and shook his head. Uncle, it's not 6 years. Su's father was dumbfounded. Not 6 years. Then it must be 6 months. At this thought, Su's father's expression darkened as he looked at the man before him with mixed feelings. 6 months. 6 months. That's not long, either, meaning Cece started dating during the time she was apart from him. Hiding it for 6 months was more reasonable. But how could Cece be sharing a room with someone after only 6 months of dating? He didn't believe that this man had just come to see Cece in the morning. He had entered her private room. Although compared to 6 years, the number of times they had shared a bed in 6 months was certainly fewer, but given Cece's personality, it was possible that nothing had happened between them yet. But he wasn't sure. He didn't know if his daughter was the type to be easily swept off her feet. Back when he was young with Cece's mother, he hadn't held out that long. When he was dating back then, he hadn't thought much about it. But now that he had a daughter, he wished that if anything were to happen in her relationship, it would be postponed indefinitely. However, if his daughter had inherited her mother's temperament, she might not be able to hold on. The man before him didn't look like a reliable person at all. He seemed like the glib-tongued type. Thinking of this, Su's father, who had felt relieved knowing it was 6 months, grew gloomy again. 6 months. Cece is young and doesn't understand, but as a man you should know better. Moving in with her so early. Can you be sure you'll make it to the end? You are being irresponsible to her. Su Zhixi's expression was complex. Dad, can't you be a bit more daring? What, 6 years, 6 months? But from his father's tone it was clear he didn't want to interfere much with his relationship. He also understood why. Because he simply couldn't control it. Su Zhixi coughed. Uncle, I understand what you're saying. The senior and I haven't done anything yet. Upon hearing this, the old father's eyes lit up. Really? Good child. Su Zhixi. He hadn't done anything yet, but he was thinking of devouring the junior as soon as possible. What if they swapped back before he had the chance? That would be disastrous. Even if they swapped back, he had to experience it at least once. Su Zhixi knew his father would respect his opinions and wouldn't force a breakup. So he bluntly added, Uncle, nothing has happened, but we have definitely slept together. Hearing this, the old father felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. Damn, it hurt so much. Why did this brat have to be so blunt? If you've slept together, fine, but did you have to say it? Wait, was this guy the type to brag about sleeping with a beautiful woman? The old father swallowed hard and asked with a hidden smile, Son, tell me, have you been spreading this around? Su Zhixi shook his head. No, I treat you like my own father, so I'm being honest. The old father's face darkened. No wonder the guy had called him dad when they first met. His daughter must have shown him a photo. The old father said sternly, Don't you dare tell anyone. And don't tell me about that kind of nonsense between you two. Su Zhixi coughed, understanding what he meant. I know, Uncle. Su Zhixi felt like laughing at the gloomy expression on his father's face when he heard that his daughter had slept with a man. But thinking about what he wanted to say next, he could barely contain his amusement. Su Zhixi adjusted his expression. By the way, Uncle, the senior and I haven't been dating for 6 months. The old father was dumbfounded again. Not 6 years, not 6 months. He laughed bitterly in disbelief. Ha, don't tell me it's 6 days. Ha, stop joking. How could Cece live with a man she's only known for 6 days? Even if she did, the old father's voice grew less confident. Living together after 6 days is one thing, but how could she share a room with you? The old father now dared not even say how his daughter could sleep with a man she had known for 6 days. He dismissed it as the guy talking big, trying to numb himself. Su Zhixi, seeing his father on the verge of losing it, held back his laughter. Hearing the bathroom door close, he directly said, Uncle, the senior and I have really only been together for 6 days. Hearing this, the old father's heart took 10,000 points of critical damage, as if 1,000 knives had pierced it, aching fiercely. He could no longer hold back. The surface calm vanished, replaced by fury. Gritting his teeth, his heart seemingly bleeding, he roared in rage. You little bastard, you're asking for it. 6 days, and you've already tricked my daughter into bed. He'll fucking kill you. Su Zhixi, upon hearing the telegram sent by his father, immediately made a face resembling Shun Tang's frowning expression while looking at his phone. However, the only difference was that Su Zhixi's face carried a faint, elusive smile. This was the first time Su Zhixi had heard his father curse in front of him. Even in ordinary times, he never showed any aloofness to those of lower status. Yet he could certainly be imposing when necessary. Su Zhixi found it immensely amusing to see his old father's face, flushed red veins bulging on his forehead, spewing curses. Tisk tisk tisk, blushing at his age. The flush on a middle-aged man's face outshines any confession. Gradually noticing his old father gasping for breath, Su Zhixi quickly spoke up, "Uncle, don't." The old father cut him off without giving him a chance to speak. "Go fuck yourself, you." A myriad of curses emitted here. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. He wouldn't even let him get a word in. Gradually the old father stopped his tirade, panting heavily, and then immediately took off his slippers and held them in his hand. Seeing that his old father was about to hit him with the slippers, Su Zhixi quickly stepped back, trying to close the door. As a result, they were too close, and his old father used his body to keep the door from closing. Su Zhixi's mouth twitched. Damn, since when was he this strong? A man of his age couldn't possibly be stronger than his current body. Little did he know Su's father, enraged, was using all his might. "You little bastard, you've got guts." Fine. Let me in." Su Zhixi shook his head. "No, senior sister said no one except me, and the maids can enter her room." The old father grew even angrier. "Fuck your mother. I'm your father-in-law. Let go. Do you admit you're my father-in-law?" "I admit nothing." "Uncle, even if you admit it, you can't come in." "Senior sister said you can't." The old father, ill fucking. The two were at a standoff like two childish kids arguing, neither giving in. Meanwhile, An Jing, upon stepping out of the bathroom, heard some commotion from the bedroom door. It seemed senior sister was talking to someone. The room was too large, so after leaving the bathroom, she couldn't see the area around the bedroom door. When she curiously turned the corner, she saw a middle-aged man outside the bedroom door, seemingly cursing at senior sister. An Jing was dumbfounded. How could anyone be cursing in senior sister's home? She remembered that in her former body, she had received the same treatment as senior sister, the mistress of the house. The servants were all extremely respectful, treating her former body as the young master of the house. But soon from their heated argument, An Jing realized that this foul-mouthed man was actually senior sister's father. An Jing was even more stunned. She had looked up the identity of senior sister's father. How could someone of his status be so vulgar? This was too down to earth. An Jing hurried towards the bedroom door, peering through the crack to watch Su's father inside the room. She kept wondering when her own daughter would come. What kind of person had her daughter found? In Su's father's eyes, from what Su Zhixi had said earlier, it was as if his daughter had found a punk with a non-yellow hair color, the only difference being the hair wasn't yellow and the looks were somewhat decent. When An Jing appeared within his line of sight through the door crack, Su's father was stunned. Seeing his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for over half a year, her obedient face seemed to drain him of all his strength and means. Su's father's body, which was pressing against the door, began to weaken, causing the door to be shut by Su Zhixi. Su's father was completely blocked outside. Seeing his daughter's face disappear, he snapped back to reality, twisting the doorknob and pounding on the door. "You little bastard, open the door for me." The commotion on the second floor was so loud that some of the servants working on the first floor couldn't resist quietly stepping onto the stairs. Seeing their master pounding on the door and hearing his curses, they were all stunned by his tantrum. Was this their master? Had he been possessed? On the other side, An Jing watched Su Zhixi, who was using his back to hold the door shut, and rubbed her forehead. She could clearly hear the noise outside. An Jing said calmly, "Senior sister, don't hold the door. Just lock it." Su Zhixi was taken aback. "You know, I almost forgot." He then locked the door while still pressing against it. The old father outside, finding the doorknob wouldn't turn, pounded even harder. "Open up. Open the door. Cece, daddy's back." Upon hearing this, An Jing rubbed her forehead. "Ah, senior sister, I was wrong. Open the door. You are me now? How can you treat your father like this?" Su Zhixi was unconcerned. "It's fine. He can't control this. Rest assured, he has to accept this son-in-law whether he likes it or not." An Jing's mouth twitched and she shook her head. "I don't want to have to deal with that later when we switch back. Your father will look at me like he wants to kill me." Su Zhixi pouted. "What's there to be afraid of?" Despite saying that he unlocked the door, but Su's father outside didn't realize it. He continued pounding on the door, the heavy knocking mixed with his deep voice creating pure noise. If not for the fact that they lived in an isolated area, it would definitely be a disturbance. Su Zhixi had no choice but to open the door. The door swung open, and Su's father froze for a second, completely unprepared for it. The moment he saw Su Zhixi, he took off his slippers again and swung them at Su Zhixi. "You brat, you've really got guts." "Ill fucking." When Su's father saw An Jing, the image of his obedient daughter reappeared before him, and he immediately swallowed his stream of curses. Su Zhixi wasn't worried about his earlier behavior. He knew his father-in-law had always cared about his image in front of him. Su Zhixi watched as Su's father put his slippers back on. See, he took it back. Not afraid at all. Su Zhixi grinned cheekily. Good morning, uncle. Senior sister was just freshening up. Su's father glared at him. You're. Su's father swallowed his curses again. Ignoring Su Zhixi, he forced a smile and looked at An Jing. Cece, daddy missed you so much. It's been so long, how have you? Su's father looked at Su Zhixi, then at his daughter's obedient face, and tears of frustration flowed from his eyes. Damn it. What a travesty. His Cece was so good, how did she end up with such a thing? Sai Cece, how could you choose him? You haven't been together long. Break up with him, please, I beg you, daughter. I don't care about your love life, but you can't pick this one. An Jing was stunned for a moment, then gave an awkward smile and glanced at Su Zhixi. Senior sister, you're amazing. The moment you met your future father-in-law, you've already clashed with him using my face. An Jing was about to speak, but Su Zhixi spoke first. Uncle, senior sister won't agree. And senior sister and I have already slept together. How can we break up? Senior sister and I are very pure in love. Upon hearing this, Su's father's face twisted again, and his face, which had returned to normal, flushed red. Su Zhixi cleared his throat at the sight. Ahem, he must be happy for them. So happy he could jump for joy. An Jing was also stunned by Su Zixi's bluntness. Senior sister, how can you say everything? Su's father forced a smile again, returning his ugly expression to normal, and glared at Su Zhixi. Shut up, you brat. As long as nothing has happened. Su Zhixi interrupted. Actually, it already has. An Jing. Hey, senior sister, don't talk nonsense. You're going to make your father die of anger. Su's father was so furious, he kept pounding his chest, looking at Su Zhixi, as if he were a demon child. Shut up. An Jing coughed, knowing she couldn't stay silent any longer. So she tried to ease the tension. Old man junior brother just didn't say it nicely. Actually. Su's father was shocked. Cece, what did you call me? Su Zhixi was also looking at An Jing in surprise. An Jing was dumbfounded when she realized what she had said. Damn, why did she call senior sister's father old man? It was a habit from calling her own father that. She hadn't paid attention and couldn't change it in time. Old man, you must have misheard. Actually, I didn't. Su's father's face darkened and he stared intently at Su Zhixi, then spoke directly about An Jing's address. Cece, but you just called me that again. An Jing. Su Zhixi. Seeing that An Jing was still in a daze, Su Zhixi hastily poked him in the back. An Jing snapped back to reality, shot her a glance, and then began to respond to Su's father. Dad the Junior was just joking. He may seem a bit unserious, but he's actually a good person at heart. An Jing felt ridiculous even as he said it. What did he mean by just seems a bit unserious? The senior sister wasn't just seemingly improper. She was anything but honest. Yet since she was using his identity, he had no choice but to smooth things over between her and his father. Su's father's expression darkened further. A good person? Who the hell talks to their father-in-law like that? If this was how it started, wouldn't she be walking all over him in no time? He sighed helplessly, looking at Su Zhixi and An Jing with a complicated gaze. When he looked at An Jing, his eyes were filled with the bitterness of having his daughter stolen by a pig. When he looked at Su Zhixi, his expression was one of resentment toward the pig that had ravaged his cabbage. Her earlier words had in his ears essentially confirmed the relationship. Cece, break up with this kid, he advised. He's already corrupted you in such a short time. An Jing was at a loss for words. His earlier address was just a habit from calling his own father. The senior sister hadn't taught him anything bad. If anything, she was always thinking of teaching him mischief. But it wasn't like he had never seen it before. How could he not know? An Jing cleared his throat. Dad, I've just been watching too many short videos lately, and I couldn't control my address. Su's father's face sank. The old man in those videos was always some punk with dyed hair, right? And then they'd whip out ultrasound results. If he'd watched that much, didn't it mean he was basically admitting to being a delinquent? Su's father shot Su Zhixi a glare, but after taking a look at her face, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least this delinquent's look wasn't too abstract. He had a decent appearance. And more importantly, he hadn't shoved an ultrasound report at him. Su's father cast a fond glance at An Jing, now convinced that his daughter's boyfriend was utterly worthless. The way he talked was pure nonsense. With his sharp eye, he concluded that his daughter hadn't been defiled by this pig yet. But since his daughter refused to even mention breaking up, he had no choice. Su's father let out a long sigh. Cece, come down for breakfast. With that, he turned and left. The moment he vanished from sight, An Jing planted his hands on his hips and glared at Su Zhixi. Senior, what are you trying to do? Why are you treating your own father like this? It's fine if you use your own body, but now you're using mine. Su Zhixi shrugged, nonchalantly smiling. Junior, didn't you see my father's attitude? He won't interfere much with my love life. Am I wrong? An Jing rubbed his forehead. but there was no need to prove it to me like that. Suddenly a thought struck him. Senior, what exactly did you say to your father before I came that got him so angry? An Jing had a rough idea from the tail end of their conversation, but curiosity got the better of him, and he wanted to confirm his guess. Su Zhixi, seeing An Jing's eager expression, recounted everything she had said to her father. After hearing it all, An Jing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Senior, you're truly something else. An Jing sighed with a wry smile. Senior, do you always infuriate your father like this? Su Zhixi shook her head. Not really. She had just been seized by a mischievous impulse. An Jing, aren't you afraid of giving your father a heart attack? Su Zhixi spread her hands. He doesn't have a heart condition. He's strong and he's seen it all. An Jing was speechless, unsure how to respond. As everyone knows, families with daughters and sons are different. A daughter's father sees every boy as a potential delinquent. A son's father sees every girl as a future daughter-in-law. Su Zhixi paused, then continued, come on, let's eat. An Jing hummed in agreement and walked side by side with Su Zhixi to the first floor. In the dining room, he saw Su's father sitting gloomily at the table, looking as if he had lost something aged by years. As the two appeared, Su's father's dark gaze fell on Su Zhixi. Then it shifted to An Jing, and he shook his head with a long, mournful sigh. What a disaster. The expression on Su's father's face was not lost on either of them. An Jing awkwardly clutched the hem of her nightgown, while Su Zhixi watched her father with amused interest. The look in his eyes was quite something. When they sat down, Su's father glared at the pair opposite him and snorted coldly at Su Zhixi. He then picked up the bottle of Maotai and poured himself a drink. An Jing's eyes widened. Drinking in the morning. He quickly understood why and kicked Su Zhixi under the table, as if to say, look what you've done. Su Zhixi remained unfazed, instead picking up a small steamed bun with her chopsticks and offering it to An Jing's lips. Both An Jing and Su's father froze. When An Jing reached to take the chopsticks, Su Zhixi dodged and brought the bun closer to his mouth. An Jing could feel the steam from the bun on his lips. Senior, you're incredible. Insisting on feeding me, huh? He shot her a meaningful glance. Your father is right here. Su Zhixi returned the look calmly. I know. An Jing kicked her again under the table, then opened his mouth and took a bite. Seeing the intimacy between his daughter and the delinquent, Su's father's face turned green with rage. Without a word, he downed his glass in one gulp. An Jing was startled, then looked at Su's father's glass. It wasn't one of those tiny shot glasses. How could he drink that much in one go? Clearly the drink hit hard, and Su's father's face contorted in discomfort. He was obviously suffering. An Jing blurted out, Dad, drink less. It's not good to have alcohol in the morning. Su's father, seeing the concern on An Jing's face, felt his eyes sting. Then glancing at Su Zhixi, tears of bitterness streamed down his cheeks. Su Zhixi and An Jing stared at the reed, Su's father stunned as he wiped his face. Damn, a man his age crying. How emotional. Su's father looked at An Jing and couldn't hold back. Daughter, I respect your wishes. I won't force you to date anyone. But, he glanced at Su Zhixi. I know many promising young men, better looking, gentler than this kid. Cece, find someone else. An Jing was taken aback. Why was he being so humble? Honestly, she wished he would be more forceful and demand she break up with the senior. Though the senior said he wouldn't interfere with her love life, this was too much patience. He was like a ninja turtle. Well, that wasn't fair. It was probably because he loved his daughter too much. Putting herself in his shoes, if she had a daughter who brought home a boyfriend acting like the senior had. Huh. Unthinkable. What a damn mess. She'd teach that kid a lesson on the spot. Huh. Wait. Why was she thinking about this? Before that, she still had to do naughty things with the senior. An Jing suddenly recalled her erotic dream. In it, she had agreed readily. But before the scene could unfold, she woke up. She guessed it was because she had no experience. But others had such dreams without experience too, so how did they manage to have the naughty parts? As An Jing mused, Su's father and Su Zhixi both frowned at her. Su Zhixi glanced at her father, then tapped An Jing's lips with the chopstick holding the half-eaten bun. An Jing snapped back to attention, opened her mouth, and took another bite. Su's father's face darkened again. His daughter was ignoring him. Su Zhixi coughed. Senior, what are you thinking? Are you considering what Uncle said? An Jing paused, then remembered. Just as she was about to speak, Su's father cut in. Shut up, you brat. Stop threatening my daughter. Su Zhixi. When had he threatened her? He was just trying to give a hint. He couldn't exactly make a scene and refuse, could he? He wasn't using his own body. The refusal had to come from the junior. Embarrassed, An Jing snatched the chopsticks from Su Zhixi and replied to Su's father. Dad, I only want to date the junior. I won't consider anyone else. Su's father dejected down his freshly poured drink again. Su's father's face fell, making him look a decade older, like a man in his 60s. Cece, what do you see in him? His looks. I know better-looking guys, and they're definitely gentler than this brat. Su Zhixi rolled her eyes inwardly. Keep bragging. The ones you know, haven't I seen them? None of them are as handsome as the junior. An Jing refused firmly, I don't want to. Why? Looks don't last forever. You need to consider a partner's character. Su's father then changed his tune, forget it, you might not end up together anyway. Cece, don't be fooled by this brat's sweet talk. If he tries anything you say no, got it. Su Zixi's mouth twitched. Damn. Old man, mind your own business. He still planned to drill the junior. And Jing, on the other hand, took it to heart. She really didn't want to. But then the version of herself in the dream. Well, for now she didn't. As for why, uncle? Simple. Because she wasn't really your daughter. If she were, whether you controlled the senior's love life or not, she wouldn't care. She wouldn't cling either. But the problem was she wasn't. She didn't want to get involved with other men. She was still a guy. She couldn't accept being with a man. She wasn't gay, but the senior was different. At least her soul was female. It didn't feel strange like dating a man. And, more importantly, without the senior, if she dated someone else, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't force her into things. At least the senior respected her wishes and wouldn't force her. And from what she'd seen, the senior was easy to handle. With someone else it might not be the same. So An Jing's tone grew firmer. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I just know I like him. The junior and I will definitely get married. Dad, don't bother introducing anyone. In my eyes he's the best. After saying this, An Jing felt like she might throw up. She had a real reason for not being able to leave the senior, and she couldn't tell you. Su Zhixi also felt a chill run down her spine. Junior, how cringe. He knew exactly why she wouldn't find another boyfriend. After all, she had always seen herself as a man. How could she date another guy, let alone do naughty things? But he was different. Su's father was dizzy from An Jing's lovesick speech. Damn, this wasn't right. His cabbage had really been ravaged by a pig. Cece, you've only been together 6 days. How can you know him? An Jing countered, it's only been 6 days of dating. You don't know how long we've known each other. Su's father paused, realizing his mistake. Yes, they'd only been dating 6 days, but that didn't mean they'd only known each other for that long. He had been blinded by the fact that this brat had coaxed his daughter into sharing a room after just 6 days. He knew his daughter. She wouldn't be like that with someone she'd just met. There had to be a foundation. With that thought, Su's father stopped his advice. If they'd known each other for a long time, he had no room to talk. He smiled. Cece, how long have you known this kid? Then his expression darkened as he glared at Su Zhixi. But even with familiarity, there are things you don't know. Don't let his facade fool you. And Jing's mouth twitched. How could she not know? The senior was just a lecher. There was no one like her. And Jing coughed, avoiding the question about how long they'd known each other. I understand. Don't judge him by his words. At school he's quite outstanding. Su's father glanced at her. How outstanding? What did he get top marks in the college entrance exam? Impossible. I paid for the top scorer, and it wasn't him. And Jing's mouth twitched again. That's why I said quite outstanding, not the best. So quite means not outstanding. Su Zhixi pouted. He admitted his father's company had well-educated employees, but they might not match the junior. Su's father asked casually, Cece, what was this kid's exam score? 697. Su's father frowned. Well, he took that back. That score would rank high among his employees. Then he realized something was off. Cece, are you sure he didn't lie to you? With that score, why would he go to Jiang University? And Jing felt embarrassed. Don't ask why. Jiang University isn't bad. He's studying computer science, which is decent. Su's father nodded, respecting the school's CS program. Enough of that. Cece, you still haven't told me how long you've known him. A year. 2. Why hide it? I'm not like others who'd force you into an arranged marriage. And Jing. Damn. Asking again, uncle. How long? They've known each other as long as they've been dating. They met Sunday night, and now it's Saturday. Not even a full 6 days. Su Zhixi stifled a laugh. If asked, she'd say 6 days too. But the junior would probably say longer. It seemed she cared more about his father's feelings than he did. Unexpectedly, An Jing didn't follow the script. To avoid more questions and the inevitable checking, she decided honesty was best. It would be easy to verify anyway. So holding up a thumb, she said calmly, we've known each other for 6 days too. Su's father was utterly stunned. He had only learned about the duration of the relationship from Su Zhixi earlier. Now hearing it from An Jing, who appeared to be his daughter on the surface, he completely lost his composure. Damn it. 6 days of knowing each other, 6 days. 6 days of knowing each other, and he dared to coax his daughter into sleeping together. The old father's heart suffered another 10,000 points of critical damage. Meanwhile, Su Zhixi, who was drinking milk, choked upon hearing An Jing's words. She looked up at her father and immediately met his gaze, which seemed intent on tearing her apart. Uncle, time doesn't really mean anything. Su's father shot Su Zhixi a glare. Of course you don't care. You got what you wanted and ran off, and it's not you who suffers. Soon Su's father suddenly thought of something, and his mood brightened considerably. Su Zhixi and An Jing were baffled by the rapid shift in Su's father's expression. What was this? Had he thought of something pleasant? Did his wife give birth? An Jing mused. During the rest of the meal, Su Zhixi practically fed An Jing, every bite placing food at her lips. This made An Jing feel as if she had no hands or feet, like a cripple. Although it happened occasionally, it was never this constant. She soon realized what Su Zhixi was trying to do. Clearly she didn't want to miss any chance to annoy her father. But things didn't go as planned. After breakfast, Su Zhixi and An Jing never saw the murderous look in Su's father's eyes. Su Zhixi felt a bit displeased. She had deliberately tried to provoke him, so why was he smiling even more happily? After the meal, Su Zhixi watched her old father take An Jing away. She pouted and headed straight to the second-floor lounge. Meanwhile, in the study, An Jing looked up at her senior's father and asked, "What's the matter, Dad? Anything important?" Su's father said cheerfully, "Cece, Dad knows you've never been in love before. Meeting him for such a short time, letting him stay here. You're just keeping him playing around, right?" "Haha, I knew it. I admit that kid is somewhat good-looking. But you have to protect yourself. Don't let that kid fool you. If things get really bad and you accidentally get pregnant, and if his intentions aren't pure, just keep the child and get rid of the father." An Jing was stunned. Amazing. No wonder her senior's father's mood had shifted so quickly. He thought his daughter was just playing around with her. Although it hadn't been long, it was obvious from her behavior that she wasn't just fooling around. Seeing An Jing frozen, Su's father asked, "What's wrong? You're still young, you don't understand. I've seen plenty of people like him. They just want to take advantage. Your Uncle Zhao's daughter is like that. That guy thought having a child would give him leverage. He was too naive. It's not like she needed him as the father. He didn't get a single cent. Now she's raising the child alone, not married, and she's perfectly free. If you ever end up in that situation, Dad would fully support you. Not marrying is fine too." And Jing's mouth twitched. Fine, so he thought she was after his money. She wasn't that shallow. She knew plenty about such cases. In wealthy families with solid foundations, this wasn't surprising. But her senior didn't seem that way for now. The future was uncertain, but in most such cases the man's intentions were impure from the start. The woman, being sensible, would cut ties once she saw through his motives. Raising a child alone with a well-off family and money, it was a good life with family support. If the day ever came when she had to reciprocate, she didn't know if her senior would. But at least her own mind wasn't on that. And Jing nodded. "Yes, Dad, I understand. But you're overthinking it. I'm not keeping him, and I'm not just playing around with him." Hearing this, the smile on Su's father's face slowly faded. "Serious? Only 6 days." 6 days. And Jing nodded again, her expression earnest. "Serious? Time doesn't mean anything." At her words, Su's father's face fell, and he slumped in defeat. He couldn't understand why his daughter was so love-struck. Was it genetic? No, her mother was quite normal when she was young. So Su's father blamed himself for not spending enough time with his daughter.